The system provided her with a dilapidated starting point, a ruined safe zone that she casually named Hope Resort. Although there were only a few dilapidated buildings left here, resources were scarce, and there was not even the most basic guarantee for survival. The system's promise made her have a long-term vision. As long as she works hard and upgrades the level of the safe zone, this ruin will become a pure land in the end times, and the resources, facilities, and defenses will be improved accordingly. The system also gave Sui E a core ability. In this doomsday, where order collapses, she will become the only rule maker. This authority allows her to control resource allocation, set rules, and obtain crystal cores by killing zombies or mutated creatures as core resources for upgrading all facilities. In other words, in Sui's eyes, zombies and mutated creatures are not dangers, but walking resource libraries. And those survivors who took advantage of the situation and tried to encroach on her territory were nothing more than small pawns in her hands. In the previous content, our story was told. Qianyu felt that he had blamed himself too much in the past, but after hearing the support of Duyin and others, he gradually let go and felt that his existence was meaningful. He decided to accept his role and stay in the resort peacefully. Sui's management and decision-making. Sui used the live broadcast system to communicate with the outside world, showing Qianyu's awakening process and encouraging everyone to support him. At the same time, she also explained the safety of activating the potion to the people in the resort, reminding everyone that the awakening process may be risky, and if they don't want to spend points, they have to bear the risk themselves and clarify who will be responsible. So, in which direction will the story develop next? Hey everyone, this video is part 2 of Apocalypse Descends. She claims the world's only safe zone and gains weapons by slaying zombies. If you haven't watched the previous part, you can find the link in the video description. Now, I will explain the new story for you starting from Chapter 86. Chapter 86, Eating Watermelon Together. Sui glanced at the crowd and saw that some people looked embarrassed. It was obvious that they were hesitant about the price of the awakening potion. The price of medicine is as high as 500 points, which is a considerable expense for many residents who rely on farming for a living. Sui took a deep breath and said, "In order for everyone to be able to survive in the apocalypse, the awakening potion will be 50% off for all residents of the resort." As soon as the words fell, the whole audience was in an uproar. Really? Only 250 points at a 50% discount. So cheap? With the medicines later, maybe 500 points won't be needed. Boss Sue really cares about us. Sui asked everyone to be quiet and continued. "I hope everyone can awaken their superpowers, but I also hope you understand that superpowers are not only power, they also mean responsibility." She continued, "Even if the apocalypse is over and there are no more zombies, we must live with dignity and not tolerate any form of humiliation or bullying." She looked at the group of people in front of her, feeling somewhat worried. She didn't want these people who had acquired superpowers to lose themselves because of power and no longer stick to their principles. Before he finished speaking, a scream suddenly broke the silence of the hotel. "Help! Help!" Before the woman could even finish shouting help for the second time, someone quickly covered her mouth. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the elevator entrance, where they saw a man and a woman standing. The man was covering the woman's mouth with his hand to prevent her from making any sound. Jinyi felt regretful. A few days ago, Cui Yingying seemed to have become obedient, so he didn't put up any more defenses. Today, she took the initiative to ask to see the live broadcast effect of the awakening potion, so he agreed. However, unexpectedly, after going downstairs, she suddenly struggled madly and shouted help. "Oh my god, what's going on?" Some people in the crowd began to question. After Cui Yingying broke free from Jinyi, she quickly hid behind someone else, her body shaking. Jinyi said nothing, feeling flustered. Jilin walked forward and comforted Cui Yingying. "Girl, are you okay? What happened?" Cui Yingying choked up, pointed at Jinyi, and burst into tears. He imprisoned me. My points card was also taken away, and I was not given any food every day. I don't know how long I was locked up." Her eyes were full of hatred as she stared at Jinyi angrily. Jilin turned to Sui E and said coldly, "Boss Sue, your management is too lax. You didn't even react to such a serious imprisonment incident." Sui E ignored these discussions. She looked at Cui Yingying with a cold look in her eyes. Cui Yingying. Cui Yingying trembled with fear and whispered, What happened?" Sui asked coldly. "Am I your mother?" Cui Yingying was stunned, not understanding Sui's meaning at all. Jilin jumped out and said angrily, "Sui, how old are you? How can you ask her like that?" It's so rude. Sui glanced at him with disdain. Do you get horny when you see a woman? Is it your business? Jilin was stunned and embarrassed. Just as he was about to retort, Sui continued. If you weren't a mistress, who would imprison you? As soon as she finished speaking, Cui Yingying's face turned pale instantly. At this time, the elderly people in the resort began to spread the news. You may not know, Cui Yingying originally came here with Zhang Su, and then took advantage of Zhang Su's absence and went out with another man. As a result, Zhang Su didn't want her, so she found Jin Yi, but she didn't know that Jin Yi had a girlfriend, and they were caught having an affair in the middle of the night by surveillance cameras. The crowd was talking one after another, and everyone was having a heated discussion about this embarrassing incident. The atmosphere in the whole hotel suddenly became lively. Chapter 87, Eviction Hotel. A voice came from the crowd. Then she was found. This woman had been missing for a long time. It turned out that she was imprisoned by Jin Yi. TSK, TSK. Everyone was stunned. Their eyes became complicated, and they talked a lot. Cui Yingying lowered her head, almost crawling into the ground in shame. She was dirty, with bruises all over her body, and she looked miserable. Sui glanced coldly at Jin Yi and Cui Yingying and said firmly, if something like this happens in the hotel, they must be severely punished. She turned to the crowd and said clearly, Jin Yi illegally imprisoned others, and Cui Yingying has no moral bottom line. From now on, the two of them have been blacklisted by the resort and will never be received again. She pointed to the notice board at the entrance of the hotel and continued, the remaining points on the points card will not be refunded, and you are not allowed to take any items away. Make your choice. Either leave on your own, or I will ask you to leave. Jin Yi glared at Cui Yingying. The resentment welling up in his heart almost drove him crazy. If it weren't for her, how could he have ended up like this? However, if they left the resort, they would just starve to death outside. Jin Yi looked up and suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Yu. Jin Yi almost rushed to Song Yu, knelt on the ground, and begged. Yu, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please don't let Boss Su kick me out. How can I live without you? Song Yu looked at him with disgust, then turned her gaze to Cui Yingying. Her eyes were cold, and she knew in her heart that this man and Cui Yingying had been together for so many days that it was no longer possible for their relationship to be just about beating and scolding. Jin Yi said, Yu, say something. I really know I was wrong. Song Yu interrupted him impatiently. Okay, when you went out to smoke and meet someone secretly in the middle of the night, why didn't you think that you were wrong? Let's go. She turned away and stopped looking at him. Her mood had long since faded. The feelings she once had were long gone. Now she just felt tired and didn't bother to care about all the disputes. Jin Yi was scolded for a long time, but he still knelt on the ground without saying a word. Sui E felt that something was wrong and was about to speak up to warn him, when he suddenly saw the vines under Jin Yi begin to spread, quickly binding up several people around him, including Song Yu. Jin Yi stood up with a crazy light flashing in his eyes and sneered, If you want me to leave, I have conditions. Otherwise, I will kill these people. The vines quickly wrapped around the necks of several people. Spikes grew out, and a threatening atmosphere instantly rose. There was an uproar in the crowd. Is he crazy? Why doesn't Boss Su move? Is Boss Su scared? Who is afraid of who? Boss Su doesn't have to worry at all. Those who came later were very nervous, but those who had been in the resort longer were watching everything leisurely, and some even started to place bets. Only at this moment did Jilin understand how Sui E managed the entire resort. Even a strong man like Long Biao could die in her hands. He couldn't help but put himself in the situation, feeling panicked and shaking his head quickly. Sui E's expression remained calm, with a hint of regret flashing in her eyes. Perhaps she should have kicked the two out earlier. Who gave you the courage to threaten me? Her voice was calm, yet full of intimidation. She raised her hand and threw a ball of fire at Jin Yi's vines. The flames quickly surrounded the vines, and the effect of fire overcoming wood was obvious, and the vines were quickly burned in the flames. Jin Yi watched helplessly as his completely uncontrollable supernatural powers were devoured by the flames. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes, and he actually took out a dagger and stabbed at Song Yu. Before everyone could react, Sui E whispered, "Stop." Jin Yi's movements froze immediately, and the sharp tip of the dagger stopped in front of Song Yu. Song Yu screamed in fear, then reacted and cursed. "You want to drag me to die with you? Go die by yourself, you bastard." She slapped Jin Yi twice without mercy, and said in a cold tone, "Shameless thing, you cheated on me and asked me to support you, and you usually rely on my crystal core to support other women. You really don't know how to be ashamed." Sui looked at the scene coldly and had made a decision in his heart. "You gave me a chance, but I didn't know how to cherish it. So don't blame me," she said softly. Song Chendong walked up to Sui E and whispered a few words in his ear. Sui E nodded, and then Jinyi disappeared from the spot without even leaving a shadow. The crowd watching was stunned. Why is he gone? What do you know? This is Boss Su's ability. He was probably sent to the zombie pile. Their guess was not wrong. Jinyi had been sent to the zombie group and became their food. Sui E turned to Cui Yingying, his tone still calm. Cui Yingying. Cui Yingying shuddered and stood up with a wry smile. She knew very well that if she continued to stay here, it would be worse than being abandoned by Jinyi. She lowered her head, walked out of the hotel dejectedly, and left Hope Resort. After cleaning up these two people, Sui asked the system to clean up Jinye's room. When the system saw how dirty and messy the room was, it couldn't help but make a sound of disgust. "It's really too messy." Chapter 88, Opening a Convenience Store. Jinye's room was dirty and messy, with garbage bags piled on the floor, a moldy instant noodle bucket on the table, and the bed sheets were dirty and black. If it weren't for the system cleaning, the people who came in would definitely be choked by the stench. The condition of the room made people frown. After the activation potion was demonstrated, a long queue quickly formed in front of the hospital entrance. Sui didn't open much of the bed cabin, leaving half of the space for the patients. Everyone simply waited at the door. She was about to go back to her room when she saw a familiar figure standing in the crowd. It was Su Ran. She leaned forward and counted how many people were ahead of her. Sui walked over and asked, "Why are you queuing up too? I want to try it too." Su Ran looked pitiful with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Don't you have superpowers?" Sui asked with a frown. "Mine is of the power type. I want to try to awaken another one." Su Ran explained guiltily. She once saw a person with dual powers. Although that person had two powers, one of them was of a very low level. "You are really brave," Sui said half-jokingly. "This potion has not been tested on people with dual powers yet." "I know, I'm just trying it," Su Ran insisted, his eyes full of determination. Sui turned to the system and asked, "Tongzi, can people with special abilities drink this?" System reply, "Host, logically speaking, the worst result of drinking it is that it is useless, and there will be no adverse consequences." After learning that it was harmless, Sui breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if something happened to Su Ran, she would still have to deal with Ban Yang's troubles. "Try it if you want, but remember to use it in the bed cabin," Sui reminded her. "Don't worry." Su Ran gave her a reassuring smile. At this time, people who were returning from outside the resort had already come back one after another. Everyone was a little surprised that they had returned so soon. "It was quite cool when I went out in the morning, but it got hot at noon and didn't get any cooler in the afternoon," someone lamented. "Is it really that hot?" Another person also went out to try it and came back covered in sweat. It was obvious that the temperature outside was very high. "It feels so stuffy, there's not even any wind," someone wondered. "Is it going to be extremely hot again?" Another person speculated. Sui listened to their discussion and had an idea. He quickly took out the thermometer to measure it. The current temperature is around 20 degrees Celsius, which is not too hot, but because everyone is wearing thick clothes, the temperature rises too quickly and there is not enough time to change clothes. Although the resort shopping mall updates its merchandise all the time, it does not sell cold drinks, and the food area is also very simple. She realized that she had to build a supermarket in the resort. "Tongzi, is there a supermarket? The kind that only sells food?" Sui asked. System reply, "Host, there are 3 options. Small supermarket, business hours are from 9 to 2300 hours, 145 kinds of food to choose from, and the required points are 10,000 points. The other is large supermarket, business hours are from 8 to 2200 hours, with a full range of food, and the required points are 30,000 points. Or convenience store, open 24 hours, 225 types of food, 30,000 points required." The system prompts, convenience stores require staff on duty, while the other 2 types are self-service sales. Sui thought about it and decided that points were not a problem for her, but the convenience store was more suitable for the needs of the resort, especially because it provided more job opportunities. She finally decided to choose the convenience store. Spend 30,000 points to unlock the convenience store. The system's voice sounded. The convenience store is located next to the hotel, which is convenient and practical. Sui nodded, thinking that this is the most suitable choice. The people in the resort have become accustomed to the sudden appearance of new buildings. When everyone saw the newly built two-story building, there was endless discussion. Let's go check it out after we wake up. It looks like Boss Sue has opened a new store. You're stupid. The sign says Hope Convenience Store. Convenience store? Aren't there already department stores? There's no food in the department store. They just sell meat and vegetables. I guess this store specializes in food. It's open 24 hours a day, which is very convenient. Sui walked into the convenience store. The interior was simple, yet substantial. The first floor is the snack area, with 3 large freezers storing ice cream and 2 refrigerated areas for beverages. The second floor is filled with vegetables, fruits, and frozen foods, with a wide variety of items for all seasons. Most of the goods in the store are automatically replenished, which makes management easy and only requires recruiting a few store clerks. She hung a recruitment notice at the door. Considering the large scale of the convenience store, Sui decided to recruit 6 men and 6 women, working in 3 shifts, with each person having 1 day off. The task of selecting personnel was given to Sue Ran. She was responsible for counting all applicants and then determining the personnel to work after screening. Just when Sue E was about to go to Sue Ran to discuss, the awakening team in the hospital had already lined up in front of Sue Ran. Chapter 89, 2 Superpowers. Sue E called up Sue Ran's holographic image and saw that she was lying in the bed and sleeping, obviously in the anesthesia stage. Sue E asked System, "How long has she been in there?" The system prompts, "Host, it has been 10 minutes. Sue E continued, "Can I open the eye of analysis here?" The system prompts, "Host, the interior of the bed cabin cannot be seen here." Sue E frowned. Since the system said the worst-case scenario was that it would have no effect, it should be fine. She decided to wait outside the convenience store. At this time, people had already come to the convenience store to sign up. While Sue E was counting, he found that some of them were girls from Sue Ran's team, and the majority of those who signed up were from the hotel. When she saw people signing up, she crossed out a few names without thinking. Jilin walked up to her and said awkwardly, "Boss Sue, I'm here to sign up." Sue E didn't even raise his head. "Okay." Jilin said, "I'm really sorry for what happened before. I didn't understand the situation clearly before I said that." Sui said, "It's okay. Then I'll go back first." As soon as Jilin turned to leave, Sui crossed out his name without hesitation. The system asked in confusion, "Host, why didn't you reject him at the beginning? What do you know? Giving him a little hope and then disappointing him is more interesting than rejecting him directly." Sui answered slowly. Although the system was puzzled, it was deeply shocked and decided to study it carefully. "How long has Sue Ran been in there?" The system was silent for a while before answering. "It's been an hour." Sui frowned. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did it take so long?" She hurriedly called up Sue Ran's image and saw that she was still lying on the bed, but her face was in pain, as if the anesthetic had worn off. "Has the anesthesia worn off? Didn't you say it was okay?" The system was also confused. "Host, no one with superpowers has tried this potion since it was sold. Our files only record the case of a single superpower. It may be unprecedented." Sue E suddenly realized that Sue Ran was the first person with superpowers to try this potion. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" She was a little annoyed. She rushed to the hospital, stood in front of Sue Ran's bed, and opened the eye of analysis. The scene before her shocked her. Sue Ran's bones were clearly visible. Surprisingly, there were 2 balls of light in Sue Ran's lower abdomen, one red and the other yellow. The light balls were slowly spreading to his limbs. As the ball of light shrank, Sue Ran's face showed more and more pain, and sweat covered his forehead. Sue Yi's heart tightened, thinking that if this continued, she would probably wake up from the pain. The anesthetic dosage in the bed cabin is set according to the physical condition, but obviously, it is not applicable to Sue Ran's condition. Sue E hesitated for a moment, wondering whether he should intervene to strengthen the anesthesia, but was worried about the side effects. Suddenly, the red light ball shrank rapidly, and the fiery red light covered Sue Ran's bones all over his body, and his painful expression gradually eased. The gas in the bed cabin changed, emitting a soothing herbal aroma. The power improved her physical fitness, and another power in her body began to activate, and this process reduced the pain. Sue E nodded, and his tense mood relaxed a little. This was the first time she had seen 2 superpowers activated at the same time, and she had never seen a human with 3 superpowers. As the red light ball was completely absorbed, The yellow light ball also slowly spread, but this time, Su Ran's expression was not as painful as before. Sui took a deep breath. It seemed that the activation speed of the second superpower should be faster. Just as the red ball of light completely disappeared, Sui noticed that cracks had appeared in Su Ran's calf bone. If he delayed any further, his leg would probably break. Only when the second superpower was successfully activated would the cracks in his leg bones begin to repair. She continued to stay by the bed until it was completely dark and Su Ran finally woke up slowly. When she opened her eyes, she felt as if her bones had been run over by a car, and the anesthesia had not yet completely worn off. The first person she saw was Sui. Sui breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Su, for hours have passed. Su Ran was stunned for a moment, feeling like she had just had a strange dream. In the dream, she was pinned to the ground and beaten by a giant mutant monster, then thrown into a fire, and then dragged out by the monster's son to continue beating her. Although her strength was not that great, it still hurt so much that she could not resist until the monster left, leaving a huge hole on the ground. Su Ran said, "So, did I succeed?" Sui asked, "How do you feel?" Su Ran thought about it and told Sui the details of the dream. "Maybe guess." Sui was halfway through his words when he suddenly noticed that there was someone else in the bed cabin. She hesitated for a moment and then changed her words. "Ah." When Su Ran saw Su Yi's expression, he suddenly looked disappointed. "I understand, Boss Su, it's okay. I can accept failure. After all, I'm the first." Sui. Why does she sound like she is comforting herself? Chapter 90, The Fire is Different. Sui rolled his eyes and glared at Su Ran. She didn't speak until everyone in the ward had left. "You succeeded. You awakened 2 superpowers." "What? 2 awakened?" Su Ran couldn't wait to try it, but the effect of the anesthetic had not completely worn off, and his limbs were still numb. Her recovery time was longer than others because the dose of anesthesia was higher than normal. Sui found it a little funny that she was trying hard to raise her head, like a patient trying to stand up. "Don't be impatient," Sui said softly. "You've taken too long, so your recovery will be slower. Just rest here tonight." Seeing that it was getting late, Sui decided to go back as he still had to deal with the convenience store matters tomorrow. She was also very curious about Su Ran's ability. The yellow light was different from Chui Lin's. The red flame should be of the fire element, right? If it really is fire type combined with Su Ran's own strength ability, it would be very interesting. Early the next morning, Su Ran was waiting in the lobby. She wanted to try her supernatural powers last night, but she waited for a long time and her limbs still had no feeling. Finally, she fell asleep while waiting. The two walked to the open space next to them, and Sui raised his eyebrows, try and see what superpowers have been awakened. Su Ran smiled mysteriously, raised his hand, and a bright flame ignited in the palm of his hand. Unlike the weak flame when Sui first awakened, Su Ran's flame was larger and more intense. It was obvious that she was more proficient in controlling her supernatural powers than Sui. Sui waited for a while and asked doubtfully, "Is that all?" "That's all," Su Ran said in a depressed tone. "I thought I could awaken dual system abilities." Sui restarted the Eye of Analysis, and this time she saw a completely different scene. Su Ran's bones were stronger than last night, and his whole body was emitting an orange-red light, and the yellow light had disappeared. She looked at the system and silently called out in her heart, "What's going on?" System prompt. Host, according to the data from the Eye of Analysis, her fire ability has 2 attributes. "Please keep it simple," Sui interrupted. "What's going on?" System prompts. "Her fire ability is different from yours. Her fire can burn everything." Sui exclaimed, "Oh, now I understand." Sui took out a gold bar from her backpack, which was the gold bar Su gave her in exchange for the house. She had tried her fire ability before, but the temperature was not high, and it could only be used for cooking and heating. However, the melting point of gold is over 1,000 degrees Celsius, so fire definitely cannot melt it. She placed the gold bar directly on the ground and said, "Try it." Su Ran looked at the gold bars and hesitated. "Will this work?" Despite her doubts, she released a flame, mimicking the motion of a blowtorch, which repeatedly touched the gold bar. After a while, one end of the gold bar began to show signs of melting. "Stop!" Sui immediately called a halt. The gold bar has not completely melted, but it has begun to deform. As the temperature gradually decreases, the gold bar is also slowly cooling. "The temperature of your flame is higher than usual," Sui said. Su Ran was stunned. I didn't expect my fire to be so strong. The temperature of the flames of ordinary fire-type superpowers is not very high. They are mainly used for cooking and heating. They are basically useless when facing zombies. But if the temperature is high enough, then everything can be burned. Sui E added. Su Ran was very excited at this moment and looked at Sui E. Sui, how about we try to fight? Sui E responded impatiently. Don't try. You can't beat me. With just one word, Su Ran instantly lost his confidence and didn't even dare to release the flame. Let's go. We have just opened a convenience store and are hiring. Su E dragged Su Ran as he walked, feeling a little annoyed. Su Ran still had no idea how strong her abilities were. In fact, she herself had never figured out how strong her abilities were. And Su Ran has obviously decided that she is the invincible general under the savior. After Long Chiyuan got the potion, he went to the basement almost every day. Ha ha ha, if old man Long knew there was something wrong with the things you gave him, he would probably go crazy. Rong was wiping his grandfather's body in the Rong family villa. There won't be any problem in the short term. Ban Yang murmured beside him. But if Long Chiyuan really intends to use these things to control the Dragon Kingdom, then he is making a wrong calculation. Ban Yang looked around and suddenly asked, Hey boss, where's the boy who came back with us? Roman seemed to have just remembered. Pei said he wanted to go somewhere else. After all, Sui had promised him and ignored him. Now I haven't seen him for several days. Ban Yang's eyes widened. The weather has become strange. I almost took off my clothes. I'm still hot in this. Roman looked up and said, The extreme cold has just passed, and the temperature has continued to rise. According to this trend, if it continues to be so hot, I'm afraid something big will happen in a few days. Ban Yang, take people to the building materials store outside to find insulation materials. The more the better. Chapter 91 the last time. Roman frowned, feeling a little anxious. There is still water. Although it was late, he still hoped to seize the last chance. He turned to Ban Yang and said, If it rains in the next few days, try to collect as much water as possible and find a few basins outside. Okay, boss, I understand. Ban Yang stood up and prepared to leave, but Roman stopped him again. Wait a minute, the sun is too strong. Go in the evening. Ban Yang nodded and simply sat down to wait, enjoying the rare coolness in the room. Roman continued to clean Grandpa's body. The old man was still lying quietly, breathing weakly, but still holding on. Ban Yang looked at him helplessly. Brethren, will Grandpa Rong wake up? Roman stopped and responded in a low voice. Yes. He didn't dare to say too much, as he didn't have the answer to this question himself. A few months ago, a zombie outbreak occurred, and Rong and his parents died outside. After hearing the news, Grandpa Rong fell into a coma. Although the doctor checked his body and found nothing abnormal, he still showed no signs of waking up. Ban Yang sighed silently, feeling sorry for Rong and's loneliness and helplessness. After several days of experimentation, Xiao Siming still didn't find a breakthrough. He got so emotional that he smashed several test tubes. There was no problem with the experimental data, but the results were always failures. The experimental subjects either died suddenly or became manic and ultimately had to be destroyed. He turned and looked at isolation room number 3 and made a decision in his mind. This experimental subject was once a mutant in the base with a high level, but he had never been used due to special reasons. Now with no other choice, Xiao Siming prepared to use him as the final test subject. Looking at the experimental subject in the isolation room, Xiao Siming calmly activated the anesthetic gas and sent it to the experimental area. He quickly drew out the black potion and injected it, and then injected the potion provided by Long Chiyuan. The experimental subject began to twitch violently, and purple-black blood vessels spread throughout the body. Xiao Siming stared at the big screen nervously. The success rate at this time is only 50%, and failure means that the experimental body will explode directly. However, the experimental subject did not die in the end, but lay quietly on the hospital bed. Xiao Siming breathed a sigh of relief and remotely controlled the machine to inject a translucent liquid. After the liquid entered the body, the subject's body began to change. Xiao Siming watched the screen. The tension on his face gradually turned into joy, and finally, he laughed out loud. The employees of the convenience store have been confirmed, and the list includes 2 girls from Su Ran's team and several employees of Hope Hotel. Sui arranged a man and a woman to work in groups, gave them a small mobile phone showing their shift schedule, and reminded them to ask for leave in advance. The salary is 12 points per hour. Sui added that after the settings were completed, the convenience store started operating that afternoon. Su Ran looked at the convenience store that was flooded with people and asked in surprise, "There are so many people in the resort?" "Except for the Hope Hotel, almost all guests from other hotels come here." Sui smiled bitterly. The end of the world has changed people's living habits, and hoarding supplies has become the norm. Su Ran also bought some vegetables and meat in the store. "I really like cooking now. Come to my room and try when you have time." "Okay." Sui responded with a smile and continued picking potatoes. The first floor of the store was mostly occupied by families with children, and young girls were buying snacks. Sui noticed a familiar figure, Bai Su, who was carrying a bag full of goods. "Bai Su, why are you buying so much?" Sui walked over. "I live far away, so I plan to buy enough at one time," Bai Su said as he carried the bag. After Su Ran heard this, he casually asked, "Hey Bai Su, how do you feel about living in a residential area?" Bai Su smiled and said, "It's pretty good. I get a little bored sometimes. The greenery downstairs is nice, so I like to go for a walk. It would be even better if I could have a pet." Su Ran's heart moved, and she imagined herself walking the puppy in the garden, and even thought about opening a pet shop in the resort. The system suddenly reminded calmly, "Host, opening a pet shop and related facilities is expected to require more than 2 million construction points." Chapter 92 Pet Store. Sui felt a little embarrassed. 2 million points was not a lot for her, but it would take some time to accumulate them. She knew that the resort's residents were complex, and she had to think carefully before opening a pet shop. After all, some people might be allergic to pet hair or even dislike pets. She couldn't help but think of a mission she had completed before. In that time and space, the animal protection law was very complete, and citizens also supervised each other to ensure that pets were treated well. She had been thankful for that, but things were not as good as they had been in the world. Sui shook his head and decided to give up the idea for the time being. The most important thing right now is to accumulate points to exchange for antidotes and vaccinate everyone. As for the pet shop, Sui wants to wait until conditions are more mature in the future before considering it. She no longer thought about it. After all, everything in the resort was developing on schedule now, and everyone didn't have to worry about disasters from the outside world. The temperature outside is rising abnormally, even faster than the previous extreme cold weather. Su Ran was preparing to take several team members back to the base, and the 2 little girls she arranged also wanted to go home to visit their families. Although Sui was not worried about their safety, he was still a little worried about the sudden heat. "Don't see me off. We'll be back soon." Su Ran waved his hand and left carelessly. Sui didn't say much, knowing in his heart that Su Ran's strength was enough to deal with any emergency. She watched them go away, but she felt her right eye twitching vaguely, as if she had a bad premonition. She didn't often have friends. Although she had met many people while on missions in the past, they were all just passers-by. The only difference was that her contact with Rong made her feel a little different. Recalling their first meeting, Rong was just a mission target from Jing City, but as time went on, she found herself becoming more and more dependent on him. However, Sui didn't want to think about it anymore. He took a deep breath and decided to take things as they come. The temperature of the hotel also began to rise due to external influences. The 2 high-level zombies on the 10th floor no longer went out and stayed in the room, enjoying the coolness of the air conditioner. Song Qindong sat aside, frowning. "This pig blood is so hard to drink." Chui Yang responded nonchalantly, "It's good to have something to drink." When he first became a zombie, Chui Yang was very sensitive to the smell of living people, but now he can accept pig blood. These blood products were specially prepared by Sui to meet their needs. "But, Brother Dong, why can't we go out?" Chui Yang asked puzzledly. Song Qindong sighed, revealing the black spots on his arms. "Our zombie skin will rot in high temperatures. You don't understand. This is the most painful feeling when you first become a zombie." Chui Yang nodded, obviously confused. "You are a high-level zombie. You should have superpowers, right?" "Spiritual department." Song Qindong was suddenly stunned, his eyes full of doubt. "Are you also from the psychic department?" Chui Yang asked in surprise. Song Qindong nodded, and his doubts deepened. He began to wonder, is this a coincidence? He was silent for a moment, and suddenly seemed to remember something. "Oh, right, I heard that only certain special abilities can." Chapter 93 Experiment Success. Song Qindong's 5 senses have become extremely sharp since his mutation, and he immediately grasped the key points of Chui Yang's words. "Them. That's right, the people who took me away. I vaguely heard what they said before I passed out. Special supernatural powers." Song Qindong was silent for a moment. It seems that those people took Shui Yang away for research because they saw that he was a psychic. Is it possible for only psychics to retain their sanity after mutation? Beijing City, the laboratory at the base. Xiao Siming has been guarding here for a few days until the data of the experimental subject returns to normal. He laughed out loud as he watched the people gradually waking up in the isolation room. The man looked at his surroundings blankly, as if wondering why he was still alive. Then, he saw his current appearance from the reflection in the glass. Purple-black blood vessels covered his entire body. His eyes were bloodshot, and his eyeballs were bulging. He screamed and touched his face in disbelief. What did you do to me?" Xiao Siming looked at him with admiration, as if he was looking at a perfect work of art. "My child, you should feel lucky. It is your honor to make such a great contribution to mankind." The man looked at him as if he were a lunatic. "I succeeded, ah ha 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 ha, kid. You'll be glad for the way you look now." The man was still trying to understand the meaning of his words when suddenly his vision blurred, and he felt as if something extra was happening. "Try to use your own abilities." The man did as he was told subconsciously. He had psychic abilities, and ever since he awakened these abilities, his 5 senses had become much stronger than before, and he could sense danger in advance. The man closed his eyes and tried hard to sense. Suddenly, many inexplicable lines appeared in his mind. He followed those lines based on his feeling. The sudden appearance of the hideous face of the zombie suddenly scared him. "What do you mean? Why is this happening?" When Xiao Siming saw the man's expression, he knew that the matter was settled. He walked to the door and pressed the button, and the wall behind the isolation area opened. There is a tempered glass door inside, and inside the door, there are many zombies. These were the failed products of his previous experiments. These people managed to survive, but they also turned into mindless monsters. When the man looked at these, he actually felt extremely uncomfortable. "You are now the most powerful being in the world. You can control them and use them for your own purposes." Xiao Siming's bewitching words were right next to his ears. The man looked at the zombies for some unknown reason. They all turned around and looked at him. The man tried to use his supernatural powers to give them instructions, and the zombies did as he said. The man suddenly felt conflicted. This is good, but he has become like this. The man touched his face dejectedly, feeling very confused. Xiao Siming continued, "As long as you listen to me, I can continue to improve your abilities, and then the whole world will obey your orders." The man frowned and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Just as Xiao Siming was about to speak, the door of the laboratory was opened. Long Qiyuan got the news and hurried over. "How is it? Was it successful?" He looked a little anxious. Xiao Siming didn't realize that something was wrong for a moment and answered readily. "Yes, this experimental subject has awakened and has become conscious, but where is the medicine?" Xiao Siming was stunned for a moment, but soon realized what he was asking, and then took out a box from the last drawer, which contained 3 translucent reagents. This is extracted from him, and then mixed with mutated viruses from animals. After a person is injected with it, they can retain their sanity and have strong combat power. Before he could finish, Long Qiyuan grabbed the box and hurried away with his men. Xiao Siming looked at his back and sneered. What an impatient person he was. He didn't even finish his words. After he extracted the drug, he only tested it on mice. Although the mice were still conscious after the injection, they turned into monsters. Their bodies swelled by twice as much, and they had flower-like tentacles growing in their mouths. As for how it would work on humans, he didn't know. What they have been working on is not an antidote, but something that can control zombies, or something that can make people have the same strong fighting power as zombies without the sense of pain, but still retain human consciousness. He didn't care where Long Qiyuan would use the things he took away, because the most important trump card was here. He smiled and looked at the man again. "You know the situation outside now. As long as you are willing, we can work together. Then the whole country will have to listen to us. We also have a large army of undead." The man was also a little moved by what he said. Before the two of them could react, a burning sensation suddenly began to spread from underground. Xiao Siming also felt it and was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly understood something. Bastard. Long Qiyuan wants to destroy the bridge after crossing it. He asked why Long Qiyuan came to him just after the result came out. He must have made arrangements long ago and sent people to monitor him. Xiao Siming glanced at the man and didn't care about anything else. The door of the laboratory must have been blocked. He decisively moved the cabinet against the wall, which contained a large number of reagents, and a metal secret door was revealed behind the cabinet. He unbuckled his belt, took out a key from it, and opened the secret door. The man also sensed something was wrong, and when he saw him suddenly trying to run, he shouted, "What are you doing? You can't leave me." Xiao Siming didn't care about so many things. When the laboratory was being built, he bribed the workers to create a separate space here to prevent Long Qiyuan from doing anything sinister behind the scenes. Because there are not so many explosion-proof materials, this dark room is only a few square meters in size, just enough to accommodate one person, and it can be opened from the inside and outside as long as there is a key. Xiao Siming decisively went in and closed the door. The next second, there was a loud bang. A villa at the military base was blown to pieces. Because the explosives were buried underground, the affected area was very small. Only a small house nearby was collapsed, and the rest of the place only felt the vibration. Long Qiyuan stood in the distance, watching the movements in the villa through a telescope. "Are you sure it's okay?" "Don't worry, Uncle Long. There are explosives inside and outside, and the base is under stress right now. There's no way to rescue them. They won't survive if they don't die." Long Qiyuan snorted coldly. This idiot. Does he think he's the only one with a psychic zombie? How ridiculous. The people behind him didn't dare to speak and could only nod silently. "When will they come?" "I've already notified them. They'll be here in the next few days." Long Qiyuan nodded in satisfaction and breathed a sigh of relief. Now he was only one step away from his great cause. Chapter 94 Continuous Reign. Beijing City Hall Building. This building has been abandoned since the end of the world. At that time, a security guard rushed into the building and caused many people to be bitten. Later, the military base sent people to clear out the zombies and looted all the usable supplies in the building. At this time, the roof of the building. A helicopter landed on it, and first a few people dressed in black got out of the helicopter, and finally a blonde man walked out. Lewis stood on the roof, wearing sunglasses, and asked the people around him, "Have you found anyone?" The man in black stepped forward and bowed slightly. "Sir, we have searched the area and found no trace of him." "Is he—" "Lewis. What a bunch of idiots. It's been so long. They must not be here anymore." The man next to him lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. "Keep looking and expand the scope." "Yes. Sir, the people have arrived." Lewis nodded. "Let's go." The group went downstairs through the emergency passage. The building has a total of 28 floors. In the service hall on the 25th floor, Long Qiyuan was waiting with his men. "Dragon countryman, where is what I want?" Lewis didn't even bother to call his name, and Long Qiyuan felt a little dissatisfied. "Here." Long Qiyuan shook the box in his hand. 2 months before the end of the world, Lewis came to Long Country and found Long Qiyuan, wanting to cooperate with them. Lewis told him that the end of the world would happen in 2 months and asked him to prepare in advance and conduct a research. They would provide materials and data and let Long Qiyuan find someone to make improvements together. The purpose of this research is to transform normal people into zombie monsters with intelligence and special abilities and to find ways to control them. At first, Long Qiyuan didn't want to agree, but Lewis showed him a video from their country. This research was started a long time ago in foreign countries, but it was carried out privately by an individual and there has been no progress. This is how the earliest zombie outbreaks occurred abroad. In the video, the body functions of the modified humans are greatly enhanced. Their combat effectiveness is off the charts, and even real guns and bullets cannot penetrate their skin. Long Qiyuan was a little excited, especially after hearing that this kind of thing had no sense of pain. If it could be really studied well, wouldn't it be equivalent to an army of monsters without sense of pain? After showing him the video, Lewis told him that the problem now was that these things retained their sanity after mutation, so they would not listen to humans and sometimes even hurt people. And Lewis assured him that when the research was successful, Long Qiyuan would be the new president of Longhua. Long Qiyuan finally agreed. In the past 2 months, he began to build defense projects, laboratories, and recruit scientific researchers. 2 months later, the zombies came decisively, and they began real research. But unexpectedly, problems arose in the first step. People from different countries have different genetic sequences and physical fitness. The medicine used by Lewis and others, whether it is applied to the zombies of Dragon Country or humans, will eventually explode and die. There was no other way. Xiao Siming could only start from scratch. The medicine provided by Sui E is mild in nature and will not stimulate human body functions. So Xiao Siming first injects the power-enhancing substance into his body to increase his physical limit, and then turns him into a zombie. Lewis motioned his men to come forward and take the box away. The man in black opened the box and placed it in front of Lewis for him to see. There were 2 medicines in the box. Lewis picked up a test tube, looked at it, opened it, and smelled it to make sure there was no problem. Sir, our next step. Long Chiyuan rubbed his hands excitedly. Louis waved his hand. No hurry. Let me go back and experiment. Okay. Long Chiyuan smiled on the surface, but he had already cursed him in his heart. After delivering the things, Long Chiyuan went back. After they walked away, Louis restrained his expression. Sir, do we really want to help it? Louis laughed and said, Yes, of course I will help. But what if he betrays us? I think he... Louis shook his head firmly. He won't. Humans are the most greedy animals, especially the dragon people. Money is not valuable now. What is valuable is the supreme power. Besides, we also have Yuri. Yuri is a gifted psychic zombie. I'm looking forward to seeing how many people he will feed this thing to. Yuri stood behind him, remaining silent. As he spoke, Louis glanced at the reagents in the box. No matter how much he fed them, or how many undead troops there were, they would still have to listen to Yuri. Louis had a good idea. He wished that all the people in Dragon Country would become zombies. This way, his team would only grow larger and larger, and he could easily occupy Dragon Country. The more Louis thought about it, the happier he became, and he even laughed out loud at the end. Sir, that experimental subject. Find it? You must find it back. Their laboratory in Dragon Country was attacked by a group of zombies. All the researchers in the laboratory were killed, but the psychic who was captured by them for experiments at the beginning disappeared. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body. Any psychic guy is now an endless hidden danger to him. The weather has been weird these past 2 days. It has rained for 2 days in a row. Sui ran and his companions walked for more than a day before reaching the edge of Sui E. Sometimes it would rain heavily all night long, and they could only find a higher place to rest temporarily and wait until the rain subsided during the day before leaving. Sui E is close to the sea and is separated from city Beijing by several small cities and rivers. There are many small villages on the edge of Sui E, but from a distance, there is no trace of the villages. The thatch houses were knocked all over the place by the previous hail, and only a few brick houses were still standing. It was impossible to tell whether there were any living people there. The road that Sui ran and her friends were walking on was empty, and there were occasionally a few shabby cars parked on the highway. The rain was still falling, but not as heavy as last night. Sui ran walked in front and stood on the side of the road, just able to see the river not far away. The river was very wide, and the riverbanks on both sides were still some distance from the road. The river was full of garbage, and Sui ran, pinched her nose, and motioned for them to walk faster. After walking for a few more hours, the rain began to get heavier. They were now on the highway with nowhere to hide. Sui ran saw the shadow of a truck on the road ahead. I'll go first, you guys follow me. She trotted to the front of the truck. It was a large truck that had overturned on its side. The rear compartment was locked, and no one knew what was inside. Sui ran stretched out her hand and released her supernatural power to melt the lock of the rear compartment. She opened the car door and almost vomited when she saw the scene in front of her. Chapter 95, A Border Collie. As soon as the carriage was opened, a rotten and disgusting smell rushed into my mouth and nose. The carriage was filled with scattered skeletons. Sui ran, pinched his nose, and barely made out from the shape of one of the skulls that the carriage must have contained live cats and dogs. But she remembered that to transport living things, didn't they always use open-air vehicles or cages? For nearly half a year, no one cared about these animals. They starved to death here. Perhaps it was because the lock on the rear compartment was not a bolt, but an iron chain, which left a gap in the iron door. If it was fully enclosed, she couldn't imagine what would happen if she suddenly opened the door. She roughly counted them and found that there were not many living creatures inside. There were also collars scattered around a few skeletons with names on them. Sui ran sighed, thinking that someone must have stolen these cats and dogs and was preparing to send them to the slaughterhouse. Seeing that the rain was getting heavier, there was nothing I could do but take shelter here for a while. Sui ran called in a water-based psychic from the team to flush out the skeletons and rotten meat in the carriage. Others helped to carry out the messy cartons and other things in the back of the carriage. When rushing to the corner, a black thing suddenly jumped out from behind a cardboard box and rushed straight towards the face of the water girl. Sui ran was quick-witted and threw a box directly here, hitting the black object. The black ball was knocked aside by the box. It reacted extremely quickly, changed its target, and pounced towards Sui ran. Others also reacted. A little girl from the wood element stretched out her vines and wrapped them around the ball. Unexpectedly, the thing was very strong and began to struggle frantically. Everyone was in the carriage, the light was too dim, and they couldn't see what it was at all. Sui ran simply walked out, jumped off the carriage, pulled the vines, and pulled the black thing out of the carriage. Looking at that pair of round eyes, everyone was a little dazed. Is this a border collie? Sui ran took a look at its feet and confirmed that it was an adult border collie. Its body seemed a little underdeveloped and was not even as big as a courier box. Also, it's too dirty. The hair all over his body was twisted together like a hedgehog, and his body was sticky, and I didn't know what he was sticking to. Sui ran walked a little closer and could smell an indescribable smell from it. A smell of decay, dog excrement, and blood. After being pulled out, the border collie seemed to calm down and stared at them motionlessly. Moo, you continue to tie it up, and we will continue to clean up. Okay. Moo nodded and added another vine to it. The others continued to clean the car. Sui ran also took out the disinfectant he bought at the department store, sprinkled it on the car, and rinsed it clean. It's not that they can't make do, it's just that they've lived in the resort for too long, and they still feel a little disgusted. After 30 minutes, everyone finally cleaned the carriage. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The crackling raindrops hitting the face was a bit painful, so everyone hurried into the carriage. Moo, please let it go. As soon as Sui ran finished speaking, Moo loosened the vines. Unexpectedly, the border collie did not attack, but just watched them enter the carriage. They left the door open. It was too dark in the carriage. So they sat inside, and the border collie sat outside and stared at them. Sister Rand, that dog, is a bit creepy. Sui Rand looked up, and it was indeed pitch black. If it were dark, it would be scary to see his eyes twitching. You said it wouldn't eat. Moo looked around, hinting at something. Everyone shuddered. This car should have been filled with corpses, with this one being the only one alive. Could it be? Before everyone could think about it, the border collie seemed to understand what they were saying. It ran to the side and used its feet to dig open an unopened box, revealing a box of cat food. It picked up a bag and threw it in front of everyone. That seems to mean I didn't eat the corpse. Sui Ran laughed. She had heard of border collies. They seem to be a very smart dog. But why doesn't it come in? Does it like the rain? Sui Ran took a look, lowered his head, and took a bite of the apple in his hand. It may take another bath. Everyone looked at the border collie again and saw it standing in the rain for a while and then rolling on the ground. Then it started circling around the boxes they had thrown out, sniffing here and there, and soon it found what it was looking for. A bottle of expired shower gel. It bit the bottle of shower gel and then pressed it on the ground with its claws. A lot of liquid came out from the broken hole. It rolled the liquid onto its body and scratched here and there. It really looked like it was taking a bath. After rinsing himself clean, the dog shook off the water on his body, jumped onto the carriage in one step, and lay down on the edge. Although it didn't wash clean, it was very satisfied after taking a bath in a few months. Hey, if it weren't for the fact that we can't bring pets back to the base, I would really like to adopt it. Everyone is like that. I'm the only one left at home, so it's nice to have a dog to keep me company. As soon as you bring it back, someone will eat it, Sui Ran said coldly. Looking at the dog, she suddenly remembered something. She rummaged through her backpack for a long time and finally found something that was somewhat related to the resort. It's her points card. She has almost used up all the points she recharged, and there are still 200 left. She picked up the card and walked over to Border Collie. When the Border Collie saw her coming, he immediately stood up and took a defensive stance. Sui Ran placed the card in front of Bien Mu and pointed at the card on the ground and said, "This is a good place if you can find it by smell. It's better than wandering around outside. There are 200 points in it, which will be used as your support." Sui Ran finished speaking to herself without caring whether the Border Collie could understand her or not, and she turned around and went back to sleep. The Border Collie stared blankly at the card on the ground, sniffed it, then slapped it with its paw and lay down. The crowd didn't care about it. After a day's journey, everyone was tired. They ate something and fell asleep in the carriage. This place was remote, and there were not many people. Besides, there was a dog. Sui Ran didn't leave anyone on duty. A dog's sense of smell is much more sensitive than a human's. Midnight. Sui Ran was awakened by the sound of a dog barking. She opened her eyes immediately and saw the Border Collie standing at the door of the carriage, yelling outside. She looked outside the car, but there was nothing. It was still raining outside, and the raindrops hitting the car made a loud crackling sound. "What's wrong?" Sui Ran asked doubtfully. When the Border Collie saw that she woke up, he turned around and held her trouser leg in his mouth and walked forward. Okay, I'll go with you." Sui Ran followed Bien Mu's footsteps out of the car. The two stood on the road and were caught in the rain. Sue Ran looked around but found nothing. She looked at the dog again. The border collie had walked to the railings on both sides of the highway and started screaming wildly. Sue Ran looked in the direction it was heading, and his expression finally changed. Chapter 96: Heavy Rain. She saw that the water level of the river she had seen before had overflowed the riverbank. Sue Ran was shocked. If this continued, the surrounding areas would probably be flooded. They were on a highway that was built on a bridge. Even if the water overflowed, it should not endanger them. But Sue Ran had no intention of sleeping at the moment. She woke up several team members and told them about the water level. Several people took turns on duty to observe the water level. It is already late at night, and the rain is getting heavier, but the temperature outside is not cool at all. The raindrops feel hot when they hit my body. Sue Ran and a few others huddled in the carriage, feeling very nervous as they watched the heavy rain outside. The border collie was curled up nearby, still holding the points card in its mouth, looking listless. Sue Ran had never encountered such a situation before, and she didn't know what to do. If she continued to lead everyone forward and there was no shelter ahead, or if they got off the highway, they would only be washed away by the current. But if she continued to stay here, if the accumulated water spread up, she would be finished too. Hey, if I had known earlier, we would have stayed at Boss Sue's place for a few days. Yeah, I ran into people from Dawn Base yesterday. I wonder how they are doing. Hey, who knew I would run into something like this right after I came out? Dawn Base? Sue Ran turned around and asked in confusion. Have you seen anyone from Dawn Base before? The two girls looked at each other and suddenly remembered something. Oh yes, Sister Ran. You were not here at that time yesterday. Yesterday when you took Moo to the village, Chin San from the Dawn Base passed by with his men. It seemed that they were going to the Hope Resort. How many of them are there? The girl thought for a moment and said, about 20 or so people. Sue Ran stood up suddenly. She remembered that it was still raining. Sue Ran was afraid that it would suddenly rain heavily. So she took Moo to the village to see if there was a place to stay temporarily. Who knew that the village was basically full of collapsed thatch houses? The few surviving houses were all next to the river and smelled bad. They had no choice but to move forward and finally got on the highway. Sue Ran glanced at the water that had not yet passed the riverbank. The water level was still rising. It had been less than 12 hours since he met Chin San and the others yesterday. They couldn't reach the resort. Could it be that? I'll go back and take a look. You guys wait here. If you find that the water level has risen to that tree, get off the highway immediately and find a higher point. Sue Ran pointed at a tree on the riverbank and said seriously. The highway they were on was built on the bridge and was at the center of the bridge. If a flood broke out, the rushing water would likely wash away the bridge piers. Even if only one pillar collapsed, it would be quite dangerous. Wait a minute, Sister Ran. Take these. One of the girls rummaged around for a long time and took out a few packages of vacuum-packed life jackets from her backpack. These were portable life jackets from Sui E's store. When opened, they would automatically expand and grow like a doll. I saw this before. I stockpiled some in case I might need it later. You take it, Sister Ran. Sue Ran took it and counted them. There were 6 packs in total. She nodded, not daring to delay any longer, and stood up, jumped out of the car, and ran back the way she came. When the border collie saw her actions, he followed her with the points card in his mouth. Among the people Chin San led, there were several elderly people, so when the rain got a little heavier, they found a nearby building to rest. They were almost entering the county town, where there were many taller houses, so they found a factory to take shelter from the rain. Seeing that the rain was getting heavier, Chin San's right eye was twitching nonstop. When they came here, they passed through many rivers. The rivers in City A converge with the ocean, and some industrial areas in City A are on the edge. There are also many reservoirs and power plants built along the rivers. If the water level rises too fast and overflows the dam, it is very likely that a major flood will break out. With this amount of rainfall, the place where there will also be flooded. Chin San stood in front of the window, keeping an eye on the situation outside. This rain has been falling for a few days, and coupled with the previous week of extreme cold and heavy snow, the temperature has risen, the snow has melted, and the water level has risen sharply. And now it is still raining. Sue ran quickly in the heavy rain towards the way he came. Along the way, the small pools and streams had now merged into one stream, and the water was rolling up the yellow mud and was still spreading towards the buildings and plants on both sides. Seeing this scene, Sue Ran unconsciously quickened his pace. As she walked, she unpacked a life jacket and put it on herself, just in case. She tied the rest of the life jackets tightly around her body. The water flowed faster and faster, And finally, it spread through the vegetation on both sides and burst towards the remaining houses on the shore. It would be great if the reservoir gates were still usable, but unfortunately, there is a nationwide power outage, and there is nothing we can do except pray that the rain stops and the water level does not rise anymore. Beijing City. Banyang followed Rong An's advice and prepared more than 30 large basins to collect water during the rainy days. However, the rain was getting heavier and heavier with no sign of stopping. Rong An's yard was now filled with basins, buckets, and even a large vat for collecting water. Beijing is located in a plain with few rivers and has not experienced many floods in history, so he is not worried. Boss, this rain is so weird. Why is it getting hotter as it rains? Rowan turned around and looked at him. Banyang was still holding several empty basins in his hands, ready to put them outside. Have you informed the others? I told you don't worry, boss. I told them to prepare a few more basins to collect water. Don't go out until the water in your hands is full. We won't go out for the next few days. We'll just stay in the house and wait for the rain to stop so we can move the water into the house. Banyang nodded. He always listened to Rong. He thought that the boss must have had a premonition of something since he couldn't speak out, so he just stayed in the room obediently. Long Chiyun has been in a good mood these days. The people he sent to monitor Rong and his teammates came back and said that Rong and his teammates were actually hoarding water. Long Chiyun just thought he was stupid. How could their military base be short of water? Moreover, it had rained so heavily in the past few days, and the reservoir he had prepared early was already full of water. Just keep staring at me, and don't tell me about this kind of trivial matter. Yes, Uncle Long. He leisurely got up and returned to his room. The box that Xiao Simon gave him was still there. He went forward and opened the box. There was only one potion inside. He stared at the potion lovingly, reaching out his hand and slowly stroking the glass test tube. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Chapter 97. Sudden Flood. Su Ran walked to the edge of the county town and vaguely saw a fire coming from a small building in front of him. Before he could be happy, the next second, with a splash, 2 electric poles were washed down by the water and fell into the water. Following this loud noise, houses began to collapse one after another. These houses that had survived the extreme cold were already fragile and could not withstand the erosion of the flood. Su Ran looked ahead and saw that the road after getting off the highway was about to be flooded, so she quickly ran towards the small building. Third brother, what was that sound just now? The night watchman pushed Chin San, who woke up from his sleep and rubbed his eyes. What's wrong? I seem to hear some sound just now. The man's teeth were chattering. It couldn't be a mutated monster. Chin San took the flashlight and looked out the window. There was nothing unusual. It was a dark night, cloudy and rainy. There was no moon. The stream opposite the factory was silent except for the ripples of raindrops. There was no other sound except the sound of rain. It was quiet. Wait, a creek? Chin San moved the electric hand back and looked at it carefully for a while. The stream across the street? Was it like this just now? Chin San looked at it doubtfully and handed the flashlight to his subordinate. The subordinate also took the flashlight doubtfully, looked at it for a while, and then widened his mouth. Third brother, the water level is still rising. Chin San glanced at the stream across the street again. Yes, it wasn't that big just now. There was no electricity in the factory. Otherwise, Chin San would have turned on all the lights to see clearly. Then what should we do now? The man was a little anxious. He didn't want to die in the mouth of a zombie, but he also didn't want to be washed away by the flood. In this way, you don't know whether he is dead or alive, and there may not even be a complete corpse. Chin San remained silent. In fact, he didn't know either. If they go out now and don't have time to evacuate before the flood arrives, they will surely die. If they stay here and wait until the water level rises, they will also surely die. Wait a little longer. See if the rain will stop. If it does, they can leave and it will be safer when they return to the hotel. Su Ran climbed through the factory gate and saw the light from upstairs at a glance. Who are you? Stop! The brother on duty saw Su Ran and shouted loudly downstairs. Su Ran was tactful enough not to move, mainly because she was afraid that there was a gun upstairs. She did not answer either. It was raining heavily, and it was not possible for the other side to hear everything you said. The reason she could hear it was entirely because of her good physical fitness. Chin San used the light of the flashlight to see her unusually shiny bald head and immediately confirmed her identity. He took the flashlight and waved it, motioning Su Ran to come up. Su Ran trotted up the stairs and said directly, "Let's go. We can't stay here." "What's going on?" The water has overflowed the riverbank and submerged the village. What? Chin-san screamed and quickly woke everyone up. This factory building has only 3 floors and no roof, so they may not be able to stay here. We must find a tall building quickly. Su-ran took out the remaining life jackets and put them on a few strong people first. Chin-san also put on one and carried an old man with limited mobility on his back. Carry them on our backs. We must hurry to the city. Su-ran took the initiative to carry an old man on her back. The power she awakened was strength. The group quickened their pace, went downstairs, and walked towards the county town. In the heavy rain, everyone slowed down a lot because most of the people on this trip were young men, and they were still traveling very fast. The county government has 8 floors. We can go there first, a young man in the team said. He was originally from this county and was very familiar with it. How far? The man gritted his teeth and said, it's less than 2 kilometers from here. 2 kilometers? Can you run that distance before the flood comes? Whatever, let's give it a try. We've been through several months of hiding from zombies and enduring the extreme cold. We can't die here. Right. Xiao Qin, please put me down. Grandma is old. You can't walk fast with me on your back. The old man on Chin-san's back spoke tremblingly. As soon as these words were spoken, others also spoke up. You young people can run the 2 kilometers in a few steps. Oh, I won't leave either. I've lived long enough. Just leave us alone and run away. Chin-san shook his head. No, I promised the boss that I would send you all to the resort safely. No one can be left behind. Let's go, stop talking nonsense. The physical fitness of people with special abilities is much better than that of ordinary people. It's not a big deal to carry a person. Su-ran carried the old man on his back and walked quickly in front. When she was training with her women's team, she had gone through this kind of weight training countless times. Before the apocalypse, she was just an ordinary office worker, but after the apocalypse, she had developed a physical fitness that was not inferior to that of men. I wonder how those girls are doing. In the darkness, a group of people ran as fast as they could on the road. No one cared about where the flood behind them had spread. They only had one belief in their hearts. They must survive. Everyone was soaked by the rain, and the soaked clothes and backpacks added extra weight. The old man on Chin-san's back was the first to throw away his backpack, and then everyone reacted and threw away the things they were carrying. A boy of about 15 or 16 simply took off his clothes and ran in the rain in just a pair of boxer shorts. Mumu always kept Su-ran's words in mind and stared closely at the water level on the riverbank. Because of the distance, he could vaguely see the ripples on the water surface. Otherwise, he would not be able to see clearly. Seeing that the water level had overflowed the trees, she made a quick decision to take the people in the car and leave first. Mumu returned to the carriage and asked, has any of you been here before? Several girls in the team were stunned for a moment, and one of them said, I've been here before as a tourist. Do you remember which is the highest point here? The girl pondered for a moment and said, I seem to have some impression of it when I was traveling by car before. Going over there is a mountain forest park. The mountains there are good. Mumu shook his head. No, we can't go up the mountain. The flood will easily cause mudslides, and we will be trapped on the mountain. The girl thought about it for a while, and suddenly thought of something and said, there is a temple nearby called Lingguang Temple. There's a pagoda in the temple. Okay, let's go there. The girl with water-related abilities in the team slowly spoke up. We don't care about Sister Ran anymore. Mumu shook his head. Ching, we are just a burden if we follow Sister Ran. We don't have as much strength as she does, and we don't have enough physical strength to travel long distances in such heavy rain. Ching nodded with red eyes. Should we leave some marks or something, in case Sister Ran can't find us? Mumu thought for a moment and said, of course we can, but what can we leave behind so that it won't be washed away by the rainstorm? Everyone thought about it, looked at the heavy rain outside, and looked at each other in silence. Ching looked around the carriage, suddenly took out her backpack, rummaged through it for a while, and happily took out something. Oh, right. Chapter 98, Su-ran Saves People. In the dark night, a raging flood mixed with mud, sand, and vegetation was chasing after everyone. They did not dare to look back and could only hear the sound of the river surging. Chin-san ran in front with a flashlight and saw the courtyard of the county government building right in front of him. Suddenly, the river water spreading under their feet scared everyone. What's going on? Chin-san looked around in a panic and saw water flowing in from all directions. Run! Su-ran shouted. There are several slopes and hillsides around this county town. The river water that overflows the embankment can only flow back to the lowest geographical location. Fortunately, the speed is not fast, but the water under the feet accumulates more and more, affecting the speed of everyone's progress. The old lady on the back of the crowd looked back and said worriedly, "Put us down quickly. The flood is getting faster, and you won't be able to escape if this continues." Chin San's physical strength dropped significantly, and he was only 500 meters away from the county government building. "There are still 500 meters to go. Hold on a little longer." Su Ran stopped and looked back. The amount of water was increasing, the flow was getting faster and faster, and even small waves were formed. The water under their feet had already reached their ankles. At their current speed, it would be impossible for them to enter the building before the flood arrived. Su Ran took a deep breath, put the old lady down on his back, pulled a boy over, and said, "You come." The boy took the old man without hesitation, and Su Ran instructed, "Go quickly, don't look back, Grandma. Follow them first." "Girl, what are you going to do? You can't stop the flood by yourself?" The old lady was worried about her and grabbed her arm. "Don't worry, Grandma. I have superpowers." Su Ran pulled the old lady's hand away and walked to the back resolutely. She suddenly remembered that her fire ability had extremely high temperatures. The people at the back of the team helped the old lady up and continued to move forward. Chin Sen noticed that Su Ran was missing. After looking around, he found Su Ran standing motionless at the end of the team. "Su Ran, what are you doing?" Su Ran did not answer, but turned his back and shouted, "Hurry up and leave." Then she raised her hand, and two brilliant flames suddenly lit up the night sky. A huge semicircular wall of fire covered the area where they were. The moment the wall of fire took shape, Su Ran suddenly felt dizzy. Her ability level was not enough to sustain her consumption, so Su Ran bit her tongue and forced herself to stay awake. Su Ran's fire evaporated a lot of the water on the ground that was already above their ankles. Everyone actually felt a little hot under the light of the fire. Seeing this scene, Chin Sen quickly quickened his pace. Without the obstruction of the water flow, their speed was much faster. 400 meters, 300 meters, 210 meters. Just 1 minute, just 1 minute. Su Ran gritted her teeth. Her special powers were almost exhausted. If her body was not strong enough, she would have fainted by now. The range of the firewall is gradually getting smaller, and the temperature is gradually decreasing. 180 meters, 100 meters. One more moment, one last moment. Su Ran half knelt on the ground, with her head lowered, her eyes closed, and her teeth gritting her teeth. Her exposed skin already had faintly visible blood vessels bulging. 80 meters, 10 meters. Su Ran turned his head and looked until the last figure disappeared on the straight road. Su Ran's legs went limp. "Ah!" With her voice, the flames in the sky dissipated in an instant, and she fell to the ground, drowned in the flood. Chin San led his men upstairs. As soon as they reached the second floor, the flood broke through the glass door of the county government building and flooded the entire first floor. Chin San took a breath and looked at the flames dissipating in the sky, his eyes red. If it weren't for Su Ran, they would all die here. Everyone went up to the 8th floor and gathered in a room, looking at each other in silence. After taking a short rest in the building, they searched every room on each floor to see if there were any supplies that could be used. Chin San was sitting on the roof alone. He really wanted to go down and save people. He could swim, but the water level was still rising, and if they went down rashly without any props, they would undoubtedly be seeking their own death. Chin San stared at the water surface, seemingly thinking of a feasible solution. At this time, the two people who were searching the 4th floor came back. "Hey, third brother, there are only some broken wooden tables and chairs here, and there's not even anything to eat. I don't know when this flood will dissipate." Chin San had a flash of inspiration. "Wood? Go and bring over all the woodwork." Hope Resort. Su E was awakened by the thunder. Her right eye has been twitching for the past 2 days, as if something bad had happened. She looked out the window. It was dark outside, and it was still raining. It seems like this rain has been falling for several days. Su E sat up and called the system in his heart. "Tongzi? Tongzi? Are you there?" Su E called many times, but the system didn't respond. She tried the system store and the system warehouse. Fortunately, the binding was still there. At this time, only the resort still had light, but unfortunately the area was too small. Su E glanced at the roads around the resort and saw that there was still a shallow layer of water on the road. She knew that there would be flood disasters in the future, so the resort's protective shield was always open. The accumulated water would not flood in, but would be absorbed and recycled by the shield, and the land behind the residential area would not be affected. Su E went downstairs. Wu Jiao was on duty tonight. Boss Sue, why are you still awake so late? Wu Jiao was sitting at the front desk watching TV series. Sui nodded. If you can't sleep, come down and take a walk. It's been raining every day these days, so I can't go out to kill zombies. Sui smiled and said, there's nothing I can do. The weather is so weird. She walked into the yard. At that moment, there was not even a single star in the sky, let alone the moon. Host, here I come. Where have you been, and why are you here so late? I have upgraded host. Thanks to you, I have reached the maximum level. After completing this task, I can return to the interstellar space to submit a report. Great! What's new in the last level? Sue E was eager to try it out. If she remembered correctly, the system had been stuck at level 99 for a long time. Every time the system upgraded a level, she would be able to gain many new unlocked functions. Let me see, the coverage of the safety zone has been improved, and it can also monitor the vital signs of people holding point cards and locate them in real time. What's wrong? Sue Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. For some unknown reason, this Sue Rance Points card was severely damaged. So, Chapter 99 Lost Contact. Most of the county town has been submerged by floods, and on the road we came from, a border collie was struggling hard in the water with a card in its mouth. Occasionally, the water would wash it away, but it had no intention of giving up and kept struggling forward. The points card that Sue ran through to it was covered with scratches, and even had a corner missing on the other side. Sui put on a raincoat and put several inflatable lifeboats, anchors, life jackets, diving suits, and other rescue equipment in her backpack. She brought everything she could, even a few oxygen cylinders from the hospital. Boss Sue, why are you still going out so late? Sue E nodded. Tell everyone not to go out these few days. There may be flooding outside. Sue Ran is very powerful, and if it weren't for natural disasters, there would be no threat to her. The flood broke out, and it came early. Okay. Wu Jian nodded nervously. Watching Sui go out, she actually wanted to go and help, but she had no experience and not as strong as others, so she would probably just cause trouble. Host, I may not be able to help you with this matter. Saving people may depend on you alone. The power of order maintains all laws related to order in the world, but natural disasters are not within his scope of power. Floods, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, etc. can only provide the host with a safe zone for coexistence. Once out of the safe zone, the host has to rely on itself. Unlike extreme cold, a constant temperature coat is enough. It does have a submarine, but Sue E doesn't know how to drive it. Do you believe me, Tongzi? If I can't do it anymore, you will immediately break free and return to the interstellar space. Host, Sue E really didn't believe it. She had lived through hundreds of time and space, which was longer than 10 old ladies. She had seen everything, and she couldn't handle such a situation. Locate Sue Rant's location for me. Renmin Road, Xianzhang County, has been moving eastward. East? If she remembered correctly, east was the way to the resort. Sui did not drive the lifeboat, but took out an amphibious motorcycle. The water outside the resort was already knee-high. She couldn't drive a submarine, so how could she drive a motorcycle? Sui stepped on the accelerator, and a splash of water rose behind the motorboat. When passing through shallow water, the bottom of the motorboat rubbed against the ground and made a crackling sound. She would not drive like this normally, and it would be strange if there were no sparks. The headlights of the motorboat shone ahead. The further we went, the deeper the water became. Whole tracts of land and roads were submerged in the flood. Chin-san collected all the wooden products, chose suitable lengths, split them into long strips, put them together to make a raft shape, removed the screws on them, and screwed them on both sides to secure them. The resistance on the water was relatively large, so he dismantled an electric fan and installed it at the tail of the raft. He took a piece of wood that was bent 90 degrees and thinned it to make a small mechanism, which he stuck in the middle of the electric fan. In this way, it was like manually turning a mill. By turning one end, the fan would move. He took off the laces from everyone's shoes and then collected things that could be used to tie things up in the county government building and tied them into a long rope. You stay here, I'll go down and take a look. Third brother, I'll go with you. I'm strong and can help you pull it. Chin-san thought about it and agreed. He planned to tie the rope around his body and go into the water to look for someone. The earlier the rescue, the greater the chance of Sue Rant's survival. Host, get on the highway ahead. Sue, he was stunned. High speed? She put away the jet ski and got into a car. There was not much water on the highway, so she could drive faster. She didn't dare drive too fast and looked left and right while driving. The system was still reporting the road to her. She drove about 2 kilometers forward, and a black border collie caught her attention. To the host. Here. Sui looked at the scene in confusion. There was nothing in front of him except a dog. The border collie passed by her and was about to go straight over, but suddenly he smelled something and ran towards her happily. Sui stood there in bewilderment, watching the dog rub against her and bite her trouser leg. Then, she noticed the points card in border collie's mouth. She reached out to take it, and when Bien Mu saw it, he quickly threw the card on the ground, then held her trouser leg in his mouth and walked forward. Sui Ran's card. Sui was overjoyed when he saw this scene. If he hadn't encountered a very strong opponent, there would still be a glimmer of hope for survival. She carried the border collie into the car and drove in the direction the dog was heading. The road was very long, and it took Sui Ran and her friends several days to get out of the county town. Chin San dragged the heavy raft into the water, and he almost fell into the water. Fortunately, the people around him helped him up. 2 of them took 4 pieces of wood to make oars, got on the boat with great effort, and rowed back the way they came. It should be here, right? Chin San recalled that at that time, Sui Ran's fire ability should have covered this area. There were still a few charred lines on the wall that was not submerged by water. What kind of fire is this? It can burn this black. The people around him were also surprised. If Sui Ran were here, she would probably get up and say, "If there wasn't so much water, I could have melted it." Chin San tied a rope they had woven around his body, lowered the anchor, and went into the water. The people next to him pulled the rope nervously. Every few minutes, people on the raft would ask if Chin San was still there. Chin San would splash around in the water to show that he was there. He went down for a long time, and when he came up, he shook his head. "No, let's go down the river and look again. Maybe it has been washed away." Good. As the first search and rescue operation after the flood, the 2 searched extremely seriously, but unfortunately after a long time, they still found nothing. Let's go back first. After this trip, everyone was exhausted. They had to keep the raft steady while staying underwater to prevent being washed away. Chin Sen looked at the rain that was still getting heavier and the water level that was gradually rising and felt helpless. So, what if it's the end of the world? Everyone is dwarfed by natural disasters. With Border Collie leading the way, Sui was much easier to find. When she reached deep water, she changed to a motorboat and put the Border Collie in the middle. The 2 of them rowed together for more than 20 minutes before they arrived at the entrance to the county town. It could no longer be called a county town at this point. Sui looked over there from his motorboat and saw that apart from a few rooftops and some tall towers, everything else had been washed away by the flood. There is also an unfinished building that was the first wave of victims. This building was originally built because the person responsible for selecting materials cut corners, resulting in mistakes and losses. The developer paid compensation and ran away, and the building has been shelved until now. As expected, it was an unfinished building. It collapsed as soon as the flood hit it. Sui got off the motorboat and got on an inflatable lifeboat. Bien Mu dragged the lifeboat in the water and came to a wooden bed floating on the water. Sui Ran was lying on the wooden bed. Her face was pale, her exposed skin was covered with scratches, and she was still unconscious. Chapter 100 Safe and Sound. Sui was shocked for a moment, then came to his senses and looked at the Border Collie. How could such a small thing have so much strength? Sui Ran was lying in the middle of the wooden bed, her chest still rising and falling slightly. She definitely couldn't do it while in a coma. Border Collie climbed onto the wooden bed and kept circling around Sui Ran. Sui looked helpless and took out a rope from the system space. He tied one end to the hook on the edge of the lifeboat and tied the other end into the gap of the wooden board. She actually wanted to move Sui Ran to the lifeboat, but the current was still very fast, and if she made a mistake, both of them would be washed away. There were 2 searchlights on Sui's rescue boat, so she could only paddle slowly forward in the water with Sui Ran. She didn't dare to use too much force, in case the person behind her was not careful and slipped. Border Collie squatted beside the wooden bed and watched over Sui Ran, his dark eyes full of worry. After finally advancing several hundred meters, another wave came towards them. Sui stopped immediately and used the oar in his hand to prop up the wooden bed carrying Sui Ran. Everywhere you look, you see buildings submerged by floodwaters, and there is no place to stay. She looked around and suddenly found a bright light moving not far away. Is there anyone here? System. Can you detect the vital signs of a living person? No, host. I can only find zombies. Sui looked carefully again. The white light seemed to be at a high point. It was too dark around, and the searchlight on the rescue boat could only illuminate a limited distance. There was no choice, but Sui E could only paddle along the road towards that direction. After Chin San brought his men back, he stayed at the window, looking around with a flashlight until two bright and dazzling lights appeared on the water. He was startled and looked carefully. It seemed to be a rescue boat. It's almost a reflex. Boss Sui is here to rescue us. He was 100% sure that it was Sui E. No one could bring out a rescue boat at this time except Sui E. Chin San began to shake the flashlight in his hand frantically, trying to get Sui E's attention. Suddenly, he stopped and took out the lighter from his trouser pocket. He had taken out everything in his pocket when he entered the water. The lighter was still usable without being soaked in water. He lit the remaining wood for the raft and asked them to continue to attract attention. He and the boy who had just gone out to look for Sue went out to greet them. It was not until they went downstairs again that they discovered that the flood had already overflowed the second floor, leaving them with little space. Chin San held a flashlight in his mouth, dragged the raft, sat on it, and paddled hard towards the light. The light not far away suddenly turned into fire, and thick smoke billowed out in the darkness. Sui was sure that there was someone there. The two groups met in the dark, and Chin San almost cried with excitement when he saw Sui. Boss Sui, stop talking and save people first. Only then did everyone see that there was a tattered wooden bed at the back of the rescue boat. Sui Ran was lying on the bed with a dog beside him. With the addition of these two people, the lifeboat was much faster. In addition, Chin San also installed a driving fan at the back, so the distance of several hundred meters was reached in a short while. Lift Sui ran up first. Sui got off the boat in front of the county government building, tied the rope to Chin San's raft, and fixed the other end to the window. She stabilized the raft, and the other two people came down and lifted Sui Ran off the wooden bed and swam towards the window frame. Now the first and second floors of the county government building are all water, and only the third floor is still above water. Sui climbed onto the raft and threw a rope to the fourth floor. The people upstairs took the rope, made a loop, and let it down. Chin San tied Sui Ran to the rope and fixed it, and the others pulled Sui Ran upstairs. To everyone's amusement, the border collie also bit the rope and was brought up with him. The experienced people in the team began to give Sui Ran first aid. Okay, let's go up too. Seeing that everyone had gone up safely, Chin San prepared to climb in through the window himself. Sui was just about to get off the lifeboat when he suddenly heard a sound, and his face changed suddenly. It's the sound of water. Go up quickly. Sui heard the sound getting closer and closer, and she thought to herself, it's too late. She didn't have time to change into a diving suit. She could only put on the oxygen mask as quickly as possible, and then dived into the water with a splash. As Chin San and his companions entered the house, they heard Sui shout, followed by a thud. When they turned around to look, the person was gone. Before the two men could react, a huge wave came towards them, mixed with trees knocked down by the flood, and smashed towards them. Chin San had no time to react and simply pulled the person next to him towards the stairs. Many smaller logs came directly in through the windows and hit them. Chin Sanxiang struggled to climb up the stairs, and when he looked back, the water had already flooded half of the third floor. When people stood on the third floor, the water was just up to their waists. Third brother, Boss Sui. Go up first, Boss Sui will be fine. At this moment, Sui was diving under the water with an oxygen mask on, holding the pillar in front of the gate tightly with both hands. Although she was mentally prepared, when the wave came over, the impact force almost knocked her out, and the oxygen mask almost fell off. Fortunately, she used her elbow to stabilize it. Being underwater is definitely better than being hit above the surface. Not to mention there are so many floating objects on the water surface. Only after the water surface calmed down did Sui slowly float up from the water. The first thing she did when she came up was to take a look. The raft had been damaged and her rescue boat had been punctured and was leaking air. Chin San heard the noise downstairs, poked his head out, and saw that it was her. Boss Sui, I'm glad you're okay. Come up quickly. Sui climbed over the window swiftly, still sighing in her heart that it was a good thing that she had awakened her special powers and her physical fitness had been strengthened. Otherwise, she would not be able to endure this ordeal, as she did not usually exercise. After she went upstairs, the first thing she looked at was Sui Ran. Her chest was still moving very little, and she was still in a coma. Sui checked her physical condition and concluded that it was because she had overdrawn her superpowers. She thought about it and bought a tube of superpower enhancing potion from the system store. Because this thing is extracted from crystal cores, taking it will also have the effect of restoring superpowers. She pinched Sue Ran's face and carefully fed the liquid into her throat bit by bit. She has overdrawn her abilities and can't sustain her mental strength. She just needs a rest for a while. When Shin-san heard this, he thought of the wall of fire that blocked the flood. That scene was magnificent and shocking. He lowered his head in guilt and said embarrassedly, "Fortunately, you are all okay. Otherwise, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life." Chapter 101, Sue Ran wakes up. Shin-san recounted how Sue Ran saved them. Sui chuckled. "It's okay. Even if something happened, it was her own choice. All you have to do is try your best to live, and don't let her do all this in vain." After that, Sui took Sue Ran to another room and changed her into dry clothes. Otherwise, she might have a high fever if she was unconscious like this. "But why are you here?" Sui looked at Shin-san, puzzled. "Aren't we going to move our base? The boss asked us to send some more people over. After all, there are too many people in the base." Having said this, Shin-san paused and his face turned pale. The base is finished." When Sui heard this, he also lowered his head in silence. Far water cannot put out a nearby fire. Even if they want to go over, they can only wait for the rain to stop or get lighter. The wave just now was probably because a reservoir in a nearby county was also flooded, and it is unknown how high the water level will rise. "We'll go out when the rain stops." Shin-san nodded. He couldn't imagine what the base would become. City A might be flooded more slowly, but their bases were all built on the edge of the area. "I'm afraid now." Sui looked at Sue Ran and suddenly thought of something. "Did you see her alone?" Everyone nodded. "That's not right. Their team is walking together. What about the others?" Before she could think more, the building suddenly shook. "Let's go to the top." Sui spoke first. The county town's economy was underdeveloped. The buildings had fallen into disrepair, and the flood was coming so fast that they were likely to collapse. Shin-san carried Sue Ran on his back and led everyone up to the 8th floor. "Go to the rooftop." The roof of the county government building is accessible and is usually used to store miscellaneous items. But the rain outside. Sui took out a raincoat from the system backpack. "Put them all on." In case the building collapses, the roof is undoubtedly the safest place, and it is also convenient for escape at a critical moment. "It's a pity about your rescue boat." Before Shin-san finished speaking, he saw Sui take out 3 more rescue boats and put them on the roof. She also pulled a rope, tied one end to the iron frame on the roof, and threw the rescue boats down. Only one boat was left on the roof. Everyone stared at the rescue boat that had just been taken out with wide eyes. Before they could sigh, Sui took out 4 oxygen masks and handed them to Shin-san. "This stuff is limited, not everyone can have one. Take it and use it at a critical moment." Then she took out the chocolate she brought from the convenience store. After all the hard work, everyone was almost exhausted. Sui shared the food with them. At the critical moment, nothing could replenish their energy better than eating candy. She distributed some more iodine. Shin-san and his companions went down twice, and all had some wounds on their bodies. "This water has a lot of bacteria. You guys take it and disinfect it. I'll go clean it for Sue Ran." Shin-san nodded and took the iodine and cotton swab from her. Looking at the border collie that had been squatting next to Sue Ran, Sui gave it another piece of beef jerky. It was the big contributor in helping him find Sue Ran. The border collie sniffed it, took it aside, and started eating happily. "Host, this dog seems to have mutated." Sui rolled his eyes. "Of course I know. Otherwise, how could it pull the rescue boat? But I still don't understand how it got Sue Ran onto the floating object." The system didn't speak for a long time, and then suddenly said something. "I mean, this dog has superpowers." "Sui, are you sure you're not mistaken? You can't be wrong. If you don't believe me, smell it and see if it smells similar to that high-level zombie." Sui actually got close to the Bien collie and sniffed it. It was raining outside just now, so she didn't really notice it when she touched it. It smelled like the mysterious man behind Song Chindong and Lewis that day. Why is this happening? Is it a zombie dog? It must have eaten the flesh of a zombie or accidentally got infected. That zombie was of a fairly high level, which caused the mutation. Sui suddenly became curious. What kind of supernatural power is it? The system kept the question a secret for once and asked back. "Host, what supernatural power do you think allows him to bring people from the water to floating objects?" Sui looked at the dog and then at Sue Ran. The dog stopped eating and just sat there looking at her. "No way. Is this a dog with spatial abilities?" "Congratulations, you got the answer right." Sui. She suddenly felt that she needed to study how animals awaken their superpowers. But its ability is not the same as that of humans. You have to ask it yourself for details. Oh no, you can't ask it? Then you can experience it yourself. Sui became more and more curious about the dog. She really wanted to know where Su Ran got such a powerful dog from. Su Ran felt a sharp pain in her arm. When she woke up, she saw Sui applying medicine to her. Wow, Sui. Why are you here? Are you also sick? Are we meeting in heaven? Before Sui could say anything, she continued, why is it raining in heaven too? Sui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is not heaven. You won't die. Really? Su Ran's eyes lit up. She wanted to sit up, but found that she had no strength in her body. This time it was not because of the anesthesia, but because she couldn't use any strength. She had no choice but to lie down again. How did you find me? Sui pursed his lips and motioned her to look at the border collie, who was eating happily next to her. Su Ran looked at Bien Mu in disbelief. He brought you here? Sui smiled and nodded. You can take him back to the hotel and keep him there. I guess you won't be able to go back to Beijing for the time being. Yeah, what bad luck. Hey, Mumu and the others. As he spoke, Su Ran struggled to sit up. You lie down first, and we'll go find them when the rain stops. We separated on the Beijing expressway. When we left, I asked them to find a high point. I don't know how they're doing now. Sui thought for a moment and said, the terrain there is very high, so it shouldn't be flooded for the time being. They are very smart. Don't worry. Su Ran nodded, but still looked out the window with a worried look on her face. The rain showed no sign of abating. Sui, do you know when the rain will stop? Her tone was full of worry. I don't know either, but it won't rain until morning. Sui told the truth. The time of this flood outbreak was different from the system's time. Otherwise, she would definitely stop them from leaving. Pei's life has changed because of her arrival. Will this world also deviate from the original timeline because of this? So, will some of the things that were supposed to happen again? Sui treated her wounds and helped her up. The medicine that Su Ran had just taken was also being absorbed slowly. It wouldn't be long before her condition would recover, and her abilities would be greatly improved. Your fire ability is of a very low level. Don't use it like this next time. Sui never thought that she would dare to use her supernatural powers to block the flood in this way. How could she think of such a thing? I have no choice. They can survive if I am sacrificed, and I am fine. Su Ran smiled awkwardly and took a bite of the chocolate Sui gave her. All right, Chapter 102, Saving Others. How is the resort? Is it flooded? No, I told them not to go out recently. It's not safe outside. Su Ran nodded. She suddenly regretted that she was in such a hurry to go back. Otherwise, she wouldn't have encountered such a thing on the way. Boss Su, the rain has stopped. Hey, you're awake. Chin San ran in a panic, saw Su Ran woke up, turned around, and ran outside. Soon a large group of people gathered at the door. Thank you, Miss Su, for saving us. Girl, don't be so reckless. I'm an old man. Some of them even knelt down to Su Ran as they spoke. No, you don't have to be so polite. Su Ran felt a little embarrassed. She had been in the military base for so long, went on many missions and saved many people, but only a few people would say thank you to her. The people in the base all act like, I live here, and you should protect me. It's sometimes very annoying. The rain has stopped. Everyone pack up and get ready to go now. Everyone nodded, and Sui took out 3 rescue boats in total. They got on the rescue boats one by one. Chin Sen made some arrangements, separating the people who needed care, and those who were strong and healthy also got on different rescue boats so as to ensure that everyone could be taken care of. Boss Su, you guys take this. Sui glanced at Su Ran and said, you guys go first. The water is not deep at the hotel. I still need to pick up a few people. Chin San hesitated for a moment. He wanted to go with them, but he had no choice because no one on his side knew the way, and there were few people with special abilities. Then I'll wait for you at the hotel. Be careful. Sui nodded. Su Ran looked back at the border collie and said, why don't you go with them instead of following me? The border collie shook his head and didn't move at all. Su Ran was surprised. Was it a coincidence, or could it really understand what people were saying? A dog's sense of smell is quite keen. Let it help us find the person. As a result, after Sui said this, the dog happily stood up and circled around it. Su Ran, these strange years, even dogs have become spirits. After watching them leave, Sui turned around and looked at Bien Mule. Do you remember the way? Border Collie seemed to think for a moment, then nodded his head. After getting a response, Sui stood up and was about to leave, but Su Ran stopped her. You want to go by yourself? You won't wait for me. You can take a rest here. The water shouldn't rise anymore. No! Sui was determined not to let her go by herself and held her tightly. Sui had no choice but to sit down and wait for her to recover, and he also gave her 2 extra pieces of chocolate. The two waited for a while, and Sui slowly stood up with the help of the window, then moved around. Let's go! Sui took out another rescue boat and gave Sui an oxygen mask in advance, just in case. Border Collie led the way in front, while Sui and the other person sat on both sides rowing the rescue boat. Bien Collie took them to the highway that was previously filled with pet supplies. The truck was still parked there, and there was only a shallow layer of water on the road, up to people's knees. Sui got off the rescue boat and walked over, but the car was already empty. Sui vaguely saw something with the help of the rescue boat's searchlight. She turned the rescue boat and pointed the searchlight into the car. Now Sui could see clearly what was inside the car. I saw someone drawing a tower with a black pen on the right side of the carriage. Sui jumped into the carriage, touched it with his hand, leaned in to smell it, and smiled helplessly. It's eyeliner, these damn girls. Before they set off, she said that every space in the backpack was very valuable because they didn't have space-related abilities, so they shouldn't bring messy things and shouldn't waste points going to the store. That makes sense. Eyeliner is undoubtedly the best waterproof pen. If it had been written with another pen, it would have been washed away by the raindrops. But this tower? Where is it? Sui took a look at it himself and said thoughtfully, "This hexagonal tower does look a bit like a pagoda. As far as I know, there seems to be a temple with a pagoda nearby." Linguang Temple. Their eyes lit up. So you knew that too? Of course. I heard that making wishes at Linguang Temple is very effective. The two reached an agreement, and the Border Collie led the way towards Linguang Temple. The dog is very smart. It knows which direction to go just by sniffing around. Even the rain does not affect its sense of smell. Mumu and the others had already reached the top floor of the pagoda. This place was different from other places, and it took them some effort to get up there. Looking from a high point, she realized that this seemed to be a good place. Originally, it had a sweeping view of the beautiful scenery of villages and towns in Sui E, but now those houses were no longer visible because of the flood. Mumu, do you think Sister Ram will come? Mumu nodded affirmatively. Yes, they left the signal in the carriage so obvious. If Sister Ran couldn't find it, she would be really stupid. But it's strange why you wear eyeliner. Didn't Sister Ran say that she wanted to buy something useful? The one who marked with eyeliner exclaimed, "I thought I could put on some makeup when I get to the base." Others patted her on the back and said, "You are really brave. But without your eyeliner, I'm afraid everyone would have to die here." This is a relatively high location on the map of Sui E. The flooding is not that serious. The water outside has already reached the 3rd floor, but here it is still on the 1.5 floor. From a distance, the girls saw a magnificent rescue boat. Is it Basu? Is it Basu? I bet 100. Cisco, you bid 200. I'll give you 500. There is no need to guess who has the rescue boat at this time. Several people began to shout frantically towards the girls' rescue boat. Sui also noticed this, but fortunately they heard it. The flooding situation in the pagoda was much better than that in the county. Only a few lower floors were flooded. Sui climbed into the tower and climbed up the stairs slowly, holding the railing. Sui took a rope, tied one end to the window frame and the other end to the rescue boat. Sui went upstairs to meet up with his friends, feeling so excited that he could hardly calm down. "Sister Ran, are you okay?" "Sister Ran, I'm so glad you're okay. Hey, why did this dog go with you guys? It helped a lot. Without it, we probably wouldn't have been able to find you." Sui sat down and took out iodine and cotton swabs for the girl next to her, and disinfected and applied medicine to each of them. It had been extremely cold for so long, and who knows what was in the water of these reservoirs. People's garbage, zombies, and mud and sand, any of which would make people want to die. The first time she went into the water, she almost vomited at the smell. At this time, it is most likely to cause bacterial infection. I'm afraid of a rotting corpse, but I'm afraid of something that can still survive in the water. Chapter 103. The Tragedy of the Base. The sky gradually brightened, and the heavy rain gradually turned into a fine drizzle. Sui originally wanted to go to Anji alone. After all, her mission here was to save mankind in the end times, and also give Sui and the others a lifeboat so that they could go back first. But Sui refused to leave and insisted on going with her. There was no other choice. Sui took out raincoats and distributed them to everyone. Everyone got on 2 lifeboats, with Border Collie leading the way. After descending from the pagoda and leaving the temple, she was surrounded by vast expanses of water, which temporarily made her unable to tell the directions. This dog has never been to Anji's base, but for some reason, Sui feels that it can find it. And the system also says that the direction is correct. She looked at the Border Collie swimming in front of her, and became more and more curious about what its special powers were like. Sui E, you said we should give it a name. Sui Ran stuck his head out. The 2 people were not on the same rescue boat, but were connected by a rope. Please sit down first. Since it's following you, you can give it a name. Sui glanced at the little guy leading the way in front and sped up his paddling. The dog swam quite fast. Then, Sui Ran thought for a moment. She had never thought about a pet, let alone named it. Forget it, I don't know how to name it, so I'll just call you Yang Yang. Sui Yi's mouth twitched. Yang Yang? Ban Yang? Are you sure you don't mean anything else? Ban Yang, who was far away in Beijing, sneezed. Beijing was also hit by torrential rains, but Beijing is located inland and there are no rivers with large flows around it. As the capital, the drainage system inside and outside the city is also very complete, which avoids the invasion of floods. Many people in the military base use containers to collect water. There is no other way because the drinkable water in the base is too expensive. This rootless water is slightly cleaner than river water and can barely be drunk. If you have better conditions, you can boil it in a pot. If you don't have a pot or fire, you can only drink it directly. The people in Rong's team had stored a lot of water, and they moved all the containers full of water into the house one by one. Although it was raining, it was not cool outside, but rather felt stuffy. If the temperature continues like this, the base will lose power sooner or later, and at that time, the water will be the only thing that can cool it down. It was raining outside, and he couldn't go out, so he called his brothers to do the renovation and installed insulation boards on the walls. Because of the limited materials, he only installed 1 layer on the 2nd floor, and the rest was installed around. Rowan had a feeling that after the rain stopped, it might not rain again for a long time. Ban Yang sneezed while working. Boss, what do you think is happening in City A? Will it rain so heavily there? Rowan shook his head. I don't know. Boss, you said I kept sneezing. Maybe Ran missed me. Ronan, she might be scolding you. Xiaotsun suddenly wanted to tease him. If it rains so heavily in City A, the Hope Resort might be gone. It would be strange if there is no flood. As soon as Xiaotsun finished speaking, Ronan and Ban Yang paused for a moment. He suddenly felt that the atmosphere was not right, and immediately changed his words. But Boss Sue is so powerful, I guess the flood can't enter the resort. Seeing that their expressions were no longer so ugly, Xiaotsun breathed a sigh of relief. He almost forgot. It took several people most of the day to complete the renovation of the entire villa. Some materials were insufficient, so Ban Yang went home and demolished the wall of his own house. Anyway, if the time comes and it's just like what the boss said, they will have to come and live with the boss. Sui E and the others didn't know how long they had been rowing the rescue boat until they saw a familiar badge floating on the water, and then she suddenly fell silent. Sui Ran curiously reached out and picked up the badge and asked puzzledly, "What is this?" Sui E was silent for a long time, then said, "That is the armband of the Dawn Base Guard." Sui Ran fell silent, staring at the armband in a daze. They should have reached the Dawn Base. This armband was floating alone on the water. One could imagine what its owner had encountered. Sui E called Yang Yang and did not go forward. Instead, he began to search the area to see if there was anyone alive. Unfortunately, all he saw was water. Sui E had been here once before. She remembered that this was an old residential area, very remote, with buildings that were not very tall, but quite large. So she found a tree trunk that was exposed above the water, tied a red rope to it, and searched the surrounding area with the tree trunk as the center. In order to speed up the progress, Sui E and Sui Ran separated their 2 rescue boats, 1 person on each side, and finally returned here to gather. Sui Ran originally wanted to come and join her, but was rejected by Sui E. She felt more at ease knowing that Sui Ran stayed there. After all, his combat power was quite strong. In the end times, it was inevitable to encounter people with bad intentions. What if there were survivors who wanted to steal the rescue boat in order to stay alive? The 2 groups began to act separately. Sui Ran walked around for a few times but didn't get anything, but Sui met a very interesting person. It's a girl. Half of her body was above the water, her arms tightly holding a tree trunk, and the other half of her body was underwater. When Sui E first saw her, he thought she was dead because she had tied her hands to the tree trunk. As a result, as soon as I got close to the girl, I woke up when I heard the sound. You? Save me. Sui E laughed, stepped forward to help people untie the rope, then grabbed the girl and pulled her onto the rescue boat. The girl's lower body had been soaked in water for a long time and was a little swollen. She had lost consciousness. Why are you tied to a tree trunk? The girl burst into tears upon hearing this and said, I originally had a piece of wood, but someone stole it from me. He tied me to a tree and said that a piece of wood couldn't bear the weight of 2 people, so he ran away. Sui didn't know what to say after hearing this. There was nothing he could do. A society without order and laws was no different from the law of the jungle in the animal world. Is there anyone still alive? The girl nodded. There should be some left. The boss and the others are not here. Brother Hui has the final say. When he saw that it was raining too hard, he asked us to chop up all the wooden objects. There should be some survivors. Sui continued to ask. Then do you know where they all went? The girl thought for a moment and said, they only have enough wood to make 2 rafts. They must have gone to the city. There are no tall buildings nearby. 2 rafts. With so many people in your base, can 2 rafts accommodate them? The girl was silent for a moment and said, Brother Hui asked the surviving elderly, women, and children to board the raft, but some people were unwilling to do so. Brother Hui fought with those people in order to get them to leave. I volunteered to get on the raft, but I didn't expect that the planks were also snatched away by those people. Chapter 104, Mutated Crocodile. Then it kept raining, and the water level rose again, flooding the only place where we could stand. Sui looked around. The turbid water made it impossible to see what was underwater. On the other side, after Sui Ran had gone around for most of the circle, the 2 met halfway. They found nothing here, except for the sticking out branches or the metals floating on the water. Sui observed and found that the water had a flow direction. Let's go in the direction of the water flow. Perhaps some people are floating on the water, following the water flow to other places. They did not row the rescue boat again, but let it float on the water. We were gradually getting closer to the city, and gradually, there were more buildings on the water, but there was still no sign of survivors. 1 kilometer away, there seemed to be a large factory with several tanks as high as 4 stories. I didn't know what was inside. There were 2 people on the top of the jar. One of them was unconscious with blood on his forehead. The other one was supporting him with a worried look on his face. The man shouted happily when he saw the rescue boat coming in the distance, but when he opened his mouth, only 2 hoarse shouts came out. He had no choice but to stand up and wave his hands desperately. When Sui saw them, he thought finally he had met some living people, so he quickly took action and rowed the rescue boat towards them. I don't know how these 2 people got here. When the man saw Sui and the others coming, he showed a hint of joy, then suddenly remembered something. He waved his hands with horror on his face and kept pointing underwater. Sui was stunned for a moment, then quickly called out, Yang Yang, come up. The dog reacted quickly and swam back immediately. Sui's feeling of uneasiness became stronger and stronger. Even Sui Ran felt the danger, but it was too late. A huge crocodile suddenly jumped out of the water. The sudden waves lifted the dog into the air, and then it bit the border collie. Yang Yang, Sui Ran shouted anxiously, but she couldn't do anything. Her any movement might implicate the people on the boat, because the crocodile was so big. The part of it that emerged from the water was 3 meters long, and that was only half of its body. Just when the crocodile was about to bite the border collie, the dog suddenly disappeared in midair. Everyone was stunned. Only Sui knew that it was because it sensed the danger and used its special power to drill into the space. Sui Ran looked at Yang Yang in shock as he disappeared out of thin air and was speechless for a long time. The crocodile lost its prey and was a little dazed. Its huge body hit the water, creating a huge wave. Sui Ran and the others quickly turned sideways and used their raincoats to block the impact. After this, no one dared to move, fearing that the crocodile would suddenly come out and bite them. Although crocodiles look clumsy, they have extremely sensitive hearing and vision, and their limbs are very flexible. Besides, no one knew what the crocodile was like, so everyone was afraid of attracting it. But in fact, the crocodile had already noticed them when they came over. The man on the jar was as anxious as an ant on hot pot because he couldn't speak and couldn't tell them what was happening around there. Sui had never seen such a big crocodile. She guessed that the animal must have mutated, and the crocodile's hunting movements were a bit strange. According to her understanding, if a crocodile finds prey on the water surface, it will quietly dive to the bottom of the water, then swim under the prey and drag it into the water and drown it. The girl in Sue Rand's team who had been to City A for a self-driving tour said in a low voice. It seems to have escaped from the zoo in City A. Although the girl's voice was not loud, Sue E, Sue Rand, and the others heard it clearly. How do you know? I seem to remember it. It has incomplete teeth. Zoo staff often abuse animals. They all have some wounds on their bodies. When it opened its mouth, just now, I found that the middle teeth in its mouth were gone. Sui felt a chill in his heart. But how did it grow so big? Because of the zombie virus, many animals have mutated. The next second, the space twisted, and Yang, who had just disappeared, sat down on Su Yi's rescue boat, staring blankly at the front with his big eyes. Sui found the dog's frightened look a little funny. The dog must be thinking, why do others' mutations become bigger, but mine is only this small? Sui thought about it and asked the system silently in his heart. Tongzi, is there any way to get him to leave here? Sui didn't want to kill for no reason. Crocodiles are advanced reptiles that breathe with lungs like them. They're just following their survival instincts. The blue planet is so big that it shouldn't belong to humans alone. The system seemed to understand Su Yi's feelings, and after a moment of silence, it spoke. Does the host want to communicate with it? Su Yi was surprised. We can still communicate? Kanda. How to do it? The system opened the eye of analysis, and the scene in front of Su Yi turned white. When she looked at the water again, she could already see the objects floating in the water, the mayfly creatures at the bottom of the water, and the huge crocodile. It seemed confused about the food that had just disappeared. It was circling underwater and kept looking at the rescue boat on the water. The system put a piece of meat in Su Yi's system backpack. Host, throw this down. Su Yi received the order and took out the piece of disgusting-looking meat. In order to prevent the big guy from jumping out of the water again, she threw it a little farther away. Underwater, the crocodile smelled the food and swam over immediately, circled around the piece of meat, then sniffed it again before eating it with confidence. Sui felt horrified when he saw this scene from above. The huge creature was at least 5 meters long, but it seemed to be swimming very flexibly in the water, and it didn't even touch the many buildings around it. Host, now you have established contact and can communicate. Sui. This? How should she start? She has never greeted the animals. Before she could say anything, the crocodile spoke first. Human, why did you give me food? How does this make her say, I don't want you to eat me, so I feed you? Hello. Humph, you despicable and cunning humans finally got your comeuppance. What retribution? Sui was confused by what it said. You lock us in cages and display us like commodities. If we don't obey, we will be beaten. We live well in the wild, but you capture us and force us to follow human rules. Why do you do that? But this won't happen again. I saw it with my own eyes that day. You humans started killing each other and biting each other. The zoo was full of corpses. All those who beat us were dead. Chapter 105, Natural Land. Sui was silent for a moment, then spoke. Mr. Crocodile, first of all, I apologize for everything you've experienced, but this has nothing to do with us, right? The person who hurt you has already suffered retribution. The crocodile thought about it, then suddenly swam upwards and floated to the surface. Its pair of crocodile eyes scanned the crowd and finally stopped on Sui. Sui did not retreat at all and just looked at him quietly. But you humans are cunning after all. You humans are dying, and you still have time to kill each other. Do you see those 2 people over there? They were beaten up by a group of people just to save a group of women and children who have no fighting ability. In our animal world, it is well known that mother animals and their cubs are eaten first. He suddenly felt a little guilty about what he said. That's just some individual human beings. I hope Mr. Crocodile won't be prejudiced against humans. Sui pointedly looked at the 2 people on the jar and said, I want to make a deal with Mr. Crocodile. The crocodile suddenly moved forward and swam a little closer. What kind of deal do you want to make with me? Let you go. To be precise, it's not a deal, it's a threat. You think humans are cunning, but there's also an adjective between humans called crocodile tears. I'm talking to you here only because I don't want to kill people at will. In this environment, your food supply must be limited. I can provide you with a living environment and food as a thank you for sparing my 2 companions. At this point, Sui clearly felt that its mood had changed. As expected, after the animals mutated, they would develop consciousness, be able to think, and make judgments. She had guessed correctly. If such a huge monster wanted to eat these people here, they would have no chance of fighting back. However, the crocodile had intelligence and emotions, and animals could also feel human emotions. It would only bite those extremely vicious people. To save Blue Star, the existence of Blue Star cannot be separated from any link in the ecological chain, which is why she wants to keep the crocodile. Sui also asked the system. The system could build a natural area outside the resort, just like a primeval forest. The natural area is the habitat of all animals in the ecological chain. Without her permission, these animals cannot come to the human world. Similarly, humans cannot destroy any link among them. Moreover, there is no need to spend points because this is already part of the Blue Star. You can build your own home there. No one will disturb you, and you will not come into the human world. The crocodile was silent for a long time, and finally said, "How can I believe you? You have no reason not to believe me, because you can't beat me." Crocodile? Nonsense. Her power of order cannot make the flood recede, but it is easy to tame a crocodile. Crocodile? Okay, I promise. It could sense that the person in front of it had no ill intentions, regardless of whether what she said was true or not. "Come over here and let me touch you. Then I'll believe you." Crocodile? I didn't even doubt you. Why do you doubt me? The crocodile had no choice but to swim forward for some distance. Its sudden movement scared everyone. Sui Ran was on high alert, trying to figure out whether his special ability could roast it instantly. "Sui E, be careful." Sui waved her hand to signal everyone to rest assured, then walked forward happily. She had never touched a crocodile before. But this crocodile is really big. Its head is almost as big as its rescue boat. The crocodile moved forward and stretched out its head in front of Sui E. Sui E happily took the opportunity, touched it on the head, and patted it twice. Everyone was shocked. Especially the man on the jar was already dumbfounded. He had seen this giant eating so many people just a second ago, but now it was like a dog. Sui thought about it and felt that there seemed to be no need for a rescue boat with such a big guy. She looked back at everyone's terrified faces and decided to just ride it herself. "Sui Ran, you pull the rescue boat over there to pick them up, and I'll ride it." You want to ride a crocodile?" "You." Sui Ran pointed at the huge creature, stammering and unable to speak. "It's okay, don't worry." The crocodile obediently turned around, exposing its back, and Sui flipped off the rescue boat and landed on its back. "Mr. Crocodile, do you know where there are still living people?" "It seems that only the women and children they sent away are left. I ate the others." It says it with confidence. "Then take us to look for it." Sui Ran met two people, and the unconscious one was Lu Hui. His forehead was very hot, and he had a high fever. Sui threw some medicine to her, and Sui Ran handed it to the person next to him. The man bandaged him skillfully and applied medicine. A crocodile was leading the way with a little girl sitting on its back, and two rescue boats were following behind. This scene looked strange no matter how you looked at it. Sui was deeply touched when he sat on the crocodile's back. This big guy was really stable. "Hey, human, what does this natural place look like?" Sui thought for a moment and replied, "To be honest, I haven't been there yet. But it should be a very suitable place for you to survive. You should be able to feel that your body is different from before, and this world is also different from before. Well, there are a lot of guys like me in the zoo." Sui captured the key point of its words. "A lot of the buffaloes next door to me, and the tigers, lions, hyenas, and etc. have all changed a lot, but only mine has an open-air yard, and they all have glass houses, so I ran away." Hyena? The wild animal that Sui hates the most. Because the habits of this animal are really disgusting. Other animals hunt by attacking the prey's weaknesses and then biting it to death before eating. But hyenas start eating the prey while it is still alive, as if they have never eaten before. Are they still alive? I don't know either. I've been out for a long time. The man and the beast walk forward while chatting. The crocodile seems to have a good memory. It remembers when to turn and when to go straight along the way. "Mr. Crocodile, how come you remember it so clearly?" The crocodile didn't know what was wrong and ignored her. Lu Hui, who was unconscious at the back, woke up after Sui Ran gave him some water. He was shocked to see the crocodile carrying Sui in front of him. He only came to his senses after the people next to him explained it to him. Sui Ran asked him to have a good rest first. Lu Hui nodded, took antipyretic and anti-inflammatory drugs, and fell asleep again. Almost there, the crocodile suddenly said something, and Sui looked around, and indeed found a building exposed above the water, with a few human figures vaguely visible in the windows. Chapter 106, Desolate Land. There are quite a lot of people here, and there are not only women and children mentioned before, but also many young men. "Someone is coming. They have a rescue boat. Please save us. We are here." "Hey, Isn't that Boss Sue? What the hell? What is she riding? The survivors gathered around the window, but they were too far away to see clearly. When Sui got closer, they saw a huge crocodile head floating on the water under her, and 2 rescue boats following behind her. Boss Sue just stood on the crocodile's back. Fuck, I'm blind. Is this crocodile the same one that ate people before? Boss Sue is awesome. Boss Sue, please save me. Sui asked Sue Ran to pull the rescue boat over. But who would have thought that as soon as Sue Ran came over, the survivors rushed to climb out of the window. I saw Boss Sue first. I'll go first. Don't push. I'll go first since I'm standing here. Me first. Sue E was given a headache by their noise. She took a look at the group of people. There were men and women, children, old people, and even a pregnant woman. Stop making noise. If you make noise again, don't leave, Sue E said coldly. When the crowd heard this, they stopped crowding, but still pressed forward and refused to move. I'll call people, and those who haven't been called will line up. Although the few people squeezed in the front were dissatisfied, they did not dare to say anything. Sui pointed at the pregnant woman first. The pregnant one, you go first. The pregnant woman was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. She didn't dare to squeeze with everyone because of the baby in her belly, but she didn't expect Sui to call her first. Everyone reluctantly made way. Sui helped the pregnant woman climb over the window and let her stand on the crocodile's back. Sue Ran steadied the rescue boat and allowed the pregnant woman to carefully get on the rescue boat and sit down with the little girl who was rescued at the beginning and Lu Hui. The pregnant woman saw Lu Hui's face clearly and said excitedly, "It's Captain Lu. Captain Lu is still alive." Next, Sui looked around and finally fixed his eyes on a little boy of 8 or 9 years old in a corner. "That kid, come here." The little boy was stunned for a moment and pointed at himself and asked, "Me?" Sui nodded, but he didn't move. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "I'm not going to go. Can I let my sister go first?" The little boy glanced to the side, and the crowd made way for him. Sui then saw that there was an unconscious little girl next to him, who seemed to be a few years younger than him. "You guys come together. Anyway, she has a lot of rescue boats and can take all these people away." But others obviously don't think so. All they saw were 2 rescue boats, each of which could only accommodate about 10 people. Sue Ran and her group occupied one, and now there were only a few spaces left on this boat. Just as the little boy handed his sister to Sui E and was about to turn over, a man suddenly went berserk. "If you don't let me go, then no one else can leave." After saying that, he pushed the little boy, then pulled out a dagger from behind and threw it at the rescue boat. The rescue boat itself is made of rubber. If it is pierced by sharp objects, it will leak and become unusable. Sue Ran quickly blocked the dagger with her quick eyes and hands. The dagger cut her skin, then turned around and fell into the water. Sui also reached out to catch the little boy and put the 2 siblings on the rescue boat. Looking at the wound on Sue Ran's hand, Sui's face turned completely cold. "I don't know if others can leave, but you definitely can't leave. Why don't you let me go? What can you do to me if I don't take your rescue boat?" "Huh. I've been fed up with you for a long time." "That's right. At worst, we won't sit here. Can you still kill people?" Among the survivors, several men agreed with him. They had made a plan anyway. At this time, the girl who was rescued by Sui E at the beginning said, "Boss Sue." They were the ones who grabbed the seat. "That person grabbed my board and left by himself." As she spoke, the girl spat at him. "Boss scum. What did you say, bitch? How dare you scold me?" "I'm scolding you. You can't beat Brother Hui and you can't steal their rafts, so you pick on the easy-to-buy ones, right?" "Pa, say that again." "Shut up, everyone." Sui E shouted loudly. "The rest of you line up and come up one by one." As she spoke, she took out 2 more rescue boats. She roughly counted the number of survivors in the building, and there were about 20 people, so these rescue boats were enough. When the survivors saw this scene, they immediately had no objections. They lined up obediently in front of the window and got on the rescue boat one by one. Those troublemakers were dumbfounded. They thought there were only a few rescue boats, but they didn't expect Sui E to take out 2 more like a magic trick. They tried to blend into the team several times, but were glared at and pushed out. "Boss Sui, you can't just stand by and watch someone die, Boss Sue. We were just confused for a moment." Sui was annoyed by the noise and simply asked them to shut up. Several people were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, but they couldn't make any sound. The survivors boarded the rescue boat in an orderly manner. Sui E asked Sue Ran to send them to the resort. Sue Ran agreed, glanced at Sui E, who was riding on the crocodile and had no intention of leaving, then looked at the men who remained in the building. A trace of sympathy appeared on his face. After the others left, Sui Ran looked at the men and then at the crocodile. The water level will not rise and will recede soon. By then, these people will still be alive and well. If we leave them here alone, they will just starve for a few days at most. Send them to. Sui looked at the holographic projection in front of him. With the upgrade of the system, more functions were added and more locations could be teleported. The crocodile under her feet suddenly said, "Can't you give me some to eat?" Sui glared at it fiercely. "Eat your ass. Crocodile, send it to the deserted land." As soon as the words fell, the men in the building disappeared instantly. The Badlands is a lifeless desert where there are no plants or animals. When people get there, they will see a mirage. When they move towards a mirage, they will find it is fake when they get there. At this time, they will see a new mirage. He would remain in this cycle, constantly hoping, disappointed, and finally dying of exhaustion. Before he dies, all his illusions will disappear, and he will see that he is still in the desert, without any hope. When Sui saw this introduction, she thought it was so vicious and she liked it so much. After solving the problems of several people, it was time to go back to the hotel. The crocodile carried her on its back and swam slowly in the direction she directed. Chapter 107, Returning Home. Hope Resort. The surrounding flood has gradually been absorbed by the protective cover. Many people got up early to witness it all. Fortunately, they were in the resort, otherwise they would have died in the flood. And Ji and his friends had originally planned to go back, but when they saw the scene outside, they began to worry. He notified Qin San to bring the second group of people to the resort early in the morning, but they have not arrived yet. He went to see Boss Sui, and Wu Jia said that Sui had already gone out. Just when he was worried, he heard the hustle and bustle downstairs and went downstairs excitedly to take a look. Brother, Qin San was very happy to see Ji, feeling a sense of joy at surviving a calamity. It's good as long as it's safe. It's good as long as it's safe. And Ji looked at the people behind him. Most of them were familiar faces in the base. They were all there as he had arranged, not a single one missing. Brother, this time, it's all thanks to Sister Sui Ran and Boss Sui. Otherwise, we would have died there. Qin San we still feels scared when he thinks of that thrilling scene. We will thank them properly when they come back. Qin San nodded, then thought of something and looked suddenly lonely. Brother, the people in the base. And Ji shook his head. Forget it, everyone has their own destiny. Qin San's eyes were red. I don't know if Wheezy can survive. And Ji felt very uncomfortable, but he just patted Qin San on the shoulder and said, Go and rest first. I'll take you to the Hope Hotel. Okay. Qin San nodded. And Ji took them to the Hope Inn next to the hotel. The receptionist of the hotel was a young girl newly hired by Sui. She was very efficient and learned things quickly. This place was newly built by Boss Sui, and the prices and room rates are lower than those of the hotel. After saying that, he turned back and reminded everyone, Don't cause trouble while you're here, or you'll be kicked out of the hotel, and I won't be able to control you. Everyone nodded like chicks pecking at rice. The girl at the front desk began to check everyone in efficiently. Sui set up a loan office next to the sales office similar to a bank. If you don't have enough points, you can apply for a loan on the machine and repay it in 3 months. You can apply for a maximum of 1,000 points. If you can't pay it back within 3 months, she won't urge you to pay it back, but will directly blacklist you and send you to various partitions of the system to die. People in the resort can also borrow points from each other, and they also have to notarize it on the machine. They can borrow as much as they want and repay as late as they want. If they fail to repay the money, they will be handled according to the loan rules. In addition, the hotel will not protect any loans that do not go through the notarization process. Qin San was shocked when he heard Ji talking about the many new rules of the hotel. This place was becoming more and more like the society people lived in before. Although there are many rules, these rules are meant to restrain those with bad intentions. Qin San nodded. Indeed, if Boss Sui did not have such terrifying strength and swift and decisive methods, in such an environment, such a magical hotel would probably have become the target of competition for many people. Brother, the flood outside is not so serious now. I want to go back to the base to take a look. Although it has stopped raining, it will take at least several weeks for the flood to recede. Even if those people still have a glimmer of hope, they will starve to death after not eating or drinking for so long. And Ji was somewhat moved when he heard his words. After all, those were his companions whom he had been with for a long time. You take a rest first and adjust your body. Then we'll go to the department store to buy some preparations and go together. Good. Things don't always go as planned. Before Chin-san and his men set off, Sui came back with his men. The crocodile swam very fast, and Sui caught up with a large group in almost an instant. In the road sections near the resort, the water has been almost completely absorbed by the protective cover, and there is no need to use rescue boats anymore. Sui put away the rescue boat and led everyone on foot. Although there was no water, the things under the water were revealed. Some carcasses of fish and shrimps, as well as some broken limbs, were deformed after being soaked in water for a long time. They also emitted an unpleasant smell, and the whole road was stinking. System, can this be cleaned up? This place was a bit close to the resort, and she didn't want to be surrounded by a foul smell every time she went out. Host, the system cannot automatically clean up places outside the area. You can find someone to help you. Sui E. How to do this? Forget it. There is nothing that points cannot do. If there is, then give more points. They returned to the resort. Sui ran and his friends skillfully used their cards to renew their room, then went back to the 10th floor to rest. The others agreed to take them to the Hope Inn. It's a little cheaper to stay here. You can go to the front desk to apply for a card now. Everyone looked at each other. One of the women said, "Well, Boss Sui, we don't have anything to exchange, can we?" Sui looked at her and said calmly, "No." The woman was interrupted before she could finish her words and was feeling a bit awkward at the moment, but several older ladies behind her couldn't help themselves. "We are old. How can we get you a crystal core?" "That's right. We're all inside. Can't you waive the rent for us for a few days?" Sui laughed out of anger again. She finally understood why Ng arranged these people at the end instead of sending them here first. Otherwise, Sui will definitely drive them out. Hui had been taken to the hospital for examination by the person next to him. If he knew that he had sacrificed his life to save such a group of people, he would probably be so angry that he died on the spot. Let me say it one last time. You can't live without a crystal core. If you really don't have one, just go to the loan hall at the back to apply for a loan. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If someone wants to borrow a loan and become a deadbeat, then I can send you directly to the underworld. A few ants were not afraid at all and shouted, "We are so old, and you actually let us borrow money and repay the loan? How come you, little girl, are so cruel? Can't you just waive the rent? How can we kill zombies when there are so many old people and children? More than this, just sit on the ground and start fooling around. I don't care that we've all come in. You cannot give us a place to stay. You." Sui stretched out his hand and pinched the cheating person in the air. The man suddenly felt as if his neck was strangled, and he couldn't make any sound. Sui exerted a little force and broke the man's neck out of thin air. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Help! Someone's killing someone! Help! Boss Sui has killed someone!" Sui was very annoyed. When she was over there, these people's noise had already given her a headache. Now that she was back at the hotel, she just wanted to take a shower and have a good rest, but who knew that these people would start making noise again? "Shut up! If you keep arguing, I'll kill you all." The man was not afraid and continued to shout. "She is still threatening people. How can you be so cruel, little girl, to kill people so casually? You!" Sui did not hesitate this time. He pinched her hard, and the person immediately fell to the ground in silence. The entire lobby of Hope Hotel suddenly fell silent. Anyone else want to talk nonsense? Sui hadn't slept all night, and her eyes were bloodshot. She stared at the others. Chapter 108 Cleaning. The hall was eerily quiet. Let them check in. If they don't want to stay, get out. Chin-san had just come out of the shower when he heard Sui's voice in the hotel lobby. He suspected that he had heard it wrong and came out to take a look out of curiosity. "Boss Sui, you guys are back so soon." Sui said nothing. When the people in the hall saw Chin-san, they felt like they had grabbed a life-saving straw, but Sui had just killed 2 people without mercy, so no one dared to attack Sui again. Someone who was unwilling to give up came forward and pulled Chin-san, whispering, "Xiao-san, can you help us negotiate with Boss Sui? Or can you lend us hotel points?" "We don't have hotel points." Chin-san had a bewildered look on his face. He looked at the people checking in at the lobby. There were a few people surrounding him, while the others had gone to the front desk to line up. There were 2 bodies on the ground. Holy shit, aren't these the people left behind by the base? How did they get here? Chin-san smiled embarrassedly and pushed her away without leaving a trace. "Annie, I don't have many points on me. If you need it, I can go and ask the boss for you." The ant curled her lips, feeling annoyed, and stood aside. Chin-san looked at Sui cautiously. She didn't look very good at the moment. He looked at the corpse on the ground again, guessing that these people must have said something. He hesitated for a moment, and then walked forward and patted Sui E on the shoulder. Sui E turned around and looked at him with bloodshot eyes. San was startled. "Boss Sui, please go back and rest first." Sui E didn't move, but just looked at the corpse on the ground again. Although San was confused, he still smiled bitterly and said, "We'll clean it up later." "Can't she just make the corpse disappear in a flash?" Sui E finally nodded and walked out of the Hope Hotel. She did it on purpose. These people didn't learn their lesson. Collecting the bodies would teach them a lesson. San ignored the people in the lobby and found Ng. He told them about how Sui E had rescued the people in the base and repeated what had just happened in the hall. Ng sighed and shook his head. "There's nothing we can do. These people are just like that. Go find a few people to throw the bodies away later." Throw it outside? What else can we do? But on the road outside, San remembered the stench along the way when he came back, which was indescribable. "Oh, right, let's put it this way, don't they want points? Those who want points have to work, let them clean, and I can give them the points." Cleaning? San's mind flashed through the broken arms and legs and the rotten fish and shrimp on the road. "Let's go to the department store and buy the necessary tools and clean up the 2 bodies as well." And handed San a points card, which was his own card. "Take care of the future on your own. Don't come to me. I'm going on vacation." He was really tired. He had instructed these people so many times, but in the end, others saved you, and you still came here to make a scene and cause hatred. After Ng finished speaking, he lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. Whether or not you should say it, it still has to be you. Okay. San went to the department store and bought rain boots, disinfectant, air freshener, a broom, and several iron basins with a diameter of 50 centimeters for incinerating garbage. He took these things and found several people waiting in the lobby, 2 men, 1 woman, and 4 older-looking people. Everyone who had queued up to check in had gone back to their rooms, and the 2 bodies were still lying in the middle, unattended. The aunt who had spoken to San at the beginning came to greet him immediately when she saw him coming back. "San, how are you? What did Brotherin say?" San threw the things away in annoyance and said, "Clean up the bodies here and the roads outside, and the boss will give you points, and you don't have to pay it back." Several people looked at each other and remembered how they had just walked back, feeling very dissatisfied. "Why would Brotherin ask us to work? You must be mistaken. If you don't want to lend it, just say you won't lend it. Why are you making so many excuses? Yes, everyone knows that Brotherin is the best. You must have embezzled the money." San took a deep breath, too lazy to pay attention to them, threw all his things on the ground, said, "You can stay here if you want," and left. The remaining few people lingered in the hall for a long time, and finally picked up the cleaning tools, carried the body outside, and started to clean up. As soon as they came out of the protective shield, they smelled the stench on the street. What's even more interesting is that San didn't prepare masks for them. He didn't do it on purpose, he really forgot. While pinching his nose, he used a broom to clean the road section in front of the door and swept all the garbage out. When there was too much garbage, he put it in an iron basin and burned it. By the time they finished their work, it was already late at night, and several of them had a slight odor on their bodies. They returned to the Hope Hotel, but everyone had gone to bed by then, and they didn't know San and Ng's room numbers. The front desk had also changed, and the woman said she had no idea what they were talking about, saying they would give points for cleaning and that they would have to ask Boss Sui tomorrow before they could give them a room. There was no other way, so several people crowded in the hall and spent the night. Sui slept for an extra long time. She also had a dream. In the dream, after completing the mission, she successfully returned to the time when she was 16 years old and entered the college entrance examination with the memories of her previous life. Her parents were very happy to see her results and wanted her to apply for the university of her choice. Sui decisively refused for the first time and filled in the university and major she liked. After graduating from college, she did not follow her parents' arrangements to go on a blind date. Instead, she continued to attend school and took the postgraduate entrance examination. She moved to a city far away from home and rarely went home during the Chinese New Year. Her parents had not seen each other for several years, so they gave up the idea of urging marriage and only looked forward to the return of their daughter. After graduating from graduate school, she found her favorite job and entered the workplace. At the age of 30, she was tired of the intrigues in the workplace, so she quit her job and headed to the Northwest to start her life as a traveler. In the dream, Sui took a quick look at his wonderful life. When she woke up, it still felt a little unreal. She didn't react until the system sounded a reminder. Well, the mission isn't over yet. Sui got up and packed up, ready to find a few people to clean up the road in front of the resort. When she passed by the window, she was stunned. Her floor was on the top floor, and the large balcony in the living room offered a full view of the resort's main entrance. The road in front of the door was clean, completely different from when I saw it yesterday. Tongzi, what's going on? Tongzi, ahem, host, why don't you go downstairs and take a look yourself? Sui was puzzled. Why? Can't you monitor everything? Host, this system has decided that in the future, you should handle such small matters by yourself and not rely on the system. Sui E, you mean I'm lazy, right? Chapter 109, Live for Yourself. And Ji came out early in the morning and prepared to go to the hospital to see Lu Hui. At the door of the hotel lobby, he was stopped by several smelly people. He subconsciously covered his nose and took a few steps back, only to find that this was not someone from their base. And Ji suddenly remembered what Qin Sanlai had told him yesterday. Brother, and we have finished cleaning, and these points. Okay. Just keep talking and don't move forward. And Ji first went to take a look at the door and found that it was indeed much cleaner. Then he took out a few crystal cores from his pocket and distributed them to several people. There were 7 people in total, and each person had 2 first-level crystal cores, which was enough for them to stay in the hotel for a few days. That's all. We swept the entire road. Is 200 points per person not enough? How many points do you get if 2 people share the same room in a hotel? And Ji rolled his eyes. He wondered if he had been too easy to talk to before, which gave these people a wrong impression. But how long can this be used for? What if we don't have any points by then? Yeah, you can't just ignore us, right? And Ji was so angry that he laughed. You are my mother? Why should I control you all the time? Do I have to support you for the rest of your life? What about your face? That's all you have. You can choose whether you want it or not. If you don't have points to use, then die. The sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn. This was the first time Anji spoke to someone at the base in this tone. In the past, he always had a very steady image and had never lost his temper. No matter what the people in the base did, he just thought that they had stayed in the apocalypse for too long and would inevitably be affected. Now he found that this was not the case. Just before the flood, an incident happened. An old lady tried to snatch water from a 3-year-old girl. Her mother found out and started fighting with the old lady. They were finally pulled apart by the old lady's son. Her son was a sensible man and returned the water to the little girl, but this incident made the old man hold a grudge against him. She took advantage of the adults being out and threw the little girl into the river and drowned her. After being found, she kept saying that a little girl was a loss of money. So how could she share the supplies with her? After Anji learned about this, he was silent for a long time. It was also the first time he realized that some people's badness is deeply rooted, and those habits and customs cannot be easily changed. In the end, the little girl's mother dragged the old woman to death together. It was this incident that made him divide the people in the base into 3 groups. The last group of people who stayed in the base were the ones who were the most troublesome and difficult to deal with. So when Qin San proposed to rescue them, and Ji did not agree immediately. Out of his selfish desire, he wanted these people to just die outside so that they would not be implicated and would not come to the resort to cause trouble. Unexpectedly, these people were brought back by Boss Su, and Lu Hui was even injured while trying to save them. But they didn't feel any guilt, and no one even suggested going to the hospital to check on the injured. For the first time, Anji felt annoyed with these people from the bottom of his heart. The 7 people holding the crystal core were visibly stunned for a moment, apparently frightened by his tone. And Ji didn't care about them anymore, and just turned around and left. They had no choice but to check in at Hope Hotel. A double room in the hotel only cost 15 points per person, which was the best deal here. Although several people were very dissatisfied, they still booked a room. However, there were 7 of them, 2 in a room, so it was certain that 3 of them would want to stay in a triple room that cost 50 points per night. I'm not going. Why would I want to stay in a triple room? It's a few points more expensive than a double room. But it's inconvenient for us, men and women. That's your business. None of my business. It's just right for the 4 of us who are older to stay in a double room. 2 men and 1 woman couldn't compete with them. But the girl doesn't want to live with 2 boys. The girl rolled her eyes and came to the front desk. Hello, I would like to know what kind of rooms are available at the Hope Hotel next door. The girl at the front desk said politely. The hotel has single rooms, double rooms, family rooms, suites, etc. You need to ask the front desk at the hotel for details. Then do you know how many points a family room costs? The girl thought for a moment and said, I don't really understand this. I remember that the points were no more than 100, and only the suites were the most expensive. Okay, thanks. She turned to the 2 boys and said, let's go to the family room. I heard someone say before that hotels all have private rooms. The two boys nodded in agreement. So they came to the hotel front desk again. I'm sorry, the hotel only has double rooms and suites now. The girl looked around the interior of the hotel. The lobby here was much larger than that of a hotel. How about we just live in a suite? We have 600 points in total anyway, so let's go find some building materials in the next few days. The two boys thought it made sense and nodded. Then we want a suite. Chui Lin nodded. According to hotel regulations, we have to remind guests that the suite is on the 10th floor. There is a household with 2 zombies living on the 10th floor. If you have no problem with this, I will process it for you. 3 people. Zombies? Are you kidding? The girl looked at the 2 men and said, why don't we stay in a hotel? I think a hotel is fine. It's too late to care about the difference between men and women. Yeah, I think so too. Then let's go. We should stay in a hotel. Chui Lin rolled her eyes secretly. What's wrong with zombies? Even if her brother turns into a zombie, he's still much more handsome than those 2 men. Lu Hui has recovered a lot. The wound on his forehead is wrapped with gauze. He is leaning against the head of the bed drinking porridge. He has been hungry for several days and cannot eat anything too spicy for the time being. Anji told him what happened at the resort and blamed him for taking care of himself. After listening to this, Lu Hui said, Boss, this is not something you would say. And Ji sighed. I suddenly came to my senses and want to think more about myself. Boss, no matter what others do, we just need to do our best. Don't worry about him. Lu Hui patted his shoulder. Anji nodded, indeed. Are you okay? It's okay, just a minor injury. Those people don't have special abilities. Lu Hui smiled, then frowned again. But that crocodile, and was stunned. What crocodile? Lu Hui scratched his head. There was a big crocodile that helped us. Those people were basically... Oh, by the way, Boss Sue was able to communicate with the crocodile. She came back riding on the crocodile. Didn't you see the crocodile? Ride a crocodile. Chapter 110, Sending the Crocodile Away. Anji was petrified. He thought about it, and it seemed that he did not see any crocodiles, nor any near the resort. Sui E originally wanted to clean up the garbage at the entrance of the resort, but unexpectedly someone had already done it for her and even paid her points. As they walked out of the door, a pleasant floral scent hit their noses. Indeed, they used 20 bottles of air freshener before the disgusting smell was completely dissipated. Boss Sue, are you going out? And Ji was still petrified until he walked out of the hospital, and he couldn't digest the words. He came back riding a crocodile. Just as I looked up, I saw Sue E standing at the door. Well, I need to go out. Boss Sue, I'm really sorry about what happened yesterday. Those people. And Ji hesitated for a long time, not knowing what to say. Sue, he had an indifferent expression. It's okay, it's normal. When she got there, those people were scrambling to get on the boat, afraid of being left behind. She knew what kind of people they were. As long as they behave themselves at the resort, nothing will happen. And Ji nodded quickly. Boss Sue, I heard from Huizi that you came back yesterday. Riding a crocodile? Sui thought for a moment and said, I guess so. I'm just about to go find that crocodile. And Ji felt a little blocked in his heart, and there was an indescribable expression on his face. Do you have anything to say? Sui saw the embarrassment on his face and asked. Yes, that's it. Boss Sue, I know you're very strong. I heard from Huizi that the crocodile also ate many people. What I want to say is, that's it. Can you not kill it? Sue, he was completely confused by these words. And Ji continued, I was a soldier before, and the first principle of many orders I received was to put people first. But one time I received a mission. A group of children ran into the wild animal area of the zoo. There were a group of free-range tigers there, and those children climbed in for excitement. The fire department couldn't handle it, so the zoo invited us in and asked us to put people first. If people's lives were in danger, we had to shoot them on the spot. In order to maintain their wildness, the zoo usually feeds live animals, and even lets the mother tiger take care of the tiger cubs herself. When we arrived, the mother tiger was feeding the tiger cubs in the shade. A few children saw the tiger cubs and ran over. The mother tiger attacked the strangers. We had no choice but to shoot them on the spot. After that incident, I reported it to my superiors and retired. Sue, he was also speechless after listening to this. Why are there naughty kids in every time and space? So, can we not kill them? Then what do you think we should do? Sue E did not answer him, but asked a question in return. And Ji thought about it seriously and said, maybe I don't have any good ideas right now, because the end of the world hasn't ended yet, and many things can't be done. For example, Maybe they could release it to where it belonged, but they couldn't even guarantee their own safety now. So who could take care of a crocodile? So he automatically rejected this method and didn't say these words. Sui chuckled. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill it. I've already chosen a place for it. After all, the name of her mission is Blue Star Rescue Plan, not a plan to save humanity. Every blade of grass and every tree on the blue planet, even a mosquito and a cockroach, is a link in the ecological chain. Every creature has its own reason for existence. Take mosquitoes, for example. In some primitive areas of Continent F, there is a kind of mosquito that can spread special diseases. It is precisely because of those mosquitoes that humans cannot set foot in those primitive areas, thus protecting the ecology and wildlife in that area. And Ji also breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Sui walked out of the resort's gate. The crocodile was too big, and she didn't ask it to come over. It might scare others. Host, Natural Land Number 1 has been developed and is located in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River. The environment there is suitable for most animals to survive, and the restrictions have been set. Sui nodded, and the system called up a rough holographic image, which covered a large area, a bit like a high school geography map. After taking a look, Sui suddenly thought of something. There must be crocodiles in the Yangtze River. Now that there was no one around her, she spoke directly. If she remembered correctly, the Yangtze alligator, a protected animal in Dragon Country, lived there. It's a mutant after all. It lives in the Yangtze River. I wonder if it will eat us to extinction. It could smell the presence of a living person from a long distance away. It lurked all the way here, thinking it could have another good meal today, but it turned out that the person coming was Sui. It would be fine if it was Sui. It had already established a bridge of communication with Sui and just happened to hear Sui's last words. Crocodile, eat your sister. Sui spotted a crocodile staring at him from the distance, out of the corner of his eye, and suddenly shuddered. Being stared at by a crocodile is still a bit scary. Hey, you're here. Didn't I tell you to stay away? Why are you here? Sui looked back and forth. It was only a few hundred meters. You must be hungry. Sui bought 20 kilograms of beef directly from the resort and threw it to it. It didn't move, just looked at the meat on the ground, and it took a long time to speak. I don't eat my own kind. Sui. That's what she said. Okay, I get it. Go ahead and eat. After you're done, I'll take you to your habitat. The crocodile lowered its head and began to eat. Jilin hasn't gone out these days, so he had to go out to buy some food today. On the way, he saw Sui chatting with another man who had just arrived at the hotel, so he leaned over to listen. There were a lot of people around, so I couldn't hear clearly. I could vaguely hear what the two people were saying. Can we not kill them? We found a good place, and so on. Human gossip instinct made him follow Sui out, who knew that after following me for just 100 meters, he couldn't walk anymore. What the hell is that? Why are crocodiles so big? He didn't dare to get closer and hid behind a tree across the street and watched secretly. He saw Sui pat the crocodile's head first, then took out a pile of meat from somewhere and threw it to it. Jilin immediately covered his mouth in horror. No way. That meat won't be. Oh my god. Sui is feeding the crocodile? Did she build this hotel just for? Jilin didn't dare to watch any further and ran back to the hotel like the wind. The crocodile raised his head and said while eating, "A human who followed you ran away. Why don't you go back to check?" Sui frowned and turned around only to see a shadow running into the hotel. He said helplessly, "I guess he was scared by you. I told you to stay away." The crocodile raised its head, closed its big eyes, and then slowly opened them. It seemed that its eyeballs could not keep up with the speed of its eyelids. It looked like, well, it rolled its eyes. Chapter 111 Grandpa Wakes Up. After Jilin returned to the hotel, he first went to the department store to buy a backpack and bought a lot of food and drinks. Then he went back to the room to pack his things and packed a backpack with food. "What are you doing?" The woman who came with him looked at his actions in confusion. "Shoo, we can't stay here anymore. We have to leave quickly." The woman was stunned for a moment. "Why are you leaving when you are living well?" Jilin said mysteriously. "I discovered the big secret here. We can't stay here anymore." The woman listened to his description with a strange expression. "You must have seen it wrong. There is no such a big crocodile." "Really? I saw it with my own eyes. The crocodile's head was bigger than me." The woman looked at him, still with a skeptical expression. "Are you not awake yet?" Jilin felt a little annoyed by the woman's suspicious expression. "You can leave if you want, but I definitely won't live here anymore. I never know when I'll be fed to crocodiles." The woman rolled her eyes and took the points card from him. "I'm not leaving." If you want to leave, you can leave by yourself. Anyway, the points on the card cannot be refunded, so just give it to me. Jilin was about to snatch it back, but then he thought that if he left, he would have no use for the points. Here you go. Here you go. There's still more than 300. After saying that, Jilin put on his backpack, looked around carefully, and slipped out of the resort gate. He even walked in the opposite direction of Sui. The system did not tell Sui about this, because it was also confused after listening to Jilin's self-righteous analysis. The people in this world are really good at using their imaginations. Sui sent the crocodile away, and before leaving, he reminded several times, "Don't eat the Yangtze alligator. Don't eat the Yangtze alligator. Otherwise, there will be fewer wild animals and the state will investigate and kill it." The weather outside is very hot now, and the flood is receding faster. The long-term high temperature has caused the water in many places to evaporate faster. She also wanted to wait until Su Ran got better so that they could return to the base together. But judging from the current situation, the floods might soon be followed by a severe drought. Beijing City. The water on the road has been almost drained, and the insulation materials of Rong Villa have been installed. It's time for the next wave of temperature increases. Has Pei not been found yet? Rong suddenly remembered this person, looked up and asked. No, this guy just disappeared when he came to the base. He wouldn't be captured by Old Man Long, right? Rong, do you think Old Man Long can beat him? Banyang suddenly remembered that this guy was a dark-type psychic, and he could not defeat him. How is Long Qiyuan doing? Xiaotsun replied. He hasn't been out much recently, but the security of the villa has increased a lot. He may be meeting someone. Did he really blow up the lab? Was he so cruel? Rong sneered. It's more than cruel, it's simply insane. There was a huge explosion that day, and everyone in the entire military base heard it. Long Qiyuan cried, "Stop, thief," and said that someone was trying to murder him and had installed explosives in his house. He even asked the security guards to search all the houses in the area, but they found nothing. After the onlookers dispersed, Long Qiyuan stayed in the room and never came out again. Cough, cough. Huh? Boss, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Banyang looked at Rong and with a worried expression. Rong was suspicious. I'm not feeling unwell, am I? Then why are you coughing? Is it you who is coughing, Xiaotsun? Xiaotsun also shook his head. Banyang asked everyone on the first floor one by one, and they all said that it was not their cough. Rong suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed. He suppressed his excitement and said calmly, Well, everyone go back first. Everything here is almost done. I will take care of the rest. Everyone listened to Rong's words. There were only some scraps left, and Rong was going to put them together and install them at the gate. Several people nodded and got up and left one after another. In the blink of an eye, only Rong, Banyang, and Xiaotsun were left in the villa. Xiaotsun rushed to the door and closed it. Rong flew up the stairs and walked to the door of the middle room. He took a deep breath and turned the doorknob tremblingly. Inside the house, the sun was about to set, and the remaining orange-red light fell on the old man on the bed. The old man squinted his eyes, slowly raised his fingers on both sides of his body, and then slowly put them down. Rong's eyes suddenly turned red. Grandfather. Banyang came in and closed the curtains. The room became dark, and the old man slowly opened his eyes. Grandpa Rong had been in a coma for nearly half a year, and his physical condition had not yet recovered after he woke up. Rong brought a medical oxygen machine, and Grandpa Rong put it on. The old man on the bed looked at the familiar face in front of him and couldn't help but burst into tears. He wanted to get up and ask what the world was like today, but he didn't have the energy. Grandpa, you should have a good rest first. I will talk to you slowly after you recover. The old man nodded imperceptibly, then tried hard to reach out his hand. Rong saw the old man's intention and took the old man's hand in his palm. The old man moved his fingers and slowly wrote a word on his hand. One word seemed to have consumed a lot of the old man's energy. After writing it, he stopped and looked at Rong. Rong was stunned for a moment when he received this word, then looked at the old man and said firmly, Don't worry, Grandpa, I understand. Rong calmed the old man down and carefully left the room with the two of them. Boss, that's great. The old man has woken up. That long guy can't be so arrogant anymore. Rong shook his head. Let's keep this matter secret for now. No one can tell anyone. The two nodded. Rong raised his hand and looked at his palm, carefully recalling the word he had just said. He raised his other hand and traced it on his palm. Horizontal. Vertical. Point. It's a lower character. But why did Grandpa write such a word? What do you want to tell him? Boss, now that the old man has woken up, Can we ask him if he has any super weapons? I'm so curious. Beijing was really curious. He had never seen such a thing since he was a child. Rong was stunned. He looked at his palms. Super weapon? Is Grandpa telling him the location? Down there? Wait until he gets better. If Grandpa doesn't want to tell me, then forget it. Rong suppressed his emotions. He didn't tell anyone about the old man riding on his hand. It's not that he didn't trust them, but the less people knew, the less danger there would be. He sent the other team members away because of this incident. Rong really wanted to tell Sui E the good news, but they had no equipment to communicate with each other, so their communication equipment was returned to Long Chi-Yuan after they returned to the base. Rong sighed. He wondered what was happening in City A, or what was happening at Hope Resort. Sui E had said before that he would come to the military base. When would that be? Chapter 112, The Storm, is coming. Long Chi-Yuan moved to a new house and strengthened security patrols in the surrounding area. He sat in the hall. On the table in front of him were exquisite foods, including 2 original cut steaks and a bottle of red wine in the middle. The plate with the steaks was covered with a transparent plate cover. He did not move, as if he was waiting for someone to arrive. Long Chi-Yuan looked at his watch many times, frowned, and said to the man in black beside him, "The agreed time is today, right?" The man in black nodded. "When they arrive, they will come in through the secret passage." Long Chi-Yuan narrowed his eyes. This military base was originally built by him. During the construction, an additional secret passage was built that leads directly from the outside to the service hall in the middle. Only he knew about it. He sat there, fantasizing in his mind that once he came to power, he would change the furnishings here and build a luxurious castle for his own enjoyment. The man in black next to him did not disturb him. Seeing him like this, a barely perceptible smile appeared on his face hidden under the mask, and his smile was full of sarcasm. 1,000 meters outside the base, Lewis led his men down the helicopter, followed by a man in black and 2 men wearing black hoods. The people sent by Long Chi-Yuan had already been waiting here. When Xiao Feng saw the golden hair, he took a few steps forward but did not get too close to him. "Hello, Mr. Lewis." Lewis looked at him. "Where's Long Chi-Yuan? Why didn't he come?" Xiao Feng smiled and said, "Uncle Long is ready to entertain you." Xiao Feng found the entrance to the secret passage. Lewis looked at the dark passage in front of him and frowned in disdain. "Why do we have to go here? Is this how you dragon people entertain people?" Xiao Feng was already very impatient, but Long Chi-Yuan had told him not to offend Lewis, and this man was very powerful, so he could only smile and say, "Of course you are Uncle Long's distinguished guest, but now is a special period. You can just park the helicopter in from now on." Lewis also thought of something, snorted coldly, and led his men into the secret passage. After they walked for 2 minutes, Lewis found that it was still pitch black ahead, and he could not see the exit at all. How long is this secret passage? For better privacy, Uncle Long set a distance of 1,000 meters when building it. Lewis almost cursed. 1,000 meters? He actually wanted to walk 1,000 meters on such a shabby road? Are you dragon people a bit abnormal? You actually designed a secret passage so far away. Xiao Feng could only smile apologetically, said nothing, and continued to lead the way. Lewis kept complaining along the way, and Xiao Feng walked in front and endured it silently. It was also the first time he felt that this road was so long. Finally, they saw the light ahead, and everyone quickened their pace. Lewis came out of the secret passage and looked around, but still didn't see Long Chi-Yuan's men. "Where is Long Chi-Yuan? Why doesn't he come and pick me up in person?" Xiao Feng cursed inwardly, but his expression remained unchanged. "Uncle Long has prepared a sumptuous meal for you. Please follow me." Lewis followed Xiao Feng all the way to Long Chi-Yuan's residence. The weather outside was extremely hot, and the journey of more than 10 minutes had already made people sweat profusely. Finally, as he entered the room, the cool air of the air conditioner hit him in the face, and he immediately felt a lot more comfortable. Then, he saw what was on Long Chi-Yuan's desk, and his expression turned ugly again. Is this the sumptuous food you mentioned?" Xiao Feng glanced at the things on the table, stopped talking, and stood silently behind Long Chi-Yuan. Long Chi-Yuan stood up and explained, "It's a special period now. It's good enough to be able to get something like this to eat." Although Lewis was angry, he was a little hungry after sitting on the plane for such a long time. The steak on the table looked pretty good, so he sat down and took a bite. After taking this bite, his expression changed. Is this fresh?" Lewis couldn't believe it. In his country, a zombie outbreak is also happening. A few wealthy families may have some frozen steak in stock, but the meat tastes clearly fresh. Long Chiyuan smiled slightly. The purpose of this meal was achieved. Of course, there are many such things in our dragon country. It is a good choice for Mr. Lewis to cooperate with me. The resentment in Lewis's heart has completely dissipated. At the beginning, he had his eyes on Long Country because Long Country has a large population. Long Country has things that their country doesn't have, and it can provide a good carrier for the zombie virus. In this way, when the experiment is successful, their zombie army will naturally grow stronger. He found Long Chiyuan, reached an agreement, smuggled the virus into Long Country, and began to spread it on a large scale. They agreed that once the experiment was successful, they would start capturing people with special abilities on a large scale, and after the army was established, they would let Long Chiyuan be the president of the Dragon Kingdom. So the two sides began to study things to control zombies. Unexpectedly, a psychic appeared. He accidentally discovered that high-level zombies can control ordinary zombies. He captured many psychics for experiments. At the same time, Long Chiyuan's underground laboratory was also conducting such experiments. In the end, it was found that the probability of psychics mutating into high-level zombies was very high. But it's just a very high probability. Some people who are only level 1 psychics will still fail to awaken. As the number of experiments increases, he also finds that the probability of high-level psychics awakening successfully is very high. The two of them changed their goal again and began to study how to improve people's supernatural power level. But something unexpected happened to Sui E, and the medicine she brought just filled this gap. It is estimated that the two old foxes did not expect that Long Chiyuan's momentary anxiety laid a huge hidden danger for this result. Lewis ate his steak slowly, thinking secretly in his heart that he originally did not intend to keep Long Chiyuan after the mission was accomplished. How could a person who betrayed his own country be a good person? But now it seems that he has to wait for a while. He finished the last piece and put down his cutlery politely. "We can start now." Long Chiyuan smiled and said, "Of course." 2 minutes later, an announcement came over the military base's radio. "Please gather in the service hall. The administrator has good news for you all." The announcement was made 3 times in total, and many people came to the service hall, wondering if supplies would be distributed again. It is called a service hall, but in fact it is the sales center before the end of the world. It was chosen as the center when it was built because it is large and there are several steps leading to the door. At this time, the residents of the military base were standing at the bottom of the stairs. Rong also came to the scene. He wanted to see what tricks Long Chiyuan was going to play. He belonged to the management and was supposed to stand at the top. He was the only representative left in the Rong family. In addition to Rongin, there were 2 unfamiliar young men on the steps. When Rongin saw these 2 men, he raised his eyebrows. It was really rare. Everyone waited for a while, and Long Chiyuan came out, but behind him was a blonde foreigner, several men in black, and 2 people wearing hoods. Rongin's face turned grim, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 113, Changes in Beijing. Rongin quietly changed his position and stood next to the 2 young men. These 2 people are from the Han family. There are 3 dominant families in the military base, namely the Rong family, the Han family, and the Long family. Their elders were all people who had made great contributions to the Long Kingdom. Now, there are only Old Man Han and his son left in the Han family. After the end of the world, the elders of the Han family have been staying in their rooms and rarely go out. The boy on the left who wears glasses is shorter and in sportswear is called Han Senmo, the older brother. The boy on the right who doesn't wear glasses and has a big afro is called Han Senyu. The 2 brothers have the same father, but different mothers. The 2 people were very far apart, and it was obvious that they didn't have a good relationship. Long Chiyuan led his people to the middle and first introduced them to the 3 people next to him. "Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Lewis." The 3 of them glanced at the blonde man and said nothing, but they didn't look happy either. At this time of national crisis, Long Chiyuan brought a foreigner here, and his purpose was very clear. "Uncle Long, what does this mean?" Han Senmo frowned and looked at the blonde foreigner. Lewis also looked at the 3 young men in front of him, and the contempt in his eyes was obvious. "Mr. Lewis has developed a drug to fight zombies, and is willing to give it to us free of charge." When Long Chiyuan said this, he glanced at Rong and out of the corner of his eye. Seeing that there was no expression on his face, he had some doubts in his mind. "What?" Han Senmo looked at Lewis suspiciously. Only a fool would believe such nonsense as free of charge. Long Chiyuan had a smile on his old face and picked up the loudspeaker in his hand. "Everyone, I have good news to inform you today. Mr. Lewis from Country M has developed a drug to fight zombies, and he is willing to be the first to deploy it to our base for use." The crowd gathered at the bottom of the stairs immediately started talking. What? Is this true? No way. Even if it really happened, are the people in Country M so kind? Don't think so badly of others. Their technology is much more advanced than ours. Isn't this a good thing? This means we won't have to be troubled by zombies anymore. Long Chiyuan looked at everyone's reactions and continued. So, I specially invited Mr. Lewis to join the management of the military base to fight the zombies with us. Fuck. What the hell? Do the dragon people want a foreigner to manage them? I feel like they don't mean that well. That's not right. How did these foreigners come to Dragon Country? Aren't there zombies in their country? The Han brothers on the stage were also dumbfounded. Uncle Long, shouldn't you ask my grandfather about this? How could we let a foreigner in without knowing anything about it? I will report this matter to my father and grandfather. I hope Uncle Long can give us a satisfactory explanation. It was rare for the Han brothers to stand on the same front. Long Chiyuan's expression was not panic at all. He continued, even if Mr. Han came, he would agree. After all, this is a major event for the country and the people. Your ancestors were all scientists. Who has developed a drug that can deal with zombies? What good will it do you to stop it like this? Country M is willing to provide us with help. We should be grateful. When Long Chiyuan said this, the loudspeaker was not turned off. His words were intended to provoke the Han brothers and also arouse the dissatisfaction of the audience. Yes, you occupy management positions and the base's resources, but you don't do anything about personnel matters. Why should we stop you? If you can't figure it out yourself, you don't want others to figure it out. What kind of person is that? Will you be satisfied if we are all bitten to death by zombies and turned into zombies? The Han family should step down immediately. What's the point? The Han brothers felt very uncomfortable listening to the mocking voices from the audience, but they had no way to refute. How to refute it? Say that Long Chiyuan brought in a foreigner to cooperate in order to fight for power? But they have no evidence. Rong glanced at a few people, stopped the Han brothers with a small gesture, and said, since Uncle Long said Country M has developed it, why not let him show it to us? Since you youngsters all want to see it, I'll show it to you. Long Chiyuan had already made preparations. He looked at Lewis behind him. Lewis waved his hand, and the two hooded men were pushed out. The men in black took off their hoods. Under the hood were two hideous faces. These are two zombies. The people below were suddenly in chaos. There are zombies. There are zombies. Run. Go, go. Don't squeeze me. Don't panic, everyone. Take a closer look. As soon as Long Chiyuan's voice came out, the audience suddenly became quiet again. Strange. Why don't they attack people? Why are they standing there like an idiot? Aren't zombies supposed to pounce and bite people? What's wrong with them? In order to verify everyone's words, Long Chiyuan walked up to the zombie, touched it, and kicked it. This is the technology of Country M. Zombies will no longer attack humans in the future. There was a burst of cheers from the audience, and some people even cried for joy, bowed to the heavens and the earth, and cried out that the end of the world was finally over. Rong sneered. He had seen this situation before. When the zombie tide was besieged by Song Qindong, didn't these low-level zombies remain motionless? His eyes turned to the man in black behind Lewis. There must be a high-level zombie among these people wrapped in black clothes, and he is a spiritual type like Song Qindong. Lewis was also attracted by Rong's attention. The man's eyes seemed to see through them. From now on, Lewis officially joins the base management. Please re-register your information. We will assign residences to everyone according to their abilities. After saying that, he pretended to look at Rong and the other three. You also have to register. From today on, the base will treat everyone equally. What a fair treatment. Rong immediately became furious. How come no one treated them equally when he led his team through life and death? Wait, I want to ask, what about those of us who have fought for the base and risked our lives? Is Uncle Long going to put them in ordinary residential areas like everyone else and give them the same supplies as everyone else? Rong spoke a little louder, and every word he said came through the loudspeaker and was clearly imprinted in the ears of everyone present. And the families of those who died in battle, are you going to let them go to the ordinary residential area? What about the families of those psychics who disappeared in the base? Does the base not care anymore? Long Chiyuan was sweating profusely. He was in such a hurry that he forgot about this question. No matter what the world is like, the easiest thing to control is public opinion, so he announced it in front of everyone. Similarly, Rong also seized this point and threw out these questions in front of everyone. Looking at the people in the audience whispering to each other, their faces becoming more and more ugly, he thought to himself that it was not good. Chapter 114, Conspiracy and Conspiracy. As a manager, I will naturally not treat those who have made contributions harshly. Apart from them, everyone else will register and go through the normal process. Long Chiyuan smiled embarrassedly. Rong stared at Long Chiyuan. He didn't understand what this man was planning. Long Chiyuan never cared about the residents of the base and was always busy with his experiments. This time he suddenly brought a foreigner in and asked him to register again. Okay, everyone go get busy. I still need to familiarize Mr. Lewis with the subject. After Long Chiyuan finished speaking, he took Lewis away. Before leaving, the man looked back at Rong with provocation in his eyes. The two Han brothers looked at each other and also looked at Rong normally. They had no direct interactions with each other. The Han brothers often had conflicts because of their parents, but this time, the two of them acted out of character. Rong, come to my house? My dad hasn't seen you for a long time, and he said he missed you last time. Rong understood and nodded. Okay. Han's living room. A group of people sat on the sofa with heavy expressions. The Han couple had ignored worldly affairs for many years and started to eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures before the end of the world. The old man of the Han family was with them. Dad, Long Chiyuan's ambition is too obvious. If that Lewis's medicine is really useful, he will be the only one in charge of the base in the future. Han Senyu sat down next to his father with a nervous expression. Father Han smiled and said, Senmo, what do you think? Han Senmo hesitated for a moment and said, Father, I think so too. Father Han suddenly laughed. Han Senmo was the child of the first wife Han. When he was 16, Mrs. Han died unexpectedly. Later, Han's father married his current wife and brought back a teenage brother, who was Han's father's biological son. At that time, Han Senmo thought that Han's father planned to murder his mother in order to let this woman come back so that his current son could recognize his ancestors. In fact, the first wife of Han really died unexpectedly, and the two of them got married by agreement. They each had someone they loved, but they had to be together because of their family. You two don't usually get along, so why do you think alike at this moment? Han Senyu curled his lips and said nothing. Han Senmo was silent for a while and then said, Grandpa said that the country comes first in everything. You are worthy of being my good son. Father Han looked at the two of them approvingly and then said, In this case, what do you think? Han Senmo glanced at Rong and Rong nodded at him. Does Father have an army of superpowers under his command? Father Han looked at Han Senmo in surprise, then at Rong and then at his second son. You young people, we old people can't hide anything from you. As he said this, he stood up and pulled Mrs. Han. I'm old. The two men walked upstairs. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound, and a silver plate fell behind Han's father. However, the two men seemed to be unaware of it and went straight upstairs. Han Senyu walked forward and picked up the plaque. There was a Korean character engraved on the plaque. It was made entirely of silver and had some patterns on the back. It was small and exquisite. Brother, do you think this is it? Han Senmo didn't look at him and nodded stiffly. When the end of the world comes, the Han family can survive, and they naturally have the means to do so. People of their class had already received the news. Father Han secretly selected a group of people for high-intensity training, although the process was a bit cruel. These people are all orphans without parents. They all had experience of fighting on the battlefield in their early years. In the battle with zombies, they found that if they survive the bites of zombies, there is a chance that they can awaken special powers. So after the battle, they automatically petitioned that those who survived would be the first batch of strong people who awakened their superpowers. The probability of this happening was only 60%. In order to awaken their superpowers, many people died in the process. Brother Rong, this is for you. Han Senyu handed the token directly to Rong. After Rong took the sign, he thanked him and turned to walk out of the Han family's door. Han Senmo followed him out. I'll see you off. In fact, he didn't want to stay in the living room with Han Senyu. He was a little uncomfortable with the fact that the two people who had been at loggerheads for many years suddenly shook hands and made peace. Rong saw his embarrassment. It's been so many years, and you still haven't let it go. Han Senmo was silent, not knowing what to say. Their family is not like the Rong family, which only has one son. Rong, his stepmother and younger brother have taken good care of him over the years, but he always felt that they had harmed his mother, so he never had a good face. Han Senmo once asked someone to investigate the truth behind his mother's death. It was indeed an accident, but the more he found out, the more he felt that there was something wrong. It was too easy for his father to erase these traces with his ability. You should have a good talk with your father. There is nothing that cannot be communicated. After all, he is your biological father. Han Semo shook his head. Forget it. These are trivial matters. The important thing is what's happening right now. That old man Long Chi-Yuan is so disgusting. I heard that he has been using people for experiments. All those who disappeared from the base before were captured by him. Rong nodded. He also knew about this matter, but they had no evidence, so no one would believe it even if he told it. Han Semo looked at the badge in Rong An's hand and said, "How do you plan to use this army of psychics?" Rong said, "It's not the right time yet. This is our trump card." They first had to figure out what the potion was that Long Chi-Yuan was holding. The potion that Rong in exchange for Long Chi-Yuan was a defective product. Although it could enhance a person's supernatural powers, it would also make people go crazy and out of control. On the other side, Lewis's men began to level up the base. People with special powers and those without special powers are divided into two groups. How about it? In Long Chi-Yuan's room, Lewis and he were reviewing the documents sent by the man in black. Lewis shook his head. "No, we counted 500 people, and there is only one psychic, too few." The information of the psychic was taken out separately and placed aside. "What should we do then?" Lewis thought for a moment and said, "We need to recruit more survivors, which will greatly increase the probability and expand the number of our troops." Long Chi-Yuan glanced at Lewis, and a chilling thought flashed through his mind. This guy wouldn't want to turn all the people of Dragon Country into members of his zombie army, would he? He thought for a moment and said, "There are bases spontaneously established by civilian survivors in all major cities. Perhaps we can start with them." Lewis nodded. "Then I will send someone to go with you. Which city is closest to you?" Long Chi-Yuan thought for a moment. City B. Chapter 115, Upgrading Paradise. City A. In just 1 week, the flood had receded. Sui E was still wondering. She remembered that it would take several weeks, or even longer, for the flood to recede. She went out to check and vaguely felt that the resort was a bit hot. "Tongzi, can't the temperature be lowered a bit?" "Host, I suggest you don't do this. Humans evolve, and even the creatures outside will change with the changes in nature. If you let this group of people stay in the greenhouse for too long, without the greenhouse, they will not be far from death." Sui thought about it and agreed. If the greenhouse was gone and you were suddenly asked to live outside, you might lose all your ability to survive. People will also evolve with the environment. "I think what you said makes sense. I should train their body functions instead of just protecting them." The system was moved. His host finally understood him for once. Outside the resort, the sun was shining brightly. She just stepped out of the resort's door, but stepped back the next second. The temperature outside is ridiculously high. She had just been out for a while, and her skin was already red and smoking. Sui had no choice but to buy a bottle of sunburn repair from the system store and apply it on her body. She took out a thermometer and tried it. It was specially made for the system, and the red line stopped precisely at 58 degrees Celsius, which was no longer a temperature that ordinary humans could survive. No wonder the flood receded so quickly. With such high temperature, if it continued to rise for a few more days, the riverbed would have dried up. People who usually go out to kill zombies at this time are now wandering around the entrance of the resort. Zhang Su saw Sui and looked anxious. "Boss Su, what's going on outside? Why is it getting hotter and hotter?" A few days ago, people could go out if they wore thinner clothes, and the ultraviolet rays were not that strong. Now people will get sunburned directly when they go outside. The weather has been bad these past few days, so don't go out during the day. After some discussion, everyone decided to change the time for going out to collect crystal cores to after the sun sets in the afternoon. You should pay attention to the time and try not to go out. There was the example of the crocodile before. Animals can mutate in the environment. Who knows what dangerous species are out there? After Sui gave her instructions, she prepared to go back to the room. The temperature in the resort was now 28 degrees Celsius. Although it was not fatally hot and there was no ultraviolet light, it was still very uncomfortable and she could hardly bear it. The system was speechless when it saw Sui's route. "Host, don't you exercise your body functions? You should also try to adapt to the temperature." Sui rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction. "What should I adapt to when I have you? Can you still let me die?" After saying that, she returned to her large flat with confidence and turned on the air conditioner happily. "But I will return to the interstellar space after you complete your mission." "I completed my mission and I'm going back." "Okay, that makes sense." Under the torture of 28 degrees, ice cream in convenience stores and sunscreen in department stores are selling especially well. Amusement parks that were previously deserted have also become extremely popular recently. Although the temperature inside the resort is very high, the pools and the water entertainment facilities are icy cool, and people feel very comfortable soaking in them. The amusement park, which was rarely visited before, was suddenly packed with people. Sui stood on the back balcony and saw the grand scene in the amusement park. Tongzi, can the playground be upgraded? She really feels that the current scale is a bit small. There are about 500 people in the hotel and the inn. It accommodates the survivors from 3 bases. At this moment, 2/3 of them are in the amusement park, but there are less than 5 rides in the amusement park, and everyone is queuing up. The system thought for a moment and said, upgrading the amusement park to level 1 requires 50,000 points and unlocks 2 new entertainment facilities. But host, I suggest you upgrade to level 3. Why? Level 3 can unlock the amusement park food court, which sells some snacks that are sold outside, and the price is twice that of the outside. Sui, you know the scenic spot? Give me an upgrade. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the amusement park to level 3, unlocking new items +2, and unlocking the food court. The newly unlocked places are all in the back and do not affect the current operation at all. Everyone is no longer surprised by the sudden emergence of things. Some people even shouted loudly, Boss Sue has opened a new project. Boss Sue is giving us benefits again. If Sui could hear it, he would probably say, why don't you go to the food court and have a look first? The food court here sells mostly snacks. Sui flipped through the menu in the holographic image. The only staple food is noodles. A bowl of noodles costs 30 points, a grilled sausage costs 12 points, and a bottle of mineral water costs 5 points. If you want to be full, a bowl of noodles is definitely not enough. You must have something else. But while eating, you want to drink water. This is one thing after another. The black people in Africa are not this dark. She thought for a while and asked, System, nowadays, as long as you have a points card, you can leave the amusement park at any time. If you enter again 2 hours after leaving, you will not be charged again. How can you be sure that they will buy something inside? The system said proudly. Didn't the host say before that the easiest way to make money is by being lazy? Sui E. There are so many things in this world that have been developed because of human laziness, such as fully automatic dishwashers, fully automatic sweeping robots, fully automatic. Even cats have fully automatic litter boxes. Sui was observing the upgrade of the amusement park when the landline phone in her room rang after a while. Boss Sue, do you want to go to the water park? When Sui heard the voice, she knew it was the same person downstairs. Sue Rand's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Let's go play, let's go play. Sui vaguely heard the voice of a little girl trying to dissuade him on the other end of the phone, and she suddenly thought of something. Your scrapes haven't fully healed yet. It's all scabbed over. When she was rescuing people in the flood before, her body was washed away by the flood, and she was scratched by some hard objects in the water, and her body was bruised all over. At that time, Sui just gave her a simple disinfection and bandage. It's hot now, and the wound itself won't heal easily, so just rest and recover. After hearing her say this, Sui Rand finally stopped struggling. Okay, then let's go after we're done. By the way, Sui, do you have any dog food? Sui suddenly remembered that they brought a dog with them when they came back. After it came back, Sui Rand took it back to the room. Several people washed it 10 times with ordinary cleaning soap before cleaning the lumps and oily stains on its body. They also cut its hair. I don't know how it is now. Sui Rand continued on the other end of the phone. None of us have ever had a pet. Yang Yang has been eating the same meals as us these past few days. Yesterday, I met an aunt downstairs who said it's not good to feed dogs with a lot of oil and salt. But I saw that there was no dog food for sale. We don't know what to feed them today. And what about deworming and vaccines? Sui suddenly felt overwhelmed. Chapter 116 Monster Appearance. It is indeed not good for dogs to eat food that is high in oil and salt, but it depends on the situation. Nowadays, people have enough food to eat, so why bother about what dogs eat? Sui thought for a moment and said, I don't have any dog food for sale right now. You can go to the convenience store and buy some meat and vegetables and cook them for it. At this time, I'm afraid all the pet shops on the street have been emptied out. When people have no food, they have to eat dog food and cat food. Okay, I'll go check it out now. Sui Ran originally wanted Sui to go with her, but unfortunately Sui refused to go with her after all her coaxing, so she had to go alone. The pet food on the truck had been soaked in water and was no longer edible. Sui Ran went to the second floor of the convenience store and took a walk around. She had to say that the resort sold a very wide variety of meat. There were only a few types of meat in the refrigerator, such as beef, pork, chicken, rabbit steak, and some offal. There were more varieties in the freezer, including venison and kangaroo meat. Sue Ran also bought a few pounds of food and some vegetables. Fortunately, the suite had its own kitchen, so she just had to go home and wash, chop, and blend them in the food processor in the kitchen. Yang Yang seemed to know that Sue Ran went out to buy him food, and he has been following her since Sue Ran came back. She crushed all the ingredients, added some cornmeal, rolled them into fist-sized balls, and put them in the pot. By the time all this was done, it was dark. Sue Ran originally wanted to put them all in together and cook them, but suddenly she thought of something and only made one meatball. After waiting for it to be cooked, she took it out, broke it into pieces, and placed it in front of Yang Yang. But Yang Yang just smelled it and left. Sue Ran's face was filled with black lines. "I worked so hard to make this, and you just turned around and left?" Sue Ran was on the verge of a rage in front of Ching Ching, so she carefully reminded him, "Sister Ran, maybe it wants to eat something tasty." Sue Ran thought for a moment, sprinkled some salt on it, and put it in front of Yang Yang again. Sure enough, Yang Yang smelled it, opened his mouth, and started eating. Ching Ching continued, "It may be that it is used to our meals and doesn't want to eat anything else." Sue Ran had no choice but to sprinkle some salt into the remaining ingredients, stir them, then wrap them up and put them in the refrigerator. After Yang Yang had eaten and drunk his fill, he ran to Sue Ran's bed and started spinning around. Sue Ran originally thought it was going to sleep, but looking at its appearance, there was always a sense of familiarity. 2 days ago, it seemed to be like this before going to the toilet. "Yeah," Sue Ran yelled, rushed forward and picked up the dog. The next second, a bad smell spread in the room. "Yeah." Sue Ran carried it and walked to the corner. "Stand still." Yang Yang faced the wall, not daring to speak. "Can't you wait a little longer? You have frequent urination, don't you?" Sue Ran pointed at it and scolded it for a long time, then resignedly picked up the bed sheet and the cushion underneath and threw them outside. Yang Yang carefully turned his head to observe Sue Ran's movements, and turned his head away again the next second when Sue Ran looked at him angrily. Sue E was secretly listening to the system's report, and she was about to burst out laughing. Sue Ran didn't know that the dog had awakened special powers, nor did he know that its intelligence was beyond that of ordinary dogs and that it could understand human speech. It is obvious that it wets the bed on purpose. I hope Sue Ran won't beat it up after finding out. She even had images in her mind. Ring, ring, ring. The familiar ringing of the phone brought her back to her thoughts. Sue E picked up the phone. "Boss Sue. Boss Sue. Something happened. Come down and take a look." The call was from Chui Lin. Sue E quickly put on his clothes and went downstairs. The lobby on the first floor was filled with the smell of blood. In the middle of the lobby, a group of people were half paralyzed. Sue E frowned and walked forward to take a look. Half of these people were in a coma, with wounds of varying sizes on their bodies. The most horrifying thing was that a large piece of flesh had been torn off one person's arm by something unknown. Although the outside had been simply bandaged, the white bones could be vaguely seen inside. "What's going on?" Wu Jia stepped forward. "Boss Sue, they were all injured by monsters. Zhang Su and One Eye are the most seriously injured and are now in the hospital." Sue, he was completely confused. "What monster?" "There's a tiger with 6 legs. It eats people it sees." And Sue E frowned even more tightly. It was not strange for animals to mutate, but if there was more than one, Chui Lin had never seen such a scene before. She seemed to be shocked when she heard that One Eye was also injured. After all, if a man who looks so strong could be injured, how terrifying must the monsters outside be? "No matter what, we have to go to the hospital first. And brother, why don't you go to the hospital when you were injured like this?" The man with the injured arm said embarrassedly, "I have a wife to take care of at home. This little injury is nothing." I don't know if it's because of the awakening of superpowers or after Ji Lin's incident, but everyone seems to think that hospitals are expensive. "You're staying at the Hope Hotel?" The man nodded. Sue E understood. She glanced around and saw that many people had the same expression as the man. "The weather is hot now. Have you ever thought about what will happen to your family if your wounds become inflamed and your body is affected?" Everyone suddenly fell silent, and then a man took the lead and stood up. "I'm going to the hospital. Boss Sue is right. I'm the only male in the family. As the breadwinner, I have to take good care of my body. Once there was one, there would be a second one." Watching everyone disappear in the lobby one after another, she felt a sense of comfort in her heart. "Host, are you really not doing this for points?" "Sue E, could you please not ruin the atmosphere? Points are one thing, but only if they are alive and well and in good health, will my mission be meaningful? Give them a discount if appropriate, Tongzi. After communicating with the system, Sui E stood up and walked towards the hospital, and Chui Lin followed her all the way to the hospital. This is probably the time with the most people in the hospital since the last time he awakened his superpowers. When Sui saw the two people in the hospital bed cabin, he understood what they meant by they were seriously injured. Zhang Su was lying on the bed. His whole body was covered in blood. It was hard to tell which was his and which was someone else's. His right leg was broken at the thigh root. The broken part had been bandaged. Sui could not see the wound for a while. Zhang Su was still in a coma. Sui was stunned for a moment. Ah! Chui Lin's exclamation attracted her attention, and she turned and came to the one-eyed man's bed. The person on the hospital bed was also in a coma, but seeing his physical condition, Sui couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 1:17 Mutated Monster. One-Eye's belly button was bitten by something, leaving a whole piece of flesh and skin, with only a little bit of skin still attached at the root, preventing it from falling off. The thing that bit him didn't seem to have a big mouth or much strength, otherwise it could have bitten him in half. The reason why Sui knew that he was bitten was because he could clearly see a few teeth marks on the edge of the skin. Sui looked at the diagnosis of the one-eyed man. Fortunately, the bite did not harm his internal organs. At this time, he had been injected with anesthesia in the bed cabin and was being cleaned and disinfected. The next step was to suture the wound. Sui pulled Chui Lin over. The little girl is still a minor, so she should avoid such a bloody scene. Boss Su, is that person still alive? Chui Lin stammered. She saw that One-Eye's stomach looked like it had been cut open. Could a person survive with his stomach cut open? Don't worry, it's okay. You'll be on duty tonight. Wu Jia probably won't be able to go. Chui Lin nodded obediently and left the hospital. She checked Zhang Su's medical records again and found that he had just lost too much blood. Sui was relieved and turned to look at the people in the ward. Finally, her eyes were fixed on Wu Jia and Xiao Hao because they seemed to be in better condition. Wu Jia, what's going on? Wu Jia narrated their experiences in a daze. After we went out, we planned to kill some zombies and then go back. But today, for some reason, there were fewer zombies around. We walked a long way, but didn't get much. When we were about to go back, the one-eyed brother felt something was wrong. We were in a residential building at the time. The one-eyed man said that the situation nearby did not seem good to him and suggested that we stay here first and go back after it was light. Everyone disagreed with his idea, so the one-eyed brother had no choice but to follow us. Everything was fine at first, but halfway through, something suddenly jumped out and bit one of our people. It was too dark, and we couldn't see clearly. There were no buildings around, so we could only run towards the resort as fast as we could. But those things were too fast. Every time they made a move, one of us was dragged into the darkness. We had no choice but One-Eye, Zhang Su, and two others volunteered to cover our retreat, so we could go first. We couldn't see anything, we just kept running forward. When we got to the resort gate, we realized that Zhang Su and his team were already some distance away from us. Then we heard a painful cry. We saw Zhang Su and his group in the light of the resort. There were originally 4 people, but only 3 returned. The 2 of them had become like this. The monsters behind them seemed to want to chase them, but for some reason they retreated again. As Wu Jia spoke, she actually started crying. I shouldn't have gone today. My ability is so low and useless. Why should I go out with everyone else? Sui was silent and didn't know what to say. Most of the people still standing here had only scratches on their bodies. If Zhang Su and the others hadn't asked to cover their retreat and attracted the monster's attention, it would be unknown whether they could come back. Don't cry. Did you see what kind of monster that is? Wu Jiao was stunned, then shook his head. Others also shook their heads. Sui suddenly felt overwhelmed. Xiaohao was holding something in his hand. He came to Sui timidly and pulled her collar. Sister Sue, I caught this. Xiaohao opened his hands, with a few yellow hairs scattered on them. Sui took a look and understood immediately. She touched Xiaohao's head and said, a group of adults are not as useful as a child. When they encounter danger, they only know to run away. When the others heard this, their faces turned red, but they did not dare to refute Sui. They were all frightened by the situation at the time, and only now realized that they had superpowers. If they had cooperated, at least such a tragic situation would not have occurred. You're all superpowered people. Don't you want to think about how to deal with danger? That blonde girl, you have a firepower, right? Can't you even do basic lighting? Sui felt like a hopeless case. Wasn't the purpose of awakening their special powers to protect themselves and the people around them? But in the end, they couldn't even use their special powers at the critical moment. What's the use of such teammates? Xiao Hao is just a kid, but he can pull out a handful of hair at a critical moment. What are you doing as adults? You don't even have a single hair, and you don't even know what's chasing you. Sui took the tuft of yellow hair from Xiao Hao's hand and finally looked at everyone deeply without saying anything. Wu Jia was silent for a long time, then suddenly stood up. Wu Jia, where are you going? Wu Jia turned around and said, go practice. Everyone was stunned. Practice? Ah, yes, the resort has machines that can be used to practice and improve superpowers. The people in the ward looked at each other, then stood up and left. They suffered heavy losses on this trip, but it was also thanks to Du Yin and Zhang Su. If it weren't for their quick reaction and the decision that was not entirely correct, but had the courage to sacrifice themselves to save everyone, I'm afraid that when they returned, even these people would be gone. Sui thought about it and decided to waive all medical expenses for both of them. It's not that she is a saint, but she will use people like this in the future. She looked at the hair on her hands and chuckled. Tongzi, what do you think this is? Host, I don't know much about the creatures on Blue Planet. There are too many species on Blue Planet. The first time Sui saw it, he knew what it was. It's tiger hair. Tiger's fur is mostly yellow or light yellow. Their patterns are innate at birth, and Sui gently picked up one and compared it with his hand. The length of this hair was about 6 to 8 centimeters, which met the characteristics of tiger hair. Moreover, the only animal that could tear a person's leg off alive is a tiger. She read Zhang Su's report, which said that the wound was irregular in cross-section. The skin was severely damaged. There were different degrees of contusions, ruptured blood vessels, etc. These are all characteristics of lacerations. As for the wound on One Eye's stomach, Sui estimated that it might have been caused by an underage tiger cub. As for how young it was, that would depend on the extent of the mutation. As expected, these monsters are definitely not just one. Tigers are social animals, and they should all be intelligent animals like crocodiles. Those things did not attack them at the beginning. Instead, they waited until it was dark, and they were out of the building and in an open area before they took the initiative to attack. It was obviously premeditated. This time, she won't spare their lives like the crocodile. Thinking about it, she went to the 10th floor and knocked on the door of the 2 zombie uncles. If the animals in the zoo were still alive and had escaped, the first ones to suffer would not be the surviving humans, but the minions of a certain zombie boss. Chapter 1:18 Hunting the Tiger. Song Chendong opened the door sleepily. Sui asked in surprise, do you zombies sleep too? Song Chendong was dissatisfied. Zombies are also half human. Why don't they need to sleep? Sui entered the room. The air conditioner was set to a very low temperature, and she couldn't help but shiver. But why did you come to see me suddenly? What's the matter? Has your little brother not contacted you recently? Song Chendong has a little yellow-haired guy under his command. They had seen him before. The sapient zombies have a unique way of communication, although Sui doesn't know how they communicate specifically. He was stunned for a moment, then realized, now that you mention it, it seems that I haven't contacted Xiao Huang for a while. Sui's mouth twitched. I think you have been living a good life and have forgotten about your younger brother. Song Chendong closed his eyes and tried it, but there was no fluctuation in his mind. After a while, he opened his eyes again. His face was gloomy. Something may have happened. Boss Sui, I have to go out for a while. Sui smiled and said, I was just about to tell you about this. Something seems to have escaped from the wild animal area of City A Zoo. It is a mutated animal that is very difficult to deal with. It has injured several people in my resort. You mean? What do you think the carnivores will eat when they come out and can't find food? Song Chendong's face changed. Could it be that it survives by eating zombies? I just came to talk to you about this. I was just about to go look for them. We can't leave them out there to hurt people. And we have limited clues right now. We don't even know to what extent they've mutated or how many there are. Song Chendong thought for a moment and said, You're not asking me to go find them, are you? Sui was surprised. Is it so obvious? Song Chendong was speechless. If Sui didn't think of him for something, would he come to see him? Look, your ability is psychic and you can communicate with zombies. It would be best if you go, and you can lure them out. They are used to eating zombies, so the flesh and blood of ordinary humans must not be attractive to them, right? Besides, you're going to go find your little brother anyway. He's been with you for so long. You can't just leave him alone, right? There was one more thing Sui didn't say. It's too hot outside now. You two are the only two who are not afraid of the heat. Song Chindong. It seems to make sense, but I always feel like something is wrong. Well, since you asked me to do this, I will take my little brother Yang with me. As he said that, he ran to the room and woke Shui Yang up. Shui Yang zombie's body had just adapted to this human lifestyle, and he was very resentful when he was woken up by him. They don't need to sleep, but mental sleep is good for their supernatural powers. Get up and receive guests. Shui Yang. Sui E. Get up, get up. I'll take you to meet my brothers. As their second in command, it's time for you to go out and meet people. While Song Chindong urged Shui Yang to put on his clothes, he put on a black hooded cloak himself. Before leaving, Song Chindong looked back at Sui E in confusion. Boss Sui, aren't you going? Sui smiled. I'll be there in a minute. I still need to wait for someone to join me. Hearing this, Song Chindong thought of Su Ran. Su Ran had been busy raising a dog next door recently and had not been seen for a long time. Sometimes he could hear the dog barking in the middle of the night. When he thought about the bald girl going there too, Song Chindong suddenly felt very safe. Okay, then hurry up. Song Chindong didn't think much and took Shui Yang out. Sui watched the two people leave thoughtfully, and then came to Su Ran's room. She wanted to take Su Ran with her, but not to help, but to watch a play. Song Chindong's ability as a high-level zombie was more than enough to defeat a few tigers. It wasn't that she couldn't defeat them. Although Sui had a system, tigers were quick to react. Who knew if they would become more abnormal after mutation? She couldn't see clearly in the dark. Without her orders, all her power was useless. Boom, boom, boom. Who is it? Hey, Boss Sui. Why are you here? Su Ran was sitting on the sofa holding the dog. She was extremely excited when she heard the words Boss Sui. Sui, come and see. On the sofa, Su Ran picked up Yang Yang and turned it over to show Sui. Sui looked at its belly and was surprised. It's pregnant? It's not someone's baby. There is not even a dog in this apocalypse. How did she get pregnant, and when did she get pregnant? Several people looked at Yang Yang's belly with mixed feelings. After Yang Yang cut off most of its hair, its original body shape was exposed. It was basically just a skeleton. It had only grown some meat in the past few days, and its round belly was very obvious. It is not known whether this border collie is infected. If it is allowed to give birth rashly, it may suffer a devastating disaster. But if there is no infection, it is not good to decide the life or death of several lives so easily. While thinking, Su Ran had already got a soft quilt for it and spread it under the doghouse in the room. By the way, Boss Sui, what do you want to talk to me about? Sui thought for a moment and said, it's about when I went out to look for crystal cores a few days ago and was robbed by a monster. The two lying in the hospital you mentioned? Sui nodded. Yes, just in case. I have heard about it. I want to take a look and saw that they were badly injured. However, we know too little about that thing right now. How can we deal with it? Sui smiled mysteriously. Someone is there. Song Chindong is already gone. Su Ran was shocked. He is so cruel. He is not afraid of death. Of course not. He is very strong. His abilities are among the highest in the entire resort. Now it was Su Ran's turn to be shocked. Is he that strong? Sui smiled and said, you think he is deliberately hiding his abilities. He can control so many zombies and become a lord. How weak do you think his abilities can be? It's just that I met her, and there's nothing I can do about it. Then when are we going to go there? Sui thought for a moment and said, tonight, they won't come out during the day, so let him and Shui Yang go check out the situation first. On the other side, Song Chindong began to think about Su Yi's words since he came out of the resort. He suddenly thought of something. This was a monster that even Su E didn't want to go to. He was not stronger than Su E. What reason did she have for him to provoke her? Good guy, I was careless. Brother Dong, why do you look so sad? Shui Yang followed him and said as they walked. You don't understand. Shui Yang was confused. The two men passed by the place where the residents of Hope Resort had been attacked before. Now that it was daybreak, they could see it clearly. There were spurted bloodstains all over the ground, which looked horrible. Song Chindong looked at the marks on the ground with a serious expression. Chapter 119. Tiger gives birth to cubs. In addition to the blood spurting and dripping on the ground, there were several traces of dragging around. The person being dragged obviously had wounds on his body and was bleeding a lot. The blood-red area had dried on the ground, which looked shocking. There were also several bloodstains extending along the road and disappearing near the resort. On the contrary, in the other direction, there were also many spots of bloodstains along the road they had come from. Song Chindong, and Chui Yang kept walking along the bloodstains. The road seemed particularly long. It took them more than half an hour to reach a convenience store. The bloodstains extended to the floor in front of the shelves inside. It seems like these people were injured here, and then they were targeted when they walked out of the convenience store. It wasn't until just now that those things started to attack. Chui Yang checked and finally found the same bloodstains on the sharp edge of the convenience store shelf. Before the apocalypse, he particularly liked reading detective novels, and these crime-solving elements were his strong points. However, after becoming a zombie, many of these things were no longer useful, and his brain's reaction speed was slower. Song Qindong tried to contact Xiao Huang again. This place was not far from their original office building. He closed his eyes and felt it many times, and finally found that faint trace of mental power in the vast darkness. He quickly locked onto the location, which was inside the office building. Song Qindong was overjoyed. "Follow me." He pulled Chui Yang all the way to the office building. There were no more zombies wandering around the gate. Song Qindong pulled Chui Yang into the gate, and at that moment, he felt an extraordinary mental power. He didn't have time to think about it, and went straight to where Xiao Huang was. There was a storage room on the 18th floor. As soon as Song Qindong opened the door, he saw scattered cardboard boxes, empty bottles, and cleaning tools piled on the ground. He quickly pushed the things away. At the very bottom, a little yellow-haired zombie was lying there panting. After Song Qindong saw the scene clearly in front of him with the help of the light, his pupils constricted and his whole body looked terrifyingly gloomy. Even Chui Yang turned his head away, unable to bear to watch. Half of Xiao Huang's head was gone, revealing a dark mass inside. His only remaining eye was struggling to stay open, and he only had one arm left. He still has a pair of legs, and he hid here with one of them after escaping. When Xiao Huang saw the familiar figure, his mouth opened and babbled, and he kept trying to raise his remaining left arm. Song Qindong knew that he would not survive. Whether it was a zombie or a human, the head was undoubtedly the most important part. The fact that Xiao Huang could survive until now was already a miracle among zombies. Soon, the virus could no longer support the functioning of half of his brain. Song Qindong smiled slightly. "Don't waste your energy, idiot." Xiao Huang's hands did not stop moving. He could not lift his arms, but he tried hard to bend his hands and point downwards. When Song Qindong saw this familiar action, he couldn't help himself any longer. Xiao Huang is the zombie that has been with him the longest. The first zombie he encountered after his mutation was Xiao Huang. The two of them came here from other places and hunted together. He helped Xiao Huang control his desire for fresh human flesh and blood and brought him to survive here together. "Good boy, take a rest. I'll go check underground." After Song Qindong finished speaking, he stood up and wanted to leave, but Xiao Huang's fingers were tightly hooked on his clothes and refused to let go. Song Qindong knew what he meant. He wanted to tell him that there was something in the underground garage, and it was very dangerous, so he didn't want him to go. He gently pulled Xiao Huang's hand and then gently put it aside. "You have a good rest and wait for me to come back." Song Qindong walked out of the utility room and said to Chui Yang, "Please take care of him for me." "Thank you very much." Chui Yang nodded stiffly. At this moment, Song Qindong exuded an aura that said, "Keep away from strangers," and his pupils emitted a strange light. He went down to the 10th floor, turned over, and jumped out of the window, landing on the concrete ground outside. When Song Qindong entered the gate again, he finally felt the strange mental power, which came from the underground garage. He found the door to the safe passage, which was originally chained to prevent zombies. He pulled hard, and the chain broke, and the door was pulled off with a bang. As soon as I stepped into the entrance of the underground garage, a familiar, similar smell hit me. There were countless skeletons piled in the underground garage. Those creatures ate the zombies into their stomachs and spit out the indigestible bones and threw them outside. Song Qindong continued to walk inside. After coming down from the safety passage on the first floor, he arrived at Area A of the parking lot. Further inside was Area B of the parking lot. The two areas were separated by an iron gate. The door to Area B was ajar, and faint whimpering sounds could be heard from inside the door. A hint of surprise flashed through his mind, and he slowly pushed open the door. There was no huge monster behind the door as he had imagined. An abandoned SUV with a big hole in the roof and the body of the car flattened. And on the comfortable and warm cushions inside, 3 little tiger cubs were lying. That's right, it's the little tiger cub. Song Qindong was surprised and suddenly at a loss as to what to do. The 3 little creatures couldn't open their eyes yet, and their bodies were covered in blood, but their bodies were already about the same size as an adult's arm. Song Chendong estimated that these should be the children born from the mutant tiger mom and mutant tiger dad, and they should have been born not long ago. Song Chendong thought for a while, found a blanket from an abandoned car nearby, wrapped the three little ones in it, and prepared to leave. Although we cannot be humane to an animal, it is still a humanitarian principle that we should seek revenge on whoever killed it, but not on their own children. However, just as he was about to leave, a huge howl almost pierced his eardrums. At the entrance not far from Area B, a huge figure was running towards him quickly. Song Chendong could tell at a glance that it was a tigress because there was blood dripping from its body from time to time. The tigress ran towards him quickly, aiming directly at the tiger cub wrapped in a blanket in his hands. When she got closer, he could see its size clearly. This tigress is 6 meters long and as tall as several adults when standing. Song Chendong sneered. "You came just in time." He put the tiger cubs on the car beside him. Although they did not open their eyes, he still covered the tiger cubs' heads with a blanket. He suddenly closed his eyes, completely ignoring the huge monster that was rushing towards him. Just as the tigress was about to reach him, Song Chendong opened his eyes again, and his eyes were covered with blood red. From his perspective, every move of the tigress was slowed down several times. The tigress's paws rested on his shoulders, and he immediately grabbed her huge paws with both hands. At this moment, his strength was amazing. He stood up, grabbed her paws, stepped on the tigress's shoulders, somersaulted, and landed in front. Song Chendong exerted force with his hand that was holding the tigress's paw, and he actually lifted the tigress up by her feet, then threw her over his shoulder. The tigress's huge body drew a perfect parabola in the air and slammed heavily to the ground. Chapter 120, Helping the Tigress. Song Chendong watched the tigress's actions coldly. He saw that after it got up, it did not launch another attack. It lay on all fours, looking at him breathlessly. A pair of tiger eyes stared at Song Chendong gloomily, as if it knew that it was no match for the man in front of it. The two people were in a stalemate, and neither of them moved. Suddenly, a whimpering sound broke the silence, and the little tiger cub covered with a blanket nearby made a sound. Song Chendong glanced at the tigress, then walked over to the cub. When he moved, the tigress prostrated herself on the ground, ready to attack. Song Chendong smiled and said, "I won't hurt them." The tigress did not move and remained in an attacking posture towards him. Song Chendong looked at the little tiger cubs. They had kicked off the blanket without him noticing. Their limbs were flapping around, and they were whimpering. This is a newborn tiger cub who was hungry. The tigress's body gradually relaxed, and there was a hint of pleading in her eyes as she looked at Song Chendong. Song Chendong glanced at the little tiger that was still struggling, and his heart softened. "Feed it, but you hurt my people. I can't let you go." The tigress seemed relieved. Song Chendong knew that the mutated animals could understand human language. He walked forward, picked up the 3 little tigers, and put them in front of the tigress. The little tigers smelled the familiar scent and leaned towards the tigress's arms. Song Chendong watched this scene without saying a word. The 3 little tigers ate happily in the tigress's arms. After they were full, they lay in the tigress's arms and fell asleep together. The tigress looked up at Song Chendong and raised one of her paws and shook it for a long time. "What's the meaning?" The tigress put down her claws, made up her mind, and closed her eyes. Song Chendong suddenly felt familiar with this action. Then a mental force rushed into his mind, and he immediately understood. This was the tigress bonding with him. He didn't expect that this tiger also had psychic abilities. Are all animal mutations so abnormal? As the connection between the two was established, Tigress's clear voice echoed in his mind. "Human. Mine can no longer survive." Song Chendong was stunned when he heard this. He then realized that behind the tigress, there was a long trail of blood extending from the entrance of the parking lot to here, and its body was bleeding. "I had a lot of bleeding when I gave birth to them. I couldn't help it. They were contaminated by the virus, and they were too big." There was some helplessness in Tigress's tone. "Why is it contaminated by the virus?" The tigress said, "After we escaped from the zoo, we had nothing to eat, so we had to eat those strange humans on the road. However, the bodies of those humans became very strange. After we ate them, many of our companions died, and the remaining companions all mutated." Song Chendong heard the key information. "You? How many of your companions survived?" The tigress thought for a moment and said, "Including me, there are 4 in total. The other 3 are all male tigers." When Song Chendong heard this, he looked surprised. As far as he knew, male tigers were many times larger than female tigers. This tigress had grown so big. What would the male tiger look like? I could feel my baby changing inside me, so I didn't eat anything until I gave birth. Song Chendong understood that while the tigress was eating those zombies, the children in her body were also mutating. When she gave birth, the cubs were too large, causing the tigress to bleed continuously. What about the male tigers? The tigress shook her huge head and said, I don't know. They only come back once every few days, and every time they come back, they bring a lot of strange people with them. Song Chendong nodded. It seemed that the tigers usually went out hunting. Then, the tigress suddenly howled and fell to the ground, unable to hold on, while bright red blood spread like a river under her body. Human, can you do me a favor? Song Chendong looked at it and said nothing. Can you help me take care of my children? I can sense a strange aura on you, but you are different from those strange people. They are still young, and I don't want them to eat those strange foods. But your companion killed my people. How do you know that I will help you take care of the child? You are different. I believe you. Although you have been keeping us locked up in that place called a zoo, you have not treated us badly. When I gave birth before, humans helped me deliver the babies. I believe you can take good care of them. Song Chendong's gaze glanced at the 3 tigers sleeping peacefully, but he finally turned his head away. Okay, I promise. If you want to find them, they'll come out at night. The tigress said one last word, then touched the cubs with her claws, looked at them lovingly with her tiger eyes, and licked the child with her tongue. After a moment, its huge body fell to the ground, lifeless. Song Chendong felt mixed emotions. In such a difficult environment, animals will subconsciously protect their children, but some people just can't do it. He walked up, picked up the little ones, and left the underground garage. Before leaving, he turned around for the last time to look at the tigress who was lying on the ground with her eyes closed, his heart filled with sadness. When Song Chendong came back carrying the tiger cub, Chui Yang was startled. Damn it. How did you go out and pick up a child? The blanket was still covering the little tiger, and for a moment Chui Yang thought he was holding a child in his arms. Chui Yang walked forward and lifted the blanket, and 3 little tigers appeared before him. Oh my God! Oh my God! Where did it come from? Chui Yang was stunned and then realized it won't attack Xiao Huang and the others. It must be the parents of this thing. Chui Yang looked at the little tiger from left to right. This thing is a few months old. Do you plan to take it home and raise it yourself? Song Chendong looked at him and said, they were just born. Chui Yang. Chui Yang opened his mouth wide and his eyes were round. Just born? He looked at the little tiger again with a bit of vigilance. It was so big just after being born, so how big must its parents be? Song Chendong entered the grocery room, squatted in front of Xiao Huang, and showed him the little tiger in his arms. When Xiao Huang saw the little tiger, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Combined with the appearance of half of his head at the moment, he looked a little scary. The tigress died right after giving birth to them. Before she died, she asked me to raise them. I hope the disaster will not affect her children. Xiao Huang, will you blame me? Xiao Huang shook his head gently, and his eyes towards the little tiger were full of love. The little guys looked very cute when they were sleeping. There are 3 more male tigers. They all escaped from the zoo. I will definitely help you get revenge. Xiao Huang pulled Song Chendong and shook his head again. You don't want me to kill them? Xiao Huang shook his head affirmatively again. Why? The next second, Xiao Huang tried hard to sit up and leaned against the wall of the utility room. Song Chendong wanted to help him, but he refused. After Xiao Huang finished, he struggled for a long time, trying to lift his arm. But his brain nerves were damaged. If he wasn't a zombie, he would have died long ago. Now it's just a virus that is keeping his consciousness hanging. Xiao Huang was very unwilling, gritted his teeth, and used all his strength to raise his arm. But his head, which was exposed outside, began to flow out black stuff. Song Chendong tried to help him block it. As a zombie, he naturally knew what this meant, but Xiao Huang blocked it with his hand, signaling him not to do it. Then he pointed at the little tiger, then at himself, and waved his hands. He didn't make any sound this time, as if he knew Song Chendong couldn't understand him either. Song Chendong understood what he meant. He said that he had no parents and didn't want the little animals to be born without parents. If we don't kill them, they will hurt others, and the owner of the resort, Mr. Sui, will not let them go. Xiao Huang nodded as if he understood, then smiled and suddenly put his hand into his head. Xiao Huang. Song Chendong quickly put the little guys on the ground, but Xiao Huang had already stretched out his hands. His movements were extremely fast, as if he had thought of it long ago. Song Chendong looked at his hand. Xiao Huang took out a green crystal core from a pile of black things. It was his own crystal core. He used up his last bit of strength to raise his hand and threw the crystal core in front of Song Chendong. Then he looked at him, smiled, lowered his head, and stopped moving. Xiao Huang. Song Chendong looked at him and roared in pain. This was the first time he was a zombie and had 5 senses. I haven't asked you yet. What's your name? Song Chendong lowered his head and muttered to himself. Since the day they met, he had always called this little zombie Xiao Huang because he had yellow hair. Chui Yang listened to the noise inside and remained silent. After a while, Song Chendong came out of the utility room holding Xiao Huang. Take those little tigers with you. Chui Yang nodded silently. The two walked all the way to the resort. The road to the resort was surrounded by greenery. Song Chendong planned to bury him nearby. This was his first friend after he became a zombie. Song Chendong found a piece of wood and stood there. There was no pen in front of him. Otherwise, he would have written something on the board. Brother Dong, what should we do next? Song Chendong thought for a moment and said, wait until dark. The tigress said that those guys would be active after dark. The two found the tallest tree around the road and climbed up it. At night, if those things came out, at least he could know where they were in the tree. However, Chui Yang looked at the tree, stunned for a moment, and thought to himself, will those male tigers be taller than this tree? Why are you standing there? Come up. Oh, okay. Chui Yang followed Song Chendong up the tree. It was a poplar tree that had probably been planted not long ago. It was about 7.8 meters tall. 2 people sat on each side of the tree and observed the situation nearby. It got dark quickly. It was just after 5 in the afternoon, and it was already dark. Do you feel that it's getting dark faster and faster now? Song Chendong looked at the sky, thoughtfully. Indeed, it gets dark very early these days. If we calculate based on the temperature, it should be summer now. If we calculate based on the time, it should be almost winter. On the other side of the road, 2 familiar figures walked over. Brother Dong, is that Boss Su and Su Ran? Chui Yang patted Song Chendong, who was still in a daze. Song Chendong looked in the direction Chui Yang pointed, and sure enough, Su Ran bought a new set of camouflage uniform at the department store, and Sui E remained the same as usual. Boss Su, Suran. Chui Yang waved at the 2 people on the road from the tree. Sui E and Su Ran turned around before they saw the 2 people on the tree. What are you doing on the tree? Su Ran looked up at the 2 people. Zombies are different. They can climb such a high tree. Brother Dong said it's easier to observe from a tree. Su E looked at Song Chendong. He still looked the same, with a faint smile on his face, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Song Chendong, what happened? Su E looked at him and suddenly asked. Oh, what else could it be? Song Chendong raised his legs and jumped straight down from the tree. This action scared Chui Yang. He stood on the tree trunk and moved for a long time, but finally did not dare to jump. Xiao Huang was bitten by that group of tigers. He couldn't hold on and died. I built a grave for him over there. Song Chendong pointed to the other side and said in an indifferent tone. Su, he didn't say anything, just stared at him motionlessly. Hey, why are you looking at me? Song Chendong turned his back awkwardly. I will avenge him. Song Chendong didn't turn around, but just hummed in a depressed tone. Chui Yang hesitated for a long time before finally coming down from the tree. Su Ran saw that he was holding a large blanket in his hands and walked over curiously. What is this? Yes. Before Chui Yang could say anything, Su Ran had already lifted the blanket. Oh my God! Oh my God! Su E, come and see. A few people turned around and saw Su Ran grabbing the little tiger on the blanket and holding it up. Wow, so cute. Su Ran held the little guy in his arms, stroking its fur and scratching its chin. It's no secret that cats love to have their chins scratched. Su E was ashamed. Why are you all picking up animals one by one? The previous crocodile was fine, as it could be sent to a wild place to survive on its own. But how could such a tiny tiger be sent there? It could only be brought back to the resort to feed. Song Chendong explained. The tigress had a difficult birth and was almost dying when I went there. She didn't want her child to be affected by the virus, so she didn't eat for a long time afterwards. Su understood. So besides that tigress, are there any other tigers that escaped? Song Chendong nodded. There are 4 in total, 1 female tiger and 3 male tigers. I have to remind you that the female tiger is very big, and she also has psychic abilities. She has established a connection with me. As for the male tigers, Su E was mentally prepared. With the exception of Yang Yang's border collie, all other mutated animals seem to become very large, not to mention those with special powers. How amazing! Yang Yang has space-related abilities. I wonder what abilities those tigers have. Su Ran was beaming with joy as he spoke. looking a little excited. Chui Yang sighed. These days, even mules and horses have superpowers. As everyone was talking about this, suddenly an evil wind blew over from behind Sui Ran. Sui was quick-witted and pulled Sui Ran away. The evil wind only touched the corner of Sui Ran's clothes, but also cut off a piece of cloth. Something's nearby. Chapter 1:21 Waiting for the Tiger. Sui squinted his eyes and looked around. The sky was dark, but not completely dark yet. Song Chendong also felt something strange, and several people suddenly became nervous. Sui Ran looked at the corner of her clothes and screamed in pain. I just bought new clothes. The damn thing, get out of here. The only sound that responded to her was the whistling wind. Suddenly, the three little tigers started to move around and roared, becoming extremely excited. Their kind should be nearby, Sui said. Everyone moved their positions, stood together, back to back, and stared closely at the movements around them. The sound of the wind lasted for about a minute, and then suddenly stopped, and the little tiger in Chui Yang's arms also calmed down. God, no way, are these guys so cowardly? Sui Ran had an expression of disbelief on her face. Song Chendong shook his head. They realized that we are difficult to deal with, so they retreated first. I'm afraid we have to wait until dark. Sui looked around. There were no streetlights around here. Even if there was no way to get electricity now. This place was also some distance away from the resort, and the light from the resort could not reach here. If it got completely dark, it would be pitch dark. Fighting with 3 felines in such an environment would be pure suicide. The 2 zombies with psychic powers didn't care. Their powers and mutated physical characteristics could be seen clearly even in the dark. But what about her and Sui Ran? Oh, it would be great if I had a pair of glasses that could help me see clearly at night. Chui Yang sighed. Song Chendong punched him and said, You zombie, you're a psychic zombie. Why do you need glasses? Sui had an idea. Yes, night vision goggles. Sui immediately called Tongzi silently in his heart. System, do you have night vision goggles for sale? Host, yes, there are 3 types. One is a monocular infrared head-mounted night vision device, which costs 4,000 points. One is a binocular device, which costs 20,000 points. The last one is a binocular device, which costs 40,000 points. Which one do you want? Sui seriously suspected that the system was cheating her. Turn up the holographic image for me, so I can see what it looks like. Good host. The system was very efficient, and 3 different types of night vision goggles appeared before her. Sui looked at it several times before he understood the difference. Monocular means only one eye can see. Binocular means both eyes can see. Monocular has 1 hole for both eyes. Binocular has 2 holes for both eyes, like a telescope. Sui didn't understand the difference in imaging, so he could only explain it to himself this way. She gritted her teeth and said, I want 2 40,000 ones. It's expensive for a reason, right? The system immediately deducted 80,000 points from her account. Sui felt the pain as she spent 80,000 points to buy something that could only be used once. Sui Ran looked at the 2 helmets with night vision goggles that Sui had conjured out of thin air, with a look of surprise on his face. Sui, you actually have this kind of thing in your space. Song Chendong was also surprised when he saw the 2 night vision goggles she took out. These binoculars were not cheap before the end of the world. Besides, who would put such things into space for no reason? Sui smiled and said, I just picked it up because it seemed fun, but I never thought I would be able to use it at a time like this. Sui handed one to Sui Ran, and Sui Ran fiddled with it in his hand for a long time. How do I carry this? The night vision goggles are fixed to the helmet, but the intricate straps are rather cumbersome. Let me do it. Song Chendong had been a soldier before, so he was more familiar with this kind of thing. After putting on the helmet, pull down the straps on both sides and buckle them, then put down the night vision goggles and tie the straps on both sides to the back of your head. Sui Ran, wearing a helmet, looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. I can really see it clearly. Night vision goggles are usually equipped to special forces to locate enemy targets during night battles. A few large companies and private detectives are also equipped with night vision goggles. Not only can they see the surrounding activities clearly at night, but more importantly, the thermal imaging technology of night vision goggles can reveal whether there are any signs of human activities in an area. After Sui successfully put on the helmet, he looked around curiously. Chui Yang had an envious expression on his face. I want to bring it too. Song Chendong rolled his eyes and said, Don't carry it. It's too heavy and it might collapse your brain. Chui Yang fell silent immediately. After becoming zombies, their skin tissue is more fragile than that of normal people because in a sense they're already dead, and dead people will not return to their original state if they are bumped or scratched. But how did those animals find their way here? Song Chendong asked in confusion. When they were investigating before, they found that after the residents of the resort were injured in the convenience store, the smell of blood attracted them to follow those people all the way here, but they didn't have any wounds on their bodies. Sui pointed at the little tiger cub in Shui Yang's arms, and Song Chendong took a look and immediately understood. The tigers followed the child sent here. Su Ran said, "Why don't you put them in the middle of the road, and then we'll wait for its father to come out?" Song Chendong looked at her. "Do you think its father is stupid?" Soran. Song Chendong looked at Sui E again. "Boss Su, you can communicate with the crocodile before, but these tigers." Sui glanced at him calmly. "Do you think I'm dying too slowly?" The crocodile had eaten her food so she could communicate with it, but it didn't even show up just now. "Wait, eat." Sui suddenly thought of something, looked at Song Chendong, and was about to say something, then shook his head. She originally wanted to ask Song Chendong to catch a zombie, feed the food to the zombie, and then feed the zombie to the tiger. But after thinking about Xiao Huang, I decided to give up. She had no choice but to ask the system. "Tongzi, do you have the same meat as last time? Give me another piece." The system was silent for a moment. "Tongzi, host, I suggest you get a 200-gene sheep. That piece of meat may not be enough." Sui was stunned. "Doesn't that mean that those tigers are bigger than the crocodile?" Damn, she wants to go back. The system placed a sheep in the space for her, and then Sui transformed into a sheep in front of everyone. Everyone. "Sui, your space really has everything." Song Chendong raised his eyebrows. "Can your space contain living things?" Sui was silent for a moment, and then explained, "I don't know why my ability can be used to hold living things." I don't understand, I'm not clear. These are the three main excuses for passing the buck." Sui led the sheep to the side of the three little tiger cubs, then tied the sheep to a nearby tree. He also cut its back with a knife, and the bright red blood immediately dyed its fur red. After doing all this, Sui turned around and led everyone to hide 8 feet away, while Song Chendong moved to the tree next to him. Several people watched the situation here from different directions. Another hour passed, and it got dark. Perhaps because it was night, the temperature outside was not that high. Among the 4 people, only Su Ran was sweating profusely because she was wearing the most. Su Ran was getting hot and irritable. Her newly bought camouflage uniform had long sleeves, and she wore a small vest underneath. When she was about to move to take off the long sleeves outside, Sui held her down and said, "Don't move." Chapter 122 Mutant Tiger. Su Ran suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura. She turned her head and looked towards the road. A huge tiger was slowly walking towards the little tiger in the middle of the road. "Fuck!" Su Ran cursed inwardly. She swore that she had never seen such a big tiger. The 2 men were wearing night vision goggles and could see clearly that the male tiger was 10 meters long. If it stood up, it would be at least as tall as a 4-story building. 2 long fangs grew out of the corners of the tiger's mouth. Its eyes were also different from those of normal tigers, being blood red, and its face was covered with purple marks. When Song Chendong saw the tiger for the first time, he cursed inwardly. He wondered how many zombies this male tiger had eaten to mutate into this state. Behind the tiger, there were 2 huge beasts. Although not as big as this one, it looks like it is more than 8 meters long, and it also has 2 fangs growing out of its mouth. The first time Sui saw the 3 tigers, he immediately opened his eye of analysis. With her analytical eyes, the bones inside the tiger's body were clearly visible. She even saw that the pattern of the tiger behind was similar to that of the 3 little tiger cubs, and there seemed to be some kind of connection in their blood. She lowered her head and whispered to Su Ran, "The one on the right-hand side at the back is the father of the 3 little tigers." As soon as she finished speaking, the tiger behind her smelled a familiar scent, walked up to the little tiger, sniffed it, then stuck out its tongue and started licking it. The tiger's body was so huge that everyone could clearly see the barbs on its tongue. The leading tiger seemed very dissatisfied when he saw this scene. He looked around with his big head and then walked up to the sheep tied to the tree. It stuck its head out and sniffed, then looked drooling, but it also seemed very alert and walked around for a long time. After a while, it came to the sheep again without finding anything. The old sheep seemed to sense the danger and kept running around. It opened its mouth wide, ready to eat. The other tiger suddenly howled and rushed towards it. The 4 people hiding in the dark were dumbfounded by this scene. "What's going on?" Su Ran looked confused. The tiger rushed up to the largest one and bared its teeth at it. It seems that they quarreled over food. Cats are all territorial, but it is obvious that the larger tiger is a little stronger. With one slap, it slapped the tiger that was blocking its way aside. When the father of the three little tigers saw this, he also stepped forward to join the fight. The little tiger began to grunt, apparently because he was hungry. The largest tiger was not at all panicked when fighting two alone. It skillfully dodged the attack of one tiger and then stretched out its claws to hit the other one. It seemed that this was not its first time fighting so skillfully. Sui E was speechless. Can't you eat first? Can't you three tigers divide it equally? How can I communicate with you if you don't eat? The fight between the three tigers didn't last long before the largest tiger won. It opened its mouth wide and bit the sheep in half alive. It then held the back half of the sheep's body in its mouth and walked aside to eat. The other tiger looked at the tiger father who was lying on the ground. It walked forward, cut the remaining part into two, and took the sheep's head away. When the tiger father saw this scene, he looked at the tiger with gratitude, then walked forward and took the other half away. However, he did not eat it, but brought it to the little tiger. The mother tiger is no longer here, and the little tiger has no milk to drink, so it can only lick the sheep's blood with relish. That big tiger is so wicked, Sui ran cursed in a low voice. After they all finished eating, the three tigers suddenly paused and then roared towards the sky. Where are you, you despicable and cunning human? Sui E sighed, stood up and walked out of the bushes, facing the three big guys. When the three tigers saw her, they attacked her as if she were their enemy. Sui quickly said, I'm here to discuss a deal with you. What the hell are you talking about? You cunning humans dare to plot against me. The one who spoke was the largest tiger. The three tigers did not relax at all and took an attacking stance. Sui looked at the situation and thought that there was no way to reach an agreement. She suddenly had an idea and turned directly to the tiger dad. I can let your child grow up safely. You also know the principle of the survival of the fittest among cats. If one day you run out of food, your child may become their meal. Are you willing to see this happen? Tiger dad was stunned for a moment, then said, You killed my wife, and you dare to say such things to me. Sui E smiled helplessly. Your wife died at the hands of your kind. You should have gone back to check. There were no wounds on her body. She died of dystocia. The reason for the dystocia was because you ate those strange people, causing the cub to be too large. In order to prevent the child from becoming a monster like you, she didn't eat for several days. The tiger father suddenly fell silent. He thought about the time when he brought food to the tigress later, but the tigress didn't even look at it. But the largest tiger refused. You damn human, you actually want to sow discord. Don't believe her. If it weren't for those strange people, we would have starved to death long ago. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have become so strong. But no one paid any attention to him. Another tiger glanced at him calmly and said, Don't think we don't know how much you secretly ate. You are the only one who thinks it's good to be like this. What's so good about being like a monster? The tiger father still didn't say anything. He lowered his head and looked at the little tiger lying on the blanket, as if thinking about something. You damn human. I'm going to kill you. The largest tiger suddenly roared and rushed toward Sui. Sui did not move, nor did he use the power of order. The next second, Song Shindong rushed out from the darkness and took Sui away from his original position. Why don't you hide? Song Shindong asked. Sui chuckled. I want to see how long you guys are going to hide. After that, she pointed at the tiger and said, This is the largest one. You should probably want to take revenge yourself. Song Shindong looked at the tiger, and the image of Xiao Huang before his death flashed before his eyes, and he was immediately furious. Cui Yang also ran out from the darkness, and the two of them rushed towards the largest tiger together. There are actually two strange people, the tiger said, with saliva flowing from the corners of his mouth. I can feel that you are very strong. If that's the case, I will definitely become stronger after eating you. The tiger roared, and a strange wind slowly blew around it. Chapter 123, Solving the Tiger. It's the male tiger with wind-type abilities. Song Shindong and Cui Yang exerted their mental strength to the maximum. The tiger's movement speed became extremely fast with the bonus of its wind-related abilities. The two could only dodge in the face of the male tiger's fierce attack. Sui E watched them deal with the largest tiger, and she walked over to the other two male tigers alone. Here you are. That should only be the boss. The tiger father nodded and said, It found that the fence of the wild animal area was broken, so it escaped with us. But after it came out, it was like a different person, Tiger's father looked a little sad. After eating a lot of strange people, it also became strange. When we saw it like this, we originally, alas, there is nothing we can do. It is too hungry, and my wife is pregnant. Sui could understand that animals' behavior most of the time follows instinct. The tiger father looked down at the little tiger lying on the blanket, his eyes full of love. If you continue to live here, you will just have to keep eating those weird people. Tiger Dad said helplessly. But where can we go? Sui continued. I have a place where you can live in peace. In order to maintain the food chain of nature, there will be normal food for you to hunt. Tiger Dad stared at Sui with his eyes wide open. Are you telling the truth? After saying that, he seemed to remember something. No, you humans are the most cunning. We have eaten so many of your compatriots. How could you possibly help us? Sui shook her head and said, humans are very cunning, but there are cunning ones and there are kind ones, right? Just like you. She pointed her finger at the largest male tiger. Are animals necessarily kind? I can send you there, but it must die here. Its nature is not suitable for such a place. It is no longer hunting for food to fill its stomach. The tiger father looked at the male tiger, then at Sui. Ew, but can you beat it? Whenever I want to. Sui's calm tone and 4 words gently imprinted on Tiger Dad's heart. At this moment, he felt that this young girl seemed to really have such confidence. Okay, I promise you, but my children... Tiger Dad lowered his big head again, feeling lonely. I can help you take care of them temporarily until they can survive on their own. I have a lot of human supplies there. I can feed them milk powder and meat. Thank you. You are a very good human being. The tiger father nodded and looked at the other male tigers standing behind. Gonghu also nodded at him, and the 2 men reached an agreement. The tiger that was still fighting didn't know what was happening here. The mental power of Song Qindong and Chui Yang caused great interference to it, slowing down its speed a lot. The 2 zombies grew long nails on their hands, leaving wounds on the tiger's skin during the confrontation. If it was an ordinary dagger, it probably wouldn't be able to break through the defense. Finally, the male tiger seemed to be annoyed. It roared, and all the wounds on its body healed in an instant, and the black blood flowing from the wounds was also absorbed by it. Damn thing! Go to hell! It roared, and the wind around it gradually became stronger, surrounding it, and it seemed that a tornado was about to form. Seeing this, the tiger father quickly protected his child, as if he was facing something terrifying. Song Qindong didn't expect this thing to be so difficult to deal with. All the wounds they left on it were absorbed by it, and their mental skills had no effect on this tiger at all. There is no other way. This is the only way. Song Qindong sighed and shouted, Boss Su, help me. Chui Yang's hand, which was about to launch an attack, paused for a moment. Disperse. Sui E blew lightly, and the wind surrounding the male tiger gradually dissipated. The male tiger looked at her in disbelief. Ew, how could this happen? Am I not strong enough? Sui looked back at it and said word by word. Humans can become the top of the food chain, not by brute force, but by wisdom. The biggest difference between humans and animals is that we can think, have feelings, and have determination. The male tiger seemed to have suffered an extremely strong blow and sat on the ground, motionless. After it came out of the zoo, it felt that the human world had undergone earth-shaking changes. Many people had turned into strange creatures that could only walk and attack. It had been hungry for many days. After a full meal, it found that its body had become bigger and its fangs had become sharper. It realized that eating these strange people could improve its strength. So it began to eat and hunt crazily, even if it could not eat anymore. It seemed that humans had been trampled under its feet. Song Qindong, the rest is up to you. The tiger no longer had the majestic look it had just now. Its supernatural powers were completely suppressed by Sui. Its huge body sat on the concrete floor, and its dull look looked particularly funny. Song Qindong looked at her, then looked at the other 2 male tigers. They won't hurt anyone. Just take care of them. Song Qindong nodded, stood up, and attacked the tiger's head. The male tiger was not on guard, and its defense was totally different from before. Song Qindong killed it with 1 strike and directly took out the tiger's crystal core. This crystal core is different from human crystal cores, and even the level cannot be seen. He put away the crystal core and put it together with Xiao Huang's crystal core. Sui's appearance just now also completely frightened the other 2 tigers, and they looked at Sui with fear in their eyes. The place you are going to is called the Natural Land. Without my permission, animals in the natural land cannot leave it, and similarly, humans cannot go in. The two male tigers looked at each other and nodded at Sui. Human, we will follow your instructions. The other male tiger hesitated for a moment and said, Human, you are very powerful. Before you leave, I want to remind you that there are not only us in the beast area, there are other animals as well. You must be careful. Sui was stunned for a moment. Other animals? Have all those cats and dogs escaped? Are they still active in the human world? Sui rubbed his forehead and spoke silently to the system in his heart. System, send them to a natural place. Okay, host. The next second, the two male tigers disappeared from sight, and the tiger father was teleported away by Sui before he had time to say goodbye to the little guys. Sui thought about it, and then asked in his mind, System, can the antidote be used on animals? Host, I cannot find it for the time being. When you have enough points, you can buy it and see for yourself. The tone of the system was a bit suspenseful. Sui was sure that this guy was bluffing her, as he clearly knew not to tell her. Okay, it's over, we can go back now. Ran clapped his hands and came out from the bushes beside him. Chui Yang saw her and said, Why didn't you come out to help just now? Ran looked bewildered. Sui said it's very dangerous and we don't need help. Ahem, come on, let's go back. You two can take those three little guys with you. Song Chendong and Chui Yang resigned themselves to their fate and picked up the little tiger and followed behind. Chapter 124 Extreme Heat is coming. Only Sui could hear their conversation, and no one else knew that other beasts had also escaped. Several people returned to the hotel, and the three little tigers were handed over to Ran, who also went to the store to buy a few bags of milk powder. Because there is a virus in the tiger cubs' bodies, their genetic structure has changed. It can be said that there is nothing that they cannot drink, and it is okay to feed them raw meat now. Yang Yang was very happy to smell the familiar animal scent. He kept circling around Ran until he saw the three tigers Ran was holding. Then he stopped and quickly ran to the sofa and lay there motionless. Cats and dogs are natural enemies. But this is not a cat. But Ran was really shocked by the appetite of the three little tigers. She bought 3 bags of milk powder and fed the little tiger 3 times a day, just like Yang Yang. After the meat was cooked, she served out the meat and the soup and mixed the milk powder with it for the little tiger. She did this 3 times a day, but the little tiger would still cry out of hunger at night. So Ran increased the amount of food she fed at each meal until they stopped crying at night. But 3 bags of milk powder were finished in 3 days. Ran found Sui and cried, Sui, this is what you promised Tiger Dad. I can't afford to raise them anymore. They eat too much. Woo 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 woo. Sui laughed. Okay, I'll reimburse you. When Ran heard about reimbursement, he immediately raised his head with his eyes wide open. I will reimburse you for your milk powder and meat from now on. Don't let them starve. Ran patted his chest and said, Okay, I will definitely raise them to be plump and white. The injuries of the people who were attacked by the tiger last time have almost healed. One eye can now get out of bed and walk slowly. Zhang Su got a prosthetic limb from the hospital and now looks no different from a normal person. When they heard that Sui and her friends had solved the danger outside and brought back 3 little tigers, they all came and knocked on Ran's door, wanting to see the little tigers. Ran simply carried the 3 full little ones to the lobby on the first floor. Isn't it a tiger cub? How come? It must be a mutation. Its parents must be big too. This tiger is really small. Indeed, the 3 little guys had very good food at Ran's place, and they grew very fast. Now they have grown to be as tall as a person's knees and look fat and strong. It's a pity that it's too hot outside now to go out. Even if you get out, the zombies have been eaten by the tigers, so there is no crystal core left for you. In addition to the tiger cub's rapid growth, the temperature outside the resort was also rising rapidly. It is now 62 degrees Celsius. Some people just went out and came back with red faces. The surface temperature has really reached the point where an egg can be cooked easily. The extreme heat has officially arrived. At the same time, the temperature in the resort has remained stable at 32 degrees Celsius and has not changed. The protective cover reduces the ultraviolet rays outside. Even if you go out in the resort, you must wear some protective clothing and apply sunscreen. For a moment, the resort was empty, except for a very few people who get up on time every day to go to the fields and water the plants. No one else can be seen. Everyone hides in their rooms, turning on the air conditioner. Not only in City A, the temperature in other cities has also reached an unbearable level. Only half of the people sent by Long Chiyuan and Lewis to City B to search for survivors returned. They brought back a large number of survivors, but half of them suffered from heat stroke on the third day after arriving at the military base. Rong gathered Banyang and the others in a room on the first floor. The air conditioner was on in the lobby, and several large basins of water were placed. Because the insulation layer was installed in advance, the temperature in the room was not that high, but everyone still took off their shirts because of the heat. Several muscular men were sitting in the room, with obvious muscle lines on their upper bodies and 8 abdominal muscles wet with sweat. It was indeed a beautiful sight. Several people looked at each other in silence. "Boss, why do I feel so embarrassed?" Banyang spoke first. "Then put on your clothes," Rong said lightly. "I'm not wearing it." Banyang muttered softly. Rong's eyes inadvertently glanced upstairs. There was an air conditioner and insulation layer in his grandfather's room. For the elderly, extremely hot weather should be the most unbearable. Fortunately, there was no power outage at the base for the time being. In fact, even if there was a power outage, it didn't matter. He had bought a lot of solar power panels before, which he could use when the time came. He also thought about sending the old man to Sui E, but the distance was too far. After they came back, there was first heavy rain, then a flood broke out in City A, and now it was hot, so they never made it in time. Moreover, the base is now full of Lewis and Long Chi-Yuan's people, so it would be extremely difficult for him to send people out. Long Chi-Yuan was sitting in the room, feeling extremely hot. He turned on the air conditioner but still felt hot, so he kept fanning himself with a fan in his hand. "There's nothing we can do. We can't go out in this weather. We can only wait until the temperature drops." Lewis was also very annoyed. He was sweating profusely, and his shirt was sticky to his body. He had never been so embarrassed before. "What about those who were sick?" Lewis thought for a moment and asked. "We finally brought the people back, but in the end we can't do anything but wait for them to die." Long Chi-Yuan made up his mind. "Let's take them all to do experiments. Otherwise they will die. There is no extra medicine for them in the base. They can only blame their bad luck." At this point, Long Chi-Yuan added, "Then we will announce to the public that they died of illness." Lewis laughed and said, "You dragon people are really cruel. You treat people from your own country so cruelly. TSK, TSK. For those who achieve great things, sacrificing a few insignificant people is nothing. I heard that there is a Hope Resort in City A of your dragon country. It's okay if you don't mention it, but it gets annoying once you do." Long Chi-Yuan said impatiently, "Yes, there is one. I heard it is quite magical. They should be the only ones who can live comfortably in such weather." "Then why are we going to City B? If we had known earlier, we should have gone directly to City A." Long Chi-Yuan shook his head. "You don't understand. I sent people there twice, but both times they came back empty-handed, and even lost some manpower. I advise you not to take the Hope Resort." Lewis raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of teasing. "Is it really that mysterious?" However, he has always been interested in mysterious things. Chapter 125 Environmental Action. Since the extreme heat came, many farmers have used their points to exchange for automatic irrigation systems from Sui. They water the crops at a scheduled time and in fixed quantities every week. They no longer have to go to the fields to check on the growth of the crops every day. For a while, there were almost no people in the resort during the day. Due to the unusual weather, Patrolman Sui E also asked them to take a break during the day and work from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next day. Sui E hid in the room, looking at the amount of electricity provided by the system, feeling helpless. The Hope Hotel's electricity consumption reaches 200 kilowatt hours per day. Even the Hope Inn next door consumes nearly 100 kilowatt hours of electricity per day, not to mention other facilities and lighting in the resort. Host, this amount of electricity consumption has seriously exceeded the range approved by the system. If it continues, it will cause serious environmental pollution to the blue planet. Sui E said. "Then what can I do? It's so hot in the resort. You can't stop us from turning on the air conditioner. Are you a savior system?" Host, in fact, there are other options besides air conditioning. We must uphold the concept of environmental protection. At least the air conditioning cannot be turned on 24 hours a day. Sui thought about it and felt that what the system said made sense. Extreme weather such as extreme heat and extreme cold were ultimately caused by human beings' lack of environmental protection. How about this? Starting today, the resort will implement a power outage system between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. every day, and power will be restored after 8 p.m. Sui had actually thought it over carefully. How could one sleep at night without air conditioning? Host, let me remind you, if the power goes out, your room will also be out of service. Sui nodded. Of course I know. Could it be that I am the only one using the air conditioner, when no one else is using it. On the day the environmental action was decided, she made an announcement on the resort's radio station. The resort's broadcasting is systematically set up, and there are small speakers in every room and every building through which Sui E's broadcasts can be heard. Residents of the resort, please note that an important notice is about to be broadcast. In order to respond to environmental protection needs, power outages will be implemented from tomorrow from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Residents are requested to clean out the refrigerator inventory in advance. The resort will not be responsible for any losses at that time. Reported again. Sui E's cold voice was repeated 3 times on the radio. Finally, he reminded that the convenience store provides free fans and asked everyone to actively respond to environmental protection. The power was supposed to be cut off today, but Sui took into consideration that some people might have frozen food in their refrigerators, so he gave everyone a day to sort out. The people at the resort immediately took action, although they were confused as to why the power was cut off for Boss Sue. But everyone still cooperated to clean up the things in the refrigerator. Hey, who's next door? Where are you going? I'm going to eat. It's time for dinner. Don't go. I'll give you the meat in my refrigerator. You can cook it and eat it. The restaurants and food courts were particularly empty today, and no one came down to eat even at mealtime. The worst one is Sue Ran. The food she prepared for the dog could no longer be frozen. Sui. Seeing Sue Ran's angry expression, Sui laughed out loud. She couldn't help but remind him. Do you know there's a kind of dog food called baked food? Sue Ran was stunned for a moment. What does this have to do with her refrigerator not being usable? Isn't there a dryer in the sweets kitchen? Sue Ran suddenly realized yes, she could dry them all. This way they can be preserved for a longer time. But this time she asked Sui to help her thaw the frozen dumplings, took out a rolling pin to roll them into pancakes, divided them into small grids, and put them in the oven. Sui was responsible for steaming the other dumplings, cutting them into small pieces after they cooled down, and putting them into the dryer. Because the memory of the 2 containers was limited, the 2 people worked in several batches to complete the task. For this reason, Sue Ran was afraid that the little ones would not have enough to eat, so she called all the members of the female team, bought a lot of ingredients according to the previous recipe, and made a lot of dumplings. Several people worked until 5 o'clock the next morning to finish preparing the materials for the refrigerator. Weighing them together on the scale in the house, the 2 types together weighed a full 50 kilograms, of which 40 kilograms were meat-eating cats. Fortunately, Sue Ran has special abilities. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't be able to lift these dozens of kilograms. The next morning at 8 o'clock, the resort lost power on time. Many people were awakened by the heat. Why do you think Boss Sue suddenly had to cut off the power? Need I say that? The generator must be insufficient, so we have to temporarily cut off the power to maintain it. That makes sense. Sue, he was also woken up by the heat early in the morning. There's no way. The temperature in the resort has been maintained at over 30 degrees. Although the temperature indoors is a little lower than outside, it is not much better. Sui got up and took a cold shower, then changed into shorts and suspenders, walked to the refrigerator, and took out the ice cube she had put in there yesterday. Because the power had just gone out, the ice was still frozen hard. Sui moved a piece and placed it on the coffee table, then sat on the sofa and fanned himself. The cold air from the ice cubes immediately made her feel a lot cooler. Anyway, the power was only out for 12 hours. I waited for the plate to thaw and put it in the refrigerator. It was frozen solid again by 8 o'clock the next day, just right. She is such a clever little girl. System. Host, you'll get stuck with bugs. There are many residents like Sui. They freeze several large blocks of ice in the refrigerator one day in advance and take them out the next morning, which can be used as air conditioners. So, Sue Ran was in tragedy again. She was so busy cooking last night that she forgot about it. It was not until Mumu, a member of the same team, went out to get a fan and came back with the news that many residents' homes had frozen in advance that they thought of this. But everyone was not idle. They filled a large basin of water and placed it in the living room, then opened the refrigerator's refrigerator and freezer layers. Several people sat around the refrigerator door and fanned themselves. The power just went out, and the refrigerator is still plenty cold. But with the refrigerator door wide open like this, the cold air dissipated very quickly, and in less than an hour, the coolness inside could no longer be felt. Others chose to take a bath, lie still in bed, and calm down naturally. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the power supply was restored after a day. Tongzi, how is everyone doing today? The system was silent for a moment, and then said, 125 people froze ice cubes in advance like the host. 188 people sat at the door of the refrigerator to enjoy the cool. 85 people calmed down and cooled down naturally, and 25 people soaked in the water. Sui E. There is no need to be so detailed. Chapter 126, Environmental Rewards. The rest of the people did nothing and survived. But host, I guess everyone will be frozen like you tomorrow. It's only the first day. It's normal. It will be fine once everyone gets used to it. Sui cleaned up the water stains on the coffee table, then poured 2 basins of water and placed them in the refrigerator. After doing all this, she decided to go to bed while she could turn on the air conditioner. Just as I went to bed, the long-lost system prompt sound suddenly rang in my mind again. Ding, congratulations to the host for using 200 kilowatt hours of electricity for infrastructure construction today, achieving the title of Environmental Protection Messenger, and rewarding 200,000 points. Damn, is there such a good thing? If I had known this, I would have cut off the power 24 hours a day. Sui looked up at the air conditioner and suddenly felt that it was not that important. Tongzi, why didn't you tell me about this good news? Host, I'm afraid that if I tell you in advance, you won't use electricity for 24 hours. Sui E. You really understand me, Tongzi. Sui blinked. But now I know. System. Suddenly I had a bad feeling. Sui thought about it and asked. This reward should be a tiered system, right? What are the other rewards? After the Environmental Protection Messenger, there are 3 levels of rewards. Environmental Protection Ambassador and Environmental Protection Spokesperson. The host's infrastructure electricity consumption will be calculated every day for settlement. So, there are rewards every day? Then why not before? The system quickly explained. This is something I only got after I reached the maximum level. I didn't have it before. Sui was thoughtful. An hour later, the resort issued another notice. In order to assist in the research of zombie vaccines, this notice is hereby issued to solicit the opinions of the residents of the resort. The power demand of scientific research equipment is too high. A vote will be held on the proposal to cut off the power supply of the resort for 24 hours to meet the research needs. Later, a seconding letter will be sent to each room by fax machine according to the number of people. Please check and fill it out carefully. When the news came out, the resort was in an uproar. Damn it, I was wondering why Boss Sui suddenly had to cut off the power. Turns out he started researching an antidote. Is there any need to say this? You must agree. This is a great thing that will benefit mankind. There's an antidote. There actually is an antidote. The apocalypse is finally coming to an end. For a moment, many people gathered in front of the Hope Hotel, each holding a piece of paper in their hands. The system cursed inwardly. The host was really treacherous. If she suddenly announced a 24-hour power outage, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction among others, and might even arouse suspicion. However, Sui used vaccine research as an excuse, and everyone's attention was on the zombies. Not only did no one think about anything else, but everyone would support her. No one wants the apocalypse to end more than these people. Without a doubt, a 100% pass rate. Many people even asked Sui about the authenticity of the vaccine. Does Boss Sui really have a vaccine? Boss Sui, do we no longer have to be afraid of zombies? Boss Sui, is the end of the world coming to an end? Sui looked at his points, which were more than 3.02 million. Although it was still a long way from 10 million, it was fast. Everyone, don't get excited yet. Sui stood in front of the hotel, holding a stack of papers she had just collected. Looking at the words written on them, she felt a little touched. In addition to the options of agree and disagree, there is also a line of what you want to say. Many people have written a lot here. This is not only a consent form, it is more like an anonymous questionnaire. She took a quick look and saw that the most common comment was that they hoped their deceased relatives could come back to life. But these people still added another sentence at the end, even though they knew it was impossible. The sudden disaster caused many ordinary people to lose hope of life. Sui sniffed and continued. We are indeed working on researching the antidote, and we have already made 1/3 of the progress. I believe that with everyone's help, we will soon have results. Someone in the audience jokingly said, Boss Sui, do you need human experiments? I'm willing. Me too. I'd like to, since I'm the only one at home anyway. Sui took a deep breath and said, No, we must remember that no matter what time it is, as long as there is order in people's hearts, that order will always exist. We don't need human experiments, not only now but also in the future. This is not allowed in our dragon country. Sui ran in the crowd was also deeply shocked by this scene. At this moment, a sentence suddenly appeared in her mind. You care about the people, and the people will hold you high. Sui's resort is a hodgepodge of people, with all kinds of people there. Regardless of good or evil, no one dares to cause trouble in the resort, and no one is an enemy of Sui. On the one hand, it is because of her mysterious and powerful strength, and on the other hand, everything Sui did was for Blue Star, so that they could survive better. The current extreme weather is nothing but humankind's own fault. Mumu quietly touched Su Ran and whispered, "Boss Su is really capable. There are people who volunteer to do experiments. The one at the military base." "Sure." Su Ran made a silent gesture. "It's fine if we just keep it to ourselves." Mumu nodded and said nothing more. Although the people at the military base didn't say it, everyone knew it in their hearts. Where did so many people with special abilities who disappeared for no reason some time ago go? The leader of the military base is a cannibal. It would be strange if things weren't in chaos. With unanimous approval from the resort residents, Sui decided to officially implement a 24-hour low-carbon lifestyle, starting at midnight tomorrow. Except for restaurants, convenience stores, department stores, and some street lamps, all other places will be closed. However, what surprised her was that starting tonight, many residents had consciously turned off air conditioners and other electrical equipment, and even started washing clothes by hand. Sui originally thought that everyone would stay in their rooms with the air conditioner on, but she didn't expect. While she was eating, several more tables and chairs appeared at the entrance of the hotel. Wu Jia and her friend sat outside playing mahjong, fighting landlords, playing poker, and even there were also elderly men and women dancing square dance at the door. Suddenly, there were more and more people outside, and Sui was a little uncomfortable for a while. However, in contrast to the bustle in the resort, the road outside the gate was deserted. In the darkness, a figure stood there. No one noticed when he was there. The man was wearing a black cloak with a hood covering most of his face. Judging from his body shape, he should be a man. The man looked at the lively scene in the resort, then looked at the girl walking among the crowd, and suddenly laughed out loud. Hope Resort. It's really interesting. Chapter 127 Strange People. We lived a low-carbon life for 2 days. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using 100 kilowatt hours of electricity for infrastructure construction today, achieving the title of Environmental Ambassador, and being awarded 500,000 points. Sui looked at the points that had been credited to his account with great delight. On the first day, there was a 24-hour power outage and many people were not used to it, so they ran to department stores and convenience stores with electricity to use the air conditioning. Convenience stores are open 24 hours a day, and some people even spend the night in them. It won't be the case today. Today, all places in the resort will be closed after 7 p.m. except for the streetlights. I estimate that I will be able to get the next level of rewards by tomorrow. She is one step closer to her goal of 10 million. The system has been very busy these past 2 days because of its host's involutionary behavior, which resulted in only its host name being the top 3 on the Interstellar Environmental Protection rankings. Other system members ran to the supervisor to complain, but it is the first system in the entire galaxy to reach the maximum level. The performance is there, and the supervisor won't say anything even if I complain. However, it did not tell Sui that the host had said that a qualified ruler could handle some small matters on his own. Sui was just about to go out for some fresh air, as the room was stuffy and hot without air conditioning. Xiaohao was walking back and forth in the lobby with a nervous look on his face, and he looked towards the entrance of the resort from time to time. When he saw Sui coming out, he immediately went forward and pulled Sui and said, "Sister Sue, I found a strange person." "What strange person?" Sui followed him to a corner of the hotel, from which he could see clearly what was happening outside the gate and the fence. Xiaohao pointed in the direction of the fence. "It's right there." Sui looked in the direction of his finger, and sure enough, there was a man in a black robe, standing there with his back to the resort and his head lowered. Sui looked at the outfit, and suddenly thought of the foreigner he met that day. The person following Lewis was also wearing black clothes, covering his face. The man was looking down at a tree, not knowing what he was doing. Suddenly he stopped. Sui reacted quickly, pulling Xiao out of the sofa in the lobby and sitting down. He whispered, "Don't look over there, look at me." Xiao immediately turned around and looked at Sui nervously. The man suddenly turned around, looked at the tree in front of him, then threw down what he was holding and left. Sui became alert. "Xiao, when did you find him?" Xiao thought for a moment and said, "It was last night. When everyone was playing in the square, I was taking care of my sister. Then I saw him at the entrance of the resort. He greeted me through the railing. I thought he was someone from the resort, but I saw him again this morning. I thought about it and suddenly felt that something was wrong. It was so hot outside, who would go outside?" Sui nodded, as if thinking about something. Xiao and his sister both looked like their mother. They were very small and not tall. They looked like two innocent children. That person probably treated Xiao Hao as a child. But Xiao Hao was right about one thing. It was so hot outside that normal people would not go out, unless the person outside was not a human. System. I remember you said you could detect the location of the zombies? Yes, host. Search for the zombies nearby, including high-level zombies. Sui thought of the familiar smell behind Lewis when he first met him. The only ones who could walk freely outside at this time might be high-level zombies. Okay, host. The system immediately called up a holographic image of the surrounding map. The dense red dots on the map immediately scared her. That's not right. The zombies around here were either eaten by the mutated tigers or moved away by Song Chendong. How could there be so many? The red dots lingered within 3 kilometers of the resort, motionless. Tongzi, aren't there any high-level zombies? Host, I scanned 3 times. Apart from the 2 in the resort, no trace of high-level zombies was detected nearby. Unless what? Unless he has the ability to become invisible. Our scanning data relies on scanning virus-infected people to determine the number of people. If he becomes invisible, the target disappears on the spot, and we cannot scan this infected person. Sui E's alarm bells rang. An advanced zombie that can become invisible? This is an invisible threat to the resort. How dare the bastard to go to her resort? Did he really think she couldn't go out because of the extreme heat? Xiao Hao, don't tell anyone about this. Xiao Hao nodded obediently. Suddenly, Sui suddenly thought of something. It's broken. If she remembered correctly, the tiger father had said that all the animals in the wild animal area of the park had escaped. She looked at the densely packed red dots on the map again and felt a headache. How is this different from a buffet? Go back to find your mother and sister. You will be on patrol inside for the next few days. Don't go out. Xiao Hao agreed and ran away quickly. These people from Beijing will cause trouble for her. It seems that she must go to Beijing as soon as possible. Sui thought for a moment and asked, Tongzi, is there any material that can provide insulation? She would definitely have to take Su Ran and the others with her when she went to Beijing, as well as the 2 mutant zombies. She could wear a thermostatic suit, so it wouldn't be a big problem, but Su Ran and the others. Host, are you going out? Host, I would like to recommend you the new vehicle signature 1200 from our system mall. As the system spoke, it also brought up a holographic image for her. This car is a bestseller in the godly rich system next door and has received rave reviews. It is the best choice for long-distance travel. Moreover, after being modified by my savior system, its 4-wheel drive and body are all reinforced with titanium alloy plates, and 3 layers of thermal insulation materials are added. It can adapt to various extreme weather conditions in the end times, and the car is fully equipped with daily necessities. I'm not going on a trip. Then the host can also take a look at this one, which is recommended by the female system next door. It is a cool and beautiful Lamborghini. Sui gritted his teeth. We have a lot of people. Host, how about this one? It's a modified Mercedes-Benz G63. Both men and women like this car very much. It ranks first on our interstellar rich sales list. Sui glanced at the small price tag in the lower right corner and ignored it. No, it's too expensive. The system isn't a dilemma. Why is it so difficult to cheat the host out of points? I'm going to buy cheap insulation and install it myself. After hearing what she said, the system suddenly changed its tone. Host, do you know that because of your environmental protection involutionary behavior, I've been complained about in the interstellar world, and now other co-sovereigns are isolating me? Sui was embarrassed. So what? So you can't contribute some points to me? What's wrong with you just buying a car? Is it not good? It's not like you can't afford it. My host is so beautiful. What's wrong with her buying a car? Sui. She really wanted to ask who she learned this dog system from. Okay, I'll buy it. Okay, host, which car do you want to buy? I think this Lamborghini suits your temperament very well. This G-Class is also good and matches your height very well. This one. Is there a bus? System. Chapter 128 Departure to Beijing. Finally, Sui spent 40,000 points and bought a modified school bus. In fact, there is also a double-decker bus and a public bus. The double-decker bus has more functions, and the public bus is cheaper. However, the double-decker bus is too expensive, requiring 80,000 points. The public bus is cheaper, but its appearance is too shabby. In comparison, this yellow school bus is more to her liking. According to the system, these cars are used by hosts from other dimensions to exchange for points, and then they are modified and sent to the system mall. Sui was very satisfied with her small yellow school bus. It had 12 seats and was a bus used to pick up and drop off students from a certain high school. And what the system said was correct. It was indeed a modified car. She sat in it to try it out and found that it was actually much cooler inside the car than outside. The school bus was parked in the resort's yard, and she gave it a quick rinse. Chui Lin came out to take out the trash and saw Sui E tinkering with a yellow bus. "Boss Sue, are you going out?" She originally wanted to ask where the car came from, but after thinking about it, she changed her mind. "I don't know when, but the resort has added an invisible, unwritten rule. Don't ask too many questions about the extra things that appear in the resort, as it has nothing to do with you." Sui nodded. "Prepare to go to Beijing." Chui Lin walked closer and was able to see the car clearly. The body of the car seemed to have been modified, with the words "the 20th High School Department" faintly printed on it. The tires also looked abnormally large, and the windows of the car were all black, making it impossible to see inside from the outside. "By the way, go and inform all the resort staff to gather in the yard at 6 o'clock tonight. I have something to say." Chui Lin nodded and took the trash can back to the hotel. Sui thought he didn't know how many days it would take him to come back, or if he could come back at all, so he had to at least arrange things first. After packing up her car, she went to the 10th floor of the hotel and knocked on 2 doors at once. Su Ran lives in the middle room. On the left are the Liu family, and on the right are 2 zombie uncles. Unexpectedly, Su Ran's door opened first, and the person who opened the door was Song Chendong. Sui E. Sui E looked at him blankly, then looked at the silent room next door. "I just heard the little tiger cry, so I came to take a look." Sui E nodded. "It's a good thing that you are all here. I have something to say." Song Chendong moved aside to let Sui E in. As soon as Sui E entered the room, he saw Su Ran holding a little tiger and coaxing it in a soft voice. The little tiger kept howling and kicking in her arms. "What's going on?" Sui E walked forward and took a closer look and found that there was a cut on the tiger cub's ear. Su Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was beaten by Yang Yang. Sui E. "Just now when I was feeding it, it finished eating in its own bowl and went to eat from Yang Yang's bowl. Yang Yang called it twice, but it didn't respond, so Yang Yang got angry. At this time, the border collie was lying on the ground, looking lazily at the crying little tiger. Sui E was speechless. "Come on, brother. Does your dad know that you were bullied by a dog? If your dad knew, he would probably throw you out." The little tiger was still howling and didn't respond no matter how Sui Ran coaxed it. Sui E was having a headache because of the noise. How could she talk about her work if it was so noisy? "Shut up and stop screaming." Sui E roared, and the little tiger suddenly stopped, then stared at Sui E with wide eyes and his mouth tightly closed, as if he had suffered a great injustice. "I have something to tell you." Seeing that it stopped howling, Sui Ran also put it on the ground. Seeing that it was about to get down, Yang Yang slowly stood up and stared at it. The frightened little tiger kicked its legs and ran back to the sofa. "I'm going to Jing City, and I want you to come with me." Sui Ran frowned. "Why do you want to go suddenly? It's so hot outside now." "Don't worry about that. I have a modified car with good insulation." Sui Ran nodded and spread his hands, saying, "I can do anything. It's up to you guys." Chui Yang also said, "I will follow your arrangements." Song Chendong looked at Sui E for a while and suddenly said, "Did you find out?" Sui knew what he was talking about, and she nodded. "We suddenly discovered it today. Logically, there shouldn't be so many zombies, but they suddenly gathered there and stopped moving." Song Chendong continued, "It's not just ordinary zombies. There should be a high-level zombie commanding them. I can't get in touch with those ordinary zombies, which means that person's ability is higher than mine." Sui Ran looked confused. "What are you talking about?" Sui shook his head. "Nothing. You will know when the time comes. It should be a tough battle." After hearing what Sui said, coupled with what Song Chendong had just said, Sui Ran's expression gradually became serious. They had all seen Song Chendong's abilities when they were fighting the mutant tiger, but he said that he was stronger than him. Sui Ran looked around the room at everyone, and finally stood up and walked up to Ching Ching, Moo Moo, and another girl and spoke. "You two don't have any relatives in Jing City, so don't go back this time. Stay here and take care of Yang Yang and the others for me. Sister Ran, you are not allowed to refuse." Sui Ran's tone was firm. The 3 girls nodded dejectedly. They knew in their hearts that this was the decision Sui Ran made to protect them. The other girls in her team all have relatives or friends in Beijing and need to return to the base. Sui continued, "You not only have to take care of them here, but you also have to help me keep an eye on the people in the resort. You can't let anyone go out. The task is very difficult." The girl immediately perked up. Don't worry, Boss Sue. We will definitely do it. Although the resort had a power outage, the playground and some facilities did not require electricity. Wu Jiao would also take them to play mahjong, cards, and various other fun things, so they would never be bored. As long as they did not leave the base, outsiders could not enter without her permission. Pack up and bring everything with you. We'll set out tomorrow during the day. Good. The yellow school bus has been parked in the yard. I don't know if Sui forgot about it or what, and he didn't put it into the system space. In the distance, a man in black robe stood quietly on the top of the mountain, looking at the scene in the resort. This place is 500 meters away from the resort. Standing at a high point, he can see the scene in the yard clearly. With most of his face covered by the hat, the man licked the corner of his mouth. Is it finally coming out? Chapter 129 Under Attack. Su Ran took the rest of the team members, and each of them carried a bag filled with a lot of food. Ching Ching, the water-based ability user in the team, stayed in the resort. Fortunately, Sui said that he could help them carry water, which reduced a lot of their burden. Except for a few female teammates who Su Ran asked to stay and take care of Yang Yang and Xiao Lao those who worked in the convenience store also stayed in the resort. Chui Yang and Song Qindong, the two zombies, didn't need to prepare anything. They each wore a hat. In order to move more conveniently, Sui went back and changed into a white short-sleeve shirt and a pair of sports shorts. In the afternoon, all the resort staff gathered in the yard, and Sui counted the number of people. I will be leaving the resort for a few days. When I am away, please remember not to leave the resort gate, no matter what the weather is like outside. If there are residents who don't have enough crystal cores, they can apply for a loan first. In special circumstances, the repayment date can be extended and no interest is required. Although I'm not here, the resort's rules are the same. Anyone who violates them will be expelled and blacklisted. Everyone supervises each other. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. Xiao Hao looked at Sui E and asked, Boss Sui, when will you be back? He asked the question that everyone wanted to ask most. Sui E is now the backbone of the resort. Without her, everyone would feel a little uneasy. Sui smiled and said, Soon, you will be fine staying at the resort. She handed over the management authority of the resort to the system. When Sui is away, the resort will be under completely closed management. People inside can go out, but outsiders cannot come in. After giving the instructions, she dismissed everyone and took Su Ran and his group into the car. There were not many of them, and Song Qindong and Chui Yang were responsible for driving. The seats in the car were arranged in a row of 4, divided into 2 sides, with an aisle in the middle. The last row had 6 seats next to each other, and people who were not driving could even choose a row to lie down and rest. She originally wanted to drive, but she didn't know the road. Song Qindong and Chui Yang were spiritual zombies and wouldn't get tired, so she just let them drive. As the school bus slowly drove away from the resort, a figure in the distance looked in the direction where the school bus disappeared, then turned and disappeared into the darkness. In the car, Chui Yang sat in the driver's seat. Sui E, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked back at Song Qindong, who happened to be looking at her as well. The two looked at each other and nodded. They drove very fast on the road in front of the resort because it had been cleaned before. But after leaving the road, they looked around and saw a headache of garbage along the way, which was all washed up by the previous flood. Chui Yang couldn't help but slow down his car a lot. Let's walk a little further. We'll take a rest after we pass this road. Su Ran scratched his head and asked in confusion, Sui E, I still don't understand. Why don't we go during the day? When they just decided to go to Beijing, Su Ran suggested leaving during the day. If they were faster, they would arrive in 2 days. If they left at night, they would be delayed on the road for a night, but Sui insisted on leaving at night. Hearing this, Sui looked at the intersection ahead and chuckled. Some things can't be seen during the day, so we can only lure them out at night. Pull over at the next intersection. Don't turn in. We'll rest here. As he spoke, Sui pressed the first button next to the co-pilot's armrest, and 2 small tables slowly rose up from the aisle. She also took out the lunch boxes that she had prepared in advance from the system space and distributed them to everyone. I have to say, this car modification really suits her taste. The basic facilities on the car are very complete. Except for the inability to take a shower, it is not much worse than an RV. The seats are all movable. There is a slide under each row of chairs, so they can be put together for rest at night. It is also equipped with a disposable toilet, so you can go to the toilet in the car and then just throw the garbage into the garbage disposal under the car. The most important thing is that you can refuel the car from inside the car, which is extremely safe for the end of the world. Chui Yang locked the car door and then checked the windows again. The car body was insulated, so there was no need to open the windows in the car. After making sure that nothing was missed, he sat down at the table and started eating. Sui didn't eat. She sat in the passenger seat and looked out the window. It was completely dark at this moment, and there were no other lights on the road except the two high beams in front of the school bus. Sui, don't you want to eat? Sui shook his head. Eat quickly. There will be a tough battle to fight later. Su Ran was stunned. Are you saying that someone is targeting us? Song Chindong curled his lips. You just realized it. After hearing what Sui said, Su Ran became alert. He stopped eating and sat in front of the window like Sui. Sui called up the system map and kept an eye on the little red dot on it. In the darkness, a small man in black ran up to the man in the cloak and said, Brother Yuri, they have stopped. The man was silent for a moment, then ordered, Wait a little longer, wait until they get off the car, and then we'll defeat them one by one. The little guy thought for a moment and asked tentatively, What if they don't get off the bus? The man shook his head and said with certainty, It's impossible. They are human beings, and humans have 3 urgent needs. The people in the car waited until 10 o'clock, but there was still no movement outside the window. Su ran, and the others were already drowsy. Sui stared at the map in front of him, not daring to relax for a moment. Suddenly, the red dots on the map began to move towards her in a large area. Sui sneered. Finally here. What? Is it coming? Who is coming? When Su Ran heard Sui's words, he suddenly sat up, scaring everyone. Secure the chair and hold the armrests tightly. Sui said, turning around. The red dot on the map was rushing towards their school bus at an extremely fast speed. Sui looked at the densely packed red dots on the map and felt a little annoyed. She could just stop the zombies, but that would expose her strength, and the real boss hadn't shown up yet. The zombies will not attack her, but their target seems to be this school bus. Watching the red dot on the map getting closer and closer, under the illumination of the school bus's high beams, she seemed to have seen those hideous faces running towards them. Sui turned around and shouted, Hold on to the handrail. Bang! Huge crash sounds were heard one after another, as if something had hit the front of the school bus. The car body began to shake violently. After a few times, Sui began to feel nauseous. This was a completely suicidal attack. Tongzi, you'd better ensure the quality of this car. No problem. Chapter 130 Thrilling. With a thud, a zombie fell on the windshield. One of the zombie's eyeballs was hanging outside, and the corner of his mouth was torn by something all the way to the base of his ear. He had only one ear, and his face was covered with black stuff. The zombie was pressed tightly against the car window, and its horrifying face was reflected on the window, and everyone could see it clearly. Ugh, damn, why is this thing so disgusting? Su Ran was already dizzy from being bumped into by them, and when he saw this face, he began to feel nauseous. Sui also turned his head, and several people held the handrails tightly. The zombies were still hitting the school bus. With the help of the light, Sui saw that after the zombie in the front row had its head smashed and fell to the ground motionless, a group of zombies immediately came up from behind. It seemed that an endless stream of zombies were waiting for them in the dark. Sui, what should we do? Su Ran shouted in the car. Sui turned around and looked at Song Chindong. The only ones who were less affected were probably him and Chui Yang. He closed his eyes and tried his best to control his body from being affected by the car. Song Chindong. After a few seconds, Song Chindong opened his eyes, and the red light in his eyes gradually faded away. He shook his head. No, I can't contact him. He is nearby. Sui gritted his teeth and shouted to Su Ran and his group behind him. Hold on a little longer. Su Ran nodded and looked back. A girl had vomited on the ground and then fainted. Several people were supporting her, holding on to the handrails, barely holding on. She understood the meaning of the conversation between the two people. There was someone stronger than Song Chindong waiting nearby, waiting for them to fail. Su Ran gritted his teeth, and a trace of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The two people who were supporting the girl from behind were also having a hard time and almost fell to the ground several times. She took out a rope from her backpack and threw it over. It was Yang Yang's tow rope. She didn't know Yang Yang had secretly thrown it into her backpack when she was packing it. Tie her up so she won't be a burden to you. The two girls nodded and took the traction rope. They cooperated very well and laid the person flat on the chair in no time despite such severe shaking and vibration. The girl had fainted, and to prevent accidents, they pulled down their seatbelts. Seeing the girl's actions, Su Ran remembered that, yes, there were seatbelts in the car. Sui, seatbelt. Sui E came back to his senses then. Yes, there are seat belts in the car. Several people fastened their seat belts. The collision had lasted for more than 10 minutes. Sui took a rough look and found that the car window was not broken. Looking from the inside, there were no dents on the car body and it looked undamaged. After a few more minutes, the pounding outside stopped. The zombies suddenly stood in front of the car body and did not move. Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the zombies suddenly moved to the left. Sui was stunned for a moment, then immediately stopped Sue Ran from unbuckled his seatbelt. She took a deep breath and said, "Hold on tight." As soon as Sui E finished speaking, the zombies suddenly began to ram the left side frantically. They squeezed to the left desperately, as if they wanted to compete with the school bus. Sui knew what they were going to do. These zombies wanted to overturn their car. After being modified, the school bus is several times heavier than an ordinary car, so it is not easy for zombies to overturn it. But there were too many of them. With the help of the light from inside the car, I looked out the window and saw a dense swarm of zombies. Zombies were constantly being stepped on and then struggling to climb up. They piled up layer by layer until they hit the roof of the car. Sui looked at the school bus that was about to fall, gnashed his teeth, and said, "Tongzi, the quality of your bus doesn't have to be so good. It would be better to end it early. Maybe the person who was directing behind the scenes would show up earlier. I have suffered for half an hour. Host, do you want the quality to be good or bad?" The system asks questions sincerely. But Sui was not in the mood to answer him now. The car body has gradually begun to tilt to the right. Realizing what was about to happen, Song Chindong cursed inwardly. "Don't let me catch you." He, a man who never rides a roller coaster, is about to do a handstand on a bus. Not yet, but who knows what these ghosts are going to do next. Bang! With a loud bang, the car body overturned heavily to the ground, and the dust left on the road, due to not being cleaned for a long time, was blown up over a large area. At the moment the car overturned, the zombies stopped moving. The people in the car did not move. 10 minutes later, after Sui E confirmed that the zombies had no further action, she took the lead in unbuckling her seatbelt. "Are you okay?" Sue Ran shook her head, feeling furious. If Sui E hadn't stopped her, she would have rushed out and burned all these things to ashes. "It's okay." Song Chindong helped up Chui Yang beside him. He also felt aggrieved. Some of these zombies used to be his younger brothers. Now he was tortured like this by his younger brothers. How could he survive in the zombie world if this got out? It was quiet outside the window for a moment, and suddenly there was a sound of footsteps, which seemed particularly harsh in the empty night. "I thought they were tough guys, but they turned out to be just a bunch of cowards hiding in their shells. Are all you dragon people so timid?" A man wearing a black cloak stood in the middle of the road in front of the car, followed by two other men also dressed in black. As soon as Sui heard it, she knew that this person was definitely Lewis's man. His Chinese was as awkward as Lewis's and sounded weird. She suddenly became curious about what the advanced zombies from abroad looked like. Song Chindong felt the same mental fluctuation. He rolled up his sleeves, stood up, and wanted to go out and beat someone up, but was stopped by Sui. "You're still trying to stop me." "He's already said that." "I'm going to beat him up." Sui shook his head. Wait a little longer." "What? You still don't dare to come out of your shell? You are worthy of being a dragon countryman. Listen, dragon people inside. If you come out and surrender, I can spare your lives and take you to see our boss. If you refuse to change your ways, your car is well reinforced, which is in line with the cowardly and fearful character of you dragon people." For the next period of time, no matter how the man in the cloak shouted, there was still no movement in the car. "Sui, what are you waiting for?" The military blood running in Song Chindong's bones made him unable to control his emotions several times. Sue Ran was also a little puzzled. "Aren't we going out yet?" Song Chindong looked at the man shouting in front of the car window. The familiar breath made him sure that this was the high-level zombie they were looking for beside Lewis. But he didn't understand. Now that he had shown up, why didn't they go out and deal with him? Even if he did not have Su Yi's magical abilities, he could be as capable as Sue Ran. Sue Ran's fire abilities had already advanced. It could be said that apart from Sui E, the most terrifying one here was Sue Ran. Under her extremely perverted flames, anything could melt instantly. Sui E turned his gaze to the window, looking at the endless darkness in the distance, squinted his eyes, and said, "I'm waiting for our helpers." Chapter 131, Help is Coming. Helper? Everyone looked out the window in confusion. Outside, there was nothing to see except zombies and endless darkness. The car was covered with zombie flesh, and the road was littered with disgusting liquids and broken limbs. The man in black robe stood in front of the bus, looking at the motionless school bus, and gradually became impatient. "Boss, is there anyone in the car?" The man in black robe looked back at him and said, "Idiot." At this time, another man in black walked forward. Although he was dressed similarly to the man who just spoke, it was obvious that the fabric of his clothes looked much better. "I say, Yuri, this doesn't work very well." The man spoke the dragon language, and his voice was extremely standard. "Then go ahead. You are both dragon people, so you should have more common language." Yuri felt a little contemptuous. He looked down on dragon people from the bottom of his heart. If Lewis hadn't insisted that Joseon come along, he wouldn't have wanted to bring this dragon person with him. Joseon Kwan pretended not to hear the sarcasm in his words and laughed. "Why would I go? I'm not a zombie, and I don't want to drink their blood. Whoever is greedy knows." "You!" Yuri was directly angered. Yes, among these three people, he was the only one who was infected with the zombie virus and turned into a monster that was neither human nor ghost. But at the same time, he also gained powerful strength. After Yuri awakened, he possessed two superpowers at the same time. One was psychic, and the other was invisibility. This was why Lewis valued him very much and even kept him by his side. One of his methods of advancing his strength is to drink the blood of people with special abilities. But Yuri clenched his fists. He couldn't, and even dared not provoke Joseon. This dragon guy has been with Lewis before the end of the world. He is a crazy scientist and also a powerful madman. On the first day of the apocalypse, Joseon used himself as an experiment and injected himself with the zombie virus. Unexpectedly, not only did he not die, but he also awakened an outrageous superpower. Every time Joseon uses his supernatural powers, his body will be strengthened from head to toe, and his speed, strength, and defense will be enhanced. Yuri took a deep breath. If they don't come out, let the zombies continue to attack the school bus. Joseon waved his hand and said, "It's up to you. I just want to see if that woman is as magical as they say." Yuri closed his eyes and prepared to give orders. Suddenly, there was a movement in the darkness in the distance. The crows resting on the trees were startled and flew into the air in large numbers. "What is that?" Yuri looked up in the direction where the crow took off. Joseon stared at that place and said, "Don't you have psychic abilities? Can't you sense it?" Yuri shook his head, and Joseon also frowned when he saw this scene. Sui E in the car noticed the frightened crows in the distance and said with a smile, "Help is here." After that, she opened the window and threw something at the zombies surrounding the school bus. "Wait, don't turn it off yet." Song Chindong saw Sui E open the window, went to the window, and shouted, "Hey!" The three people whose attention had just been drawn away by the crow turned back to look at the school bus. "Are you finally coming out?" Yuri took a few steps forward and saw an arm stretched out from the school bus window and raised the middle finger in his direction. Then the arm retracted and Sui E closed the window again. "Damn dragon." Before Yuri could finish his words, the ground began to shake violently. In the darkness, some huge creature was approaching here. "What's going on?" Joseon's expression finally became nervous. Such a loud noise didn't sound like that of a huge monster. The crackling sound came from far away and then got closer until those things walked out of the darkness and appeared in front of everyone, and then they could see clearly what they were. The thing was as tall as an adult, with two long fangs on both sides of its mouth, and its back covered with hard, sparse needle hair. Sui squinted his eyes and counted them. There were at least 20 or 30 of them. What is that thing?" Yuri's voice trembled. Joseon replied in a deep voice, "Wild boar." "Wild boar? Is there such a big wild boar?" "Holy shit, what the hell is that?" Sue Ran looked at the group of dark monsters in the distance and said in a lost voice, "Wild boar. Mutated wild boar." After saying that, Song Chindong glanced at Sui E again. "Boss Sue, these are the helpers you were talking about." Sui pondered for a moment. In fact, she didn't know there would be wild boars in advance. She expected that the mess caused by these zombies here would definitely attract a large group of carnivores such as wolves, lions, etc. Who knew that the special omnivore would come first? Maybe, yeah. Who knows if there will be more later? The wild boar's target was clear. The large group of zombies surrounding the school bus. They rushed straight towards the zombie horde, their huge bodies running on the road as if there was going to be an earthquake. "Boss Sue, they won't hit our car, will they?" Sui was stunned for a moment, and a childish voice appeared in her mind. Then she smiled and said, "No, they are not interested in iron skin." Then she looked among the wild boars, looking for the owner of the little baby voice. The The wild boars rushed towards the zombies with their fangs. Before these low-level zombies could react, their bodies were pierced by the fangs. Unfortunately, their brains were not damaged, and they were still able to move. The zombie hung on the wild boar's fangs, opened its mouth, and bared its teeth towards the wild boar. But unfortunately, the size difference between them was too big. Some wild boars even started eating directly, as if they had been hungry for several days. The people in the car had never seen such a scene of wild boars eating people, let alone mutated wild boars eating zombies. At the end of the herd, a little pig tried hard to follow the pace of the main group, but its legs were too short and it couldn't catch up. Wow, 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 I don't want to eat this, it's not tasty. Pig number 2, you look so skinny. How can you grow if you don't eat? Whoa, ugh, so disgusting, I want to eat. Don't let me eat. Poochie. Sui E couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sui was distracted and closed the curtain. The wild boar eating outside was really not a good sight. So, what do you want to eat? The piglet didn't realize anything was wrong and continued. Woo woo woo. I want to eat carrots and sweet fruits. I have. Wow, thank you. You're such a good pig. The piglet that fell behind the group stopped crying, stood up and looked around, blinking its confused eyes. Which one are you? Sui E. Chapter 132. Fooling the Pigs. Sui said patiently, I am not a pig. I am a human being, and I am in the car in front of you. The piglet glanced at the school bus in front of him, but the windows were dark and he couldn't see anything. Mom said that humans are not good people, and they all want to eat us. I admit that we like eating pork very much, but have you ever thought that it's because you are so delicious? Look at your beautiful lines and perfect fat. I may be small, but I'm not stupid. You human are fooling me. After saying that, the piglet remembered something. You are different from those unpalatable people out there, so are you tastier than them? Those nasty people out there can't talk, but this human can talk to it and fool it. Sui E, you can't live without it, right? She thought about it and decided not to beat around the bush. She remembered that she had read an article before which said that pigs were very tall animals, even taller than dogs. I have normal food for you, but I can't get out now. Did you see the 3 men in black clothes in front of the car? The piglet turned his head and fixed Yuri with naked eyes. Yuri sneezed suddenly. What the hell, you a zombie? Can catch a cold. Yuri shook his head. I don't know either. I feel like I'm being watched by something. It's very strange. The piglet looked at the 3 people whispering to each other and looked disdainful. See, they look a little silly. Yes, but I can't beat them. They use these strange people to block us and won't let us go out. As Sui spoke, he actually felt a sense of pity. They are really too much. They actually treated a girl like you like this. Don't worry, leave it to me. I will take care of them for you. Sui waved his hand, signaling everyone to come forward. Let's see how the helpers can help. The group curiously came to the windshield, where Yuri and the other 2 were still standing. Yuri originally thought that these pigs would leave after they were full, and he didn't want to provoke these huge monsters unless it was absolutely necessary. Unexpectedly, the big creature didn't come, but the huge little creature came up on its own. I saw the little pig running towards the 3 men on its 4 short legs. All 3 of them were stunned. The piglet ran between the people, sat down on the ground, and started howling. The group of wild boars that were eating were all startled when they heard the sound, and then they all looked at Yuri and the other 2. Joseon realized something was wrong when the piglet started to howl. He cursed secretly, activated his special ability, and ran away. He was very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Others didn't understand, but Sui understood. The little pig was howling. Help! Kill the pigs! Eat the pork! The next second, the wild boars rushed towards Yuri and the other man in black, who were still standing there in a daze. Yuri wanted to run, but he couldn't move his feet. He looked down and saw that the little pig was holding his trouser leg. By the time he broke free, it was too late. The wild boars had surrounded the 2 of them, eating even faster than they had just done. And the scene of Yuri breaking free just now seemed to the wild boar like Yuri abusing its cubs, which made it even more angry. After the piglet did all this, he jumped out. Sister, you can come out now. Where is my fruit? Do you have any carrots? Sui kept her word. After the wild boars dispersed, she opened the car window, jumped out, and flipped out of the window. There's no way. The car just overturned and the door side was pressed underneath. When the piglet saw the beautiful girl coming out of the car, he jumped and ran towards Sui. Sui recalled the scene just now and said quickly, Don't move, I'll throw it to you. After that, she took out a few apples and pears, as well as a large bag of carrots from the system space, and threw them to the little wild boar from a distance. When the little wild boar saw the apple, his eyes lit up and he rushed forward to eat it. Song Chindong and Su Ran also climbed down from the car one after another. Looking at Yuri, who was surrounded by wild boars, Su Ran sighed. Sui E, you are amazing. But how did you know that these wild boars would help us? Sui pointed at the little pig that was eating an apple and said, it's all thanks to him. His name is Pig Number 2, and he's a pig that doesn't want to eat zombies. Hearing this name, everyone burst into laughter. When the pig heard Sui E calling its name, it stopped eating and raised its pig face to glare at her. Don't call me Pig Number 2. Okay, take your time eating. Sui E comforted him silently in his heart, then turned his gaze to Yuri. She led everyone closer until Yuri could hear her and said as if no one was around, it's really miserable. Are all foreign zombies in such a miserable state now? They can't even beat wild boars. Yuri saw everything that Sui E did when he fed the piglets. He slowly took off his cloak and threw it on the ground, revealing that horrible face. Why use the word horrific to describe it? If Yuri's eyes, nose, and mouth were covered, it would be an equally fascinating face because his face did not have the purple-black blood vessels like Song Chindong's. Pity. His lips were gone, leaving a hideous gap in his mouth, revealing his black and red teeth. A piece of his nose was missing, making it look like Voldemort's nose in Harry Potter. One of his eyes was also missing, leaving the other eye socket empty, with only a layer of skin hanging on it. Yuri stared at her with his other eye and said viciously, It's you who did this. You can actually communicate with animals? Yuri's eyes turned to Sui E, and his eyes became more and more greedy. With such magical power, if he could drink her blood, would he be able to defeat Zhou Sun? Sui E hadn't recovered from his appearance yet, and couldn't help but say, You are really the ugliest zombie I have ever seen. Yuri's eyes became more and more gloomy. He hated it most when people called him ugly. I must drink up all your blood. Damn dragon countryman. Sui E laughed sarcastically. You should deal with the wild boar in front of you first. Yuri laughed. It's just a wild boar. It only takes a little effort. As soon as he finished speaking, a wild boar attacked him with its fangs. Yuri was right. There were nearly 30 wild boars, and it would only take some effort for him to deal with them. The next second, Yuri disappeared out of thin air. The wild boar, having lost its target, was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly fell to pain. Yuri appeared in front of it at some point and broke its fangs. The wild boar howled in pain, attracting the piglets that were still eating. When the piglet saw its relatives being hurt, it put down the apple in its mouth and was about to rush forward. Sui picked it up. For some reason, this pig looked very out of place with the huge wild boars. Its body was very small, not much different from Yang Yang. Don't go. Sui looked at Xiaozhu's anxious expression and suddenly felt a little regretful. The impression Song Chindong had left on her was so deep that she had forgotten that this person was a zombie with 2 superpowers. During the argument between the man and the pig, Yuri had already broken the teeth of 3 more wild boars. Sui frowned. Song Chindong? Chapter 133 Mental Attack. Song Chindong glanced at Sui E and pulled Chui Yang forward. Chui Yang looked at his figure that appeared and disappeared from time to time and said, His ability is invisibility. Although I don't know the specific effect, but when he is invisible, we can't see him. How can we help him? Song Chindong pondered. Their psychic powers could not interfere with animals, and Yuri's eyes were yellow, and his power level was higher than Song Chindong's, so he could not use interfering powers on Yuri. In this case, Yuri was holding a wild boar's tusk in his hand at the moment. Looking at the wild boar that was rushing towards him because it had lost its weapon, he became invisible again. This time he came behind the wild boar and stabbed the wild boar's abdomen with its tusk. The wild boar sensed the danger and barely dodged it, but did not dare to attack the man again. It just stood not far away and glared at him. Song Chindong saw that there were traces of the puddle on the ground where Yuri stepped when he was invisible. He turned around and looked at Sui. Do you have something that glows? Before Sui could say anything, a girl in Sui Ran's team immediately opened her backpack. I have this. Sui Ran looked at what she took out and glared at her. You brought out cosmetics again. Sui also saw that the so-called glowing thing was actually the crystal powder that girls put on their faces when putting on makeup, as well as some sequins of irregular sizes. Song Chindong, this. He took the box from the girl's hand. The box was not big, just a square shape, and the packaging was pink. A picture suddenly appeared in his mind. He rushed forward, stood in the middle of the wild boars, took a shiny box, opened it, and shouted, "Balala energy." Holy shit! What the hell? Sui bought him a special green fluorescent agent from the system store. This kind of thing is most suitable for the dark night. Song Chindong decisively returned the sequins to the little girl. Just as the little girl was about to reach out to take them, she was stopped by Su Ran. "Confiscate." Sister Ran. Song Chindong took the small bucket, hid himself using the shape of the wild boar, and approached Yuri's position little by little. The wild boars, with a shoulder height of nearly 2 meters, blocked him completely. Yuri, who was also a psychic, did not notice Song Chindong approaching at all. Just a second before Yuri hid himself to avoid the wild boar's attack, Song Chindong came close to him, opened the lid of the bucket, and poured it towards that position. Even if Yuri successfully became invisible, he would be discovered as long as he got a little bit of fluorescent agent on him. Yuri noticed Song Chindong's movements and dodged to the other side, but his black cloak and shoes were still stained with a little fluorescent agent. In the dark night, that touch of green looks particularly dazzling. The wild boar immediately had a target, and without thinking twice, it rushed towards the glowing place with its fangs bared. Yuri sensed something was wrong, and when he deactivated his supernatural power, he discovered that the corners of his clothes and the tips of his shoes were glowing green. "You damn dragon people!" His invisibility ability was broken, and he began to have difficulty facing the attack of the wild boars. "Boss, let's retreat." The man in black next to them looked at the messy herd of wild boars and felt panicked. Yuri was distracted, and a wild boar took advantage of the opportunity to rush towards him. He activated his psychic power to the maximum and discovered the wild boar. Yuri grabbed the collar of the man in black without hesitation and stood in front of him. With a whoosh, the wild boar's fangs pierced through the chest of the man in black. The man in black watched it all in disbelief. "Boss, you!" After all, he was just an ordinary man, and there was no possibility of survival after the wild boar's tusks pierced his chest. Yuri's expression did not change at all, as if he had just pulled an unrelated person to block the fatal blow for him. "TSK tisk." Song Chindong sighed. Countrymen are ridiculous, dragging your compatriots down with you." Yuri snorted. This is his fate. The man in black was just a space-related psychic, and he followed them only to help them carry more supplies. As the man in black died, the things in his space instantly fell outside. "Do you think you can stop me like this?" Yuri laughed out loud, his remaining eyes shining brightly. At this moment, Song Chindong felt uncomfortable in his mind. "Don't look at him." He didn't care about anything else and hurriedly shouted in the direction of Sui E and Su Ran, then pulled Chui Yang and turned his back. "Ignorant dragon people, let me show you what psychic abilities are." Yuri's eyes emitted a strange yellow light, and all the creatures present stopped in their tracks. The group of wild boars that had just attacked him were now lying on the ground, wailing, as if they were enduring great pain. Song Chindong and Chui Yang cannot use their superpowers. If they use mental powers to block at this time, they will be backfired. He did not expect that the superpowers of this foreigner have advanced to such a level that his mental attacks are even effective on animals. On the other hand, Su Ran's group of people, including the little pig, were not affected at all. Su Ran looked at Yuri and asked in confusion, "What is that foreign zombie doing?" "Sui E," she explained helplessly. "He should be launching some kind of attack ability." Su Ran suddenly realized something, and then he said, "Why didn't I feel anything?" Then she looked at Sui E suspiciously and suddenly understood. "It's you, right? Song Chindong's previous attack was useless to you." Sui E nodded. She was a little skeptical about how Su Ran's train of thought was working. Su Ran looked at Sui E with more and more admiration and unconsciously moved closer to her. "If you don't hug someone's thighs, you're a fool." The little girl behind her didn't know what was going on, but when she saw Su Ran's actions, she followed her and moved closer to Sui E. Yuri looked around with a smug look in his eyes and suddenly noticed Sui E and his group who had no reaction. What's going on? Is it because they're too far away to be affected? He strengthened his ability again and expanded the range, but Su Ran remained unmoved. Song Chindong and Chui Yang were already half squatting on the ground. Their brains were in a mess, and when they opened their eyes, they saw everything was blurry. Song Chindong cursed. "Damn Sui E. He could have won the fight, but he insisted on making him suffer. Host, that blue-eyed zombie is scolding you." The system's tone was a little excited. "Fine." Sui E was helpless and was about to go and rescue the two people. The largest wild boar seemed unable to bear it anymore. It glanced at its companions lying on the ground around it, and suddenly roared in the direction they came from. Sui paused. She heard this. The wild boar was talking. Save us. Chapter 134, Mutated Cheetah. Sui retracted his steps and looked into the depths of the darkness. Who was the wild boar asking for help? The little pig sitting next to Sui clapped his hands excitedly. Great, Brother Leopard is here. What brother? Sui didn't understand and asked again. The wild boar that was howling towards the depths of the forest suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the piglet, looking at Sui with its huge pig eyes. Sui suddenly felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him. Human, can you understand me? Sui nodded. It turned its gaze to the piglet and said gently, You are different from other humans. This is my second child. My first child was taken away by humans. Sui understood it all at once. Its firstborn was captured and eaten. This is probably why the wild boars were so sensitive when the little pigs cried out for food. The wild boar looked at Sui, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and said, You don't have to say anything. I understand. This is part of nature. You humans have no choice. Otherwise, they wouldn't risk their lives to come to my home. Everyone wants to survive. Sui suddenly felt that this pig was different from the other pigs. Take your people and stay away. Brother Leopard has a great hatred for humans. Thanks. When Sui heard this, he stepped forward and pulled up Song Qindong and Cui Yang. Yuri wanted to stop them, but if he moved at this moment, his supernatural power would be interrupted, and he would not be able to control these wild boars. He could only watch Song Qindong and the others being taken away by Sui. After Song Qindong and Cui Yang came to Sui, they suddenly felt much better. Although they were still dizzy, they no longer had the confusion and blurry vision. She turned back to Su Ran and said, Take them back to the car. Su Ran nodded, decisively threw the two people back into the car, and then took the girls and the team back to the car to wait. She was already used to it. Since Sui did this, there must be a reason for it. There was no need for her to waste time asking questions. Su Ran left the unable to move Song Qindong and Cui Yang on the back seat and took a look. They both looked as if they were delirious. They had their eyes closed, but their mouths were opening and closing as if they were experiencing something terrible. Seeing that their lives were not in danger, Su Ran and his group came to the windshield and continued to watch the show. Yuri looked at Sui, who was not affected at all, and had a terrible guess in his mind. He was about to say something when another howl came from the depths of the darkness. Only when Sui heard the voice, she suddenly laughed out loud. She finally understood what the piglet meant by Brother Leopard. It's a cheetah. This cry is a kind of trying hard to show its power, but also sounds a little bit coquettish. Like a cat, but not a cat. The next second, four cheetahs rushed out from the darkness, and those four pairs of eyes glowed strangely in the dark night. Sui first looked at their eyes and thought that this was similar to the green fluorescent agent on Yuri's body. She looked at their huge bodies again. Although they were very large, it did not affect their posture and graceful muscle lines at all. They were light and powerful. The cheetah was extremely fast, but it slowed down when it ran to the wild boar. Finally, it slowly stood beside the wild boar, looking at the man who was surrounded in the middle. Sui took a few steps closer and heard their conversation clearly. Brother Pig, what's going on? It looked at Yuri a few more times and said with disdain, Who is this ugly guy? The cheetahs following behind it also frowned. Why is this strange man so ugly? The food we ate before didn't look like this. There was one that had a broken arm before, and I threw him away. It affected my appetite too much. The wild boar said seriously, He wants to eat Xiao Erju. The other wild boars immediately added fuel to the fire. Yeah, he almost ate my dick. He had already sharpened his knife. Luckily, we reacted quickly. Yes, the second pig is in the pot and is almost cooked. Sui was about to suffer internal injuries from holding it in. Isn't this a typical case of the news getting more and more outrageous? Leopard also believed it. It looked at Yuri and slowly moved forward, assuming a posture of a feline ready to attack. Yuri panicked because at that moment he realized that his special ability could not affect the cheetah. He looked at the fluorescent agent on his robe and shoes again and felt anxious. He hasn't completed the mission assigned by Lord Lewis yet. How could he fail here? He didn't even enter the resort. Sui looked at them and suddenly thought that it would be great if Yuri could help them deal with it. She just noticed that someone had escaped from them and wondered if that person was nearby. At this moment, she heard Cheetah's words again. Brother Pig, he's too ugly to be eaten. The wild boar nodded seriously. Probably not. It is familiar with the habits of cheetahs. Cheetahs are felines, and are as clean as cats. They could take care of themselves. The zombies they usually eat are picked out from the corpse group by wild boars and sent to them in good condition. Alas, when the end of the world comes, it is not easy for pigs either. Pigs also have to rely on others to survive in the end of the world. Yuri's mind took advantage of the opportunity, and with a thought, he quickly took off his shoes and robes and activated his supernatural powers. The boar yelled, "He's running!" Sui saw him take off his clothes and shoes, and he didn't care so much. This time he let him run away and bring back the news about the resort and them. How could City A be okay? Not to mention there were so many mutant animals. Yuri was feeling proud, but suddenly he realized that the wild boar and the cheetah were still staring at him. He looked down in surprise. His ability to activate failed. Yuri failed to become invisible, but still stood there stupidly. He looked particularly embarrassed after taking off his outer robe and shoes. What's going on? My ability? Why is this happening? Then he discovered that not only did he fail to activate his supernatural powers, but he couldn't even move his legs and arms. He suddenly thought of something and turned his gaze to Sui. "It's you! What did you do? What is your power?" Yuri screamed. His awkward Mandarin became even more confusing due to his emotional excitement. Sui only understood the word superpower. Sui rolled his eyes. "You people from Country M are really ignorant. You have never seen a supernatural power like mine." "You." Before Yuri could say anything else, the cheetah bit his head directly. With a tearing sound, Yuri's head and body were separated. After biting it off, the cheetah spat out his head with great disgust. "Ugh! This guy's appearance makes me not want to eat him." Yuri's death was extremely sudden. A zombie would definitely not be able to survive without a head. Sui ran and the others were hiding in the car and watching this scene with their mouths wide open in surprise. Cheetah wiped his mouth and turned his gaze to Sui, looking at her dangerously. When Brother Pig saw that something was not right, he quickly winked at Little Pig. Piglet glanced at his father, then ran towards the cheetah with his short legs. "Brother Leopard! Brother Leopard! Hey, Brother Bao, don't look at her. You can't beat her." Chapter 135 Adoption +1. Sui, you'd better shut your pig mouth. Brother Bao narrowed his eyes and stared at Sui. After a while, his gaze moved to the leftover food scraps of the piglet beside him. After looking for a long time, it suddenly asked, "Do you have any meat?" Sui. She finally understood why wild boars and cheetahs could get along together. Wow, it turns out they're all foodies. Brother Bao's eyes moved as he looked at Sui. Seeing that Sui didn't say anything, he suddenly raised his head and said with a very arrogant expression, "Of course, I definitely don't want to eat it. It's just that those weird people are too disgusting. Besides, you look fair and tender and don't look like you're short of food. I definitely don't want to eat it. It's just that I haven't eaten meat for a long time, and I forgot what it tastes like." It said two absolutes in a row. Sui had no choice but to ask the system for a sheep. The powder she had sprinkled out of the car window before was a new product from StarCraft that had just been put on the shelves. As long as any animal passed by and inhaled it into their lungs, she could communicate with them. She was worried that it might not work well. What she encountered these days made her feel a little strange. The mutant species she encountered on the road were all carnivores or omnivores. Where were the vegetarians? Even if there were none in the zoo, what about the ranches and farms? Sui looked at Brother Bao eating happily and couldn't help asking, "As far as I know, the wildlife park in City A is quite far from here. Did you encounter any sheep or cows along the way?" Who would have thought that the wild boars and cheetahs present would change their faces immediately when they heard about these creatures? Brother Leopard sighed deeply and began to tell about their experiences from the time they escaped to now. The fence of the wild animal area in City A's wildlife park was washed away by the flood. The cheetah was very smart. It waited until most of the animals in the wild animal area had run away before it came out. The first thing he did when he came out was to find food, but all the edible things around had been eaten by people or the wild beasts that ran out in front. Not even grass roots were left. Brother Leopard had no choice but to start hunting zombies. Later, they met wild boar brothers who were being hunted by humans. Out of the idea that a common enemy is a friend, the cheetah helped the wild boars. The herd of wild boars were just about to visit a nearby farm. They really didn't want to eat zombies. Not only would they become uglier after eating them, but they were also not tasty. They came to a nearby farm and found it empty. When they were about to leave, they were besieged. When Cheetah said this, the expression on his face was even a little frightened. "That's a group of monsters. They are chickens with 4 legs, sheep with 2 heads, and cows with 4 horns on their heads. Sui E widened her eyes in disbelief. She thought that the impact of the zombie virus on these animals that had grown to huge sizes was already outrageous enough, but she didn't expect there would be something even more outrageous. We were besieged by them. They are stronger and faster than us. Moreover, they are vegetarians. Attacking us is just their attitude towards their natural enemies. Originally, after we mutated, animals could communicate with each other directly, but those animals simply didn't listen. Hearing what the cheetah said, the wild boar also sighed heavily. Sui guessed that they might be the ones that were contaminated by the virus but did not awaken their consciousness. Without consciousness, they retained the brutality of the zombie virus and could only attack indiscriminately. Sui thought about it and said to Brother Pig and Brother Leopard with a smile, "You two, I have a good place. Do you want to go?" Today's situation can be said to be very special. If she couldn't communicate with the animals, they might also be besieged. Therefore, the safest way is to send all these animals to a natural place. Sui told them about what happened between Tiger Dad and the crocodile. It is now a wildlife reserve. Humans are not allowed to enter there. Of course, you are not allowed to come out either. Brother Leopard was happy and wished he could stay away from humans. The wild boar suddenly thought of something and looked at Zhu Shower. It has not grown up yet and has no ability to protect itself. If it goes with them, it might become food for other animals. Boss Sue, can you? Wild Boar was a little embarrassed to speak, especially since Sui E said earlier that she had taken in 2 little tigers. Obviously, the tiger's father had the same idea as him. Once they went to the natural place, they would become members of the food chain. Sui E guessed it from the look in its eyes and readily agreed. Of course. Anyway, she is not raising the dog. There is a keeper in the car. After sending off the group of creatures, Sui E was about to lead the piglets back to the car to check on the 2 zombies. They should be done now. Suddenly, Sui E paused. She did not turn around, but tilted her head and spoke lightly. "Your Excellency has been watching the play for such a long time, and you are finally willing to come out?" A man's chuckle came from behind a tree beside the road. "Are you Sui E?" He walked out slowly from behind the tree, looked Sui E up and down, and smiled. "I thought my name and portrait had spread throughout the base, but I didn't expect you to be so ignorant." This person was Zhou's son, who had run very fast before. Sui E was a little surprised to see that he was a dragon citizen. Then he was filled with nameless anger. A dragon citizen standing with a foreigner. Zhou heard this and said helplessly, "Rong is right. You are indeed a tigress." Sui E. What does that mean? Zhou knows Rong? No, Rong said she was a tigress. Sui Yi's expression changed. What do you mean? Seeing her expression was wrong, Zhou quickly said, No, Miss Sue. You just need to remember that we are not enemies. I didn't expect you could communicate with animals. Sui stared at him with a gloomy face. There are many things you haven't thought of. Do you want to try? The man smiled awkwardly. No need to bother you. See you later. We will see each other again. After saying this, the man didn't even wait for Sui E to respond. He directly activated his special ability and escaped, his speed almost catching up with the speed he had just escaped. A strange person. She had no intention of chasing him anymore. The man looked at her with curiosity, not hostility. No matter who he was, he would have to go back and report, so as to save them from going to the resort to cause trouble. Sui E took the pig back to the school bus. The piglet jumped around her. Sister, why don't you hug me? My dad always says I'm cute, and he always hugs me. Sui Yi's mouth twitched. Let me burn your hair, and I'll carry you away. It's still a mutant pig. I wonder if I can burn off all its uncomfortable hair. The image of plucking pig hair suddenly came to the little wild boar's mind. The next step was to boil water and add green onions and ginger. It quickly shook its head. No, I can do it. Chapter 136, Successful Promotion. Inside the school bus, Su ran and his group surrounded Song Qindong and Shui Yang. After Yuri was bitten to death by Brother Leopard, they stopped watching him. It was the girls in the team who suddenly noticed that something was wrong with them. At this moment, the 2 men had bright eyes, staring wide open, and 2 pairs of different colored pupils flashing with strange light. If the 2 men's bodies were not still twitching, Su Ran would have thought they were dead. Sui E, you're finally back. Look what happened to them. They've been like this since you came back. When Su Ran saw Sui E, it was like he saw a savior. Sui E didn't even look at them and said, It's okay, they are advancing. Advancement? Su Ran looked at the 2 people who were curled up on the ground and twitching. Why does the zombie upgrade look like it's having a seizure? Go and rest. They will be here for a while. Su Ran nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Song Chindong has been relying on drugs to advance since his mutation, so his foundation is not stable. Chui Yang is also an artificial mutation. Both of them fundamentally have the nature of zombies, which is indiscriminate brutal attacks. Last time she asked out of curiosity, she found out that Song Chindong had not advanced for a long time. After drinking the acting potion she provided, he just felt that his experience was more abundant. Sui asked the system, and the system told her that if she wanted to stabilize the genes in their bodies, she had to stimulate their potential. How to stimulate their potential? So what happened today? She can take action, she has a system, and can solve all problems with just one sentence. But in that way, over time, these people will only become more dependent on her. Sui yawned. After a whole night of hard work, she was tired. She looked at the piglet standing next to her. At a time like this, is there a better person to watch over the night than this pig? It seems that there are also. Sui thought about the system. The system has been a bit lazy recently and didn't remind her of anything. So forget it. She took out a fresh peach and looked at the little wild boar with a smile. Little pig, how about we make a deal? When the little wild boar heard this name, all the hair on its body stood up. My grandma calls me Piglet. My dad calls me Piglet. Sui paused and said, Second brother, do you want to eat this peach? The little wild boar immediately changed its appearance. I want his sister. Do you want to give me food? Then let's make a deal. I'm very tired and want to take a nap. You keep watch for me. Call me if there's any movement. When I wake up, I'll give you 10 more. You can eat as much as you want. The little wild boar nodded happily. Yes, yes. Sui threw the peach to it, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. Sister, sister. Sui rubbed her eyes. Did she sleep for a long time? Why did she feel so sleepy? You're awake now. It's time to give me 10 peaches. The little wild boar had a smug expression on his face, with peach juice on the corners of his mouth. Sui suddenly thought of something and looked around. It was still dark, so she looked at the time again. Damn it, it's only been 10 minutes. I don't care. You said you would give me 10 peaches when you wake up. The little wild boar looked like he was going to cry if you didn't give it to me. Sui gritted his teeth, took out 10 peaches from the system backpack and gave them to it, and continued. If there is any movement, call me again, and if there is no movement, just wait for me to wake up naturally. After saying that, she added, 20 this time. Don't call me if there's no movement. No, don't call me if there's no danger. She remembered to speak clearly to pigs next time. The little wild boar looked at the 10 peaches and agreed happily. I don't know how long it took, but Sui woke up amidst the noise. She stood up and stretched her muscles, then looked outside. It was already dawn, and the sun had even come out. She looked back and saw Su Ran and Song Chindong. Song Chindong had successfully advanced and woke up. Su Ran saw that he was awake and asked him if he had any discomfort or if he felt any pain in his body. Before Song Chindong had time to be moved, Su Ran said, Since you have successfully advanced to the next level, let's compete again. Boss Su happens to be sleeping. Song Chindong. Sui looked at the little pig sitting on the side watching the show and asked in confusion, Why didn't you call me when there was such a big commotion? The little wild boar looked at her in confusion. Didn't you say not to call you unless there was danger? Sui. After saying that, it sighed helplessly. You humans are troublesome. You can't even speak clearly. Sui, I can go to your place. She ignored Xiaozhu and walked over to Chui Yang. How do you feel? Chui Yang scratched his head embarrassedly. Yes, I have advanced. Now my mental power is a little wider than before, and the area it can cover is larger. After getting the answer, she looked at Song Chindong again. Song Chindong moved his arms, closed his eyes, and felt it again, and said, I am indeed much more energetic than before, and the number of zombies I can feel this time is also much greater. Sui nodded in satisfaction. Since you were fine, you can find a few zombie brothers to help us push the car. Song Chindong, you brought me out here just to squeeze me dry, right? Even though he was thinking this, he still summoned more than 40 of his men to push the cart. Boss Su, thank you anyway. Although the two were unconscious when they advanced, they could still hear the conversation between Sui and Su Ran clearly. Sui obviously knew that they were going to advance. He finally understood why Sui wanted to take them along even though he could handle it by himself. The experience of fighting these days was just for this moment today. It's okay, get to work. Song Chindong. When he didn't say it, ever since Sui woke up, the little wild boar has been following her and clamoring for the 20 peaches. Sister, you promised me the peach. Sister, how could you lie to a pig? You compensate me with peaches. Compensate me with peaches. Sui was annoyed by it and took out 5 more to give to it. You are still young, you can't eat too much at once. I will give it to you after 8 hours. The little wild boar felt very aggrieved, but it didn't dare to make a fuss. It could still distinguish between a full meal and a full meal, so it picked up the peach given by Sui E and started to eat it. Song Chendong called over 40 zombies, and they worked together to straighten the car. After the car was straightened, Sui E took the lead in checking it. There were no problems with the engine, and there was enough fuel. Then he asked everyone to get in the car and continue on their journey. This time it was Song Chendong who drove. After his promotion, his total mental coverage area reached at least half of the city. When he drove, he could detect the roadblocks within a kilometer range in advance. If there was a place that he could not go, he could plan ahead. Sui sealed the windows to prevent the heat from outside from leaking in, and everyone continued to drive along the main road towards Beijing City. Chapter 137, The Experiment Begins. Capital City. Inside the base, Joseon listened to Lewis's report with an indifferent expression on his face. I tried to persuade him, but he didn't listen. There's nothing I can do. Lewis looked at him with a gloomy expression. So you didn't find out anything, and Yuri died there? Joseon nodded and continued. For some reason, the animals in City have all mutated to some extent. We are under siege. Lewis nodded expressionlessly. Thank you for your hard work. Go and have a rest first. Joseon stretched and said, Okay. After he left, Lewis was the only one left in the huge living room. It's not that he didn't suspect Joe Senator when he first met him in Country M. This man passed all the tests and the technicians checked many times, but found no abnormalities. Only then did he allow Joe's son to stay with him. There are too few resources available after the end of the world. Lewis tapped the table. Something should be put on the agenda. On Long Chi-Yuan's side, after several days of screening, they finally recounted the personnel list, among which there were only 6 psychics. He divided the 6 psychics into 2 groups according to their levels. After receiving the message from Lewis, Long Chi-Yuan gathered 3 lower-level psychics in the room under the pretext of having a mission. Uncle Long, if there's anything you want us to do, just let me know. A young man patted his chest with high spirits. Long Chi-Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry, I need your help. What is it? Asked another man who was wearing glasses and looked a little older. No hurry, you guys take a rest and eat something first. Several men in black brought up 3 fresh meals. Several residents had not eaten such rice and stir-fried dishes since the end of the world, and everyone's eyes showed desire when they smelled the fragrance. Among the 3 people, the one wearing glasses looked the oldest. After he smelled the fragrant rice, he asked, Is there something serious that you need our help with? He was still somewhat confused and wary. Everyone in the base knew what kind of person Long Chi-Yuan was. Would he give such good things to others to eat? Long Chi-Yuan did not refute and continued. Indeed, because of your special abilities, only you can do this. Seeing the doubts in the man's eyes gradually disappear, Long Chi-Yuan said, You guys eat something first, get some rest, and then we'll get ready to set off. After saying this, he stood up and left the room, as if he didn't care about their reactions at all. At this moment, there were only 3 low-level psychics, 3 beds, and a table left in the room. Several people were confused about the food in front of them and did not dare to eat it. Long Chi-Yuan was not in a hurry. He stood behind the surveillance camera and observed the reactions of several people. Finally, the boy who looked the youngest couldn't bear it anymore. He took out his chopsticks first and started to eat voraciously. The other 2 people watched him eat for a long time and finally picked up the chopsticks. Long Chi-Yuan watched them all eat, showing a satisfied smile, and instructed the people next to him. Keep an eye on them and notify me immediately if there is anything unusual. The man in black nodded. Long Chi-Yuan was ready to leave, looking beaming and in a good mood. The food is added with their latest developed medicine, which will cause mutation after about 30 minutes of consumption. He walked a few steps and seemed to remember something. He turned back and instructed the other captured survivors, whether they have special abilities or not, feed them directly. If they don't eat, force them to drink. Long Chi-Yuan snorted coldly. If he was really lucky enough to become a high-level zombie, it would be so earth-shattering. Those survivors either had useless superpowers or were ordinary people without any superpowers at all. He made them stronger, and they should be thanking him. After waiting for nearly an hour, Long Chi-Yuan's people still didn't come to notify me. Long Chi-Yuan couldn't wait any longer, so he ran to the next room and called Lewis to watch the show in front of the glass in the isolation area. At this time, his men were still guarding in front of the monitoring room. The monitoring room has a large piece of one-way glass, from which you can see clearly what is happening inside, but you cannot see what is happening outside from inside. There are various instruments placed in front of the glass, responsible for detecting the temperature and humidity in the room, as well as the body temperature and heartbeat of the people. How's it going? The researcher sat in front of the equipment and said their body temperature and heart rate are slowly decreasing. The mutation process will begin in about 20 minutes. Long Chiyuan frowned. Why is it so slow? The researcher replied, because food will dilute the drug to a certain extent and affect its effect. It is better to take it directly. Long Chiyuan rolled his eyes. Take it directly? If Lewis hadn't said that he wanted to maintain a good physical and mental environment for those people, he would have really poured it directly. The three people inside were lying on the bed, and after a while they began to have difficulty breathing. Why does it feel so hot? I have a point too. Where has Mr. Long gone? Why hasn't he come back yet? It's so stuffy in here. Just lie down and rest for a while. The man mentioned this, and the other two, except the one wearing glasses, went to bed to rest. The man with glasses sat there for a long time and didn't speak for a long time. When the technicians put the infrared scanner on him, they found that he was already dead. Boss, he's in the process of mutating. Long Chiyuan nodded. The first step to mutation is to die first. After a while, the other two couldn't stand it anymore. Anyone? Anybody? I wonder why this door won't open. Is there anyone who can save us? It's so painful. Even though they cried and shouted for a while, their voices gradually became smaller and finally weak. Then the two of them lay on the ground helplessly as if they had lost their support and did not move. Now it all depends on how they behave after they wake up. If there is no difference between them and ordinary zombies after waking up, then the experiment has undoubtedly failed. When Long Chiyuan thought of this, he became annoyed again. There were very few people with psychic abilities in the base. If no one in this batch succeeded, they would have to find another shortcut. Uncle Long, all the residents there died. Not a single one survived. Got it. You go down first. Long Chiyuan waved his hand, motioning him to go out. The man in black was very tactful. He bowed twice to the two men, then bent over and walked out of the monitoring room. The man in black walked out of the monitoring room to a deserted place, took off the mask on his face, revealing his true appearance. He was none other than Zhou's son, the dragon countryman under Lewis's command, who had just returned not long ago. Zhou finally glanced in the direction of the monitoring room, feeling a chill in his heart. Damn him, countryman. Sooner or later you will pay the price. Chapter 138, Old Encounter. It's no secret that Long Chiyuan uses living people for experiments at the base, and many people know about it. However, in front of people who haven't had a full meal for several days, they might think since they're going to die anyway, they might as well have a full meal. What made Zhou even more angry was that Long Chiyuan actually helped Lewis to harm his compatriots. That was not a drug to control zombies at all. It simply turned them into walking corpses and then made them accept their control and be at their mercy. He was not Lewis's man. The real Zhou was replaced in the second year after following Lewis in Country M. It is normal for a hostile country to plant a few spies in advance. The original purpose was to steal intelligence, but unexpectedly the end of the world came by accident, which led to such a conspiracy. He had just left his residence, and after thinking about it, he decided to quietly tell Rong about this matter first, but he still needed to think about how to tell him. There are really too many spies in the base, and now there are Lewis's people. Every move outside will be immediately heard by them. At this time, only Lewis and Long Chiyuan were left in the monitoring room. They were staring at the every move of the experimental subjects in the isolation cabin. The man with glasses hasn't moved since he died. Suddenly, his fingers lifted slightly. The next second, his whole body began to twitch violently. Long Chiyuan and the others looked excited. Let's start. At the same time, the other two experimental subjects also started to move. Several of them began to twitch irregularly. Black blood kept coming out of their mouths, and they made gurgling sounds. Purple-black blood vessels gradually began to cover their bodies. The blood vessels kept beating under the skin, as if they were about to burst at any time. The scene looked extremely weird. The actions of several people continued for a long time, and the man with glasses suddenly opened his eyes. The eyes changed color, and many purple and black blood vessels appeared on his face. Lewis was a little disappointed when he saw this scene. His high-level zombies didn't have such ugly things on their faces. Even if they did, they were like song chindongs with distinct lines and bright and beautiful eyes. It was obvious at first glance that this man was a low-level zombie. When he thought of Yuri, he felt regretful again, wondering if he could find another high-level zombie. He was right. Sure enough, the next second the zombie seemed to smell something and started banging on the glass frantically, completely irrationally. Long Chi-Yuan shook his head. This failed, let's solve it. As soon as he finished speaking, two people in isolation suits came in and carried away the man's body. This solution was not really a solution. They put together all the failed experiments that did not need to be destroyed, preparing them as substitutes for the future. After a few more minutes, the remaining two experimental subjects also stopped moving. Lewis looked over and studied them carefully. The two guys looked similar, and the marks on their faces were similar to Song Chendong's. At this moment, one of them suddenly stood up, turned his head at a strange angle, and then started to hit the glass frantically like the previous person. Long Chi-Yuan was helpless. This one also failed. Take it away. Etc. The man in black was about to take action, but was stopped by Lewis. Lewis stared at him thoughtfully. This person doesn't feel right. Long Chi-Yuan looked at him, then looked at the still crazy experiment subject. What do you mean? Lewis stepped forward, glanced at the data displayed on the instrument, and then suddenly laughed. Brother, stop pretending. The man's movements did not stop at all. Lewis continued in a very gentle tone. You still have a family, right? Have you ever thought about what it would be like if your family had no one to protect them? After hearing his family, the man slowed down. You are really a bunch of beasts. The man looked in the direction of Lewis, then looked at the other side. Although there was a glass between them, the man was a psychic after all. He shouldn't have believed what Long Chi-Yuan said. But in that case, what's the use of knowing the danger? I'm afraid he will be forced to take the medicine, and the result will be the same. Thinking of this, the man suddenly felt a little better. We helped you, brother. Have you ever thought about whether you can survive in such an environment with your abilities? Your family is being bullied, and you don't even have the ability to fight back. What are you doing? I'll help you become stronger. Isn't that good? Lewis's words hit him hard. He suddenly became quiet and stared blankly at the bed. Seeing that he had calmed down, Lewis stopped paying attention to him. A cat has to adapt to a new environment, let alone a person who suddenly changes into a new body. He switched the infrared scanner to another person, and the person's vital signs appeared on the computer screen. Lewis glanced at it briefly and then looked no further. Long Chi-Yuan also understood what he meant. There were 3 people in this batch of experiments, and only one was successful. The success rate is too low. There are still areas that need to be improved. Focus on this person and don't put other people into the experiment yet. They already had few people who could participate in the experiment, and they could no longer conduct human experiments until the experiment was perfected. Okay. Long Chi-Yuan nodded. He thought so too. Zhou-san returned to his residence. The place where he lived was outside the military base and was built on the edge of the base's wall. He applied for this place himself. He felt it was quiet. He was the only one living on this side of the wall. The wall also had good sound insulation. He could not hear anything said by the families living near the base. When he was sitting at the door thinking about how to inform Rong about this matter, Rong actually appeared at his door. You just came like this? What else? You're not afraid of being seen by Lewis's people, although he has no reason to suspect me now. No, it's shift change time now. After saying that, Rong-en's expression was tangled for a moment, and he asked, How are they doing? Zhou-sen's mouth twitched. I was almost killed by them. Why didn't you ask about my situation? A shadow suddenly jumped out from behind Rong-en. Sun, how is my Ran? Ugh, you haven't recovered from your illness after all these years. It was Ban Yang who came out, and he looked at Zhou-san with resentment. The look in his eyes suddenly made Zhou-san want to do something naughty. Su Ran is living a good life now, surrounded by 2 handsome men. What a pity that they are handsome men with abdominal muscles and good looks, not some monsters that even I can't beat. Fuck, Zhou-san, are you telling me that again? I just said, slightly. Chapter 139 Uncle is missing. The 2 men surrounded Rong and chased him. Ban Yang waved his fist and vowed to beat Zhou-san to death. Okay, let's get down to business. Roman said seriously. The 2 stopped. Zhou-san paused and said, Many mutant animals appeared in City A, but the situation is relatively stable. Sui seems to be able to communicate with the animals and sent them to other places. Lewis killed a high-level zombie in City A, and he and Long Chi-Yuan are now conducting experiments on the mental system of the base. Hearing this, everyone's faces suddenly turned ugly. Ban Yang said angrily, He is also a dragon countryman after all. Is he going to harm his compatriots like this? Zhou Sun said, he has gone crazy. For the power and status that Louis promised him, he can do anything now. They had no way of interfering in the affairs of the base. On the one hand, the base was now filled with Long Qiyuan's men, as well as the men in black brought in by Louis. Those people were elusive, and they were not sure of their strength. In addition, the people in the base now trusted Long Qiyuan very much. Since he took over the affairs of the base, the living environment of the residents in the base has improved, everyone has received more supplies, and the public unanimously feels that Long Qiyuan can make their lives better. But only they knew that those supplies had been there for a long time. But Long Qiyuan had not taken them out. Damn it, can't they just arrest him? Zhou Sun shook his head. You didn't see that those idiots in the base believed in him, just like they believed in anything else, especially those ordinary people without superpowers. I have discovered that they will side with whoever gives them benefits. If you arrest Long Qiyuan now, your house will be blocked by them. Rong frowned. It can't be helped. The number of people without special abilities in the base is the largest. Then what should we do? We can't even touch them. Are we just going to watch them harm those superpowers? Rong thought for a moment and looked at Zhou Sun. How many people did he give the drug to? Zhou Sun thought for a moment and said, there are probably about 100 to 200 people. They were all rescued from other bases. To put it nicely, they went to rescue people, but in fact, it was no different from capturing them. Those people were not in good physical condition, and Long Qiyuan didn't want to support them, so he just took them to do experiments. Ban Yang slammed the table and said, if it were you, I would just bring him to the stage and use a loudspeaker to play the video of what Long Qiyuan did on repeat. People are selfish. They don't care about anything that doesn't concern them. Do you think these ordinary people will be affected even if they know that Long Qiyuan uses people with special abilities for experiments? They will only think that since the experiments can't be done on them, they can still benefit themselves. They will cheer and support, but they won't oppose. Zhou Sun didn't say anything else. He felt that Rong was right. This was human nature. Be careful over there. Don't get discovered. If there's any problem, withdraw. Zhou Sun nodded. I know. Don't worry. What are you going to do about Long Qiyuan? Wait a little longer. It's not the right time yet. Ban Yang curled his lips and secretly complained in his heart. By the time you arrive, I'm afraid everyone in the base will be dead. Night. It was pitch black outside the window. In order to save electricity, the military base would turn off the power from night to early morning. Normally, there would be the sound of cicadas chirping outside, but now the weather was too hot, and some insects with strong vitality were inactive. Except for mosquitoes, of course. After the end of the world, no one knew what these mosquitoes ate. One of them was as big as a little finger. The base's scientific research center had previously conducted research and confirmed that these mosquitoes mutated after sucking the blood of zombies. Experiments showed that they are not contagious, but after being bitten by these mosquitoes, your body will swell up significantly, and it will be painful rather than itchy. After surviving the extreme cold, mosquitoes seem to have undergone a new round of mutation. Their numbers decreased a lot, but their size grew larger. They usually sleep with homemade mosquito nets, and Ban Yang's mosquito net had a hole in it. When he opened his eyes, he saw a mosquito as long as a finger lying on his arm. Ban Yang tore off a piece of tissue, slapped the mosquito to death, then carefully picked it up and threw it away. The place where he was bitten gradually became swollen and painful. Ban Yang tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep, so he simply sat up, replaying the conversation between Zhou Sun and the boss during the day in his mind. As he thought about it, he simply got up and went out. He walked aimlessly and passed by a residence, where he saw a faint light. Ban Yang felt it looked familiar, and suddenly remembered, isn't this Qiaowen's house? It seems that John has not been seen since the last time the few of them dispersed at the old house. He knocked on the door and John, with his messy hair, opened it. There were 2 candles lit in John's room. Ban Yang saw that he looked very sad, with dark circles around his eyes. He seemed to have lost a lot of weight after not seeing him for a few days. Fuck, brother. Why are you so weak? John rolled his eyes and pulled him in. Ban Yang entered the room, and with the help of the dim candlelight, he could see that the room was in a mess. Your house was robbed? John shook his head, sat down on the ground dejectedly, and said, my uncle is missing. Before, in order to avoid suspicion, I have been living at Jiangsu's place. Now his sister has resigned and returned home. It is not convenient for me to live there, so I thought of coming back to visit. But this room is covered in dust. It's obvious that no one has been back for a long time. I went to Long Qiyuan today, and he said that my uncle was sent to another base. I also asked my cousin, and he said the same thing. Ban Yang's face became solemn. John had only joined the team a few weeks before the end of the world. It was Long Qiyuan who brought him here. Later, they thought John was Long Qiyuan's man and had a big fight because of this. Later they found out that he had an uncle who was taken away by Long Qiyuan, but no one knew what he did specifically. The names of his family members were not shown on his personal profile, and the boss was busy building the base and did not ask about these matters. What's your uncle's name? Ban Yang asked curiously. Xiao En replied, Xiao Siming. Xiao Siming? Why does it sound familiar? Maybe he didn't come back just to avoid suspicion and to avoid getting you into trouble. Xiao En shook his head and said affirmatively. No, I applied to come here on my own. My uncle doesn't know about this yet, and Long Qiyuan won't tell him. Ban Yang was even more confused. What did your uncle do before? John thought for a moment and said he used to work at a research center and was a professor at Kyoto University. Research center? Ban Yang suddenly thought of something. Chapter 140, Experimental Records. You mean Uncle Xiao was? Xiao Feng sat opposite Xiao and with an incredible expression on his face. Cousin, how long have you not seen your uncle? Xiao Feng came back to his senses and thought for a while. Probably 2 weeks more. When he heard this time, Xiao Feng was also shocked. Indeed, Xiao Siming had never been missing for such a long time. He had been living with Long Qiyuan before, but he would contact him every week. Didn't you find anything unusual with Long Qiyuan? John's tone sounded a little anxious. Xiao Feng raised his head and looked at Ban Yang beside him, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. He knew Ban Yang. These people were all from Rong and's team. When he went to Hope Resort before, John heard that he was coming too, but he didn't even leave the house. The two of them rarely contacted each other, but they were each other's relatives after all. After following Long Qiyuan for a long time, I naturally have prejudices against them. John noticed his expression and said, Brother, it's already so late. Have you ever thought about what would happen if one day you were like your uncle? Xiao Feng thought about it carefully and said, It seems that there is nothing wrong. Uncle Xiao called me before to ask about your situation, but I didn't say anything. Later, then there was an explosion in Long Qiyuan's villa. Then that foreigner came, and then Uncle Xiao. Speaking of this, Xiao Feng suddenly felt a chill in his heart. After that, Xiao Siming never contacted them again. Ban Yang saw the opportunity and said, Do you know what happened to the explosion in Long Qiyuan's villa? Long Qiyuan said that someone wanted to harm him and installed explosives in his house. But he has so many bodyguards around him. How could he install explosives so easily? Ban Yang snorted coldly. Now that Xiao Feng thought about it carefully, he also felt that this explanation didn't make sense. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll ask him tomorrow. I don't believe that he would really do that after working so hard for him for so long. Ban Yang rolled his eyes unceremoniously. If you go and ask, don't even think about coming back. Su Ran was right. This Xiao Feng was indeed a brainless person. Then, what should we do? Ban Yang glanced outside and suddenly had an idea. After a moment, the three of them changed into black clothes and stood at the door. Xiao Feng said anxiously, Will this work? You know what? Now is the best opportunity. The power supply to the base will be cut off at night. We can go to the place where the explosion occurred before and find out what happened. The three of them looked at each other, and then Xiao Feng looked at Ban Yang suspiciously. But why are you carrying a bag? Don't worry about it. I have my own uses. At night at the military base, 3 figures carefully sneaked into the villa residential area at the rear. This is where some people with status and position in the base live, and the accommodation conditions are excellent. In order not to alert the enemy, several people brought a mini flashlight. The light from this flashlight is not very bright and has a limited distance. If you are far away, you can only see a spot of light. Relying on their memories, they found the house where Long Qiyuan had lived before. The luxurious 2-story building had become a ruin. Even the garden was littered with building debris, and only the foundation of the wall was left. Because the explosion affected a large area, a cordon was set up in a large area around it. Ban Yang looked at the abandoned place and the scattered construction materials everywhere, and suddenly felt fortunate that he had brought a bag. These materials can be exchanged for a lot of points at the resort. Be careful, Ban Yang warned. The three of them began to search the surrounding area, with the foundation as the center. Several of them are people with special abilities and are very strong. They can easily lift up layers of steel plates, walls, glass, etc. on the ground by themselves. Perhaps Long Qiyuan didn't expect that anyone would go to the explosion site to look for clues, and there was not even a patrol in this area. Banyang began to collect some small building materials on the ground and put them in his bag. When he heard that they had to go to the explosion site to look for clues, he subconsciously thought that those abandoned construction materials could be exchanged for a lot of points at the resort. If you have wool to buy, you'd be in vain if you don't grab it. After searching for an hour, they found nothing but ruins. John said dejectedly, "There is nothing here except these building debris." Banyang stopped what he was doing, thought for a moment, and said, according to Long Chiyuan's character, if he did something shameful, he would not show it in public, but Banyang paused, and the three of them looked down. Basement. This place used to be a residential area, and the layouts of the rooms in the area were mostly similar. Following the layout of Rong An's room, Banyang groped his way to find a place covered by the collapsed eaves. Move this place away. Xiao In and Xiao Feng were quick and agile. They immediately stepped forward and moved away the wall covering it. Sure enough, a staircase that was broken in half appeared in front of everyone. Banyang shone a flashlight over there and found that it had completely collapsed inside. The collapsed soil filled the entire basement. Xiao Feng looked at this scene and suddenly said, if the bomb was on the ground, it shouldn't have been so powerful, so he buried the bomb himself. As for why, Banyang sneered and said nothing more. John gritted his teeth and said in a trembling voice, so, Uncle was... From the looks of it, if someone is buried here, they probably won't survive. That bastard Long Chiyuan, they worked their lives for him. Yet he was so cruel. The more Xiao Feng thought about it, the angrier he became, and he kicked the pile of dirt. Hiss! What is this thing? The pain from his toes made him sit down on the ground. Thinking it was dirt, he used all his strength in that kick. Banyang shone the flashlight over there and looked at the strangely shaped pile of dirt. He gently moved his hands to open it, and a silvery white luster appeared inside. He became even more curious and called John, and the two of them dug up all the soil outside, revealing a huge silver box inside. Banyang tapped it gently with his hand. No, it's not made of silver. The two of them worked together to lift the box out. Why is it so heavy? John's arm was already shaking after he lifted it up and took a few steps, and Banyang was no exception. It took a lot of effort to place the box on the ground. The box was 1 meter high. I don't know what it was made of, but it remained intact in the explosion. John walked around the box and suddenly found that the door of the box was open. He pulled it gently, and the door slowly opened. It was empty inside with only a stack of papers. Xiaoan picked it up curiously and took a look at it. He suddenly became excited and said, This is my uncle's handwriting. Banyang took it and took a look. He couldn't understand the chemical formulas and materials, but he could tell that it was a booklet recording the experimental process. Banyang looked at the box and said, the space in this box is enough to accommodate one person. John suddenly understood. That means my uncle might still be alive. Don't be too happy too soon. If he is helping Long Chiyuan do that kind of experiment, the boss will not let him go even if he knows. John was stunned, then nodded. Let's go back first, this thing. Banyang thought for a moment and suddenly looked at Xiao Feng. What are you doing? You've been giving us a lot of trouble before. Xiao Feng turned his head away guiltily. That's Long Chiyuan. As an apology, bury this box and don't let it be discovered. Xiao Feng looked at him incredulously. I bury it? I bury it alone? You want me to bury this iron or steel box alone? Chapter 141, Finding Banyang. The next day, Rong was awakened by the hurried knocking on the door. He got up, washed his face with cold water, and opened the door. There were 3 men in black standing outside the door, led by none other than Xiao Feng. What's going on? Xiao Feng looked strange and said, Uncle Long asked everyone to go to the square. Rong asked in confusion, What's going on? What is Long Chiyuan doing so early in the morning? Xiao Feng paused and said to the man in black beside him, Go and call the others. We need to go back quickly, otherwise Uncle Long will be angry. The 2 men in black looked at each other and nodded. Rong An's expression became even more strange when he saw this. Did Xiao Feng take the wrong medicine today? Xiao Feng sent the 2 away and whispered to Rong. Long Chiyuan said someone went to his former residence in the middle of the night and stole things from the safe. Now everyone should gather in the square in a hurry. Hide anything you need to hide quickly. After these words were spoken, Rong felt as if the sun was rising from the west. Did you take the wrong medicine? Xiao Feng was helpless and said anxiously, There's no time to explain. Hurry up. After saying that, He turned around and stared in the direction where the man in black had just left. Rowan had some doubts in his heart, but he said calmly, "Just go ahead. I have nothing to hide." He was used to being cautious. If this was Long Chi-Yuan's conspiracy, the fact that his grandfather had woken up would be exposed. Grandpa Rong has just recovered a little now. His legs have become numb from being in a coma for so long. It will take some time before he can walk again. It would be no good for him to be discovered by Long Chi-Yuan at this time. When the man in black came back, he was followed by many residents of the villa area. The group came to the square, where many people were already waiting. Rowan looked at the people on the stage with a strange expression. Compared to the day when Long Chi-Yuan brought Lewis, there were several more people wearing black cloaks on the stage. Lewis did not come, and those people stood behind Long Chi-Yuan, standing there motionless, like a gloomy Buddha. When Long Chi-Yuan saw Rong in, he smiled and said, "Nephew Rong is here." "Uncle Long, it's such a big event early in the morning. Isn't there something missing? I don't know who has no eyes to steal into my house, and the safe I buried down there was pried open by someone." Long Chi-Yuan stared at him with a fake smile, as if trying to find some clues on his face. God knows she broke out in a cold sweat when she saw the box. When the explosion happened before, he had been using the excuse of not having enough manpower to not go to search. In addition, the experiment just happened to be successful and Lewis was coming over, so he had no time to take care of other things. As a result, this morning, when his men were patrolling, they found a box that was not completely covered by soil, and there were traces of people stepping on it. When he saw the material, he suddenly remembered that when the base was being built, Xiao Siming asked him for a batch of bulletproof materials. Seeing the empty box, he knew that Xiao Siming was definitely not dead. Moreover, the footprints were very fresh. After measurement, they were very large. Xiao Siming was very short, so it was impossible that they were his footprints. This meant that someone rescued him. The first person he suspected was Xiao Feng. After all, they are related by blood. But when he sent people to call, Xiao Feng was cuddling with a woman in the base. Long Chi-Yuan thought about it calmly and felt that it was indeed unlikely, as Xiao Feng had always been a brainless person. He thought of Rong again, but there is no reason. Although John is in his team, John doesn't know where Xiao Siming is, and he doesn't even know what he is doing. Except for Xiao Siming, the other two people in the Qiao family are a bit silly. Long Chi-Yuan looked at Rong for a while. His expression was calm, and he didn't seem panicked at all. Long Chi-Yuan was even more confused. Who came here in the middle of the night to rescue him? Could it be that Xiao Siming really ran away by himself? The box is very clean. If a living person lives in it for 2 weeks, it is impossible that there is no excrement at all. Rowan looked at the people on the stage. Among them, only Xiao Feng had his head down and kept fiddling with his fingers. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice his little movements. After waiting for a long time, the crowd below became more and more agitated. The residential areas in the military base are divided into 3 levels, and the lowest level is the dormitory. Long Chi-Yuan did not call the people who slept in the dormitory. He already had targeted suspects, and he was just pretending to establish his authority. "My people have already gone to search. Please wait a moment," Long Chi-Yuan said with a smile. The people below were unhappy when they heard this. "Search? You want to search our house? Why are you searching our house? Go look for whoever stole it. Why search someone else's house? Can you please hurry up? It's so hot outside. Do you have a fan to cool us?" Rongin's heart sank, but his expression remained unmoved. "Isn't Uncle Long's behavior too much?" Han Semo asked. "If you don't have any guilty conscience, then you're naturally not afraid of others searching you, don't you think?" Long Chi-Yuan said with a smile, but his eyes glanced at Rongin from time to time. "Uncle Long, I found it." The man in black who came over was holding a backpack with a little dust on it. Rongin glanced at the backpack, feeling surprised and thinking that something was not right. He recognized this bag. It's Ban Yang's travel bag. The man in black opened the backpack, which contained some miscellaneous construction materials. There was a small trademark on the lower right corner of one of the pieces of glass. When the base was first built, for safety reasons, they used materials from the same company to build the houses. Rowan glanced at the crowd still gathered below the stage and said, "Now that we have found it, let's go inside." Long Chi-Yuan dismissed everyone. The man in black followed him carrying the box, and the group returned to the meeting hall. "Where are the people?" As soon as Long Chi-Yuan finished speaking, the man in black grabbed Ban Yang's arm and dragged him up. "What are you doing?" "I just picked up some materials." "Why are you so stingy?" The man in black let him go. Ban Yang rubbed his arm, turned back, and glared at him. They had always been adhering to the principle of not causing trouble for the boss in the base, but they didn't expect to be careless for a moment. Long Chiyuan glanced at him, then at Rong In, and then asked, "Where did you get these things?" Ban Yang said dissatisfiedly, "Your house has been blown up like that. Why don't you clean it up yourself, and I will do it for you?" After saying that, he glanced at the bag in the black-clothed man's hand and said, "I just picked up some scraps. If you want, I'll give it back to you." "Why are you picking these things up?" Ban Yang thought for a moment and said, "These things can be exchanged for food at other bases. If the military base goes bankrupt one day, I can switch jobs." Long Chiyuan, "Have you seen this box?" Long Chiyuan pointed to the iron box next to him. Ban Yang took a look and said calmly, "What is this?" He stepped forward and knocked on it again, then said in surprise, "Your newly made tortoise shell? So hard." The two Han brothers tried to hold back their laughter, and even Rong and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Ban Yang turned around and saw Rongin and said with a wronged look on his face, "Boss, if you want to laugh, just laugh. Don't hold it in." Rongin looked serious, and before Long Chiyuan could get angry, he coughed and said, "How dare you talk to an elder like that? Uncle Long's things are lost. If you didn't see them, just say you didn't see them." Ban Yang said, "I haven't seen it." Long Chiyuan thought for a moment and asked, "When did you go there?" "Just by yourself." When Xiao Feng heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Chapter 142 Base Riot. Ban Yang left the flashlight to him before leaving yesterday. The flashlight had limited light, so he tried to lift the box back. He finally moved it to the side, but he couldn't move it anymore. So he covered it with a layer of soil, buried it roughly, checked to see if there was any problem, and left. Unexpectedly, it was not covered. He was not the one responsible for notifying Ban Yang of that area this morning, and Xiao Feng hadn't had time to communicate with him yet. Was this kid going to sell himself out? "I'm not the only one." Xiao Feng's expression was tense. He lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. He already had 108 ways of dying in his mind. He had not been with Long Chiyuan for a long time, but he knew this man's style of doing things very well. Who else could it be? "I need to bring my teammates with me to steal the house in the middle of the night." As soon as Ban Yang said the second half of his words, Xiao Feng breathed a sigh of relief and began to count out to him silently and madly in his heart. In this case, the matter has not been investigated clearly yet, so let's take the man away and lock him up first. Long Chiyuan said lightly. Ban Yang had a horrified expression. "Oh my God, you still want to lock me up for such a small piece of junk? People who don't know would think I dug up your grave." As he said this, he rolled his eyes in a figurative manner. "Uncle Long, he is my man, and I have the final say on how to deal with him." Rongin's tone became a little colder, and his words revealed a strong attitude that could not be refused. Long Chiyuan smiled and said, "I have the final say in the base now. Anyone who sneaks into someone else's house in the middle of the night must be locked up. Otherwise, it would be bad if someone complains to me about losing something. If someone knows about this, they will accuse us of covering up and being partial. Long Chiyuan, I'll say this for the last time. He's mine, and I have the final say on how to deal with him." Roman took a step forward and called him by his full name for the first time. According to seniority, Long Chiyuan was of his father's generation, so he usually called him uncle. Rong-in's eyes were grim. No matter what, he would not let Long Chiyuan's men take Ban Yang away today. "How dare you, Rong-in? Is this how the Rong family rules teach you to talk to your elders? Where's your attitude? Where's your upbringing?" Long Chiyuan slammed the table and stood up, but he was much shorter than Rong-in and did not look very imposing. Rong-in took a step forward and looked down at him. "I don't need to follow the rules when dealing with people who don't follow the rules." When Rong-in stepped forward, the three black-robed men who had been following Long Chiyuan also stepped forward at the same time. Long Chiyuan suddenly smiled and said, "Rong-in, don't think that your strength is invincible in the military base. There are always people who are better than you." Rong-in looked at the three people. The aura they exuded was exactly the same as that of Song Qindong. "What? Are you asking for external help now?" Rong-in raised his eyebrows and glanced at a few people with disdain. "The reason why we were besieged by the zombie tidal wave in City A before was partly because there were too many zombies and they consumed their energy in batches. If it was a one-on-one fight, it might not be possible. Take the man away. I'll see who dares." Long Chiyuan raised his hand and was about to leave when suddenly a man dressed as a patrol officer rushed in. "Master Long, something bad has happened. What's going on? You're so flustered." A group of zombies suddenly appeared out of nowhere in Area B and started biting everyone they saw. Long Chiyuan showed a trace of impatience. Why do the base keep you? Can't you beat some ordinary zombies? They are not ordinary zombies. The man's teeth were chattering as he spoke. He was truly frightened. When Long Shiyuan heard this, he asked in confusion, "What do you mean? They can dodge the abilities of the psychics." Long Shiyuan's eyes widened suddenly, and he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and muttered something to the person behind him, and the man in black robe left first. "Go and see what's going on." Long Shiyuan and his men were about to go to the scene, but were stopped by Ban Yang. "Uncle, are you still going to lock me up?" Long Shiyuan rolled his eyes at him. He really didn't want to miss this good opportunity to deal with Rong, but there were more important things to do right now. "It doesn't matter. You can go together, and it will be a meritorious service for your crimes." Ban Yang was guilty of something he didn't know, but he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he stood silently behind Rong. When a few people arrived at Area B, it was already in chaos. Area B was basically composed of low bungalows, which were smashed to pieces by someone unknown. The roads were littered with garbage, and several zombies were chasing and eating living people. When he saw the familiar clothes on those zombies, he suddenly realized that these were the patients with heat stroke he brought back. How could they have mutated? These patients have been injected with drugs that enhance their superpowers, and their physical fitness has changed greatly. They look indeed different from ordinary zombies. The black-robed man was very fast. He retreated and whispered in Long Chiyuan's ear. "We checked and found that the patients from the B Area Research Center escaped. They all mutated." Seeing another woman being thrown to the ground by a zombie, Roman didn't care what Long Chiyuan was still in a daze, and hurriedly said, "Save her first." After saying that, he led his men straight to the disaster center, along with the Han family's brothers. "You go too. We can't let the base suffer any population loss." Two of the black-robed men looked at each other and said, "We have no obligation to save the Dragon Nation." Long Chiyuan was immediately furious. "Do you still want to stay in the military base? I have the final say here now. Did Lewis ask you to come here to disobey orders?" Hearing him say this, the two of them were disdainful, but when they heard Lewis, they hesitated and ran downstairs to rescue people. The zombie outbreak happened very suddenly. Area B was even some distance away from the entrance. Rowan really didn't expect how these zombies would suddenly appear here. They grabbed survivors one by one and threw them out of Area B. Because they arrived a little late and only rescued some of the survivors, Long Chiyuan looked at the man who was leading his teammates among the zombies and suddenly began to doubt what he had just said. Can they really win? Ban Yang was not idle while rescuing people and took the opportunity to curry favor with them. "Boss, you look so handsome today." Chapter 143, Clarity. Roland glared at him and said, "Stop talking nonsense. What's the matter with that backpack?" Banyang looked around and whispered, "I'll tell you when we get back." "Help! Whoa, mom, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly, a child's crying was heard from a room. The two did not dare to delay, and Roman kicked the door open and went into the room. In the room, a female zombie was desperately banging on the bathroom door, and the crying of a child came from inside. He killed the zombie with one knife and found that the bathroom door was locked. "Little girl, it's safe outside. Open the door." Roman didn't want to scare the child, so he didn't choose to break the door violently. "My mother. Where's my mother?" Roman looked at the female zombie on the ground, wondering if this was the little girl's mother. He winked at Ban Yang, who understood and dragged the corpse to an invisible place. "Your mother is gone. She won't hurt you anymore." There was silence for a while, and finally, the bathroom door slowly opened, and a child about 5 years old looked out timidly through the crack in the door. "It's all right." The little girl hesitated for a long time before she completely opened the door and walked out, taking very careful steps. "It's dangerous here. Let's go to a safe place first." Roman wanted to hold the little girl's hand, but she dodged him. I want to wait for my mother. My mother will come to find me. It was always like this before." Roman saw the little girl was about to wipe her tears again, thought for a moment, and said, "Mom is an adult and knows that this place is dangerous, so I locked you up. Only when you are safe can you stop worrying about Mom. We adults will be fine." The little girl cried, "But why did Mom suddenly?" Roman squatted down and looked at the little girl at eye level. "That's because she wants to protect you. Being aggressive can scare off bad guys." The girl wiped her eyes and nodded. Roman took her by the hand and walked her out of Area B. Now the patrol team is guarding here. Several people stand in a row and surround the only exit of Area B to ensure that the zombie virus does not spread to other parts of the base. None of them wanted to go in and rescue the survivors. Rong felt a surge of anger rising in his heart as he looked at the people standing at the door. When several people in his team heard the news, they also rushed over and stood in a row outside. Long Chiyuan's people would not let them in, saying it was to prevent infection. He handed the person to Xiao in, then turned to look at Long Chiyuan. What on earth is going on? You didn't send anyone to rescue, but now you have people blocking the only exit for the survivors? Long Chiyuan, have you grown up? He didn't care about his elders or their manners. The crying of the little girl was still lingering in his mind. Such a young child had to face that cruel fact. Long Chiyuan felt a little guilty. He didn't expect those people to suddenly go crazy. The zombies suddenly appeared from the base, and many of them are from outside the base. Shouldn't you explain where these things came from? At this moment, there were many survivors standing outside Area B. Most of them were ordinary people. Even if there were 2 people with special abilities in their family, they were all on duty outside when the disaster occurred. Rong An's words stirred up a wave in their hearts. Yeah, shouldn't the base give us an explanation? I work hard for the base. My family lives in such an environment. Why would zombies suddenly appear? A psychic wearing a patrol uniform supported his mother. The elderly woman seemed to be frightened. She was holding a photo in her hand with a dull expression. The psychic yelled loudly, with his face flushed. Yes, I was out at work, and my daughter was only 4 years old, and she was home alone. The 4-year-old girl saw zombies eat a living person with her own eyes. Aren't you the manager of the base? Is this how you manage the base? Everyone, please be patient, be patient. Long Chiyuan had an embarrassed smile on his face, but in his heart he was cursing these fools. When sales are good, they will praise you every day and flatter you. But if something doesn't go as planned, they will scold you. We will definitely investigate thoroughly and give everyone a satisfactory answer. Rong didn't look at him again. He turned around and glanced at Area B. Usually the most lively residential area was now dead silent, with the roars of zombies everywhere. Since others were unwilling to take care of it, he didn't want to take care of it either. The zombie virus is highly contagious, and when they're clearing it out, ordinary people with wounds on their bodies are also treated as zombies. There were several thousand people living in Area B, but less than 100 survived the disaster. In order to calm people's hearts, Long Chiyuan distributed twice as much water and supplies as usual to each of them, as well as a small amount of medicine. This old man is really willing to spend a lot of money. He is finally willing to take out those old medicines. No matter what time, medicines are undoubtedly the most precious. There has never been a precedent for distributing medicines in the military base. Minor illnesses have to be dealt with by people themselves. If the illness is really serious, they go to the base's clinic for diagnosis, and then the clinic staff will submit the certificate to Long Chiyuan, who will finally approve whether to distribute the medicines. Roman didn't say anything. After the rescue was over, he took Banyang away alone. Instead of going home, the two went outside the base. Everything in the base was built by Long Chiyuan to prevent any eavesdropping. There's no one here now, go ahead and speak. Ah, what? Roman looked at him and said, You didn't forget, did you? Why did you go to someone else's grave last night? Banyang suddenly realized. Ah, you said this, let me tell you, we discovered an incredible secret. Roman frowned. What secret? Do you remember that John has an uncle? Roman thought for a moment and said, It seems to be the case. Wasn't his uncle taken away by Long Chiyuan? Banyang nodded, then suddenly reached out to take off his pants. Roman, what are you doing? Banyang took out a stack of papers from his underwear. Roman. Banyang handed the paper to Roman. When Roman reached out to take it, he hesitated for a moment, but still took it. After a quick glance, he looked at Banyang. Why did you put it in your underwear? Banyang said as a matter of course. I'm afraid of being found. His uncle is called Xiao Siming, a scientist. He was recruited by Long Chiyuan before the end of the world to participate in an experiment. He disappeared 2 weeks ago. Xiao has never known what his uncle is doing specifically. Until yesterday, we found a silver box in the collapsed house. The box was made of special materials and was bulletproof and explosion-proof. So, we have reason to suspect that Xiao Siming also participated in Long Chiyuan's experiment. Moreover, after the experiment yielded results, Long Chiyuan buried explosives underground to destroy the body and cover up all traces. Chapter 144 question. The bomb was not very powerful, as can be seen from the fact that the surrounding houses were not affected. However, the basement in his house collapsed completely, which shows that his bomb was buried underground. This was the first time Ban Yang said so much in one breath, and his tone was a bit like a child showing off his achievements. Roland looked at him suspiciously. Have you been possessed? Ban Yang usually does things with his hands but never with his mouth, or does things with his hands and his mouth, but never with his brain. Tisk, isn't this a simple matter? I can figure it out if I use my brain. Roland rolled his eyes at him and said, Why didn't you handle the aftermath properly? Ban Yang was speechless. After a long while, he stammered and replied, That thing is really heavy. I asked Xiao Feng to bury it again. Who knows? Roland put the paper away and prepared to go back and give it to his grandfather. In this experimental report, there were some chemical terms that he could not understand, such as masking agents. He did not study this major in college, and some of the words were completely unfamiliar to him. Boss, if Xiao Simon wasn't dead, me what? Can you please let him go? He is the only relative John has. Roland was stunned for a moment. He had never thought about this question before. If he hadn't helped Long Qiyuan and aided him in his evil deeds, so many people wouldn't have been killed, and Long Qiyuan wouldn't have used living people for experiments. He himself has problems. But, forget it, let's talk about it when the time comes. Ban Yang sighed. Roland handed the little girl to Xiaoan. Now that Xiao Siming is missing, his place is empty. The base is usually very messy. How can a 5-year-old girl survive on her own? John likes children very much. When he is not with others, he is alone. Now he has someone to keep him company. The little girl was very quiet along the way. Roland looked at her with her head down and thought to himself, maybe she didn't understand everything, but just couldn't accept it for the time being. When Long Qiyuan finished dealing with Area B, he returned to his residence and was very angry. Louis was sitting at the dining table eating steak, fresh beef from Longhua, which was now his daily necessity. Why are you so angry? Louis finished the last piece of food, then wiped his mouth elegantly with a napkin, put the knife and fork on both sides, picked up the red wine on the table, and took a sip. You also said that something went wrong, and the experimental subjects imprisoned in the basement of Area B suddenly went crazy and ran out. Hearing this, Louis frowned. Suddenly crazy? Long Qiyuan sat down on the chair. Everything was fine before. Louis put down the red wine glass in his hand, thinking about something. Before he could say anything, a man in a black robe walked in quickly from outside the house. How is it? Long Qiyuan asked anxiously when he saw him. The black-robed man hesitated for a moment and said, I tried, but it doesn't work. I can't establish contact with them. How so? It's over, it's all over. What are you panicking about? Louis said slowly. Those people were originally the failed products of the experiment. If anything goes wrong, they will be destroyed. But Long Qiyuan hesitated for a moment and said, if something goes wrong with them, then our medicine... Louis was a little impatient. As long as there is no problem with our experimental subjects, those ordinary people don't need to pay attention to them. He stood up. Don't make a fuss. Once he calms down, we can start training. After saying that, he turned to look at the men in black robes and said, it's time for you to drink the potion and improve your strength as soon as possible. The reason you can't control those zombies is because you are too lazy. Yes. The 3 men in black robes lowered their heads in unison. Their attitude towards Louis was completely different from their previous attitude towards Long Qiyuan. Long Qiyuan felt a little uncomfortable. He had never seen Louis take action before. He didn't know what level this person was at. Was he so powerful that even these high-level zombies were afraid of him? Xiao Feng. Uncle Long, what's wrong? You're looking for me. When Xiao Feng heard Long Qiyuan calling him, he came in immediately. You will be responsible for keeping an eye on Rong and the others these days. Report to me immediately if anything happens. Xiao Feng lowered his head. Yes. After that, Long Qiyuan suddenly remembered something and asked again, what do you think about Ban Yang's matter? Long Qiyuan's eyes were sharp as he stared straight at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng raised his head and looked at him, trying his best to remain calm. I heard before at Hope Resort that Boss Sui increased the amount of building materials in exchange for points in order to better build the resort. What he said should be true. Long Qiyuan nodded. It's true, but I don't know if he really went there for those building materials. He looked at Xiao Feng deeply again and said, go ahead, but don't alert the enemy. Okay. Xiao Feng said nothing more and retreated quietly. He was not a very rational person and would make mistakes if he spoke too much. Rong took the experimental data to Grandpa Rong's room. The old man was sitting by the bed. His arms could move freely, but his legs still needed some exercise. Rong handed the stack of papers to Grandpa Rong, and then squatted beside him to massage Grandpa's legs. Is this the experimental data found from Long Chi-Yuan? The old man took the gold-rimmed reading glasses on the bedside table and put them on to look at it carefully. This child from Old Man Long's family just went astray, but otherwise he's a pretty good person, eh? Rong and remained silent. Before the end of the world, everyone was very close to each other. When Grandpa Long celebrated his birthday, Rowan even attended the party and brought a jade guanyin statue to the old man. Who would have thought that in just a few months, everything would have changed? Grandpa Rong looked at the notes on the paper, his expression becoming more solemn. "What's wrong, Grandpa?" Grandpa Rong sighed. The initial experimental records are indeed about researching the antidote. They record the changes of the experimental subjects from infection to death, and also record the use of other viruses to try to neutralize the zombie virus. Grandpa Rong pointed at the experimental records and explained them to Rong one by one. Rowan read them seriously and did not show any perfunctory attitude at all. But in the end, they all failed. The old man turned another page and continued. From here on, their goal changed. They injected the zombie virus into the bodies of high-level mutants and mixed the serum of high-level zombies with ordinary humans. The purpose of the experiment is blank, and the result is strange. The result is not filled in either. Grandpa Rong looked a little confused. Logically speaking, in the last experiment recorded here, the subject survived the first stage and woke up in the final stage while retaining consciousness, so the experiment should be considered a success. But the result here? Seeing that his grandfather was about to struggle for a long time, Rowan quickly took the stack of experimental records and said, "It's okay, Grandpa. I'll go investigate. You take a good rest." After calming the man down, Rowan turned to the last page and looked at the line that stated the experimental conclusion. Maybe I didn't have time to write it. Chapter 145 Rescue. The car drove into Jing City. Song Qindong explored the road, turned into a small road, and stopped. "What's wrong?" "The road ahead is blocked, and I can't go through it." "I'll go check it out." He wanted to take the small road, but the small road had to go around a big circle and cross a mountain, which is a waste of time. "I'll go with you." Sui E spoke up. Sue Ran also wanted to go, but as soon as she stepped out of the school bus door, she stepped back. A large patch of her shiny head turned red. "Damn it. What kind of weather is this?" Sui laughed. "Now the sun is at its hottest, you'd better not go." She put on a sun-protective jacket and a sun hat. Although the system's constant temperature clothing allows her to walk in this kind of weather, the strong ultraviolet rays cannot be avoided. Sue Ran looked envious. "Sui, do you have any thermostatic clothes for sale? I want to buy one too." Sui glanced at the price in the system mall and shook his head silently. Not yet. It's not that she doesn't want to resell it, but she can't make any profit from the difference. Hers was custom-made by the system and did not require points. However, a thermostatic garment in the system mall required 500,000 points, which was more expensive than a property in the resort. She and Song Qindong got out of the car and walked forward for a while. A gas station appeared right in front of them. When Sui saw the gas station, his eyes lit up. Gasoline is a good thing, and it can be exchanged for much more points than building materials. She quickly walked forward to check and found that many facilities were damaged. For safety reasons, she decided not to use them. There was a convenience store next to the gas station. The door was open, and the inside had been looted long ago. Bloodstains could be seen everywhere, and no one knew what had happened before that. The two looked around and continued walking forward. From a distance, I could see that the road ahead was blocked by abandoned vehicles. Several cars were parked sideways in the middle of the road, which looked man-made. There were railings around them, making it impossible to pass through. If you want to leave from here, you have to move the abandoned car away. There were also some backpacks scattered around the vehicle. Song Qindong made a rough inspection and came to a conclusion. This should have been someone's base used to collect tolls, but in this kind of weather, there shouldn't be anyone around. "Can you move it?" Song Qindong nodded. "It should be able to move." After his supernatural powers advanced, his physical fitness also improved a lot. He just walked forward, grabbed the back of the car with both hands, and lifted it up with the back of the car hanging in the air. He used inertia to move the car straight. Sui squatted aside, preparing to cook a hot pot. She has been eating fast food for the past 2 days, and she's feeling a little nauseous. She took out a pot from the system space and placed it directly on the ground. It was noon now, and the high temperature of the sun made the concrete floor scalding hot. She asked the system to buy a bag of coconut chicken from the convenience store in the resort. A package of this coconut chicken contains 2 kilograms of wonchong chicken, including coconut water, coconut meat, and dipping sauce. Sui opened it directly and poured everything into the pot. The Wenchang chicken is tender and not greasy, and soon, a fresh coconut aroma wafts out. Song Qindong, who was still moving the car, looked back at Sui. Damn it, he is working while others are eating over there. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. As Song Qindong thought about it, he increased the strength in his hands and threw the car aside with a bang. Sui glared at him. You can't eat it? Why are you throwing it? Song Qindong was speechless. Sui put some more vegetables and rolled the beef in. Then he took out a disposable bowl, filled it with some soup, and drank it happily. Song Qindong suddenly paused. Did you hear any noise? Sui's hand holding the bowl trembled. What's that sound? Song Qindong moved his ears. His psychic ability allowed him to expand his perception range, so he could naturally hear sounds from far away. Is there anyone there? Is there anyone there? Yes. Sui saw that his expression was serious and didn't seem like he was joking. In a cave on a mountain, Sui was shocked. On the mountain, she looked around and saw that the nearest mountain was the one in front of the path. They had walked at least 2 kilometers from the school bus to here. The straight-line distance from that mountain to here is more than 5 kilometers. How can you hear it? Song Qindong shook his head. I don't know why, but I just heard it. Sui put away the delicious pot of coconut chicken, stood up and said, Let's go take a look. Song Qindong frowned and glanced at the abandoned car beside him. If we take the small road, we will have to go a long way. And his car was half moved. Subconsciously, he didn't want to care about this matter. He could sense that the person in the cave was a human. Ever since he turned into a zombie, he always felt that he had nothing to do with humans. The reason he is with Sui E and the others now is because he really can't beat Sui E, and Cui Yang is also here, so they are of the same kind. He didn't know what kind of supernatural powers Sui E had. He had no intention of attacking Sui E at all, and even his supernatural power was ineffective. There's no rush anyway. Let's go around and take a look. Song Qindong agreed, thought about it, and moved the car back to its original position. Sui E. The two returned to the car, and Sui brought out the coconut chicken for everyone to eat together. She only drank 2 bowls of soup. Cui Yang had no desire for food, but seeing them eating so happily, he couldn't help but try a little. Unfortunately, it tasted nothing. Zombies have no sense of taste. Sui E, are we going to take the small road? Sue Ran watched the car drive onto the small road. The road was full of small stones, and the school bus was shaking. Well, there seemed to be survivors nearby. Let's go check it out. In fact, she was very curious why Song Qindong could hear so far. If this is the special ability of the mental zombies, then Yuri, who launched a tide of zombies to attack them in the middle of the night, should have been able to hear their conversation in the car. The car bumped along the way, and after an hour, everyone finally reached the end of the path. There is a huge mountain standing in front of us, blocking the middle of the road. If we want to get past it, we can only drive up the mountain road to the right front. Song Qindong drove very slowly. The road was very narrow, and if he was not careful, the car might slip and overturn. The voice in his mind was getting closer and closer. When he reached halfway up the mountain, he could already sense the man's approximate location. He found a flat road and stopped the car in the bomb shelter on top of the mountain. After hearing what he said, Sui understood that there must be a survivor. The temperature in the air raid shelter would be lower, so it was normal for them to survive. She looked at the time. Then we have to hurry up the mountain. It's getting dark earlier and earlier now. It used to get dark at 5 or 6 o'clock, but as the temperature gets higher and higher, it gets dark earlier and earlier, and now it starts to get dark around 4 o'clock. The rest of the road leads to the city, and the only way up the mountain is on foot. Sui was afraid of any unexpected situation, so he kept Cui Yang and also left a box of water for Su Ran and the others. The two of them hiked up the mountain. Fortunately, Sui had good physical strength and exercised, otherwise even Song Qindong would not be able to keep up with the pace. The two of them were walking on the mountain path that had been built before. Song Qindong was walking very fast in front. It must be said that he looked much smarter after his promotion. The two men wandered around and finally found the air raid shelter when it got dark. The entrance of the cave was surrounded by vines. Song Qindong pulled the vines aside, revealing a cave entrance with iron railings. When I touched it, there seemed to be spots of rust on the iron railing, but the light was too dim and I couldn't see anything clearly. Sui was just about to take out a light, but Song Qindong grabbed the railing first, changed his position, and prepared to use brute force to pry it open. Ah! A female voice suddenly sounded, startling both of them. Sui quickly took out a flashlight and shone it towards the source of the sound. A woman with disheveled hair was lying at the entrance of the cave with her hands stretched out and was stepped on by Song Qindong. The woman was blinded by the light of the flashlight for a moment. She looked up with an expression of surprise that could not be concealed. Is it a person? Is it a person? Sui E. Song Chendong. Sui looked at Song Chendong. Is it or isn't it? Song Chendong hesitated for a moment and said, no. The woman didn't expect him to answer like this, and her tone was a little nervous. You are not a human? Song Chendong was helpless. I'm really not a human. Sui burst out laughing. Why are you here? The woman was visibly more relaxed when she heard Sui's voice. She retracted her hand, sat up straight, and said, on the night of the zombie outbreak, I had just finished my meal and was hiking in the mountains. Then I ran into zombies biting people, so I ran up the mountain and found this air raid shelter by chance. Song Chendong asked. The cave entrance is locked so tightly. How did you get in? It was unlocked originally. I don't know what mechanism I touched after I came in, and it locked with a click. Then how did you spend this time? Sui frowned. It was impossible for a person to live for so long without eating or drinking. The woman pointed inside. Sui shone the flashlight over there and was shocked when she saw what was inside. Inside the air raid shelter, there was a whole row of boxes on the left side. The woman stood up, walked to a box, and took out a package. It turned out to be a pack of compressed biscuits. Sui smacked his lips. I don't know who has stored so many supplies here. I counted them and found 3 boxes of compressed biscuits, 5 boxes of canned food, 3 boxes of mineral water, 3 boxes of energy bars, and 1 box of bacon. Although there aren't many things, I planned them out and they will last for many days. It's just that it's been too hot recently and many of them have gone bad. Sui E. Did she accidentally occupy the place where other people kept their supplies? Has no one come to see you since you came here? The woman thought for a moment and said, yes, about the month before last, a man came here with 2 women. When they saw me inside, they started to curse at me, saying that I was taking up his space. They also asked me to return the food to him or they would kill me. Then what? I can't get out. What can I do? He said he bought all these. I just opened a box and was about to return them to him one by one, but he was scared away by the zombies and never came back. Can you rescue me? I can give you all this food. I want to get out. The woman looked at Sui pitifully and almost knelt down. There is very limited space to move around in the air raid shelter. She has been stuck here for several months, living in the same room with her own excrement every day and not being able to take a shower. As soon as Sui finished speaking, Song Chendong grabbed the railing and exerted force, easily breaking it. After repeating this several times, all the railings blocking the entrance broke. The woman was stunned for a moment. So fast. She thought the 2 men were going to get tools, but she didn't expect that they could break it with their hands. She took a deep breath, stepped out of the cave, looked up to the sky and laughed. I, Huhan-san, am back again. Sui E. Song Chendong. Is this person sick? The woman turned to look at the 2 men and said, thank you for helping me. My name is Hui Xiao. Please feel free to take any food or drink from here. Sui chuckled and said, I'm Sui. This person's personality is somewhat similar to Su Rance in some aspects. He gives people a very comfortable feeling. Moreover, he still has this mentality after being locked up alone in the air raid shelter for so long. His psychological quality is good. Hui Xiao looked at Song Chendong again. You scream? Damn it. She had just focused on Sui and hadn't noticed the man. Now that she had come out of the cave, Sui's flashlight just happened to shine on her, and she could see clearly that this man, you look similar to a zombie. Song Chendong's face darkened. I am a zombie. Huh. Sui suppressed his laughter and explained, something unexpected happened when he awakened his superpowers, and he happened to become like this. Although he carries the zombie virus, he still has human consciousness. Hui Xiao looked frightened. Seeing this, Song Chendong was about to turn around and leave, but he heard Hui Xiao say, so magical? Song Chendong's body stiffened. This is not the Hope Resort. Ever since he mutated, people who came into contact with him had undoubtedly been talking about him, calling him a monster and an alien. Sui was the first person to contact him, but after a long time of contact, he slowly realized that Sui would not treat him as an alien. Part of the reason was that she had enough strength and she was not afraid of anything, no matter who you were. But ordinary people are different. They will panic and be afraid when they see zombies, no matter what they are. When he was at Hope Resort, if he went out alone, some residents would greet him when they saw him, but some would still stay away from him. Song Chendong turned around and saw that Hui Xiao's messy hair had been tidied up a little, although it was still a little greasy. She was dirty, and he could smell a strange odor when he got closer. However, he had no five senses and could not smell it. The girl looked at him curiously, her eyes sparkling. He paused and turned his face away. Let's go back before it gets dark. The temperature was lower at night. He walked in front, while Hu Yixiao and Sui E followed behind. Sister Sue, if that person is still conscious after becoming a zombie, what does he eat? Eat whatever you want. Will they try to bite again? I think so. Can he communicate with other zombies? Do they have a common language? Sure. Sui glanced at Song Chendong's back, knowing that he was listening, and continued. Your brother's Song is amazing. He can control other zombies and is also a psychic. Song Chendong staggered. Hu Yixiao said in a surprised tone. Really? That's such a coincidence. I also have psychic abilities. Song Chendong turned around and looked at her suspiciously. Are you a psychic? Chapter 146, Shaving. So, the cry for help I heard was transmitted by you using your supernatural powers? Hu Yixiao scratched his head, looking embarrassed. I don't know either. I haven't used any special powers much. But could you hear me just now? Song Chendong understood. She had been locked up here for several months, and there were very few places where she could use her superpowers. She probably didn't even know what the direction of her superpowers was. Even if the properties of each person's awakened abilities are the same, their uses are different. For example, his and Shui Yang's superpowers. His skills are in the areas of control and detection, while Shui Yang's skills are more auxiliary, so the two of them together have little attack power. For the rest of the journey, Hu Yixiao followed Song Chendong and asked him questions, while Sui E walked beside him. Hu Yixiao was particularly curious about these apparently strange things. I've only seen this kind of apocalypse and supernatural powers in novels and on TV, but I never thought it would really happen. She sounded a little excited. Song Chendong didn't understand why she was so excited. Are you looking forward to it? When the end of the world came, some of the original order was destroyed and many people's relatives died in the mouths of zombies. I'm not looking forward to it, but it doesn't matter to me. Anyway, I'm an orphan and I survived, Hu Yixiao said as a matter of course. Song Chendong wanted to refute, but he moved his mouth and couldn't say anything. This disaster was ultimately caused by a human being's selfish desires, but now it seems that there is nothing wrong with such selfish thoughts. What Hu Yixiao said makes sense. Sui continued. I think what you said is quite right. I also think that this kind of life is pretty good. Why did she choose the system? It was because she had lived a very miserable life and had never lived for herself. Song Chendong glanced at Sui. Then why do you want to build a resort and take them in? Sui paused and said, there are many people in this world, and someone has to carry the burden and move forward. She wanted to say something else, but the system had already started to criticize her crazily. Host, you are clearly here to complete the mission, and you opened the hotel to earn points. How could you lie? You lied to the prince before and said you liked him. You said the same thing about missing him. You were so fake. I can't stand it anymore. Sorry, host. I will block you temporarily. Sui E. She is probably the first host in the galaxy to be blocked by the system. She tried calling the system silently in her heart again, but there was no sound at all. It seemed that she was really blocked. When the three of them returned to the car, they had already finished the pot of coconut chicken. Sue ran, even wasted 2 bottles of water to wash the pot before returning it to her. Sui looked at the shiny pot and suddenly didn't know what to say. It was well-intentioned, but why did it feel a bit brainless? Sui, are there really survivors? Su Ran looked at Hu Yixiao, who came in from behind with curiosity. Hu Yixiao was shocked when he got into the car. The lights in the car were on, and Su Ran and her team members, several of whom had shiny bald heads, were sitting on chairs and looking at her. She was stunned for a long time, and suddenly realized, yes, I should shave my head too. She reached out to grab her hair, but suddenly remembered something and put it down in disgust. My hair hasn't been washed for months. Forget it, I don't even want to touch it. A little girl in Su Ran's team saw her movements and said, Miss, do you want to get a haircut? Hu Yixiao asked in confusion. Do you have something that can cut hair? The girl nodded and took out a razor and a pair of scissors from her bag. This is what we use when we shave our heads. Hu Yixiao took it, ran to the windshield, and started shaving. A lot of her hair hadn't been washed for months and had become stuck together. She simply cut off the hair that was stuck to her neck and shoulders and then slowly shaved it off from the roots. Song Chendong, you have really good ears. You can tell there are still people alive from such a distance. Song Chendong glanced at Hu Yixiao and said, she also has psychic abilities. Maybe there is some special connection between us. After Hu Yixiao had cleaned up, Sui took out 2 disinfectant wipes and wiped her face and arms. There is no way to clean it outside right now, so I can only give it a simple wash. After cleaning up, Hu Yixiao's appearance was clearly revealed to everyone. The little girl looked young and had a pretty face. There were some red bloodshot eyes, and it seemed that she had not had enough rest. At the moment, she looked like a little nun. Sui E tidied up briefly, then pulled each row of chairs in the school bus together to form several rows of single beds. Song Qindong and Chui Yang took turns to keep watch. Although Song Qindong was very reluctant, they were the only 2 who didn't need to sleep. Maybe it was because Hu Yixiao had psychic powers that she couldn't sleep and tossed and turned in her chair. Song Qindong was sitting right in front of her, and after a few times he felt a little annoyed. In the quiet environment, the only sound was Hu Yixiao tossing and turning. Why do you keep moving? Song Qindong finally couldn't help but ask. Hu Yixiao sat up and said, I can't sleep. Why can't you sleep? Hu Yixiao touched his bald head and said, I'm a little excited. Song Qindong. He was about to say something, but suddenly thought again. Well, he had been locked up in the air raid shelter for so long, and now he was finally out and seeing the outside world. It was normal to be a little excited. Hu Yixiao continued, Those zombies tried to bite me through the railings, but they couldn't get in. I never thought I could get out alive in my lifetime. And I could even see living zombies. Song Qindong. Okay, so this is what I'm excited about. Brother Dong, how did you become a zombie? Song Qindong thought for a moment and replied, Yes, I guess. I was attacked by someone. Hu Yixiao nodded and asked, Do you still remember how you were ambushed? I wonder if I can have a chance to turn into a zombie for fun. Song Qindong couldn't continue the conversation at all. Hu Yixiao continued to talk to himself. I once fantasized that if one day zombies suddenly broke out on Blue Star, I would just stretch out an arm and let them bite it. This way, it wouldn't hurt too much, and I could successfully turn into a zombie and avoid the pain of being torn apart by a large group of zombies. What do you think? Am I smart? Not only are you smart, you've also thought of everything. You've even figured out how to painlessly turn into a zombie. Song Qindong rolled his eyes secretly and turned his head away. Chapter 147 hat. Suddenly, Song Qindong felt a strange movement in his mind. He suddenly became alert. Song Qindong looked out of the car window. The dim light inside the car made it seem even darker outside, and it seemed as if something was stirring in the darkness. He closed his eyes, spread his mental power outward, and sensed everything around him. Hu Yixiao noticed his movements and asked in confusion, What's wrong with you? Song Qindong didn't open his eyes. Did you hear any sound? Hu Yixiao looked at him in confusion. Sound? What sound? As she spoke, she put her ear against the car window. Maybe it wasn't because the glass was too good. She didn't hear anything. Hu Yixiao suddenly reached out and opened the car window. Song Qindong was startled when he heard the voice. What are you doing? I listened for the sound, but there was nothing. Suddenly, a squeaking sound came from the window beside the bed. Song Qindong became alert and subconsciously wanted to make fun of Hu Yixiao. Immediately afterwards, 2 small red eyes suddenly appeared by the window. With the help of the light, Song Qindong could see clearly that it was a black mouse. The mouse had black fur all over its body and a thick and strong tail. When it climbed up, Song Qindong could see clearly that it was as big as the foot of an adult man. The mouse stared at Song Qindong with its 2 red eyes and finally turned its gaze to Hu Yixiao. The moment Song Qindong saw it, he immediately became nervous. Its size and eyes told him that this was also a mutant animal. Moreover, Song Qindong hates mice because when he was a child, someone scared him with a dead mouse, and this incident has always been a shadow in his heart. He was about to step forward but was stopped by Hu Yixiao. What are you doing? I know it. Don't move. Song Qindong was stunned, and Hu Yixiao had already stepped forward and grabbed the mouse. He was about to remind her, but found that the mouse had no intention of attacking anyone, but let Hu Yixiao pick it up and put it in his hand. Shook. Why are you here? Where are your family members? Hu Yixiao said to the mouse in a gentle tone. The mouse lay in the palm of her hand. Squeak, whoosh, squeak. Ah, yes. I'm leaving there, and I'll leave the rest of these things to you. Squeak, squeak, whoosh. No, you have to give some to Beta. I left a lot for you, and I took the rest. Woo woo, squeak, squeak. Really? That's great. You must take good care of them. I'll leave this place to you. Woo woo, squeak. Don't worry, I'll come back to see you when I have time. Song Qindong felt that this world was magical. He suddenly remembered that this was the scene yesterday, or the day before yesterday, when Sui E was talking to those wild boars and cheetahs. After Sui E said a few words, the cheetahs began to make cat-like noises, which did not match their body shapes. Can you talk to animals? Song Qindong asked curiously. Hu Yixiao was a little embarrassed. Not really, it's just that I found that they can understand me. That day, Shuk came to the air raid shelter to steal food, and I found him. I caught him and gave him a lesson. He wanted to attack me, but I held him down. Then I realized that I was bored being locked up in the cave anyway, so I talked to him every day. But he understood me every time, which I found amazing. Its name is Shuk? Song Qindong looked at the mouse and said, Have you ever worried that it might bite you? Hu Yixiao thought for a moment and said, I was scared at first, but then I thought if I'm locked in there and don't go out, I will die sooner or later. If I get bit by it, I will die too. The mouse heard her and immediately said, Squeak. Whoa, squeak. Hu Yixiao nodded and said helplessly, Okay, I didn't say you bite me. How can a cute mouse bite people? Song Qindong. Cute as hell. Song Qindong thought for a moment and asked, Have you ever tried to use your special ability? Superpowers? I've used it, but it doesn't seem to work. Every time I use it, I feel so energetic and I can't sleep. Song Qindong had no choice but to teach Hu Yixiao how to use his superpowers step by step according to the techniques he learned when he first awakened his superpowers. It would be a bit strange to talk to animals like this outside. Close your eyes first and let everything around you calm down. Seeing this, the mouse jumped directly to the ground and sat there quietly looking at Hu Yixiao. After trying many times, Hu Yixiao finally found the trick. She saw 3 unclear lines slowly appearing in her mind. Each line was a different color, and she gradually tried to touch those lines. Just as she touched the edge of a thread, Shuk's voice suddenly rang in her mind, a timid male voice. Hu Yixiao tried to communicate with it in his mind, but unexpectedly the little mouse actually responded. But to outsiders, it seemed that neither of them made a sound. I feel it. I can sense the presence of nearby creatures with my supernatural powers. Hu Yixiao opened his eyes in surprise and looked at the mouse on the ground. You brought Beta here. Why don't you let him in? Beta is Shuk's wife. The reason he sneaked into the air raid shelter was because his wife and children were almost starving to death. Thanks to Hu Yixiao for giving it food, it took it back. Originally, his wife gave birth to many cubs, but only one survived in the end. Now Beta is pregnant again. The mouse hesitated for a moment and turned to look at Song Qindong, which meant that there was a human here. It's okay. They won't do anything to you. They're very nice people. Shuk still didn't move. It turned its head to look at Song Qindong, then at Hu Yixiao, and finally said something in a squeaking voice. When Hu Yixiao heard Shuk's words, his expression froze for a moment. Song Qindong noticed her expression and asked, What's wrong? What did it say? Hu Yixiao had a strange expression on his face. It said, It wants to go with us. Although she and this little creature have been together for several months, she knows very well that not everyone likes this creature. Sui E and Su Ran are still sleeping. If they wake up and see a family of mice in the car, then Song Qindong did not say anything. He did not like mice, but he was a man. If Hu Yixiao wanted to take the whole family with him, he would not say anything. He had already picked up so many mutant animals and taken them back. But it was different for Su E and the others. And the girls around Su Ran looked very young. Girls would be more or less afraid of mice. When he thought of this, he automatically excluded Su Ran. Shuk is good at observing people's words and expressions. It is said that the intelligence of mice is the same as that of human children of 5 or 6 years old, not to mention mutant mice. When he saw the expressions of the two people, he suddenly felt a little lost. Shuk squeaked twice at Hu Yixiao, then grabbed her trouser leg and jumped on her knees, then leaped to the edge of the window. Hey, wait a minute, Shuk. I'm not leaving you behind. Chapter 148 Arrival. Shuk paused when he heard Hu Yixiao's voice, then turned around and looked at her. Those little red eyes didn't seem so scary now. Hu Yixiao felt a little reluctant, but still said, I'll ask them. If it doesn't work, you can live here with Beta? What do you want to ask? Both of them were stunned when they heard the voice. Sui E rubbed his eyes, yawned, sat up, and swept his gaze across the faces of the two men, finally stopping at the red-eyed Shuk clinging to the window. The seats on the school bus were too hard and very uncomfortable to lie down on, so she had a very light sleep in this environment. Where did the rat come from? Sui E suddenly became alert. Before Hu Yixiao could speak, Song Qindong spoke first. She's her friend. Sui took a closer look and found that the size of the rat was even bigger than those in some cities in the south of Dragon Country. Can you communicate with animals? Sui glanced at her and asked. Hu Yixiao nodded and said a little embarrassedly. To be precise, it can understand us. Boss Su, that Hope Resort you mentioned before? What's wrong? Can I have a pet? Sui paused and looked at the little mouse in the window. Is it your pet? I've seen people raising chinchillas and hamsters, but this is the first time I have seen someone raising mice. It's Shook. It's been talking to me all this time. There's also a female mouse named Beta. Sui thought about it and said, Of course we can, but we have to go to the military base first. When Shook heard the word military base, his eyes suddenly lit up and he squeaked something. Seeing its excited look, Sui E asked curiously, What did it say? Shook turned to Sui E again and talked for a long time in a whisper. Hu Yixiao acted as an interpreter on the side. It said it has many good brothers in the military base, and it can help us explore the way and collect information. So amazing. It also said that the military base was in chaos and asked us to be careful when we went there. Sui secretly sighed in his heart that Hu Yixiao's ability was truly magical. Although she could also communicate with animals, there were prerequisites. Then take it with you. We have a lot of mutant animals in our resort anyway. When Shook heard this, he was immediately happy. He jumped around a few times with his little arms and legs, and even wanted to jump up and kiss her. Sui stepped back and dodged. No, it's not necessary. Shook climbed up the window and jumped out. After a while, he brought back a rat with a big belly. This mouse was slightly smaller than him, also had red eyes and a round belly. I heard that mice can give birth to many babies in one litter. I wonder if there will be any changes after they mutate. Hu Yixiao simply decided not to sleep and dragged the two children to the chair next to him. Sui was woken up and no longer felt sleepy, staring out the window in a daze. It was already dawn. Song Qindong took advantage of the time and worked with Hu Yixiao to carry the undamaged food in the air raid shelter to the car. After doing this, he got in the driver's seat and drove down the mountain. After crossing this mountain, you will be not far from Beijing. After going down the mountain, a few buildings could be seen around, but many of the glass windows were damaged, and there were signs of human destruction everywhere. There were also a few lone zombies wandering around. Not long after, Su Ren also woke up. She yawned, opened her eyes, and sat up, and suddenly saw Shook's family next to Hu Yixiao. Oh my God, there's a rat! As she was about to step forward, Sui quickly held her back. Don't get excited, this is Hu Yixiao's pet. Pet? Su Ren suddenly thought of something. Is it a mutant animal like Xiao? Yes, Hu Yixiao's ability allows her to talk to animals. This is her partner. Su Ren breathed a sigh of relief. I was so scared, I thought a rat had gotten in. Shook was sleeping soundly with his little wife in his arms at this time. Su thought Su Ren also got up, pressed the button, and raised the table. She selected some fast food from the convenience store and finally took a few cans of 8 treasure porridge. It is better to eat porridge in the morning. She looked at the 2 mice that were sleeping soundly. It seemed that a pet supply store would be opened in the resort. Since Hu Yixiao has taken in the 2 little guys, he should not let them eat grain in the future. He should feed them rat food to reduce their wildness. Yang and the little tigers were all examined in the resort's hospital. It was the system that opened a back door for Sui. Originally, points were to be collected separately for the pet hospital, but apart from them, no one else in the resort had pets. So even if they spent points to open a store, they would not be able to make a profit in a short time. After Sui's repeated requests, the system finally agreed to her request. The main purpose was to check whether they were carrying any viruses and whether people would be infected if they accidentally scratched them. Fortunately, the test results were all good. It seems that these 2 mice also need to be sent over for examination. Sui tried to call the system in her heart again, but since the last time the system said it would block her, the person disappeared. She called the system twice, but there was still no response. Sui suddenly had a bad feeling. The group drove from day to noon and finally saw the gate of the military base. The first time he saw the base, Sui was stunned. The wall was several meters high, comparable to ancient city walls. There was a table for registration at the door, but there was no staff there, and no one knew where they had gone. The gate of the base was open, and there was not even a patroller. It looked deserted, but it's true, it's noon now, and the weather outside is not bearable for ordinary people. Song Qindong parked the car at a corner and let Sui put it into the space. It's too hot outside now, let's wait a little longer, Sui said. She suddenly thought of the blonde foreigner and took out 2 masks and a hat from the space and handed them to Song Qindong and Chui Yang. Cover yourself up when you go in. The two took the masks and hats and nodded. At this time, Shook woke up at some point, suddenly slipped in front of Sui E, and said something in a squeaking voice. It said it could go in first to get information. Okay, then you better be careful, Shook. I'll reward you with something delicious when you come back. Sui looked at it, which seemed eager to prove its usefulness, and suddenly felt that mice were not so annoying after all. Shook nodded, turned around, and hugged his beta solemnly, then climbed out of the window. Chapter 149 Incident. Sue ran to the windshield and took a look. Strange. Why is there no one patrolling? It's too hot. No one can stand outside. These people are really something. If there is no one patrolling, they should close the door. They just leave it wide open like this. The girls in Sue Rand's team seemed a little anxious. Their relatives were still at the base, and the current situation was really worrying. Song Chindong took a look, closed his eyes, and tried to turn on mental detection. But as soon as his mental power touched the edge of the base, it was bounced back. He opened his eyes and frowned. No, is there something interfering in the base that prevents me from getting in with my special powers? Something interfering? Sue E frowned and subconsciously called the system, but the system still did not respond. I'll go and take a look. Song Chindong said something, put on a hat and mask, and left the car. Inside the base, the underground laboratory in Area A. This is Long Chi-Yuan's backup laboratory. No one knows about it except him, not even Xiao Siming. He prepared this laboratory specifically for Lewis. In the isolation room, the high-level zombie who had successfully awakened was lying on the bed. He was naked and covered with purple-black blood vessels. There were several tubes inserted into his body, and the unknown liquid inside was slowly flowing into the man's blood vessels through the tubes. With the injection of the liquid, the blood vessels kept beating under his skin, as if they were about to burst at any time. The man felt no pain. He opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling, silently enduring everything that happened to him. Long Chi-Yuan looked nervous. Will this work? Lewis stood by and lit a cigarette leisurely. Don't worry, this is the essence extracted from the sample you provided, which can greatly enhance the ability of any organism. The one injected is diluted. Besides, don't you know the scientific research strength of our country, Em? Long Chi-Yuan felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this, and thought to himself, didn't you just use what I provided? Thinking of this, when he first got the reagent provided by Rong, and he examined it for a long time, he didn't expect that this guy was so kind to give him such an important thing. It seems that if he successfully becomes the president of Dragon Country, he can still be spared. The man in the quarantine area suddenly became agitated. His whole body twitched and trembled, and he almost dropped the needle that was inserted into his blood vessels several times. Lewis immediately stopped the infusion. Strange, I only injected 100 milliliters. Why is this the case? Long Chi-Yuan didn't understand either, so he stepped forward and asked, what's wrong? Lewis shook his head. It's okay. Take him to training first. I will contact him later and invite our experts from Country M. Long Chi-Yuan nodded and said, okay. Then he called his men over and opened the door of the isolation room. Two men in black were about to step forward and lift up the man. The man suddenly looked up and looked at them with a pair of blood-red eyes. Then he opened his mouth wide and pounced towards the two men in black. No one expected this scene. The men in black were slow to react, and one of them was bitten. Long Chi-Yuan came to his senses and quickly pressed the button to close the door, but it was too late. The man was incredibly fast. Lewis pulled out his pistol, but couldn't aim accurately. Long Chi-Yuan hurriedly activated his special ability to dodge, but the man had no intention of attacking again. Instead, he ran out of the laboratory door directly. Chase after him. Before the guard at the door could react, a shadow rushed out. Lewis and Long Chi-Yuan followed closely behind. Both of them looked very unhappy. The weather outside was very hot, and everyone in Area A was hiding at home. No one noticed that a naked zombie was running away frantically. Chase them quickly and don't shoot at the head. Long Chi-Yuan was startled and suddenly said, what if you let them shoot and hurt the residents of the base? Lewis said with disdain, are they more important or are the experimental subjects more important? The uncomfortable feeling in Long Chi-Yuan's heart became even stronger. He moved his lips as if he wanted to say something, but finally closed his mouth. The man fled frantically in the base. He wanted to run to the door, but he was not familiar with a military base, so he ran for a long time and ran from Area A to Area C. Area C was full of dormitories, and the man's arrival startled them. What is this? Damn, Why does this guy look like this? What is that thing on him? It's disgusting. Is he a zombie or a human? The man was also stunned the moment he rushed in. He didn't expect there would be such a place in the military base. It was like a shabby alley in a luxurious city. Listening to the discussions of people around him, he felt more and more uncomfortable. He's here. Hearing the noise coming from behind him, the man didn't care about anything else and went straight through the crowd and came to the back of Area C. He looked around and finally saw the gate of the military base. The layout of the base is that Area C is the outermost circle, Area B is in the middle, and Area A is the innermost. The man rushed towards the door in one breath. The moment he stepped out of the door, a hand suddenly pulled him aside. He subconsciously wanted to resist, but suddenly felt dizzy in his head. "Don't move." Song Chindong pulled him to hide in the blind spot at the gate. When the patrol team chased out, the man was no longer on the road. "What should I do? The person is missing. Go back and report first." After the people disappeared at the door, two people came out from the corner. Song Chindong took off his clothes casually and tied them around his waist. His actions scared the man. You're not afraid of me?" The man stuttered for a long time. Ordinary people saw that he looked like he had seen a ghost, but this man was kind enough to give him clothes to wear. Song Chindong didn't say anything. He just raised his hand and took off his hat and mask. When the man saw his appearance, he stood there in a daze, moving his lips for a long time, but unable to utter a word. "What's your name?" "Sun Yin." Song Chindong looked around and said, "Let's talk somewhere else." The two found a convenience store not far from the military base. There were a few zombies wandering in the convenience store. Song Chindong took off their clothes and threw them to Sun Yin. "Put it on first." Sun Yin was disgusted at first, but then he thought that he was already in this situation, so there was nothing to be disgusted about. "How did you become like this?" Song Chindong asked. As Sun Yin changed his clothes, he said, "I came from the Abyss base in Beijing. They went to the Abyss base to rescue people, and we followed them here." At this point, Sun Yin paused, his tone a little sad. "I didn't expect. They don't care about our lives at all. The people in the military base just want to use us for experiments. Those who don't meet their requirements have suffered from heat stroke after arriving at the military base. We went to the person in charge to ask for medicine, and the person in charge said there is no medicine, but I clearly saw those rich people living in area still taking health supplements." Song Chindong frowned and asked, "What experiment? How are the others?" Chapter 150 News. Sun Yin thought of something terrible and shook his head. "Dead. All dead." He seemed to be stuck in some state, repeating these words over and over. No matter what Song Chindong asked, he refused to say anything. "I'll take you to a safe place. Come with me." Song Chindong was about to pull him away when suddenly Sun Yin pounced on him as if stimulated. "You're a liar. You're a liar. You're all liars." He opened his mouth and bit Song Chindong's neck. When Song Chindong saw him rushing towards him, his eyes were filled with red bloodshot, and his red pupils flashed with a strange light. Song Chindong guessed that this man was also a psychic, so he used his ability to control the man and brought him back to the school bus. Sui was a little surprised to see him come back so soon in the car. When he noticed Sun Yin following behind him, his expression became even more strange. The strange lines on his face told her that this man was also a zombie. "Who is he?" Song Chindong let Sun Yin get into the car, then asked Sui for a rope and tied him up. "He ran away from the base and was rescued by me. The people in the base were trying to catch him. Before I could even ask him a few questions, he went crazy and attacked me." After doing all this, Song Chindong repeated to Sui what Sun Yin had just said. Long Chiyuan captured people from other bases to conduct experiments in the name of saving people. When Sui Ran heard this, he immediately got furious. "This old man, does he have any conscience left?" As she said that, she wanted to get out of the car and rush into the base to argue with someone, but Sui grabbed her. "Don't be impulsive. Long Chiyuan must have some reason to do this so suddenly and ostentatiously." Sui sat down, opened the eye of analysis, and checked the condition inside Sun Yan's body. Clusters of purple-black light mist were floating in his body. The spread of the light mist had made it impossible for Sui to see his bones at all, and Sun Yan's brain was also covered by the light mist. She guessed that this ball of light mist should be the virus, but his internal structure was too strange. Sui turned his gaze to Song Chindong again. In contrast to Sun Yin, she could see clearly the bones, blood vessels, and meridians in Song Chindong's body, except that only his blood vessels were purple-black, and the surface of his bones was covered with a thin layer. while the blood vessels stopped at the chest. His chest to brain was no different from that of a normal person. Sui looked at Sun Yin again and examined him carefully, and found that an unknown liquid had mixed into his blood vessels. Half of the liquid had merged with him, and the other half had separated into layers like oil and water. She tried calling the system again, but still no response. The system was not there, so she could not analyze it. She could only pretend to check Sun Yan's body and said, "The situation inside his body is very chaotic. He can't control himself like you can. Try to stay away from him and don't get close to him." Hui Xiao had just moved closer, but immediately took a step back when she heard this. She was curious, but she was not a fool. Su Ran nodded and told the female team member behind her that she was not worried about herself, because even if the zombie rioted, she would be able to deal with it immediately. "What's the situation in there?" Song Chendong shook his head. "Before I even went in, I heard some random screams inside, and then he ran out. Squeak, squeak, squeak." Hearing the familiar voice, several people were stunned at first. Hu Yixiao said excitedly, "Shook, shook." Immediately afterwards, a black mouse climbed up the window. Hu Yixiao quickly opened the window and let it in. Sui didn't ask in a hurry, but took a plastic bowl, poured some water, and placed it in front of the little guy. "Thank you for your hard work. Drink some water first." Shook didn't hesitate and started slurping from the bowl. Sui didn't want to trouble Hu Yixiao every time, but the system was not there, so the only ones she could use now were those that had been unlocked before. There were too many types of medicines in the system store, and she had no idea which one it was. Shook had drunk enough, so he sat on the ground and began to squeak and gesture to her. Hu Yixiao sat aside and continued to act as an interpreter. Shook said that there was chaos inside the base, and a guy with a 3-star danger rating escaped. Sui E nodded. She should be talking about Sun Yin. She thought for a moment, and then asked, "Has anything happened during this period?" Squeak, squeak, woo, 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 squeak. Shook said that he heard from other brothers in the base that there is now a foreigner in charge of the base, and some people who bite people suddenly appeared, and many people died because of this. He said. Then, Hu Yixiao's expression paused, and suddenly he burst into laughter. It said, "Ha!" It said the military base is too poor now, and the rats can't even survive. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere was broken by this sentence. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Are they so poor that even a mouse would cry poor if it took a walk around in there? Shook asked you if he can take in his friends. They are very pitiful. They don't have enough to eat in the base, and they will be beaten to death if they are found. Sui is embarrassed. My goodness, he really treats this place as a biological shelter. Shook's tone and expression suddenly became excited. It said that its friends are all very useful and won't eat you for free. You can ask them to do something. Even if they die outside, it's better than being beaten to death in the base for a few melons and dates. Sui laughed and said, "Okay, but I have to make it clear first. Rats have always given people a bad impression. There are many humans in our base, and I can't guarantee that every one of them is not afraid of or hates you. So if you follow me back to the resort, I will give you a separate place. You are not allowed to come out without my permission, understand?" Shook nodded quickly. Sui smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll take you back after we finish this." Shook was very happy. He turned around, hugged Beita, and kissed him twice. Song Chendong, it said there was a foreign man in the base. Do you think it could be Louis? Song Chendong's face turned bad when he heard Hu Yixiao talking about foreign men. He is the experiment. He became like this because he was captured and experimented on by those people. But what did he do? He provided Louis with high-level zombie serum, and Louis used it for experiments? To harm more people? Song Chendong took a deep breath and said, "I'm going to kill him myself." Sui shook his head. Now is not the time. You have been dealing with him for so long. Have you ever seen his true strength? Song Chendong thought about it, and his expression became even uglier. He had no idea what Louis's special powers were. Sui turned around and said to everyone, "Everyone get ready. When the sun goes down, we will go into the base." Chapter 151 Enter. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun had set, and the sky was gradually getting darker. Because the aura of zombies is different from that of ordinary people, Sui asked Song Chendong and Chui Yang to stay here to watch Sun Yin, and Hu Yixiao stayed with them. Shook went out again at some point and left Beita here again. Sui dressed up a little, ruffled her hair, and rolled in the dirt for a few times. Sue Rant's little follower was wearing makeup, so she smeared some makeup remover on her head, picked the heaviest and darkest gray eyeshadow, and spread it on her face. She tore her clothes into pieces and wrapped them around her body, and smeared a lot of black and gray eyeshadow on her clothes. She looked like a refugee. Sue ran, and the others didn't need to clean up anything. No matter how much they cleaned up, that bald head couldn't be changed. If you go back like this, will Long Chiyuan punish you? Sue Ran shook his head. No, he doesn't dare. His ability seems to be useless. Anyway, he can't beat me. Sui E pretended to be weak and was supported by the girls in Sue Ran's team. The group entered the base in a mighty manner. A large awning was installed inside the base, but now that the sun has set, the awning has been taken down. As soon as she entered the base, she was stopped by the search patrol. Sue Ran rolled her eyes secretly. There was no one guarding the door, and everyone had come out at this time. Stop! Sue Ran paused, turned around, and slapped the man hard. Who are you asking to stop? Don't you know me? The man was stunned by the beating. When he came to his senses, he saw the bald heads of this team of people and was so scared that he almost fell to his knees. Sorry, it's Captain Sue. Captain Sue, come in quickly. As soon as Captain Sue's name came out, he attracted a group of people. Captain Sue? Captain Sue is finally back. Captain Sue, what mission are you on this time? Why is it taking so long? Captain Sue, you must be thirsty. I have some water. Who is the girl behind Captain Sue? It must be the survivor she rescued. Captain Sue is so awesome. Most of the people in the crowd were residents of Area C. I'm fine, thank you everyone, go back quickly, it's very hot outside. Sue Rin usually takes the best care of these people. They're the vulnerable group in the base. There are very few people with superpowers, and even if there are, they have some useless superpowers or their levels are too low and they are not taken seriously. If it weren't for her outstanding strength, she would probably be squeezed in the dormitory like them every day, living in darkness. Sui looked at the smiles on these people's faces and felt very uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. People who were unable to protect themselves and had no strength were always a vulnerable group. Sue Ran originally wanted to go to Long Chiyuan's villa to report the situation, but halfway there he heard that the place where he lived had been bombed. After asking for a long time, he finally found out the new address. Uncle Long, Sue Ran is back. Long Chiyuan was already upset about the experimental subject, and became even more upset when he heard that Sue Ran had returned. When Xiao Feng heard her name, he felt a surge of regret. Ever since he found out about his uncle's affairs, he had been regretting targeting Rong, and the others. Now he thought of Sue Ran again, and remembered that he had reported her to Long Chiyuan before, and he felt an even stronger urge to explain everything. Let her in. As soon as he finished speaking, Sue Ran strode in, followed by a few girls. Uncle Long. Long Chiyuan frowned. Ran, what's going on? I asked Xiao Feng to help you, but you allowed those people in the resort to hurt people. Sue Ran lowered his head. A trace of disdain flashed across his face, but he still said respectfully, Uncle Long, it's not like that. I heard that the person in charge of the Hope Resort has some magical powers, so I didn't want to act rashly and wanted to build a good relationship with him first. I went into the resort alone. If I was found killing people to silence them, my team members and the people sent by Uncle Long could come back to report. I didn't expect Xiao Feng couldn't stand such a little hardship. He couldn't help but come in and make trouble on my first day, and even called my name in front of everyone. It was only because I firmly stood on the side of Hope Resort that their person in charge let me go. Xiao Feng was speechless. He apologized for the regretful mood he just felt. Isn't she really good at making up stories? Sue Ran suddenly thought of something and added, I have been hiding there for many days and finally established a good relationship with Boss Sue, the person in charge of Hope Resort. She will take me with her no matter what she does. Long Chiyuan looked at her expression for a long time, and it didn't look like she was lying. Then why didn't you bring him back? A flood broke out in City A, and the flood destroyed the City A wildlife park. Many animals inside ran out and mutated. I was lucky enough to escape and saved a woman along the way. Mutated animals? This was the second time he heard this word. Someone from Lewis's side seemed to have said it before. It seems that Sue Ran did not lie. Long Chiyuan immediately put on a smiling face. I'm glad you're back safely. Go back and rest first, since you saved this woman. Long Chiyuan looked at Sui E, who was in tatters and dirty. He just glanced at him and then looked away. Don't worry, Uncle Long. I will be responsible for the people I bring back. Good. You are worthy of being our Ran. After a few pleasantries, Sue Ran was about to turn around and leave with his men when a blonde and blue-eyed man came towards them with two men in black robes. When Sue Ran saw this person, her expression was a little strange. Had she seen this foreigner before? When Lewis saw Sue Ran, he was surprised for a moment, then glanced around as if looking for something. It was not until the black-robed man beside him whispered something that Lewis sighed and looked disappointed. "Beautiful lady, long time no see." Lewis stood at the door and greeted Sue Ran with a smile. Long Chi-Yuan was stunned. "Have you seen it?" Lewis smiled and said meaningfully, "Yes, this lady was with a high-level zombie before, and there was another lady named Sue. Hey, I was also sighing. How could two beauties be mixed with such a strange guy?" When Long Chi-Yuan heard this, he looked at Sue Ran with a dangerous look in his eyes. Sue Ran secretly groaned and cursed Lewis several times in her heart. "You damn yellow-haired guy. You're always causing trouble for me. What high-level zombies? What's going on?" "Uncle Long, I don't know that zombie. I've said before that Ms. Sue from the resort would take me wherever she went. She took me to find that zombie, but I don't know what she did specifically." Fortunately, she had given Long Chi-Yuan a prerequisite beforehand. Now it was Sue Yi's turn to curse. Everyone is trying to pass the buck, right? But she didn't dare to look up. She still looked weak and kept her head down, listening to them pulling silently. After hearing this, Long Chi-Yuan's expression indeed eased a lot. "Nothing else, I'll go back first." Sue Ran was about to turn around and leave with his men, when suddenly Lewis looked in one direction, noticed something, and said, "Wait." Chapter 152 Encounter. Lewis's eyes were fixed on Sue Yi's back. "Who is this person?" Sue Ran's expression remained unchanged. "She is the person I rescued on the road." "What's the matter?" Lewis looked at the back and felt slightly familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. Long Chi-Yuan quickly came out to smooth things over. "It's okay, Mr. Lewis. You don't know, Sue Ran is a famous war god in our base, and he usually brings back a few survivors when he goes out on a mission." Lewis nodded thoughtfully, and then looked at Sue Ran. "Where did you save this person?" Sue Ran thought for a moment and said, "It's in a village on the way to City A. The village was flooded. Mr. Lewis, who flies alone, probably won't have such troubles." "Okay, I was abrupt. I probably saw it wrong. Miss Sue, please go back and rest first." Long Chi-Yuan also gave Sue Ran a testing look, and Sue Ran turned around and left with his men. Along the way, Sue E remained frail, and Sue Ran did not say much until they returned to Sue Ran's residence. They relaxed. "Huh, it's so scary. Is that damn foreigner sick?" Sue E looked at how dirty he was and didn't sit on the sofa, but sat directly on the floor. "Looks like I'm going to keep it like this." I didn't expect Lewis to be so alert and almost recognized him. At that time, Song Chendong and Sue Ran had dealt with him once in the office building. Both Song Chendong and Sue Ran called him Boss Sue, and Lewis also knew her last name. "Go back and see your family," Sue Ran said to the girls who came with her. Several girls nodded. Sue E had just come in and had been paying attention to the layout of the base. The worst living environment outside is occupied by ordinary people who have no special powers and no ability to resist. A little further in, most of them are patrol teams or family members of people like Sue Ran. The innermost, which is where they are now, is inhabited by people who are in charge of the base and some people with higher status, who are either scientists or wealthy people. "Sit up here, don't sit on the ground, it's okay." Sue Ran pulled Sue E to sit next to him and asked, "How do you feel about this place?" Sue E paused and shook his head. "The class system is too obvious. It directly divides people." Sue Ran said, "I think so too. There used to be people causing trouble in Area C every day, but now there is no more trouble." Sue E asked in confusion, "Why did you choose to come here in the first place?" Sue Ran laughed at himself. "How should I put it? Maybe it's because I heard that this was a base built by people up there, but I didn't expect it to be like this after I got here." "So you never thought about leaving after you came here?" Sue Ran looked at Sue E and began to slowly tell her what happened after she came to the base. She fought her way out of the zombie group with the two girls, and they all made their way to the military base. Originally, they were going to live in Area C, but the man who was in charge of registration saw that they were girls and felt that they were not able to pay the rent for Areas B and A. As a result, the accident happened just after they stayed in Area C for one night. The girl who came with her was molested while she was sleeping at night. The girl was also a superpower named Zhang Xiao, and she was extremely strong. Speaking of this, she specifically told Sue E. She was the one who brought the razor to Hu Yixiao in the car 2 days ago. Sue E suddenly thought of that girl, who looked like a weak and fragile little white rabbit. Sue Ran continued, "We found the base. The base didn't care about Area C and said it was a small matter. Zhang Xiao got mad and beat the man directly. All 3 legs of the man were broken. You know, the more chaotic the place, the more likely there are people who are extremely powerful and everyone listens to them. There was one in Area C. He was a small leader at the time. I forgot his name, but he was Long Chi-Yuan's lackey. Then he found out about Zhang Zhao's affairs. I don't know why he got into other people's business. Maybe he wanted to save his manhood, so he brought people to cause trouble. But he was beaten by the three of us. Can you imagine that kind of scene? A group of men bullied three girls and said disgusting things. Then when we started fighting, we got excited and killed a lot of people. Sui frowned when he heard this. It wasn't until many people died that the base took it seriously. The three of us were so bloodthirsty at the time. You remember when we first came in, there was a wall of blood at the entrance to Area C. It was all the blood of those scums. When Su Ran said this, her tone was obviously very excited. Her eyes lit up, and Sui almost wondered if she was the one who had taken the hormones. When Long Chi-Yuan sent people here, those idiots didn't dare to come close to us and discuss some messed up compensation with us. The more Sui listened, the more he felt that this place was a dangerous place, and they no longer took human lives seriously. I'll go out and take a look after it gets dark. Let me go with you. I know where there is no surveillance. Okay, slowly. Sui was about to say something else when an untimely voice came from the door. Banyang, what are you doing here? When Su Ran saw the person coming, there was no surprise in his tone, only disgust. She was no longer surprised. Every time he came back, Banyang would come to see her. When Sui saw the person coming, she cursed in her heart, saying that the person was really unreasonable. She was just about to ask Su Ran and Banyang what was going on. Banyang just glanced at the beggar-like woman next to him and immediately pounced on Su Ran. Ran, you're back. Boss Su didn't treat you badly, did he? Su Ran glanced at Sui without leaving a trace, then smiled and said, No, Boss Su is very nice to me. Banyang said dissatisfiedly. Tisk, what's so good about her? Su Ran asked meaningfully. Is she not nice to you? Banyang suddenly turned on the complaining mode. What's good about her? Last time, she asked me for 50 cents points when she was short of buying something. She didn't even give me a discount when buying a house. She only gave the potion that improves superpowers to the boss and not me. When I asked the boss for it, he refused to give it to me and gave it to that guy named Long. She just has a problem with me. This is prejudice. Banyang spoke righteously, not noticing at all that Su Ran was laughing so hard. After saying that, he came forward and pinched Su Ran's arm. You came back, so where did you save such a beggar-like woman? The beggar-like woman finally couldn't bear it anymore. Sui gritted her teeth and said, Say it to me again. Chapter 153 Key. Banyang suddenly started. This voice was very familiar to him. He turned around and glanced, automatically ignoring the tattered woman sitting on the sofa. What the hell? Who's talking? He looked around, then looked back at Su Ran, then suddenly turned his head to look at the beggar-like woman. You wouldn't. What? Banyang laughed, walked around the sofa, and came behind the two of them. No. Boss Su, how did you cause this? What about me? Like a beggar? Sui stared at him with a smile. Banyang waved his hands quickly. No, that's not true. Who said that? How dare you say that our boss Su is a beggar? He's too much. It's okay, Boss Su, I'll scold him for you. Banyang finished speaking in one breath, then suddenly turned around and ran out of Su Ran's house at a very fast speed, so fast that neither of them could react. Su Ran laughed and said, He's just like that. Rong has beaten him up many times. He kept complaining about Rong and to Xiaxian. When Xiaxian is not around, he keeps complaining about Xiaxian to Rongan. He is such a shrewd person. Sui also laughed suddenly. She had learned a new word. Oh, someone. How did you get to know him? He went on a mission with Rongan, but he got lost. I saved him in the end. Sui rolled her eyes. Getting lost really fits Banyang's setting. She suddenly thought of something and continued to ask. I remember that he has been pursuing you. You didn't respond to Banyang. Su Ran blushed when she heard this. It's not really no response. Sui chuckled when she saw her like this, guessing that something had happened between the two of them, but she didn't ask any more questions. That was enough. It was not a good thing to pry into other people's privacy. Bang! There was a sudden noise at the door. Sui and Su Ran looked at each other and walked to the door. The vase that Su Ran had placed under the steps was knocked over. You little brat. Just wait. After Banyang came out and saw that Sui didn't catch up with him, he came back quietly. He was going to eavesdrop on the wall. As soon as I reached the door, I heard Sui say, You didn't respond to Banyang? He couldn't help but feel nervous, but after hearing Su Ran say that, his happiness was beyond words. After hearing this, Banyang suddenly felt that there was no point in listening any further, and was about to leave quietly. Unexpectedly, he was caught by a vine and stumbled, knocking over the vase that Su Ran had placed at the door. He reacted immediately and ran away quickly. Banyang came directly to Rong An's house. Rong was helping his grandfather walk slowly in the living room. "Boss!" Banyang rushed into the door in a hurry, and when he saw Grandpa Rong, he suddenly became well-behaved. "Hello, Grandpa Rong." "Hello, you must be Eucalyptus' friend." Rong An's expression twisted. Banyang held back his laughter. "Yes, Grandpa, you can walk now." Grandpa Rong looked at his grandson and said, "Yes, thanks to winning my old bones." Banyang followed Rong In, and the two of them helped the old man walk around the living room twice, then helped him to the sofa to rest. Banyang went to get a cup of warm water and placed it in front of Grandpa Rong. The old man sat down exhausted, breathing heavily. "What's the matter that has you come here in such a hurry? Is Su Ran back?" Ever since Long Chiyuan brought back a foreigner, and Grandpa Rong woke up, Rong rarely went out. He stayed at home to accompany his grandfather and help him recover. However, looking at Banyang's expression, he could guess that it was almost certain. "How do you know?" "But there's something even more exciting. Boss Su is here too." Rong paused. "She? How did she get in?" The base is now in a period of chaos, with zombies rioting in Area B in front and experimental subjects running away from the back. There's not even a patrol officer at the gate right now, so it's easy for her to get in. Besides, Long Chiyuan has never seen her before. Rong lowered his head and thought for a while. Sui E was here, so it was very likely that the zombies were here too. He suddenly looked at Grandpa Rong. "Grandpa, when I went to City A before, I came across a very magical place. It was built by a girl named Sui E. They have restored agricultural construction and have a complete construction system. If I want you to go there." Grandpa Rong looked at Rong In and said with a smile, "I'll follow your arrangements. I, an old man, will only cause trouble for you if I am here." Rong was delighted and suddenly thought of something. "Grandpa, if..." The old man suddenly stood up. Without giving Rong a chance to speak, he pounded his waist and said, "Hey, I'm old. I have to go back and rest." After saying that, the old man walked upstairs slowly. Banyang stepped forward and helped the old man upstairs. Rong looked at his grandfather's back and felt a pang of sadness in his eyes. If I hadn't come to find you, you must live well." The old man thanked Banyang and closed the door. The moment the door closed, his expression suddenly became serious. He turned to face the bed, took 5 slow steps forward, then turned right, and took 2 more steps. The old man stood still, squatted down, knocked lightly on the floor 3 times, then stretched out his hand and exerted force, and the brick was pressed down. With a sound, a square grid appeared on the wall in front of the old man, and a box was placed in the grid. Grandpa Rong slowly stood up, walked forward and picked up the small box. The box was not locked. He opened the lid and found a key inside. The key was round in shape, which was very strange. There was a pattern of a dragon engraved on the key handle. Grandpa Rong gently stroked the pattern and suddenly burst into tears. After a moment, he took out the key and put it in his pocket. Ever since the experimental subject escaped, all patrols in the base were sent to look for him, and the military base became increasingly chaotic, especially Area B. There was a riot in Area B a few days ago, and there are few people left in Area B now. Long Chiyuan has no time to count the number of people. The supplies are still distributed according to the number of people before. Although they will be withheld by the person in charge, the supplies distributed to each person on average are still much more. This also caused many people in Area C to become jealous. They formed teams of various sizes and went to Area C to rob from time to time. Seeing that no one was in charge, these people became even more rampant. However, after Su Ran came back, this situation subsided for a few days. Su Ran's reputation is there, which is why Long Chiyuan would use her. "You really have become a living signboard," Sui E said jokingly, and the two of them huddled on the sofa eating fruit. "Aren't you also the resort's living sign? I don't know why they're so afraid of me. It's obviously not me who killed people." When Sui E heard this, he glanced at the other bald girl beside him. It was Zhang Xiao. This time when Zhang Xiao went back, he emptied out his small home and moved everything to Su Ran's place. I didn't look closely before. Although Zhang Xiao is petite and looks gentle, her eyes give people an indescribable toughness. Zhang Xiao rolled his eyes at her and said, "Oh yes, yes, you are a gentle and kind fairy, and I am a female devil who hates evil." Chapter 154, Fright. Sui E, did you hear that? She said it herself. Not me. Suran, let's fight. Hey, stop. Zhang Xiao raised his hands and stretched them towards Su Ran's waist. Ouch! You're cheating. Zhang Xiao. Hie. Sui watched the two people playing around and started laughing too. Ahem. Two coughs were heard outside the door, and the room suddenly became quiet. Who? Zhang Xiao suddenly became alert. Su Ran patted her on the shoulder, signaling her to relax. It's Rong In and the others. Su Ran stood up, walked to the front door, and opened it. Outside the door, Rong In, Ban Yang, and Xiaotsun were standing at the door. Su Ran stepped aside to let them in. After Rong In and others came in, Su Ran looked around and closed the door only after making sure that there was nothing unusual. I heard you're back. Ban Yang hid behind Rong In, whose tall figure completely blocked him. Su Ran gnashed her teeth and said, Ban Yang, why are you hiding? No, why would I hide? Ban Yang poked his head out from behind Rong In and then retracted it. Rong In immediately flashed and dragged the person out. Bring him here to apologize. You apologize quickly. Ban Yang had no choice but to look at Su Ran, then at Sui E, and bowed slightly. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have eavesdropped. Su Ran glared at Ban Yang, who continued, Also, you shouldn't lie to Boss Su. Su Ran snorted coldly. Humph. You are smart. Okay, let's get down to business first. Roman did not sit on the sofa with the others, but took a chair and sat about 2 meters away from the girls. It was neither too far nor too close, and everyone could just hear him speaking. Why did Boss Su suddenly come to Beijing? Did something happen? Sui paused and thought to himself that this man was very perceptive. Lewis sent someone to the Hope Resort, and I found them. Oh, to be precise, they were not humans but high-level zombies like Song Qindong. Su Ran said dissatisfiedly. That bastard even controlled the zombies to attack us halfway, but was eaten by mutant animals in the end. Ban Yang only heard the word attack. Ran, he attacked you? Are you okay? How could anything happen to me? I don't even need to do anything. By the way, Ban Yang, come and compete with me when you have time. I have awakened my superpowers again. What? This time, even Rong was shocked. What do you mean you've awakened your powers again? Don't you have powers? Su Ran said proudly, with a hint of boasting in her tone. It's a new product from Hope Resort. It can allow ordinary people to awaken their superpowers. I was curious, so I tried it. I didn't expect it to work. Rong frowned and asked, What kind of supernatural power is it? Su Ran just raised her hand to release her fire ability to show them, but Sui held her down. Don't, it's hot. Interrupting Su Ran's actions, Sui explained, It's a very strange fire-related ability. The temperature is very high, and it can melt metal instantly. It was she who saved the people at Anji Base during the flood. Su Ran seemed to think that Su Yi's words were not perfect enough, and added, He has advanced recently and is now at the 2nd level. Ban Yang said subconsciously, Only the 2nd level. Su Ran suddenly turned to look at Ban Yang. Dear Yang, do you want to try it? Ban Yang reacted and shook his head quickly. Generally speaking, people with dual abilities will choose to major in one of them. Plus, there are fewer and fewer zombies now, so there are fewer opportunities to use abilities, so abilities cannot be upgraded as quickly as before. Roman explained, then looked at Sui and said anxiously, Boss Su, can you sell me that medicine separately? If the Han family's team, plus the people in his own team, could all use that potion, their strength would be greatly improved. Sui frowned, hesitated for a moment, and said, I'm afraid not. It took Su Ran a long time to awaken his superpowers, and it was done in the hospital of the resort. I can't guarantee that there will be no accidents in the middle of the process. Su Ran also said, Yes, Brother Rong, if you want to use it, it's safer to go back to Hope Resort. Rong thought about it for a while and nodded. Okay, I thought it was too simple. Let's talk about it later. Sui saw Rong and suddenly remembered something and asked, Do you know someone named Zhou Sen? Rong paused for a moment. Su knew from his reaction that he must know him. He was with that high-level zombie, and before he left, he said, He's not an enemy, but one of yours? Rong made a gesture to keep quiet, then nodded silently. Those mutant animals. Don't worry, everything has been settled. They will not set foot in the human world. I just don't know how many are still hiding out there. Sui's tone was a little melancholy, and he sighed silently. Unless there are special circumstances, the vegetarian animals that escape from the zoo will not appear in front of humans, just like stray cats and dogs that are afraid of people. They will not approach the road and will stay away from it. As for those ferocious beasts, like leopard brother and tiger, that's not certain. Rong nodded and was about to say something when he suddenly heard a creaking sound outside the door. Oh my God, there are rats in the base. Van Yang was startled. Then he reacted and took off one of his slippers and walked forward with it. Rong also became alert. Ever since he heard about the appearance of mutant animals, he has been wary of all animals. Don't get excited, just get to know each other. Sue Ran originally wanted to open the door, but when she saw Sui E went there, she decisively went back to the sofa. Shuka still looked a little scary. Sui E opened the door a little, and Shuk stood at the door, turning around in circles, looking very anxious. Before Sui E could say anything, Shuk came in directly. It ran to the living room, gestured to everyone, and squeaked something. The thing in Sui E's eyes. You guys get out of here? How others see it? Squeak, 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 squeak. Everyone. Shuk jumped around for a long time before he realized that, except Sui E, no one else could understand what it was saying. It looked at Sui E again. Get out of here quickly. It's very dangerous. Sui E looked at its appearance and asked curiously, what's wrong? Tell me slowly. Shuk took a deep breath and said, my friend Jerry said that they have captured the Bull Demon King's son, and the Bull Demon King is gathering a team and heading here. Chapter 155 Preparation. Sui didn't expect this either. After the apocalypse, the first war was not between humans and zombies, but between animals and humans. Who is the Bull Demon King? Shuk explained, he's the new animal world leader from Jing City. I heard he beat the beast to a pulp in the next city. Sui E suddenly thought of what Brother Bao said before he left. Sue Ran looked at Shuk's anxious expression, then looked at Sui E's face, and asked curiously, Sui, what did it say? Sui looked at them and asked. It said that a large number of animals are heading towards the base. Then she explained again what Shuk had just said about the Bull Demon King. Xiaotun thought for a moment and said thoughtfully, it seems that Long Qiyuan and his friend's food has improved recently. I was wondering why they can suddenly eat meat. Ban Yang continued. Not only that, Xiao Feng said that they all ate steaks which were freshly killed. I don't know where they came from. These people are not afraid of mutation. Sui shook his head. The meat of mutant animals will not cause mutations in people. They must have done experiments on it. Su Ran asked, what should we do now? Should we leave? Ban Yang said nonchalantly. Why do you want to leave? I still want to see that old man Long Qiyuan being chased by a cow. Sui glanced at him. Let me remind you. She told him about how she met Brother Bao on the road and what Brother Bao reminded them. Ban Yang was incredulous. Is this true? Are cows and sheep that powerful? You'll know if you try it yourself. Sui looked at Shuk's anxious look, took out a pocket of about the same size as it from the space, and handed it to it. When Shuk saw the bag, he knew what it was. He quickly said, thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Aren't you going to leave? It's dangerous to stay here. Jerry said those bulls are very strong. Sui said softly, thank you for your hard work. Take this back and share it with your brothers. Also, take them back to the school bus. It is safer there. Shuk held the bag of grain and nodded briskly. Okay, I'll go right away. The two people spoke the whole thing out loud when they were communicating, and Ban Yang was confused. What do you mean? Boss Su, you want to adopt a mouse? Sui rolled his eyes. Don't you think this rat is more useful than you? If you discuss things behind the scenes, you will always be discovered. You can't even understand what's going on by eavesdropping on the wall. Ban Yang fell silent immediately. Besides, we have everything in our resort now. Su Ran even has a dog and 3 tigers. Su Ran glanced at Ban Yang and added, I specially named the dog Yang Yang. Slowly, after a while of commotion, Sui heard that the military base now has power outages every night. He originally wanted to explore the base at night, but was disrupted by the news Shuk brought. If this place is going to be attacked, wouldn't it be better for her to wait until chaos strikes before going there? Who knows what unexpected gains there might be. Rong suddenly thought of the school bus that Sui had just mentioned to Shuko. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Sui, did you drive here? Sui nodded. Yes. How about we walk here from such a long distance? Rong paused and said, can I send my grandpa to the resort? I'm a little worried about him here. Sui was surprised. Is your grandpa awake? Yes, he is older, and I wanted to find a safe place to retire. Sure, let's go there sometime. We saved someone on the way here, so let Song Chendong take you back with us. Su Ran heard this and stood up. I'll go with you. Ban Yang saw Su Ran's reaction and was slightly dissatisfied. Ran, why did you react so strongly when you heard Song Chendong? Are you? That's bullshit, shut up. Ban Yang pouted, immediately made a gesture of shut up and stopped talking. Rong looked outside, thought for a moment and said, let's go now. Where is your car parked? On the road to the right of the main entrance. There is a forest ahead. I'll take you out the side door. Sui E was surprised. There is a side door? Rong instructed Ban Yang to stay here and that the fewer people there were at night, the better. He brought Sui E out of Su Ran's residence, and the two of them went around to the back of the house and walked forward along the wall. Suddenly, a beam of light shone towards them. Rong moved quickly, turned around, and pulled Sui E over, holding him in his arms. Sui E froze immediately. Who? Go and have a look. It's Long Chiyuan's patrol team. Ever since the experimental subjects ran away from the base, patrols at the military base have become more frequent. Rong moved his body to block Sui Yi's figure, leaving only his long hair and one arm exposed. What do you do? Rong turned around and glanced coldly at the person who spoke. When the man saw it was Rong, he quickly said, I'm sorry, it's Brother Rong. What are you doing? Brother Rong doesn't even recognize you. As he spoke, he glanced at the person behind Rong and out of the corner of his eye, and when he saw the long hair, he immediately revealed an expression that said, I understand, I get it. Sorry, bro. Sorry. They are new here. We are leaving now. Get away from here. Rong shouted coldly. Yes. Hurry up and don't block the way. Go. Hurry up. Didn't you hear me? Go away. After the patrols disappeared, Rong took a step back and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Boss Su. It happened suddenly. I took advantage of you. Sui also took a step back and said with an awkward smile, It's okay. Let's go quickly while they won't come over now. Rong nodded, and the two continued walking along the wall. When they were almost at the end, Rong suddenly climbed into the yard of a house, then walked to the second window and knocked 3 times. After a while, there was a knock on the window from inside exactly 3 times. Rong finally responded. The window was suddenly opened from the inside, and the person who opened the window was Jiang Su. Boss, you're finally back. Sui E was stunned by this operation. Is this how you came here? Rong nodded. The only camera in this area that works at night is right in front of my house. Wait for me here first. After saying that, Rong climbed into the house by climbing over the window. He went straight to the second floor where Grandpa Rong was sitting in front of the window, wondering what he was thinking about. Grandfather. The old man turned around and saw him, and smiled. Everything is ready. Rong nodded. Grandpa, I'll take you there first. Someone will take you to the resort. You'll be there. Come here. Rong walked forward and half knelt beside the old man. What's wrong, Grandpa? Grandpa Rong didn't say anything, but just held Rong's hand with one hand, and with the other hand he took out a key from his pocket and placed it in Rong's palm, then held it tightly. This, I'll give it to you. Rong looked down at the key, and when he saw the dragon pattern on the key, his expression was shocked. Grandpa, could this be? The old man nodded. This is the hard work of our ancestors, and it is also one of the treasures of the country. You must keep it well. If you really need to use it, you must consider it carefully. Its power is not that great. We developed it based on the W-54 from Country M. We improved the launch distance based on the W-54. If that kid from the Long family does something extreme, you will... Having said this, Grandpa Long closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his expression became more resolute. Rong paused and understood. Grandpa, don't worry. I won't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. The old man patted him on the shoulder. This apocalypse is a conspiracy and a tragedy. As early as a year ago, the country discovered that the Long family had close contacts with a foreign association. However, our Long country adheres to the principle of not offending others unless they offend us. In addition, we found that Long Chiyuan only had trade relations with them, so we did not deal with him immediately. This is why we have such a huge disaster today. You must make up for it now. Maybe it's not too late. Chapter 156 Departure. Rong carried the old man on his back and flipped down from the windowsill. The windowsill was not very high, but it was at least 1 meter high. Sui E was terrified watching from below. They had to get the person to the car as quickly as possible, as the weather outside was still very uncomfortable for the elderly. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any guards along the way. There were only a few cameras in the military base that were working at night. Rong knew the locations of these cameras very well and easily avoided them along the way. The three of them walked out of the back door of the base and headed straight for where the car was parked. Although it is called a back door, it is actually just a small door in Area A. When Long Chiyuan established the base, he considered all conceivable emergencies. This door was actually used by him to facilitate his escape. The keys were in the hands of the management. When Grandpa Rong was unconscious, he transferred the authority of the management and handed over all the keys and information, except for an extra key that Rong had, including the layout of the residents in the base. If zombies attack, they will definitely target the people in Area C, so that people in Areas A and B will have a chance to survive. When Rong saw Sui E's car and the words Xianxian High School on the body of the car, he was stunned for a moment. He thought it might be a bus or a van, but he didn't expect. "What are you doing? Get in the car." Rong reacted and helped the old man into the car. He also stepped into the car. Inside the car, Song Qindong, Chui Yang, Hui Xiao, and the chaotic zombie they brought back were all there. Song Qindong, "Take your people back to City of First." Song Qindong frowned and asked in confusion, "What about you guys? I have something else to do." The family members of Su Ran's team members refused to leave. "You should take him back first. It's not safe here." Song Qindong looked at Rong and nodded in agreement. When Rong got into the car, he noticed the zombie tied to the chair. "Why is he here? You know him?" Rong's face was tense. "He is the person in charge of a base in Jing City. I heard that Long Chiyuan took them back for experiments. Today, the experimental subject ran away. I didn't expect that he was the one who escaped." As they were talking, Sun Yin woke up. He seemed to be still in confusion, and his expression became even crazier when he saw Rong. "You scum! I'm going to kill you." Sun Yin twisted his body frantically, trying to break free from the rope, but it was a special system. Not only him, but even a tied cow could not break free. When Grandpa Rong saw the man's appearance, he closed his old eyes and shook his head continuously. "What a sin! What a sin!" Rong quickly comforted the old man. "Grandpa, don't get excited. Long Chiyuan will definitely get his comeuppance." As he said this, he handed his previous points card at the resort to his grandfather. "Grandpa, there are 5,000 points in this card. I asked Boss Su to deposit it. You can use it to spend in the resort." Grandpa Rong nodded and took the card. "Child, you must keep the key safe." Rong agreed. The old man looked at Sui E again. "Little girl, you are amazing. You have such strength at such a young age." Along the way, Rong praised the resort to the skies and even brought Sui E along, fearing that the old man would change his mind and not go. In fact, Grandpa Rong knew that even if he stubbornly stayed here, it would only cause trouble for the young people. He had no special powers, only a super weapon. That was why those people dared to think about it. In troubled times, he did not have the ability to defend the country. "Grandpa, you're too kind. You can find him if you have any problems at the resort." Sui E pointed to Song Qindong. "Although he looks like a zombie, he is also our compatriot and will not harm his own people." The old man nodded and wiped his eyes imperceptibly. "Okay, let's go quickly and don't waste time." Sui didn't know when the Bull Demon King that Shook mentioned would come, but he heard from Xiaotsin and others that Long Chiyuan had been eating beef recently, so he guessed that his son had been captured for some time. Sui E and Rong got out of the car. Song Qindong sat in the driver's seat. He took one last look at the two of them and lip-synced. "Come back alive." Although Sui E didn't say what it was, he had a vague feeling that it must be a very dangerous thing. "I hope they are safe." His mental detection could not penetrate the base, and he didn't know why. When Song Qindong went out, he walked around the base. He didn't dare to move forward rashly because he was not sure about the situation inside. If there were zombies of a higher level than him, they would quickly notice his presence. Song Qindong took a deep breath, started the school bus, and left the military base. Roman watched the car drive away and murmured, "Grandpa, take care." He didn't know whether he could see his grandfather alive this time. There are too many secrets about Long Chiyuan and Lewis. Although the two are in a partnership, it doesn't mean Lewis will reveal all his cards. It's a pity that Song Qindong's ability can't detect the base for some reason. Otherwise, he could stay and help us monitor the movements of Long Chiyuan and the foreigner. Sui E curled her lips. After all, she was involved in this matter. She checked her points, which were now more than 4 million, which was still far from the system store's goal. "Yeah, now we can only..." "Wait, what did you just say?" Roman was halfway through his words when he suddenly realized that what Sui had just said seemed. I said he could help me monitor Long Chiyuan and that foreigner's movements. No, the previous sentence. Song Chendong's ability can't detect inside the base. Rong An's expression paused, and he suddenly thought of something. When Mr. Rong left, he only gave him the key. For some reason, he didn't tell him where the thing was. Maybe the old man was also afraid. Rowan had originally been thinking about going back to the Rong family's old house when he had time. Maybe he was there. But now, what did you think of? Sui looked at his expression and asked. Rowan looked at Sui. I thought of a possibility. He didn't understand psychic powers, but he knew about the level suppression of people with psychics. The only zombie under Lewis who was higher in level than Song Chendong died in City A, and there was no possibility of survival. Joseon brought him a lot of information about Lewis. The advanced zombies working under him now were all brought here after his successful experiments in Country M. There was once an escaped zombie in his laboratory branch in City A. After various signs, it was finally revealed that the zombie should be Chui Lin's brother, Chui Yang. After he was discovered, those people detected that he also had psychic abilities, so they took him directly for experiments. Since Song Chendong's supernatural power cannot detect the base, there is only one possibility left. Somewhere in the base, there is an object with a disruptive effect. This thing is very likely the super weapon. Chapter 157 Failure. W-54 is a tactical nuclear weapon developed by the United States to resist the threat of other countries' tank forces. When Roman was a child, he often saw information about this nuclear weapon on his grandfather's desk. Unlike other nuclear bombs, this weapon was very light. At that time, every country had nuclear weapons, so governments began to gradually pursue the size and weight of nuclear weapons. The W-54 is actually a nuclear warhead. The United States has also developed a rocket launcher for this weapon, which can launch the nuclear bomb to a range of about 4 kilometers. Because of its small size, it is easy to operate and does not require so many people. The only drawback of this weapon is that it needs to be launched manually and can only be launched 4 kilometers, but its power is enough to cover an area of 10 miles. In other words, every time a W-54 is launched, a soldier will be sacrificed. Grandpa Rong has devoted his entire life to this research. When he was a child, he had seen the model of this nuclear bomb countless times. Grandpa Rong also took him to participate in simulation experiments. He still can't forget that shocking scene. Rowan suddenly felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. Perhaps this was the pride of being a dragon countryman. The W-54 abandoned by Country M has been improved by scientists from Country Long and has now perfectly solved the launch problem. Take the essence and discard the dross. Along the way, Rowan was thinking about this matter. Sui was a little curious, but considering what the old man had said to her in the car before and his mysterious behavior, she guessed that it might be related to the secrets of the Dragon Kingdom, so she didn't ask any more questions. Just like before, Rowan knew that she had many secrets but didn't ask her about them. Host! Host! Hearing the system's voice, Sui was stunned at first, and then he felt ecstatic. She silently communicated with the system in her heart. Tongzi, you finally paid attention to me. I missed you so much. You know, I am really better off without you. Listen to me first, host. Sui originally wanted to make some sentimental remarks, but when he heard the serious tone of the system, he stopped talking immediately. What's wrong with you? Host, I need to go back to the interstellar space. There is something wrong with the interstellar system. So you haven't blocked me during this time? System, why is this host different from others? Please, host, this is not the point, okay? Sui curled his lips and waited quietly for what to say next. I've been very busy these days and have been trying to contact the interstellar remotely, but I have not been able to connect. I have tried to contact the Tongzi and other planes, but I have not received any messages. So serious? So I have to go back to the interstellar now. During my absence, you can't use anything except your system backpack, including the power of order. If you want me dead, you can just say so. Sui wanted to curse. She couldn't use anything? She could only use the system backpack? Doesn't that mean she has become a space user? Damn it. Oh no, she also awakened the fire-type ability, but she has never practiced it. The first-level fire-type ability is useless. When will you come back? Sui didn't even notice that her voice was trembling. She unconsciously looked up at the direction the school bus left. Is it too late to go back to the resort now? I will be back as soon as possible. By the way, host, rest assured that the facilities of the resort will operate normally and residents can still pay points. It's just that your abilities cannot be used for the time being. She is not at all worried. Then you must come back soon. For a long time, No one responded. System. Damn it, you've already left. Sui tried to open the eye of analysis and waited for a long time, but there was no response at all. Really? Ah, damn Tongzi. Can't you wait a little longer? At least let her fill up the system backpack. Sui checked his system backpack and found 2 bottles of potions for upgrading superpowers, a rope, 2 bags of rice, a bag of spicy noodles, and 2 packs of instant noodles. What the hell is going on? Nothing else can be used except medicine. Sui had a disheartened expression on his face, and the 2 of them returned to Area A. When Sui heard the knock on the door, he jumped up almost subconsciously and hurried to open the door. Seeing Sui, the whole person relaxed. Sui, you're back. Sui nodded and sat back on the sofa. Ban Yang found a blanket from somewhere, spread it on the ground, and fell asleep on it. Rong pointed at Ban Yang and looked at Sui. Sui spread his hands helplessly, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Rong immediately understood. Rong glanced at Ban Yang and said in a cold voice, "Hurry up and go back." Ban Yang didn't move. Rong stepped forward and gently kicked him again. "Get up and go back to sleep." Ban Yang turned over and continued to sleep, still mumbling, "Stop making noise, it's annoying." Seeing him like this, Rong suddenly smiled, turned around and said to Sui, Ran, and Zhang Xiao, "You can stay at my place, it's safer there." Ran burst out laughing. "Okay, thank you, Captain Rong." Suddenly, the person on the ground stood up suddenly. Ban Yang looked at everyone and yawned. "What's wrong? Why did I fall asleep? I heard you say that we should sleep in other places? Then I'll sleep with Ran, so I can protect her." Roman kicked him directly and said, "Hurry up and leave." "Hey boss, don't kick me. Pretending to sleep, huh? How shameless of you to pretend to sleep in a girl's house." I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." The 2 of them went out, joking and playing. Seeing their appearance, Sui's depressed mood improved a lot. "Sui, are you okay? I noticed something was wrong with you when I came in. Did something happen?" "Yes, you looked so serious when you came back just now." After seeing the 2 off, Ran and Zhang Xiao approached Sui and asked with concern. Sui suddenly didn't know what to say. She looked at Ran, then at Zhang Xiao, and suddenly said after a while, "If I say that I can't use any supernatural powers for the time being." Ran's face changed when he heard this. "What's going on? How could this happen? Were you attacked by someone just now? Where is your ability?" Damn, how do you explain this?" Thinking of the system, she felt like crying. My superpowers ran away from home. Chapter 158, Tranquility. The calm before the storm. The temporary departure of the system restrained Sui's steps. Without the power of order, the system repeatedly warned her not to act rashly. If she died in this plane, the mission record would be reset and all her previous efforts would be in vain. She simply chose to stay at Ran's house and not go out. Ran and Zhang Xiao were happy to have some free time after returning to the base. Long Qiyuan was busy looking for experimental subjects and had no time to take care of them. The 3 of them stayed in Ran's residence and never went out. Sui could not use anything except the system backpack now. Fortunately, Ran and the others brought a lot of food when they left the base. Shook hasn't appeared since he delivered the letter last time, so Sui doesn't know when the herd will attack the base. Ran knew that she had no special powers and did not ask any further questions. In her opinion, there were more than 1 or 2 inexplicable things happening to Sui. After staying there for a few days, Sui finally couldn't stand the smell of his hair anymore. So Ran helped Sui find a set of sportswear that he had bought before at the department store. The 2 of them had similar body shapes. Sui took a shower and washed off the dirty parts of her body and hair. She wasn't going out anyway, so she wore a hat and mask when she went out, so Louis still couldn't recognize her. She changed into sportswear. Ran was taller than her, so the trouser legs and sleeves were a little long, so Sui rolled them up. Ran looked at Sui and said with a smile, "I'm still a little uncomfortable with you becoming clean all of a sudden. I'm not going out anyway, so it's better to keep it clean." Ran said helplessly, "You have never been dirty. When the zombies first broke out, many people didn't even have water to drink at home, let alone take a bath." When Ran said this, Sui suddenly began to miss the system very much. "Sui, when will your supernatural power be restored? I've been feeling my right eyelid twitching these past few days." Sui shook his head. "I don't know either, maybe it will take a while." Ran helplessly spread his hands. "Hey, it seems that the important task of protecting you can only be entrusted to me." Sui was touched. Su Ran was the only one who knew about this. Zhang Xiao thought she was joking when she said I ran away from home because of my superpowers, so he didn't take it seriously. Before she could say anything, Su Ran said, "If something happens to you, what will happen to the resort? We won't be able to eat all the delicious food." Sui E. Thank you. Immediately afterwards, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside, and the next second, someone knocked on Su Ran's door. "Is Sister Ran here?" Su Ran frowned when she heard the voice. "Who is it?" Su Ran paused. "He is a fool." Sui hid in the kitchen. Su Ran got up to open the door. Xiao Feng was standing outside the door in combat gear, followed by several patrolmen. "What's wrong?" Xiao Feng felt a little awkward when he saw Su Ran again, but he still looked at her and said, "Long Qiyuan asked you to gather in the conference room. Do you know what it is?" Xiao Feng shook his head. "I don't know, it seems that he is quite nervous. Rong was also called over." "Okay, wait for me." After saying that, Su Ran closed the door mercilessly. Although Xiao Feng is now half of her own, she also heard what Ban Yang said about Xiao Siming, and she was still shocked. Xiao Siming was working for Long Qiyuan, while his nephew Xiao En was in Rong En's team. "I'm going to go out for a moment." Sui nodded. "Be careful." On the other side, the school bus started from the base and continued along the road. This time, Song Chendong planned to take the road that was previously blocked by the abandoned car, which would save him a lot of time. Grandpa Rong was very curious about the pregnant Beta in the car. He had never seen a mutated animal before. Beta has been pregnant for some time. Normally, the gestation period of mice is very short. "Girl, do you know how long it has been pregnant?" Grandpa Rong took out a notebook and a pen from somewhere and began to calculate seriously. Hu Yixiao thought for a moment and said, "Now that I think about it, it seems like it's been a while. It was already pregnant when I met them in the air raid shelter." Grandpa Rong began to write something in the notebook, then looked up and asked, "Do you know how many litters this is?" "Hu Yixiao." "This?" Hu Yixiao turned to look at Beta. "Beta, this is your nth child." Beta touched his belly and then made a sign with his tiny arms. "The first baby? Logically speaking, the gestation period for mice is about 21 days, and it's already been a few months. Then, do you know whether it mutated before or after pregnancy?" Hu Yixiao scratched his head. "Isn't this old man making things difficult for him?" "This? I'm not sure either." Grandpa Rong nodded and then wrote something in the notebook. Hu Yixiao leaned over to take a look and saw that the old man had drawn a table on the notebook, which recorded Beta's detailed information. He wrote unknown in the column for pregnancy before and after the mutation. Then he began to ask Hu Yixiao about Beta's basic situation. "Where did you find them? Do you know where they have been living before? Do you know why they mutated?" Hu Yixiao was very patient. If she didn't know the answer to the question the old man asked, she would ask Beta. If Beta didn't know the answer either, then there was nothing she could do. Seeing the old man taking notes seriously, Hu Yixiao asked curiously, "Grandpa, are you a zoologist?" Grandpa Rong shook his head and said, "No, this is just a hobby of mine." In addition to studying those boring data, his favorite thing is to do experiments, various experiments, ask zoologists about the habits of animals, and discuss the laws of plant growth with botanists. These are his hobbies. Hu Yixiao was puzzled. "Grandpa, what do you do? Why do you have such a strange hobby?" The old man smiled slightly. "I should be considered a scientist." Chui Yang, who was sitting in the front, heard the conversation between the two and suddenly remembered something. He turned around and asked, "Grandpa, is your name Rongxian?" Grandpa Rong laughed. "Yes, I didn't expect that there are still young people who remember this name. I have been hiding my real name for many years." When Hu Yixiao heard the name, he was also stunned. Rongxian, nuclear bomb physicist. He is a figure in politics and history who has appeared many times after the revision of textbooks. He has won the country's highest science and technology award and is a well-known figure of the new generation. Ever since he devoted himself to nuclear weapons research, his name and identity were kept strictly confidential and were not made public until many years later. Because scientific research in other developed countries such as Country M is more advanced, many scientific researchers in Country Long choose to study abroad. Rongxian is the only nuclear weapons scientist who has never been abroad. Chapter 159 Migration. Young people nowadays don't pay much attention to these things. I didn't expect that at this time, there are still people who know the name Rongxian. Haha, my efforts as an old man are not in vain. Chui Yang looked slightly excited. He and his sister Chui Lin both studied science, and at this moment, seeing the big shot of science sitting here, the feeling was incomparable. "Grandpa Rong, what is the research being done at Courtyard 54? Chui Yang excitedly sat in front of Rong Xian and asked, all the physicists in Long Country from ancient times to the present are his idols. Before the end of the world, the last introduction about Rong Xian in the million entries was that he joined the number 54 Research Institute, and then it was never updated again. Oh, that's good, young man. You actually know this. Rong Xian immediately became interested in Chui Yang. Because I studied science before? Chui Yang was a little embarrassed. This is a secret of the Dragon Kingdom. I can't tell you. Chui Yang nodded, his eyes that looked a little scary now emitting a light of expectation. Understood. Rongxian looked at his expectant eyes and said with a smile, are you interested in nuclear research? Chui Yang smiled shyly. I am very interested. I didn't have the opportunity to take the postgraduate entrance examination after graduating from undergraduate school. Otherwise, I would have chosen theoretical physics. The old man smiled kindly. In that case, let me tell you about it. Are you willing to listen? Chui Yang was even more excited and borrowed some paper and a pen from the old man. Of course I am willing. All nuclear weapons have explosion criticality. The nuclear material used must reach a certain weight before a nuclear explosion will occur. Chui Yang's mind worked quickly, and he understood immediately. Grandpa, is the research of number 54 courtyard related to the size of nuclear weapons? Rong first tapped his head, but did not say it clearly. Instead, he continued, there are two types of nuclear weapons. One is nuclear fusion, and the other is nuclear fission. The energy of nuclear fusion is 10 times that of nuclear fission. 1 gram of material nuclear fusion can release the energy of 140 tons of TNT. Chui Yang listened carefully. Although what the old man said was just some basic knowledge, he still listened very seriously. If we want to develop small and powerful nuclear weapons, the first thing we need to solve is the problem of high-energy X-ray sources. Hui Xiao silently stood up and sat in the passenger seat. Song Qindong glanced at her and said, why aren't you sitting in the back? Hui Xiao glanced at Rong Xian and Chui Yang, not knowing what to say. Damn it, who would still want to go to class when it's the end of the world? Besides, she studies liberal arts, and she really feels sleepy when listening to science. Song Qindong seemed to have guessed what she was thinking. He glanced at the two people behind him through the rearview mirror and said, nuclear weapons are very important to Dragon Country. In the heyday, they are related to national strength and international status. In the end times, do you think there is anything that a nuclear bomb can't solve? Moreover, he saw that Chui Yang seemed to be really interested. It was better to have something he liked than to become a zombie and then look at himself in the mirror and worry about it. Hui Xiao thought for a moment and said, that's true. Do you think our Dragon Country has nuclear weapons now? If so, would the world end with just one nuclear weapon? Song Qindong paused. You're a liberal arts student, right? Hui Xiao was surprised. How do you know? I think I am not born to be suitable for studying. I am not good at either arts or science. Song Qindong didn't say anything, thinking to himself, you're just eating candy. Why do you want another one? The zombie apocalypse is indeed over, but the next apocalypse is about to begin. Nuclear weapons have radiation. You know that many years ago, Country M launched a nuclear weapon against an island country. Until now, that area is still covered by radiation. There are no living things in the area. Even if there are, they are affected by radiation and mutated plants and animals. Hui Xiao was surprised. So serious? She knew that nuclear weapons produce radiation, but she really didn't understand that radiation would last for many years and affect plants and animals. So, this is why many countries, although they have nuclear weapons, will not easily start a nuclear war. If they really do that, they will be condemned by the whole world. At the back of the school bus, the old man continued talking to Chui Yang. Chui Yang learned a lot of theoretical knowledge that he had never heard of before. Some of them were confidential, and Rong Xian did not explain them in too much depth. Chui Yang looked up at Rong Xian. Grandpa, does our country have nuclear bombs now? Rong Xian smiled and said, yes, Longhua has a strategic nuclear arsenal, when it is not in a combat readiness state. Having said this, Rong Xian's expression suddenly changed. He remembered. He said he seemed to have forgotten something after getting on the bus. He forgot to tell his grandson where that thing was. Military base. Su Ran came to the meeting room. There were actually many people with special abilities gathered in the conference room. In addition to the two brothers of the Han family and Rongan and others, there were also Long Chiyuan's men, several young masters of the Long family, patrol teams, and several blonde-haired and blue-eyed psychics brought by Lewis. When Ban Yang saw Su Ran coming, he immediately approached him with a smile. Rongan did not stop him. He knew the character of this kid. He He would never play tricks when he had important matters to attend to. Sure enough, Ban Yang came up to Su Ran and said with a smile, Long Chiyuan's drone detected a large number of animals migrating, and they seemed to be heading towards the base. Su Ran looked disgusted and asked, why would he leave a drone outside? It seems he was looking for survivors, but he was caught in the photo. It seems your little rat is still useful. Is that a little mouse? Are you blind? The two of them were interacting with each other, and on the surface it seemed like Ban Yang was always sticking to her, and Su Ran had a look of disgust on her face. They were standing so far away that even Rong and couldn't hear what they were saying. Ban Yang muttered, I don't know what he is planning now. After a while, Long Chiyuan came to the meeting room and was very satisfied to see that everyone was there. We called everyone here this time because we detected traces of animal migration not far away. The base has been short of food in recent months, and people have often gone missing. However, due to the hot weather, we have canceled the recent patrols. But it's different now. You are all superpowered people. You are free to form 5 teams and patrol the base in shifts at night. If you find any traces of animals, you must report it immediately. No one spoke yet, and Ban Yang heaved a sigh of relief, making a huge noise. I was so scared. I thought you wanted me to go out and get you a cow. Long Chiyuan was immediately furious. So what if I let you go? The base is short of food right now. If you could bring back an animal, everyone will have meat to eat. Long Chiyuan said this with great righteousness. He had caught a few calves and raised them in the backyard, but they were too small and had no meat on them. Did you feed me? Don't think I don't know you, old man. You ate the meat secretly behind closed doors and made us work hard. How can you be so shameless? Ban Yang rolled his eyes at him. As soon as he said this, it immediately caused dissatisfaction among many people. Chapter 160 Murder. The expressions of several people belonging to the patrol team suddenly changed. Each of them was still wearing the team uniforms distributed by the base at the beginning. Each household had limited water supply and could only wash the clothes once a month. Ban Yang's words made them look at themselves and each other. Everyone in the team had a little dust on their face, looking tired and exhausted. Their hair was cut very short, and some people had deep hollows on their cheeks. Their rations in the base were divided according to the number of hairs in their family. A bucket of instant noodles, a pack of compressed biscuits, and a bottle of water were their food for the day. Because the weather is too hot, many people fail to replenish water in time, and their lips are still cracked. Looking at Long Chiyuan again, his old face was extremely ruddy, and his loose clothes could not cover his slightly fat body. Everyone looked at Louis again. Louis had been at the base for a few days and had even gained some weight compared to when he first arrived. That's what I said. It turns out that only you guys are starving and suffering. Uncle Long, you are so unkind. You brought your people to eat and drink lavishly and made us suffer. Who says it's not true? They only give out so little every day. I don't even dare to drink a sip of the water. I must put a little in my mouth and give it to the child. It's so hot? Uncle Long, shouldn't you give us more supplies? At least enough water. Everyone looked at Long Chiyuan, and the dissatisfaction in their hearts grew stronger. They have all been here since the military base was built. Long Chiyuan was not in this shape at the beginning. Now he has obviously gained a lot of weight, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes are prominent. Long Chiyuan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. In the past, these people had their opinions too, but today it was different because Ban Yang made it clear in front of everyone. Uncle Long, shouldn't you give us an explanation? We have paid so much for the base, and yet we have to suffer such unfair treatment. The person who spoke glanced at Louis out of the corner of his eye. Louis and the people he brought seemed to be in good shape. Xiao Zhou, you misunderstood. It's not like that, Long Chiyuan said in a gentle voice. How could I have misunderstood? Look at us, brothers, and then look at your people. The distribution of materials at the base is based on the contribution of the base. Mr. Lewis and his team developed the medicine, so naturally their contribution is greater. Long Chiyuan wanted to be the peacemaker, but Ban Yang did not do what he wanted. Oh, what a great contribution. How come the zombies in Area B can't be controlled with such a great contribution? What a pity. When it comes to sarcasm, even Su Ranka and Sui E might feel inferior to Ban Yang. Veins popped out on Long Chiyuan's forehead, but the base still needed these people now, and he also needed them to restrain Louis. Although he was angry, he couldn't get angry. Louis raised his head and looked deeply at Xiao Zhou, the person who took the lead in speaking in the patrol team. He didn't say anything, just looked up, and Xiao Zhou suddenly felt like he was being stared at by a wolf. Why? You have a problem with that? Is it not right for me to have an opinion? We have been here since the base was established. Xiao Zhou had long been dissatisfied with this foreigner. Not only him, but every member of the patrol team had an opinion about this foreigner. They are dragon people. Naturally, they will be the first to take the lead when the country is in trouble. But why are they asking a foreigner to come and manage them? Louis stood up and walked to Xiao Zhou. So, what do you want? Xiao Zhou was stunned, then said, at least we should be fed. Why are you letting us go on patrol in such a hot day without water? And, okay, I promise you. Louis laughed. Xiao Zhou was suspicious and asked in surprise, really? Is this foreigner so easy to talk to? The answer, of course, is no. Louis suddenly looked at Xiao Zhou and smiled. Of course it's fake. Before the man could react, the next second, Louis's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and then a pair of slender hands grasped his neck. I'll remember to burn it for you. Amid the man's horrified eyes, there was a loud snap. Xiao Zhou's neck tilted to the right at a strange angle. His spine was broken, and as Louis withdrew his hand, his body fell limply. Louis! When Long Qiyuan saw this scene, he screamed in horror. He didn't expect that this man would actually dare to kill someone. Captain Zhou! Captain Zhou! You damn foreigner. We will fight you. His action undoubtedly angered the other patrol members. Louis wiped his hands lightly. I advise you to think it over carefully. His tone was extremely calm, but it sounded threatening. The furious men were stopped in their tracks by his words. They were not impulsive people. Thinking back to what had just happened, no one saw clearly how he came in front of the captain and how he attacked. Rong also frowned. This Louis was more troublesome than he had imagined. Captain Rong, I advise you to take good care of your people. As he spoke, Louis' eyes kept glancing at Banyang. Obviously, what Banyang had just said annoyed him. Rong suddenly felt a nameless anger in his heart due to his words, not only for Banyang, but also for his compatriots who had just died at the hands of Louis. Although Captain Zhou works with Long Qiyuan and has some power, he treats the residents of the base very well. He often shares his food with the children in Area C. Hey, who are you threatening? You damn foreigner, you killed people on our territory. Do you really think there is no one in my dragon country? Banyang was not afraid at all and stared at him with his eyes. Long Qiyuan has told Louis more than once that Rong'an's team should not be provoked for the time being, but Louis always looks arrogant and indifferent. Seeing this, he was about to step forward to stop it, but Louis suddenly moved again. Rong was quick-witted and quick-handed, pulling Banyang behind him. The next second, circles of blue and purple light surrounded the two of them, and Louis, who wanted to get closer, had to stop. This is it, boss. You have advanced again. Banyang looked at his boss's special ability and felt extremely proud. Long Qiyuan looked at the halo around him and felt relieved for some reason. I didn't expect Captain Rong to be quite capable. I just wonder if you can protect your teammates all the time. Before Rong could say anything, Sui E was unwilling. She wanted to find fault when Louis killed someone just now, but who knew that he turned his spearhead to Rong first? Louis, you're talking nonsense. Do you believe I will burn all the hair off your body? Sui E glared at him, and a fireball came out from nowhere and hit Louis in the face. Chapter 161, Anxious. Louis didn't react for a moment. He had heard from Long Qiyuan that this bald girl had power-type superpowers. Where did the fire come from? It was also the first time that Rong saw Sui E's fire ability. She was eager to show it off, but was stopped by Sui E. As soon as the fireball appeared, the temperature in the room suddenly increased several times. The orange-red flame rushed straight towards Louis. Louis dodged it, but when it passed by him, he could not withstand the high temperature of the flame. The cloth on his shoulder melted instantly, and the skin inside suddenly became red and swollen, with a large number of blisters. Long Qiyuan was also dumbfounded. He remembered that Sui E only had one superpower. What was going on with this ball of fire? Ran. You have dual abilities? No, it was not just the fire system. Everyone's face in the room was illuminated red, and those with thinner skin even broke out in rashes. Even Rong took several steps back to avoid the high temperature. Sui E looked at Long Qiyuan. Uncle Long, because you are my elder, I always respect you, but that doesn't mean I can allow you to let a foreigner run wild in our dragon country's territory. Louis was burned, and the people he brought with him came forward to surround Sui E. Long Qiyuan broke out in a cold sweat. What should he do? Louis, if you don't want your people to turn into ashes, tell them to go back. Louis gritted his teeth and looked at the wound on his shoulder. The severe pain made him speechless for a while. This woman's fire is so strange. Everyone, come back, hiss. Lewis looked around, finally took a deep breath, and said, I'm sorry, everyone. I was reckless today. Long Chi-Yuan's situation couldn't help him at all. Rong and Ban Yang were still staring at him, and the patrolmen were also standing against him. All right, stop arguing. We are here today to discuss serious matters, so don't fight among yourselves. Long Chi-Yuan asked Xiao Feng to bring chairs, motioning for them to sit down first. Uncle Long, will one of our own people kill one of our own? I'm done with this patrol. You can find whoever you want. With one person taking the lead, the people behind him began to tear off the medals on their bodies one after another. I don't want to do it anymore. Bah, it's bad luck. What the hell, you traitor, go and have fun with yourselves. I'm done with this. The person who tore off the medal did not leave, but came to Rongan. Captain Rong, it was our fault before. It's disgusting to work with such a person. From now on, we will no longer work for the base. We will only listen to Captain Rong's orders. Yes, Captain Rong is the best. Captain Rong, we will follow you from now on. It is better for you to let us die than to be bullied by a foreigner for such a person. Roman was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He glanced at Long Chi-Yuan, then looked at them. Brothers, don't say that. You are not following my orders. You are following the orders of the country. We are Long people. As long as the country is there, we will be there. His tone was calm, but it stirred up a storm in everyone's hearts. Don't they think so too? Long Chi-Yuan pointed at everyone, unable to utter a word. Roman glanced indifferently at Long Chi-Yuan and the embarrassed Lewis, and said softly, Everyone go back and rest first, and take care of your family during this time. Okay, we will all follow Captain Rong's arrangements. Long Chi-Yuan looked at Rongan and said, What a joke. What are you going to give them to eat and drink? Don't worry about that, Uncle Long. You should first think about how to resolve the upcoming crisis. Long Chi-Yuan was alert. What do you mean? Why don't you use your brain to think? You just keep asking questions. Ban Yang's words choked Long Chi-Yuan again. The farce ended unpleasantly. Rong and Su Ran led their people out of the meeting room. No one dared to stop him. His strength and Su Ran's terrifying flame left a very deep impression on them. After everyone left, Long Chi-Yuan dismissed Xiao Feng and the others, leaving only him and Lewis in the room. Long Chi slammed the table angrily. Lewis, what on earth are you going to do? Now that it's all right, what do you say we should do? Lewis was sitting on a chair, his wounds being treated by a man in a black robe next to him, and a sinister look flashed in his eyes. If you can't control it, why keep it? Long Chi-Yuan got even angrier when he heard his tone. It's easy for you to say that. You saw it just now. That Su Ran is now on their side, and Rong is even more so. His ability should have been upgraded again. Why are you in such a hurry? Now it's all over. The chaos is broken out. Who is going to resist the beast tide? The man in black bandaged Lewis, and Lewis slowly stood up and stretched his muscles, feeling a slight tingling pain in his shoulder. Have you forgotten that we still have the zombie army? Long Chi-Yuan's expression changed. What do you mean? Lewis looked at Long Chi-Yuan. There are 108 households in the military base, with a population of at least 50,000. If we turn these people into our zombie army, how spectacular would that scene be? Aren't they kind-hearted? Aren't they compatriots? Let's give it a try, and see if you will claim to be compatriots with a group of zombies. Long Chi-Yuan frowned. Are you crazy? You've seen it. If you don't deal with them, do you think you can still be president? They are all stronger than you. When Long Chi-Yuan heard the word president, his heart moved. He was attracted by these two words in the beginning, and now that he has come to this point, he can't turn back. But listening to him say this, I always feel that something is wrong. Also, we have to hurry up with the last batch of experiments. Regardless of whether they are psychiatric or not, bring them all here to be injected with drugs. Our doctor has already arrived, and I believe there will be results soon. After saying that, Lewis looked at him again, his tone full of temptation. Brother Long, it's just the last step. If you retreat at this time, all your previous efforts will be wasted. Long Chi-Yuan closed his eyes and said with a determined heart, Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Lewis looked at Long Chi-Yuan like this and secretly cursed him as an idiot. Long Chi-Yuan didn't notice the loophole in Lewis's words at all. In his zombie army, none of the low-level zombies came from Country M. In the end, this zombie army will be composed entirely of dragon people. By then, their country will be just an empty shell. Even if the apocalypse ends and they are reborn, a country without its people will still be under their control, right? Their land and resources will all fall into their hands. Lewis thought secretly, with an imperceptible smile on the corner of his mouth. Just wait and see. Sooner or later, he will return the humiliation he suffered today. Then it will depend on how you guys end it. Chapter 162 begins. The patrol team had already gone back, and Rong was on his way back with Ban Yang and the others. Boss, do you think Long Qiyuan will learn his lesson this time? Rong shook his head. I don't know. Xiaotsun laughed sarcastically. You think too highly of him. There's no way he can learn his lesson. Ban Yang sighed silently. It's a pity for Captain Zhou. I remember he was a good guy. I didn't expect that Lewis really didn't care at all. Roman thought for a while and said, if he guessed correctly, Lewis should have done this to establish his authority in front of everyone, but he was beaten by Su Ran and ridiculed by Ban Yang. Roman thought for a moment and said, keep an eye on Su Ran during this period and be careful that Lewis doesn't cause trouble for her. But Roman's worries were unnecessary. The next few days for Lewis and Long Qiyuan were very peaceful. Early the next morning, Lewis made the announcement. Every resident of the base can go to the lobby to get a bottle of water. Over the next 3 days, the base will distribute water to residents every day. When the news came out, Ban Yang was shocked. Boss, do you think Long Qiyuan has been possessed by another spirit? Ban Yang secretly took Rong into the lobby to observe. Every resident had indeed received mineral water, and they were in brand new bottles that had never been opened. Not only that, people kept bringing out boxes of mineral water and putting them aside, and even the outer packaging was unopened. Where did he get so much water? Ban Yang was stunned. Rong sneered. He has much more supplies than you think. If they were ordinary poor people, even if they knew the end of the world was coming, they could only hide at home and wait for death. They had no money to decorate their homes, nor money to store supplies. But that was the Long family, a wealthy family that had been passed down for generations. Before the end of the world, Long Qiyuan converted all his assets into cash, and the cash alone was at least tens of billions. There were countless cellars he had dug in advance on the land at the foot of the military base, but they just couldn't find the entrance. If you exchange billions of cash for supplies, you can live a life of comfort even if you have to survive in the end times. Moreover, perhaps because the Long family had done too many bad things, the number of descendants had decreased from generation to generation. By the time of Long Qiyuan, there were only Long Biao and Long Yi, 2 people of the same generation as Roman. There was also Long Anan, who was Long Ye's daughter, and Long Biao, the child of Long Qiyuan's brother. Long Qiyuan's brother had immigrated a long time ago, and there were also rumors that he went abroad because he committed a crime. Long Biao was found by a woman 2 years after he went abroad. The incident caused a sensation in Beijing at the time. It was said that the girl was forced. In the end, the Long family paid $50 million to settle the matter, and kept the child with the old man of the Long family. A paternity test was done to confirm that it was undoubtedly his biological child. Since then, Long Biao has been raised in the Long family, and Long Yi seems to have married and had children abroad. According to Long Qiyuan's personality, he would never be so generous suddenly. The only possibility is that he is planning something again. Roman asked Ban Yang to get a bottle as well. They definitely would not drink it. They just wanted to see if there was anything fishy going on. The person who distributed the water knew Ban Yang and didn't want to give it to him at first. Ban Yang began to cry and said that he was also a member of the military base. So why couldn't he have his share of water? The staff was helpless and had to give him a bottle. Ban Yang took back the mineral water and returned to his residence with Roman. They put the water on the table and observed it carefully. Roman picked up the water bottle, looked at it, and shook it left and right. It was just an ordinary bottle of mineral water. What on earth is Long Qiyuan keeping in suspense? Boss, it's okay. Can I drink it? Roman glared at him. You want to drink everything? It's not like there's no other water to drink. Ban Yang's words also reminded him. So Roman put the water away to prevent someone from coming to their house and drinking the water by accident. In any case, let's wait and see the situation first. Inside the hall, Long Qiyuan looked on with distress as boxes of his inventory were moved in, and boxes were emptied one after another. Looking at the people queuing up, they were all from Area C. There were tens of thousands of people in Area C. All of them were old people, children, or women with children alone. He was very reluctant to give supplies to these people. He also saw with his own eyes that many people who had already received water lined up again to get more. There were too many people, and the person in charge couldn't remember them all, so they could just register by giving a random name and take a bottle. Long Qiyuan was so angry that he didn't want to stay here and watch any longer, so he simply went back to his residence. In the room, Louis was still sitting at the table, leisurely eating steak. When Long Chi-Yuan saw this scene, he became even more furious. If it were you, I would just put the medicine in there today. Why let those people drink water for nothing all day? Louis slowly put down the dinner knife. When he moved his arm, he pulled the wound on his shoulder, causing a dull pain. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you think everyone in the base believes you? After saying that, Louis glanced at him and said, "How many people came to collect supplies today?" Hearing this question, Long Chi-Yuan frowned and said, "There are 3 people in charge of the registration. So far, there are 10,000 people in total." Louis snorted coldly. "Only 10,000 people? There are many duplicates among them, right? You dragon people are like this. You want to take advantage of everything. By tomorrow, the number will double again. More and more people will line up after seeing others get free water and drink it without any abnormality. Until the 3rd day, everyone has drunk that kind of water." After listening to Louis's explanation, Long Chi-Yuan suddenly felt a chill in his heart. I have to say, he is really good at taking advantage of human weaknesses. If someone mutated after drinking the water on the 1st day, the others in the base would definitely point the finger at him, but do we really want to make everyone like that? Louis looked at him with disdain. It has come to this point, and you have no way out. Next, just wait quietly for the 3rd day. The doctor has already prepared everything. We will just be sending the supplies to them on the 3rd day. Long Chi-Yuan was still a little uneasy. Will no one find out? Louis shook his head. You have to believe in our country's technology. The doctor can make the needle as fine as 0.1 millimeters. It is absolutely invisible from the outside. Long Chi-Yuan nodded, and then he relaxed a little. Chapter 163 Inspection. Song Chendong's car has already entered Sui E, only a few kilometers away from Sui E's Hope Resort. Hui Xiao was very excited. Along the way, Cui Yang told him and Grandpa Rong a lot of wonders about the resort. What Grandpa Rong was most curious about was the hospital with fully automated treatment. When the group was about to reach the entrance of the resort, Song Chendong vaguely saw a person lying at the entrance of the resort. He drove the car into the resort and asked Cui Yang to take 2 people in. He walked to the door and took a look. It turned out to be Ji Lin. Song Chendong looked at him in surprise. Wasn't this man living in the resort? When did he run away? Ji Lin looked extremely miserable at the moment. His whole body was red, and there were red rashes on his face. He was wearing only a suspender top and shorts. He put his clothes under his buttocks and leaned weakly against the fence, as if he would faint in the next second. Song Chendong took a look and went back. He had no sense of temperature and could not feel how hot it was outside. Ji Lin looked obviously very ill. If he were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. It was only the psychics who had better physical fitness. Sui set up access control, allowing people with resort points cards to enter and exit freely. After thinking about it, Song Chendong decided to notify the front desk. Cui Lin has taken a leave to rest, and Wu Jia is on duty today. Wu Jia called Ji Lin's previous room, and after a while, a woman came down from the elevator. This is the woman who lived with Ji Lin before. But the woman just took a look and went back without even leaving the resort. Wu Jia sighed as he looked at the woman's back. No one dared to touch Ji Lin because of his condition, for fear that he had some infectious disease. Without Suyi's permission, no one else dared to bring anyone in. Song Chendong dragged the man a little further away. He thought more simply, if this man died at the door, it would smell terrible in such a hot day. Ji Lin vaguely felt someone dragging his body and wondered if he was going to be saved. After running out of the resort, he thought he had escaped from Suyi's clutches, but he didn't expect that the weather outside was getting hotter and hotter and less suitable for human survival. Many of the things he brought out had deteriorated. Until he drank the last sip of water, Ji Lin finally couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to go back to the resort, but when he arrived at the door, he couldn't get in no matter what. Many people passed by the door, and some just glanced at him and walked away. Some people wanted to come over and help him, but were stopped. Ji Lin also recognized those people. They were all people who used to be in his base. I don't know what those people said, but in the end, everyone walked away. Even the woman who had been with him for the longest time walked over, looked at him, and cursed him, saying that he deserved it. The person who dragged him put him somewhere unknown. The surroundings were smelly, and he could feel the temperature was high, but he didn't have the strength to open his eyes. Inside the resort, Cui Yang took Grandpa Rong and Hui Xiao on a tour. From the hotel to the department store and food street in the back, Hui Xiao was dazzled by what they saw. I never thought there would be such a magical place at a time like this. Hui Xiao looked at the wide variety of food in the food court with surprise. After eating instant noodles and compressed biscuits for several months, her mouth was watering. She couldn't wait to go to the front desk to get a points card so she could eat and drink here. Afterwards, several people went to Hope Hospital again. Since the temperature had risen, in order to prevent other infectious diseases, Sui arranged a physical examination for the people in the resort. New residents also had the opportunity to have a free physical examination. Grandpa Rong was very curious about the equipment here and looked around. Hui Xiao lay down first, and the hatch slowly closed. The old man looked at the bed cabin and studied it carefully. The door was completely transparent from head to toe. The bottom was solid. Grandpa Rong walked around the bed and didn't find anything that could be opened. It seemed that the facilities might be underneath. After Hu Yixiao finished the examination, a crackling sound came from the end of the bed, and then a piece of paper was slowly printed out, which recorded the patient's current physical condition in detail. Since it was just a simple physical examination, it went by very quickly. Hu Yixiao stood up, tore off the note, and was stunned when he saw the detailed introduction on it. Grandpa Rong leaned over to take a look and also had a surprised expression on his face. On the note, there was name, age, height, weight, bone age, skin condition, bone condition, blood condition, and internal organ condition. Almost from head to toe, even kidney function is included. Hu Yixiao looked to the end, which said that she did not exercise enough. Her lung condition was not in line with her age, and she was seriously deficient in vitamins. It was recommended that she take more vitamin supplements and exercise more often. When the old man saw this, he couldn't wait to lie down. Apart from the blue light that kept flashing before his eyes, he didn't feel anything special. While Grandpa Rong was still looking around the cabin curiously, the hatch had already opened. His speed seemed to be faster than Hui Xiao's. The old man got out of bed and looked at the test results. Except for poor bone elasticity, everything else is normal. The examination results show that you should try to avoid sports fractures and eat more chondroitin. Hu Yixiao looked at the medical report and looked at Chui Yang curiously. Have you and Brother Dong also done this medical examination? When the old man heard this, he also became interested. It would be great if this machine could not only check people, but also zombies. Chui Yang's face changed, and he suddenly remembered something and glanced at the door cautiously. I'm telling you, Brother Dong checked. As he spoke, Song Qindong took out a piece of paper from his pocket. The note was crumpled and seemed to have been there for a long time. It was made of the same quality as theirs, but a little shorter than his. Hu Yixiao took the note curiously and saw that the name column was Song Qindong, and all the data were empty. She kept reading until she saw 4 stars appear in the kidney function column. She was stunned, and then continued to read down. The test result column showed non-human, unknown identity. Hui laughed so hard that tears came out. Chui Yang was angry and wanted to laugh. During the initial examination, Song Qindong was the first to go up for the examination, and then he got the result first. After seeing it, Sui E exempted them from the examination. He also laughed at Song Qindong for a long time because of this. What the hell, he is not even a human being. His kidney function is still 4 stars. What's the use? Grandpa Rong also laughed. According to your body structure, you are indeed no longer human. This machine is really amazing. It can even distinguish between humans and zombies. Only those who pass the physical examination can officially check in at the resort. Song Qindong waited for a long time, but they didn't come out, so he walked in. As soon as I came in, I saw Hu Yixiao reading a piece of paper that looked particularly familiar. Song Qindong couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you doing?" Chapter 160, For Arrival. Chui Yang suddenly fell silent. Song Qindong walked in, and when he got closer, he saw Hu Yixiao holding the familiar checklist in his hand. Chui Yang. Song Qindong glared at him with gritted teeth. Chui Yang smiled awkwardly. Hey, Brother Dong, you don't have to be so angry. It's nothing to just take a look. Why don't you just let them see you like a live inspection? Song Qindong rolled his eyes, took the note from Hu Yixiao's hand, and his ears blushed. Don't look at it, there's nothing to see. Hu Yixiao said, oh, and watched Song Qindong throw the inspection note into the trash can. Grandpa Rong chuckled. It's normal for the zombie virus to stimulate the kidneys. It has hormonal properties. Song Qindong's ears turned even redder. Come on, I'll take you to check in. After he said that, he turned around and left the hospital, not caring whether others followed him. Several people came to the front desk, and Wu Jia checked them into a single room. After receiving the points card, Song Qindong took them to the restaurant for dinner. As soon as they sat down, countless shadows suddenly appeared in Song Qindong's mind. He was stunned for a moment, closed his eyes, and tried to feel something. Hui Xiao noticed his strangeness, but didn't disturb him. I saw the shadows running quickly on the ground, from far away to near. He was doubtful and intensified his efforts to detect supernatural powers. After a while, he finally saw those things clearly. The animal running in front was on all fours, with two long, curved legs on its head and earth yellow fur all over its body. That is cattle. Song Qindong couldn't believe it and started to observe. The herd of animals ran from the north side of the resort to the south side, apparently heading towards Beijing City. When they passed by the resort, they seemed to be afraid of something and took a few steps away. In the front were herds of cattle, in the middle were horses, and behind them were a group of sheep. These animals all have two horns. Even the horse has two horns on its head. They were all huge in size, no less powerful than the mutant tigers they had dealt with before, and the eyes of these animals were all red. Looking at their appearance, Song Qindong didn't even know whether they were herbivores or not. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, his brows furrowed. Hui Xiao then asked, "What's wrong? What did you see?" He paused and said, "I'm going to go out for a while." These animals were in neat formation, well-trained, and were running in large numbers with a purpose towards Jing City. He seriously suspected that it was related to the base. He roughly counted and found that there were thousands of animals in the group. If their target was really the military base, Sui might not be able to deal with it all at once. "Brother Dong, are you going out?" As Chui Yang just entered the hotel door, he saw Song Qindong walking outside. "Yes, you stay at the resort and look after them." After saying that, he hurriedly got on the school bus. The large-scale migration of animals was like an earthquake. When Song Qindong came out of the resort's entrance, he could still feel the ground shaking slightly. Hopefully, the resort's protective shield shielded it from the natural disaster, so nothing could be felt from inside. The school bus started and slowly drove away from the resort. By Jing City, the number of people who received drinking water on the first day, excluding those who received it repeatedly, was less than 10,000. The second day was only twice as much as the first day. Long Chiyuan paced back and forth in the room anxiously, and Louis signaled him to relax. Sure enough, by the third day, before the supplies were officially distributed, the line was almost to the entrance of the military base. Today, the number of residents who came to collect mineral water and the staff responsible for distributing it increased several times. After one morning, more than 20,000 people were recorded on the statistical list. Just like the first day, Ban Yang queued up again to get a portion of water. "Boss, we've been observing for 2 days, and there's nothing unusual." Rong frowned. This feeling was too wrong. It was absolutely impossible for Long Chiyuan to distribute so many supplies to the people in the base for no reason. Ban Yang played with the mineral water bottle in his hand, looking at it front and back. "Well, I'll try it, and then I'll know what he's up to." Rong glared at him and said, "You think we are still in the resort? If anything happens, you can go to the hospital. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you drink and something happens, there is no medicine here." Ban Yang shuddered suddenly. "Boss, you are too scary. Look, they all drank it. If it was poisonous, they would have died long ago. There has been no reaction until now, which means..." As he spoke, Ban Yang unscrewed the bottle cap and prepared to pour it into his mouth. Suddenly, a hand knocked the mineral water bottle out of his hand, and a dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. They were in Area A, which was some distance away from the conference hall. There were not many people around, and everyone went to Long Chiyuan to get water. Even the people from the patrol team went there. "Don't drink." The shadow's hoarse voice startled the two of them. This person was none other than someone they just happened to know. It was Pei, who had been missing since entering the military base. "Oh my God, you're alive! Where have you been? Why have you been missing for so long?" Ban Yang's demeanor changed, and he completely forgot that he had just interrupted him while he was drinking water. Rong raised his eyebrows. "How do you know there is something wrong with the water?" Pei took off his hat, revealing his real face. He looks very different now than when he first entered the base. His eye sockets were deeply sunken and his face was purple, as if he had been poisoned. He had 2 thick dark circles under his eyelids, and his body had become much thinner, so much so that Rong didn't recognize him when he first saw him. "I remember? No, I heard that they put the virus into the bottle and waited for the last day to turn all the people in the military base into zombies. The high-level zombies under Lewis would control them to fight. In the end, there were no living people in the base, and everyone became a stumbling block for the expansion of the territory of Country M. Pei Yi became more and more excited as he spoke. He wandered around the military base for a long time, spending the longest time in Area C. Hearing their discussions and the names they mentioned, he vaguely remembered a lot of things. Until that day when there was a riot in Area B, he subconsciously went to Area B to save people and met a man who had turned into a zombie. What a coincidence, he knew the man. When he saw that man rushing towards other people like a madman, Pei felt a splitting headache at that moment, as if something had completely exploded in his brain. He finally remembered the ending of his previous life. Chapter 165, remember. There is no medicine that can control zombies. Some medicines turn people into monsters. Some zombies suddenly appeared in the United States. Dragon Country has not seen the dawn of the end of the world. Rong felt very strange when he saw his condition, but this was not what he cared about at the moment. Long Chiyuan actually injected zombie virus into the mineral water distributed to the residents? What on earth did he want to do? Ban Yang was still holding the bottle cap in his hand. Rong suddenly thought of something and took the bottle cap to examine it carefully. But after looking at it for a long time, there was no reaction and I still didn't realize what was wrong. Pei calmed down for a moment, and seeing his actions, he said, "Give me the bottle cap." Roman handed it over. Pei was seen holding the bottle cap in his hand, and a black gas surged out of the palm of his other hand. He gathered the gas into a cylinder the size of a bottle cap, then raised his hand upward, and the gas suddenly rushed towards the bottle cap. The cylindrical gas was just blocked by the shape of the bottle cap, but it was only blocked for a moment, and a black gas leaked out from the middle of the bottle cap. The black gas is long and thin, and it is difficult to see if you don't look carefully. The doctor brought by Lewis uses 0.1 millimeters needle hole to inject the virus into the bottle. It is difficult for ordinary people to notice it with the naked eye. Ban Yang was shocked when he saw this scene. "Boss, let's stop him quickly. It will be too late." Pei sneered and looked at the bottle cap. Long Chiyuan's calculation is really good. Today is the last day to receive supplies, and it is also the day with the most people. Rongin's face was slightly cold. "If we go over like this, those residents won't believe it." As he spoke, he suddenly glanced at Ban Yang. Then he looked at Pei again and asked, "Can your dark system condense into a solid entity?" Pei didn't understand. "What do you mean?" He leaned over and whispered something in Pei's ear, glancing at Ban Yang from time to time. Ban Yang looked at the two of them and immediately had a bad feeling. Base center. The bustling crowd on the steps still insisted on queuing. It was noon when the sun was at its highest. But even so, these people refused to give up the bottle of water. After Pei broke through the window paper, Roman discovered many strange things. For example, when distributing supplies today, there were a lot of people maintaining order. For example, Long Chiyuan and Lewis were present today. When Long Chiyuan saw the three people headed by Rongin, the smile on his old face suddenly disappeared. At this time, three people, including Rong, were walking towards them. Behind Rong was a man wearing a hat whom he had never seen before. The man was pressing down Ban Yang. What was even more strange was that Ban Yang was wrapped in circles of ropes. Long Chiyuan looked at the three people, and an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. "What are you doing here?" He remembered that Ban Yang had come to collect supplies every day in the past few days, and he had come today as well. He wondered what they were doing here again? Rongin sneered. "I want to ask you, Uncle Long, what do you want to do? Why do you want to send water infected with the zombie virus to everyone?" As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Some people even spit out the drink after opening the bottle cap and taking a drink. Long Chiyuan's face turned red. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I put that kind of stuff in the water for everyone to drink?" Although he said this, he felt nervous unconsciously. How is it possible? How could Rowan know? As he spoke, he glanced at Lewis calmly, only to see that there was no expression on Lewis's face. "You don't admit it, do you?" Long Chiyuan was furious and slammed the table and stood up. "Rongin, although there are conflicts between our Long family and your Rong family, you cannot slander my innocence in public. How will the residents of the base see me if you do this? I used my own supplies to distribute 3 days of drinking water to everyone, but you framed me like this. What's your intention?" Long Chiyuan was so indignant when he spoke that many of the people who were still queuing for water began to talk about it. "I don't think so. Why would Uncle Long harm the residents of the base?" "Not necessarily. The competition between the Rong and Long families was very intense. But we have been drinking water for 3 days. If it weren't for Uncle Long, I would have died of thirst." "Me too. There shouldn't be any problem." "I think so too." Long Chiyuan's acting was extremely realistic, with tears and snot all over his face. I didn't know how much injustice he had suffered. Ban Yang waited for a long time, but he was suffocated. He patted Rong, and secretly with a small gesture, and reminded him, "It's my turn. Isn't it my turn? It's my turn to go on stage. This old guy dares to compete with me in acting skills. Let me meet him." After saying this, Ban Yang broke free and rushed out without waiting for Rong and to react. His target was directly towards the team. When everyone saw Ban Yang rushing towards them, they backed away before they could react. When Ban Yang got closer and everyone saw his face clearly, they screamed in fear. "Damn it, the squad leader has mutated. What's going on? Help! He's coming, run!" The squad leader also received water today. Does that mean? The person who spoke reacted and immediately threw the bottle of water in his hand away. Others followed his example, and some even threw their water bottles at Ban Yang to stop him from coming over. Ban Yang was hit so hard that he saw stars, but he still didn't forget to let out a symbolic roar. There were black marks on his face. Because he hadn't slept well in the past few days, his eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he really looked like a zombie. Pei let him act for a while, then stepped forward and pulled the rope to pull him back. Long Chiyuan was stunned when he saw Ban Yang's sudden change in style. This is not the right time, as agreed upon. Lewis said that the virus will only fully take effect at night, and everyone will turn into zombies overnight. How long has it been? If he remembered correctly, it had been less than an hour since Ban Yang had received the water. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized, damn, these people are playing tricks on him. Lewis was also stunned for a moment. His reaction was faster than Long Chiyuan's. He quickly figured out that it was Rong and the others' plan, so that when they exposed them in front of everyone, they would be convinced. Ban Yang also got some water from you this morning. Now he's like this after drinking it. What do you say? If you didn't poison him on purpose, what could you say? Long Chiyuan thought for a moment and said, "I'm also very sorry about your friend's situation, but the matter has not been investigated clearly yet, so you can't just randomly guess that it was me who did it." Roman sneered and didn't say another word to him. Instead, he turned to face the people queuing for water below the stage. Whether there is a problem or not, we will know tonight. Many people received water this morning, and many of them even drank it, right? We will just have to see if they mutate within 24 hours. Long Chiyuan didn't expect Rong and to be so easy to talk to this time. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But then he thought, this is not right. No one will continue to drink his water now. Wouldn't it be exposed in the evening? Chapter 166. War begins. Long Chiyuan glanced at Lewis uneasily. Lewis put down the teacup, stood up slowly, looked at Ban Yang, who was being held by the black-robed man, and said, "In this case, it is better to deal with this zombie as soon as possible to avoid endangering the safety of the residents in the base. Yeah, better get rid of it quickly. He looks so scary." "Yes, Captain Rong, you can't be soft-hearted just because he is your friend. What if he stays here and hurts someone?" Ban Yang looked up at Rong and cautiously. Rong stood there expressionless, and Ban Yang couldn't tell what he was thinking at the moment. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, would the boss really want to punish him? Before Rong could speak, Xiao Feng suddenly ran in from outside in a panic. "Uncle! Uncle Long!" Long Chiyuan frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Are you so flustered?" "Here they come! Here they come! The animals are coming this way." As soon as Xiao Feng finished speaking, there was a sudden commotion outside the military base. Then, something hit the wall with a bang, and the entire base began to shake under the impact. "What's going on? Where's the patrol? Go out and take a look." Just as Xiao Feng was about to speak, another person suddenly ran in. This person was the staff member in charge of registration at the door. "Outside, the situation is getting unbearable. We closed the door, and the animals started banging on it like crazy. I don't know what's wrong with them." Seeing this scene, Ronan sneered and said, "I think everyone should deal with the business first. I will deal with my people." As he spoke, Ronan took a step forward, got closer to Long Chiyuan, and said with a smile, "It seems that these animals are not simply migrating, but seem to be here to seek revenge." Long Chiyuan was stunned by what he said, and suddenly thought of something. The mutant animals first appeared in Jing City. When Long Chiyuan learned that there were mutant animals, he began to search for experimental subjects on a large scale in the nearby mountains. If the meat of mutant animals can be eaten, it will undoubtedly solve the food problem for the military base. Finally, they found traces of animals' recent life on a farm. After waiting for a long time, they finally caught several bison. But this bison has a normal body shape and looks no different from normal animals. Long Chiyuan brought these bison back to the base and captured a few foreign survivors for experiments. When humans are infected with the zombie virus, the longest mutation time is 24 hours. Just in case, they conducted further experiments and confirmed that the zombie virus will mutate after entering the body of an animal, and this mutated virus cannot survive in the human body. So they began hunting mutant animals on a large scale, including the beef Lewis had eaten recently, which came from bison. Long Chiyuan linked the sudden animal attack on the base to this incident. He thought about it carefully and felt that it was impossible. Those animals were just mutated. How could they find this place? Would they attack human residences because of a few missing calves? He didn't have time to hesitate as he heard the banging of the base's walls. Everyone fight the enemy together. Those who kill more will get an extra meal tonight. Upon hearing about the extra meal, the people who were still queuing here, waiting for water, suddenly became excited. It seemed that he had completely forgotten the farce that had just happened. Rong took Ban Yang and Pei E to one side, and Ban Yang suddenly broke free and returned to normal. "Boss, let's go too. There's meat to eat." Rong rolled his eyes at him and said, "You didn't eat enough at the resort, did you?" Ban Yang immediately wailed, "Boss, I haven't eaten meat for almost a month." Boss Su drove such a big car here, but didn't even bring some delicious food. Pei Yi was stunned when he heard the name of an acquaintance. "Sui E is here too?" Rong nodded. "She is with Su Ran. Lewis has seen her before and will recognize her when she shows her face." Pei Yi twitched his lips and thought to himself that this guy was really brave. He looked in the direction of the gate again and asked, "Shall we go?" Rong thought for a moment and said, "Wait a minute, let's see what happens first." As the banging sounds outside the base grew louder, cracks appeared on the gate of the base, showing signs of being breached. The cattle at the gate saw this sudden change in the direction of their attack. They abandoned the wall of the base and began to attack the gate. "Damn, these cows seem to have gained wisdom. No, I can't hold on any longer. They are so strong." "Nonsense, you didn't go out just now. Didn't you see how big they are? What should we do? Will they rush in and eat us?" Long Chiyuan and Lewis hurried to the gate and looked at the crumbling door with panic in their hearts. How strong are these animals? They can even knock cracks out of the door. Besides, aren't they tired? It's so hot outside that ordinary people would die if they were exposed to the sun. The material he chose for this door was in no way inferior to the bulletproof safe that Xiao Siming built for himself. But even so, it still could not withstand the attack of the cattle. Even the sunshade covering the military base showed signs of collapse. Long Chiyuan was sure that if they chose to hit the wall would be knocked down in time. As he was listening to his hesitation on whether to go out and kill the enemy or escape through the back door of the base, the attack of the animals suddenly stopped. What happened? Why did it stop suddenly? Why is there no movement? Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound from outside, followed by a strong and solid voice. "Listen, everyone inside. You have until now to hand over my son, or I will lead a large army to destroy your safe zone today. Everyone." Damn, he spoke. Different from the communication between Hu Yixiao and Sui E, this talking animal actually spoke in human language. Ban Yang had an expression on his face, as if he had heard something. "Oh my god, it spoke? Did I hear it right?" Rong thought of what Sui E said before, that the leopard groups she encountered were scared away by these herbivores. Now hearing this, he suddenly understood. It's unknown to what extent this talking animal has evolved. Everyone present was terrified when they heard the group of animals speaking human language. Lewis frowned, looked at Long Chiyuan, and asked in a low voice, "Your beef, can it be from these caught animals?" Long Chiyuan came back to his senses. "Yes, but we have studied that animal viruses cannot be transmitted to humans, so there is no harm in eating them. But they..." Lewis looked towards the gate, and he vaguely felt that there was no way to resolve today's events. "Zhou Sr. exist. Can the mutant animals you saw before talk?" Zhou Sin thought for a moment and replied, "No, this is also the first time I've seen an animal speak human language. That's going to be difficult. One of his generals was lost in the mouth of a leopard, but now it seems that these cows are more difficult to deal with than those leopards." Without absolute certainty, he didn't want to take such a risk. The people at the military base didn't even dare to open the door, and they didn't even know how many were outside. "Are there any of those you captured still alive?" Long Chiyuan turned his head to ask the people around him, and then replied, "There is one left. I wanted to grow up a little. I originally planned to raise it myself." "Bring it out." Long Chiyuan was puzzled. "You really want to return it to the animals outside? If they see that this is the only one left..." Lewis rolled his eyes. who said, I want to change it to them. Since they can speak human language, they must have unlocked their intelligence. It's easy for them to come here for this thing, and they won't want to flatten the base. Long Chiyuan nodded and asked Xiao Feng to lead out the remaining calf. Although it was a calf, it still scared everyone when it appeared. Long Chiyuan didn't seem to expect that it would grow so big in just 1 month. This calf is more than 3 meters tall and has 2 small horns on its head. Perhaps due to incomplete development, the horns have not yet grown. The appearance of the calf seemed to disturb the herd of animals outside. Benben, is that you? My child, Benben. My child can't speak yet. Please don't. When Louis heard this, his expression suddenly changed. He pulled the rope holding the calf and shouted directly outside, Sir, your child is in our hands now. If you want your child to be safe, retreat 100 meters. When Mr. Nyo heard the words, the child is safe and sound, he nodded and was about to leave, but then he thought of something. Benben, are you alone? Ask your brother and sister to call you. Hearing this, Long Chiyuan felt sick all over, but then he relaxed. Didn't his father just say that the child was still young and couldn't speak? Suddenly, the calf fell to the ground and cried loudly. Dad, my brother and sister were eaten by them. There is a moment of tranquility in the air. Louis's face turned green. Didn't he say he couldn't speak? He felt like he had been fooled by a cow. Long Chiyuan was also very puzzled. This cow had been with him for a while, but he had never heard it speak. It was quiet outside the gate for a long time, and suddenly a terrifying roar sounded, deafening. Everyone in the base suddenly felt as if their eardrums were pierced. Many ordinary people even fell to the ground and became unconscious at the roar. A closer look revealed bright red blood flowing from their ears. The psychics were a little better. Roman just covered his ears and shook his head, and was not affected at all. It's a spiritual animal. This cow is a spiritual animal. Louis came back to his senses, slightly agitated by the situation. If we can use psychiatric patients for experiments, then we can certainly try animals as well. The more Louis thought about it, the more excited he became. He even had a picture in his mind of him leading the zombie army and the animal army to conquer the world. Long Chiyuan warned, this cow is full of hatred towards humans now. I advise you not to act rashly. At this moment, Louis suddenly got so angry that he couldn't care less. He called Zhou Sun and said something. Zhou Sun paused for a moment, then finally nodded and said, yes. The herd of cattle outside the gate was extremely angry and started to bang on the gate frantically again. Louis took off his outer robe, revealing a tight-fitting garment underneath. Today, I will show you my strength. Go open the door. He turned around and gave an order, and the 4 men in black robes standing behind him suddenly rushed out. Long Chiyuan was stunned when he saw it. He clearly remembered that Louis only brought 1 person today, so how come there were suddenly 3 more? 4 men in black robes stepped forward and pushed aside the patrol guarding the door. Open the door! This gate is a bit like an ancient city gate, the kind that opens on both sides and is very heavy. If the 4 of them were not mutated high-level zombies, they probably wouldn't be able to push it. As the door slowly opened, Louis's expression finally became serious. Even the 4 men in black robes were prepared. The moment the door opened, the residents and patrol teams present fled. Because this cow is really too big. The calf just now was nothing but child's play in front of him. He was 7 meters tall at the shoulder, completely comparable to the possessed tiger that Sui E met at the beginning, and his body length was indescribable. When the bison saw him open the door, the gentleman was stunned, then mooed, and the animals behind him rushed into the base frantically. When Rong saw its true appearance, he also became curious. The other animals are just a little bigger than normal, but this one can actually grow this big. Banyang looked at the bison standing at the door, looking down on everything. He opened his mouth for a long time, but no word came out. Finally, he swallowed his saliva and said, if it squeezes in and falls, 1/3 of the people in the base will die. What should we do now? Pei asked. Roman observed for a while, and finally chuckled. Don't worry, Louis is no match for that bull. This is a good opportunity for us to see the real strength of this foreigner. Louis didn't even look at those minions, and rushed straight towards the huge monster. Suddenly, black fog filled the air. He is actually a dark-type mutant? Pei felt familiar when he saw the black fog. Dark system? Banyang curled his lips. It was such a waste. His ability level is much higher than mine. I can sense this aura. Roman watched the black fog rushing towards the bison, and suddenly black smoke rose up, and the area around the bison was pitch black, and no one could see clearly. The black fog slowly gathered in the air and turned into a black fog cage. This is Lewis's first supernatural skill. The cage slowly surrounded the bison, but it didn't move. When the black fog slowly gathered and the cage took shape, Lewis was about to mock it when he saw the bison suddenly break free from its formation. The black cage turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared. Bison taunted, "Human, is this all you have? I underestimated you, but you better survive first." After saying that, he continued to wave his hand, and the black mist on his hand became more and more. When it accumulated to its maximum, Lewis released another fog, trapping the people inside, while he himself remained unmoved. Seeing that this time the skills were similar, the bison still wanted to use the same method, but this time, it miscalculated. Chapter 167, The Army. It tried to hit the iron cage made of black mist with its huge horns again, but the cage did not move at all. The bison was a little confused, and it tried again without giving up, but still there was no response. Lewis looked at it in the mist and laughed contemptuously. As a group of low-level animals, what's the use of having consciousness? You can only be our slaves. Blue Star is originally the territory of humans. When Ban Yang heard this, he unconsciously leaned to the side, away from Lewis, meaning that he was the only one who thought so, and it had nothing to do with others. The buffalo was particularly angry when he heard this. He howled and roared, "Blue Star belongs to everyone. What right do you have to say that?" Lewis looked at him. "Just because we humans are at the forefront of development, we have the most advanced technology and the greatest inventions." Bison sneered. "Really?" Suddenly, a golden red light burst out from its body, seeping through the gaps in the black mist, gradually enveloping it, and finally disintegrating it. "Then let me see your great invention." Ban Yang was stunned when he saw this. It has dual abilities? These days, people are not as good as cows. Lewis seemed to have expected the bison's sudden attack. When he saw it use another kind of supernatural power, the greed in his eyes became stronger. If we could capture it and experiment with it, we would definitely be able to create a greater masterpiece. "You four, go ahead." Lewis ordered the 4 men in black robes beside him. "We need to catch him alive." When Rong heard his words, his expression was particularly ironic. He was still thinking about those things at this time. Facing such a huge unknown, he actually wanted to capture it alive. Rong shook his head silently. 4 men in black robes stepped forward and surrounded the bison. Due to Lewis's order, they could only use the control part of their psychic power to avoid hurting it. But ordinary control abilities are completely useless. Instead, it further aroused the bison's manic nature, and it rushed towards the 4 men in black robes like a madman. Sui Ran and Sui E arrived late. Seeing the huge monster in front of them, the two were stunned. "Sui E, have you ever seen one this big?" Sui E shook her head. She could feel that there was a huge amount of energy in the body of this bison, and its eyes were black like those of ordinary animals. It should not be the result of something it ate that caused the mutation. Sui Ran originally wanted to get closer, but she suddenly remembered that Sui E couldn't use his supernatural powers now, so she pulled Sui E back a little. "Should we go check on Long Qiyuan now?" Sui Ran noticed that the main forces of the base were now gathered here, and Long Qiyuan was surrounded by several of his confidants, so he thought that his place should be empty now. Sui nodded, and the two turned around and disappeared silently into the crowd. Roman felt that there was something different about the aura in the cow. He looked carefully and found that the eyes of this bison were not red or other colors like those of other mutated animals or zombies, but inky black. If you ignore its body size, there is almost no difference from ordinary animals. It doesn't look like it mutated due to eating something, but rather like natural evolution. Roland was shocked by the sudden thought that popped into his mind. Now the outer wall of the base has been destroyed, the gate has fallen to the ground, and there are still many residents around. If they are allowed to continue fighting, the only ones who will suffer will be ordinary people. He suddenly walked towards Long Qiyuan. Long Qiyuan had already hidden in the conference center with his cronies. He even hoped that Lewis would die here. Anyway, their research had reached the final stage. Roman suddenly opened the door and came in, startling him. "What are you doing here? The base is in trouble now. Why are you here instead of helping?" Long Qiyuan's words were full of caution. "I want to remind you that if you allow them to continue fighting in the base, your position may be lost." Long Qiyuan immediately became alert. "What do you mean?" Roman walked closer. The rumbling sound outside was too loud. "Uncle Long, think about it carefully. If Lewis succeeds in retrieving the bison in this battle, do you think the ordinary people in the base will think that Lewis saved them? Seeing Long Chi-Yuan's gradually frowning brows, he continued, think about it again. If they knew that you were hiding here at the critical moment, what would they think? Long Chi-Yuan was silent for a moment. Then he looked up at Rong and suspiciously, are you so kind? Haven't you always hoped that the base would change people? I hope the base can be replaced, but I don't want to replace it with a foreigner. Long Chi-Yuan observed him for a while. Ronan still had that expressionless look on his face. Although he had his doubts in his heart, he had to admit that what Ronan said made sense. They know the situation of this base better than anyone else. Rongan's message has been delivered, and it is up to Long Chi-Yuan himself to decide what to do. Moreover, he just noticed that Sue ran and Sue E had secretly gone somewhere, so doing this might be a way to buy them some time. Long Chi-Yuan pondered for a moment, then walked out of the conference center with his men. When they came out, there were obviously more people on the field. There are 6 more men in black robes than before, and Zhou Sun is also here. Are these people Lewis's people? When did they come in? He didn't even know about it? Long Chi-Yuan suddenly felt that maybe it was a mistake to agree to cooperate with Lewis at that time. This man was too unfathomable. If he hadn't seen this bison today, Long Chi-Yuan would probably not have known what his special abilities were. Those people did not kill the bison. Instead, they seemed to be dealing with it. Someone used a syringe to try to inject anesthetic into the bison's body, but the bison's skin was unexpectedly thick, and it actually bent when he applied force with the syringe. Idiot! Lewis cursed angrily. Then he summoned the mist cage, and the mist slowly moved towards the bison. Long Chi-Yuan came up to him and said in a low voice, why don't you go out and fight? You can't move freely here. It would be bad if you hurt someone. Lewis said nonchalantly, a bunch of humble dragon people. If they die, they die. Long Chi-Yuan suddenly got angry. Then why did you want to cooperate with us? You want to cooperate but not obey our orders. You just want to turn our people into monsters, right? Since you have similar thoughts, I will show you my zombie army today. Chapter 168 Familiar. As soon as he finished speaking, Lewis turned around and said to several black-robed men who were fighting, lead it outside. Several people paused and began to move quickly. No matter what Lewis said, at least at this moment Long Chi-Yuan felt relieved they were finally going outside. No, what zombie army? Bison followed the footsteps of several people and moved out of the base. Open. At Lewis's command, the door of an underground passage outside the base was suddenly opened. When Long Chi-Yuan saw this scene, his eyes went dark. This was exactly the road that Xiao Feng took him when Lewis came here before. There are many forks in that underground passage, so for safety reasons, they built more than one exit when constructing it. But how did Lewis know? He looked at Xiao Feng and asked, did he ask anything when you were leading the way when he came? Xiao Feng understood what he meant and quickly shook his head. No, we just took that path. I didn't say anything else. Long Chi-Yuan frowned. This was strange. How did he know that there was another exit on this road? The door opened and a dense swarm of zombies swarmed out. These zombies are the lowest level. Many of them were former residents of the base, as well as mindless zombies who survived previous experiments. Some of the surviving failed products from these experiments were dealt with by Long Chi-Yuan, and the rest were dealt with by Lewis's men. He thought these things should have been cremated. From a distance, Long Chi-Yuan also saw those who had rioted in area be among those people. When did Lewis leave these people behind? Long Chi-Yuan suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Seeing this, the buffalo laughed and said, why? Is this how you humans do things? Using your numbers to bully the few? It felt very disdainful. It had brought so many brothers with it, and it was lucky enough that it didn't rush in and flatten their place in one breath. Did these people still want to bully the weak with their numbers? I saw a man in black robes suddenly stop moving. He stood there with his eyes closed, muttering something. The zombies that suddenly emerged swarmed towards the largest bison. The bison moved, and the herd of animals standing in the distance suddenly moved forward and entangled with the advancing zombies. The duel turned into a battlefield. These animals were much larger than ordinary animals. A slightly larger sheep could kill a zombie with 1 foot. These zombies have no sense of pain. As long as their heads are not crushed, they can still stand up. They wave their sharp nails, open their bloody mouths, and pounce on these animals. The buffalo saw the faces of these humans clearly and was stunned for a moment. Then it stared at the blond foreign man with its eyes wide open in disbelief and said, You can actually control these monsters. You are a monster too. Are you in the same group? The hatred in its eyes became more and more obvious. They were originally wild animals living in the wild, and no human has ever set foot in their territory. Domestic cattle are no stronger than wild cattle. They could have lived a carefree life for a few years. But since the beginning of this year, everything has changed. At first, there were continuous earthquakes and tsunamis in coastal areas. A dormant volcano in the north of Longwa also erupted unprecedentedly this year. This has never happened before on Blue Star. And just a few months ago, the humans on Blue Planet also went crazy. Those people are just like they are now, biting any living thing they see, and many of their companions have died in their mouths. The bison stared at Lewis with its big eyes, as if it was the culprit. You are a person who harms your compatriots. You don't deserve to live. Compatriots? Lewis smiled when he heard this. You actually said that I am from the same family as these ugly things? Have you seen clearly that I look the same as them? The bison stopped talking and stared at Lewis fiercely. Then it raised its huge horns and charged straight towards Lewis. Everyone in the base was watching this scene with fear in their hearts. For some reason, they felt that the most terrifying thing might not be these huge monsters, but the foreigner who could control the zombies. On the other side, Sui E and Su Ran came to Long Chiyuan's current residence. There wasn't even a guard outside the gate. The two looked around and made sure there were no surveillance cameras before coming to the door. They turned the doorknob and tried, but sure enough, the door was locked and could not be opened. What should I do? I can't get in. Sui looked around and suddenly thought of something. Follow me. She took Su Ran around and came to the back of the villa. The villas here have sliding windows, so as long as they are not locked from the inside, they should be able to be opened. The last time Rong took her to the back to knock on the window, she took a special look. At that time, Sui was still thinking that the quality of this window did not seem to be good, not as good as the ones in their resort, and it looked like the materials used were very cheap. The two came to the back, and Sui found the location from last time based on her memory. When she was about to climb into the garden, she unexpectedly discovered that the window of Long Chiyuan's villa was open. Su Ran saw the wide, open window and asked in confusion, "Strange, why is this window open?" Long Chiyuan is not such a careless person. Sui walked forward cautiously. The windowsill was slightly higher than her, so she couldn't see what was going on above. She looked down again and saw several footprints on the ground. Sui squatted down, and the length and width of the footprint showed that this was a man of not very tall. And the soil is very new, and there is not much dust. Su Ran was about to say something, but Sui made a gesture to keep quiet, then stood up and whispered in her ear, "Keep your voice down. There may be someone in the room." Su Ran looked surprised. "How did you know?" Sui repeated his previous analysis and pointed to the footprints on the ground. Su Ran couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "You are really amazing. How do you know that this is a man's footprint?" Although this shoe size looks similar to ours, the physiological structures of men and women are different, which results in different points of force when they walk, and the depth is different. Sui said softly that if it were her in the past, she would never know these things, but after experiencing so many tasks, some of which even involved role-playing, she would at least understand a little bit. "Then let's wait here." He went in from here, and since the window was not closed, he will come out from here again. "Good." Sui and Su Ran took a few steps back gently, then turned around and hid in the corner of the villa. From here, they could clearly see the back door and windows, and if someone came out of the front door, they would notice that the door was open. The two waited for a long time, and many beads of sweat had already appeared on Su Ran's neck. "If he doesn't come out, I'm going to die of the heat." Although they were in a cool place, the weather was still hot, and roars could be heard from outside from time to time, which made her even more irritated. "So it's out." Sui vaguely heard the sound of the window sliding, and two people quietly poked their heads out from the corner. When Su Ran saw that person, he was surprised and murmured, "Why does this person look familiar?" Chapter 169 Alive. The man was a little dirty, with a rag wrapped around his head. He sneaked out of the window with a box, closed the window gently, and jumped down. Su Ran observed for a while, and suddenly looked at the man with a surprised expression, and asked incredulously, "Chow Siming?" "What?" Sui was also stunned when he heard the name. After falling down, the man did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he squatted down, put the box on the ground, opened it, and checked it. Su Ran observed for a long time before whispering, "It's him for sure. I met him once before. Xiao In and Xiao Feng are both his nephews." "So he's not dead?" Ever since Xiao Siming escaped from the ruins, he has been hiding in Area C, because Area C is the only place that Long Chi-Yuan would least set foot in. If Pei Yi were here, he would definitely recognize this person at a glance. He has met him countless times in Area C. Xiao Siming wanted to kill Long Chi-Yuan, but his close defense was too tight during this period. He thought of his previous experiments. There were unstable factors in the experimental results, and he hadn't had time to write them down, but that bastard Long Chi-Yuan was in a hurry to kill people to silence them. Moreover, he actually used that thing on humans. If it couldn't be controlled, a riot might occur. He also didn't want his achievements to fall into the hands of others, especially since there was a foreigner behind Long Chi-Yuan. When the two of them were working together, he was curious many times about who was behind Long Chi-Yuan, but every time Long Chi-Yuan changed the subject. If Xiao Siming knew that Long Chi-Yuan was working for foreigners, he would never help him. He admitted that he was a person with no moral bottom line, but he would never forget at any time that he was a Long countryman. Xiao Siming had been waiting for an opportunity. When the guards in his residence were lowered, he would sneak in and steal the thing. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. Just when the animals came to the door, Xiao Siming sneaked into Long Chi-Yuan's house through the window. As an old man in the base, he naturally knows where the cameras are. Xiao Siming searched Long Chi-Yuan's house for half an hour, but did not find any box of medicine or anything strange in appearance. Just as he was wondering, he suddenly thought of something. He found the basement of the villa in the direction of his memory, and sure enough, he saw the same door as the previous basement. Perhaps they left in too much of a hurry. The door of the laboratory was not closed tightly, and Xiao Siming opened the door easily and walked in. The interior decoration of the laboratory was not much different from the previous one, and Xiao Siming found the box in the isolation room without any effort. Xiao Siming climbed down from the window before he remembered to confirm. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw what was inside, and just as he was closing the box, 2 pairs of feet suddenly appeared in front of him. Xiao Siming was startled. My first reaction was to turn around and run with the box. Su Ran had been on guard against his move and stepped forward before him and crossed his legs in the middle of the road. Xiao Siming was not paying attention and was tripped and fell to the ground, falling flat on his face. Why are you running? We are not here to kill you. Su Ran prevented him from getting up and running again, and quickly explained clearly. When Xiao Siming heard her words, he looked up and saw that it was 2 girls. He was relieved. He looked at Su Ran again. I remember you. The two had met once before. Su Ran rolled his eyes. I remember you too, uncle. What do you do? When Xiao Siming heard this, he was choked. When they met before, Su Ran had curiously asked him what he was doing here and why he hadn't been seen before. Because at that time, he remembered the confidentiality clause that Long Chi-Yuan had mentioned, and he didn't say anything. Now, facing this question again, Xiao Siming smiled bitterly. Don't you all know it? Why did you help him do that kind of experiment? Do you know how many people were killed by it? When talking about the experiment, a strange light flashed in Xiao Siming's eyes again. Sui E recognized it. It was the light that appeared when people were obsessed with something. Xiao Siming sighed and said helplessly, I know my explanation is useless, but I still want to say that the experiment we conducted at the beginning was indeed an antidote for the zombie virus. We compared it with many viruses and conducted experiments. This went on for a long time without any progress. When Long Chi-Yuan first found me, he told me that a disaster was about to happen and that he needed my cooperation. He said he was attracted by my obsession with medicine and viruses. I didn't believe it at first, as the world was obviously fine. But when I saw this base, I believed it. If there was nothing, he wouldn't be so anxious to build a base. After a period of no results, Long Chi-Yuan brought the zombie serum. He suggested that maybe we should change direction. Then he took me to see those who had mutated. He said that it was meaningless for these people to get the antidote, as their broken limbs and facial features could not be restored. I thought what he said made sense, and that's when another study started. At first, I was in a lot of pain. Long Chi-Yuan said that the serum he brought could help people unlock more advanced superpowers. I watched those people mutate and wail. After a while, I suddenly began to enjoy the process. I told them that their deaths were all contributions to the country's medical field. Sue E was silent for a moment. She thought that what Xiao Siming said was not completely unreasonable. In those pharmacies, the medicines for treating various terminal diseases are developed on the basis of experiments. She glanced at Xiao Siming and said, if people want to make progress, there will be sacrifices. This is true, but the mistake is that Long Chi-Yuan is not doing this for humanity or the Dragon Kingdom. He is just doing this for his own selfish desires. Does he want countless humans to pay for him? Xiao Siming smiled and said, I don't deny that I did something wrong, but there's nothing I can do about it. My two nephews are under his nose. If I don't do that, he won't treat them well. Su Ran suddenly felt something was wrong, so she asked, did Long Chiyuan capture Xiao En and Xiao Feng to threaten you? What did he say? The military base is in chaos. We can't survive without someone to protect us. Xiao En and Xiao Feng are both on patrol. If something happens to them, I won't be able to explain to our Xiao family's deceased ancestors. If I can work for him with peace of mind, he won't let Xiao En and Xiao Feng go out on field missions, and will let them stay in the base with peace of mind. The two looked at each other. Su Ran looked at him sympathetically and said, is it possible that Xiao En is following brother and now? Sui E added, is it possible that he has been with Rong and through thick and thin since he came in? Chapter 170 Begging for Food. Xiao Siming was shocked and angry. Long Chiyuan actually lied to him. He went home very rarely, and when he did, he couldn't see John, so he could only leave a note. He thought the patrol team was on duty very often every day, so it was normal for him not to go home. I didn't expect John wasn't on patrol at all. After listening to Sui E and Su Ran talking about Rong En's team, I felt sorry for Xiaoan. In fact, he didn't need to listen to them. He had followed Long Chiyuan for so long that he knew how many obstacles Long Chiyuan had set for Rong En and how many times he had caused trouble for him. His poor nephew was in Rong En's team. There were several times when he wanted to capture them for experiments. Where is Xiao En? Where is Xiao Feng? How are they doing now? Su Ran curled her lips and said, after they knew you were missing, although Xiao Feng was still staying with Long Chiyuan, he would find a way to inform us of any news. I have to say that except for his poor brain, he is still okay in other aspects. Sui E touched her. How could anyone say bad things about his nephew in front of his uncle? John's life is much better with Rong En. They used to be in Su in the Hope Resort. They ate well and slept well. If there is anything that can excite Xiao Siming, besides medical research, it is his two nephews. Because he was obsessed with research, he never married. But he also loved children very much. When his two nephews were born, he couldn't let them go. He used his monthly salary of 2,000 yuan to buy toys for his two nephews. His little nephew also remembers his kindness and gives him gifts during festivals. Can you take me to see them? Xiao Siming said, with a hint of pleading in his tone. But Su Ran was about to agree. But Sui stopped her and said, of course you can, but you have to give us what you have in your hand. Xiao Siming asked doubtfully, what do you want this for? It contains the zombie virus. No, I can't give it to you. You don't want to see your nephew? Xiao Siming was stunned for a moment. He looked at the things in his hand and thought of his nephew. This is equivalent to asking him to choose between the two most important things in life. After thinking for a while, he finally took a deep breath and said, you have to tell me what you want to do, then I can give you the things. Sui heard what he said and knew that he had chosen her nephew. She only said two words, destroy it. In a way, this is similar to Xiao Siming's idea. Okay, I promise you. After saying that, Xiao Siming put the box on the ground, then took a few steps back, keeping a distance from the box. Sue, no, go get it. Su Ran wanted to call Su Yi's name several times, but changed his mind every time. Who knows if this old madwoman would get curious and capture Sui E to do human research if she knew he was right in front of her. She had heard before that Long Chiyuan was very interested in Su Yi's Hope Resort. After getting the item from him, Sui put it directly into the system backpack. Is there any place safer than here? The kind where equipment will not be dropped even if someone dies? Shall we go now? Su Ran thought about it and shook his head. Not now. We have to go back and tell Rong En and the others where you have been all this time. And how should we find you? Xiao Siming thought for a moment and replied, I live in Area C now. If you want to contact me, just hang a piece of black cloth on the first tree at the entrance of Area C. Okay. After saying that, Xiao Siming left. There was no need for Su Ran and the others to go in and search for the moment, as Xiao Siming had probably already searched everything. They didn't go to the front square anymore, and just let them fight outside the base. If they left and went back, it would be very troublesome if their secret was exposed and attracted the attention of someone with ulterior motives. Sui E and Su Ran returned to their residence. Zhang Xiao looked up, took off his earplugs, and asked, What's going on outside? It's so noisy. Su Ran replied, Long Chiyuan's evil dead has come to our doorstep, and they ran outside the base to fight. Sui E also laughed when he heard Su Ran's description. That's right, it's a sin. The two walked to the sofa and sat down. Su Ran noticed the apple core in the trash can nearby. She was startled and quickly stood up and opened the locker door. There was only one apple left inside. Zhang Xiao. Su Ran pointed at the trash can. Aren't you such a big eater? Zhang Xiao glanced at the trash can, as if remembering something. Oh, right. Look at my memory. I was going to tell you something. Just now a cow knocked on the door. It was a cow. Sui E and the other person were stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of something. What does the cow look like? Zhang Xiao thought for a moment, and said, it looks like a bison. It's probably very young. If I hadn't seen Shook before and had a better psychological endurance, I would have been scared to death by it. The two looked at each other and asked, and then? It came in by itself after I opened the door. I saw that it had no intention of attacking anyone. Then it walked to the table by itself. I just took out a few apples and they were eaten by it. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Ben Ben. Its father is still fighting, and it's strolling around the base. Su Ran suddenly got angry and ran to its home to eat its apple. She seriously doubted how the calf was caught by Long Qiyuan. Could it be because it stole the food? She looked at the fruit cores in the trash can again with heartache. This was the last bag of apples she brought from the resort, and they were ruined by a cow. Why didn't you stop it? I wanted to stop it, but I got scared when it looked at me. Before Zhang Xiao could finish his words, there was another knock on the door. Who is it? Su Ran went to open the door angrily, but he didn't expect that as soon as he opened the door, a huge cow's face was facing him. Benben was also stunned for a moment, and his pair of big eyes looked inside unconsciously. That's not right. Where is that sister who looked so easy to bully just now? You come here for food again? Seeing that it was this one again, Zhang Xiao took out his own stock and walked forward, wanting to feed it to Benben. It doesn't understand what you're saying. It just wants to eat something. Come and eat mine. Su Ran gnashed her teeth and looked at Ben Ben. If you keep pretending to be nice to me, I'll roast you. Your father is fighting outside, and you're begging here? Ben Ben shuddered and just turned around to run, but Su Ran grabbed one of the cow's legs. Zhang Xiao was about to speak when he heard a childish voice with a crying tone. Sister, I was wrong. Woohoo, I won't dare to do it again. Please don't roast me. Bald sister, you are the best. Su Ran's eyes went dark. What the hell is that, bald sister?